as a caged bird of the Hyuga branch family. Hyuga Seiya had finally awaited the outbreak of the Ninetales chaos. On a dark and stormy night, rife with murder, it was only fitting to seize this opportunity to break free from his prison. Resolutely, he defected from Konoha, but before departing, he had to deliver a massive blow to the Hyuga clan. He would start by desecrating the main family's ancestral tomb. The bloodline limit evolution system grants the ability to acquire the bloodline limits of others simply by slaying those who possess them. Acquired bloodline limit, Byakugan. Acquired bloodline limit, Sharingan. Acquired bloodline limit, corpse pulse, melt, release, boil release, and even higher tier bloodline limits through bloodline elimination and bloodline assimilation. Hyuga Seiya, only children make choices. I want them all. The tale begins in the 48th year of Konoha. The night sky was shrouded with heavy clouds. The figure of the Ninetales fox erupted over the village of Konoha. The earth began to tremble, and the uncontrollable Ninetales rampage commenced its devastation. Within the territory of the Hyuga clan, the clan's shinobi, under the orders of the head, Hyuga Hizashi, surged out from their residences, ready to obey commands. Meanwhile, deep within the clan's domain, a different scene unfolded. Bang! The silence was shattered. A Hyuga ninja burst in, panting heavily. Lord Senkei, the Ninetales Jinchuriki has gone berserk. Lord Hizashi sent me to serve as your guard. The elder Hyuga Senki glared at him and roared, "Fool, your duty is to protect the main family, not waste time here with me. As a member of the branch family, to jeopardize the main family is unforgivable. Even if it costs your life, you cannot bear the consequences if the main family suffers harm." The next moment, he heard the retort, "Ah, precisely that flavor the rot of the Hyuga." Before the words finished, a cold gleam flashed. Swish. PFFT. A torrent of blood spurted forth as a shuriken pierced through Hyuga Senkei's neck. Instantly, he stared in disbelief at the assailant, clutching his neck as he collapsed to the ground. Beneath the moonlight, he discerned the face of the attacker Hyuga Seiya, a typically inconspicuous branch family shinobi. From memory, although he possessed some talent within the clan, his strength was mediocre, merely a freshly promoted Sharingan. Yet today, he had suddenly rebelled. "Uy!" Hyuga Senkei gasped hoarsely, blood seeping through his fingers. Seiya rose, a smile curling upon his lips, veins bulging at his temples. He had clearly activated the Byakugan. "Why, of course, it's for the eyes you are sworn to protect. Elder Saiki, you hold the key to the clan's secret archive, do you not?" Saiki's eyes widened in shock. This was clan confidential. How could he know? The next instant, two shurikens pinned Saike's hands to the ground, rendering him immobile. Seiya's movements were astonishingly swift. Raising both palms, he enveloped them in a pale blue chakra and struck Saichi. Gentle fist, empowered by the Byakugan. Seiya's strike was unerringly precise, instantly sealing Saiki's chakra points. Hyuga Senkei's face drained of color. Such mastery of the gentle fist. This was by no means the skill of an ordinary Sharingan. Seiya had concealed his true strength. His ability was at least at the Sharingan level. "Then, let us begin." Having subdued his opponent, Seiya chuckled softly, formed a hand seal with one hand, and silently intoned, "System activate. Reverse Byakugan. Bloodline limit. Reversing own bloodline limit. Byakugan. Corresponding bloodline limit converted into own chakra." Under Saiki's astonished gaze, the white of Seiya's eyes gradually faded, finally regressing to ordinary human eyes. Simultaneously, Seiya's aura surged dramatically. Saiki emitted a strangled gasp, overwhelmed by terror. "Now please die." Without hesitation, Seiya pierced his adversary's heart. With a muffled groan, Saiki's body collapsed lifelessly, breath extinguished. At the moment, his heart ceased beating. The caged bird curse seal imprinted on his forehead activated. Saiki's Byakugan swiftly degenerated, ultimately transforming into ordinary eyes identical to Seiya's. Knowing defeat was inevitable, his sole wish was a swift death. As a branch family member of the Hyuga clan, his forehead bore the caged bird curse seal, which upon death would automatically trigger, annihilating the Byakugan. At least in death, he preserved the honor of the Hyuga clan, preventing the Byakugan from falling into enemy hands. Kill confirmed. Acquired bloodline limit, Byakugan. Bloodline limit upgraded to match host's current strength. The system's notification echoed in Seiya's mind. Like a rewind of time, the next moment, the white expanse of the Byakugan re-emerged in Seiya's eyes. The Byakugan was restored. Seiya's system could acquire bloodline limits by depriving others of life. Naturally, it could also reverse bloodline limits already possessed, voluntarily relinquishing abilities and converting them into personal chakra. Had Hyuga Seiya witnessed this, he would have surely fought to the death to transmit this intelligence. This was Seiya's true objective. Tonight's Nine Tails chaos was the long-awaited opportunity. Feeling the Byakugan's vision return to his body, Seiya removed his forehead protector, casually tossing it to the floor, then picked up a mirror from the room. Gazing at his smooth forehead, a faint smile curved his lips. Indeed, the restored Byakugan did not automatically bear the caged bird curse seal. From this moment, I have truly obtained my freedom. Haha. Moments later, the room was deserted, restored to tranquility. Only a body lay behind belt stolen, eyes wide with shock. Within the Hyuga clan's secret archive, all deceased main family members of the Hyuga clan had their eyes removed and stored within this sanctuary. For the prestigious Hyuga clan of Konoha, the Byakugan was their foundation of identity. The archive was normally maintained by sealing techniques exclusive to the main family, with the key held by clan elders. Yet none of this could deter the now empowered Seiya. Unlock, Seiya declared, clutching the access scroll retrieved from Hyuga Seiya, forming a seal with his other hand. At his command, the seals on the archive's grand doors were lifted, revealing a room the size of a traditional Japanese chamber. At its center stood a shrine honoring Thaving, spoken. His figure flickered and vanished into the night's embrace. The other members of the Hyuga clan were still digesting Sumiya's words, and Hyuga Haizashi's complexion turned deathly pale. He clearly saw that upon Sumiya's forehead, unadorned by a forehead protector, there was nothing but emptiness. The cursed seal of the caged bird, etched upon the foreheads of branch family members, symbolized that their very lives were entirely controlled by the main family. Yet, upon Sumiya's forehead, the mark that represented the branch family's caged bird curse had astonishingly vanished. Where is his seal? Hizashi murmured to himself, a foreboding sensation swelling within his heart. The heavens of the Hyuga clan were on the verge of transformation. Within the Hyuga clan's territory, the aftershocks of the Ninetales' destruction had yet to reach this sanctuary. All Hyuga clansmen had been mobilized, poised to evacuate at any moment, the atmosphere rife with turmoil. In the courtyard, the clan head, Hyuga Heizashi, was surrounded by several Hyuga ninja. From this vantage point, the Ninetales remained indistinct. Only distant sounds of devastation could be faintly heard. After much contemplation, Heizashi could no longer restrain himself and rose to step outside. Yet, as soon as he took a single step forward, a jonin affiliated with a branch family knelt on one knee before him. Lord Heizashi, please, I implore you, do not leave this place. You must not come to harm. Hizashi retorted, angrily, fool. The Ninetales rampages, unchecked. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, if I remain here unharmed, how will the other families in the village regard us? The front line already has Lord Hizashi representing the Hyuga in battle. At a time like this, you must not risk your life. The jonin's tone was resolute, showing no sign of yielding. Moreover, several other ninja nearby also knelt in unison. Faced with this scene, Hyuga Heizashi finally waved his hand in reluctant concession and returned indoors. Open the gates of the clan grounds and allow the surrounding villagers to seek refuge. Also dispatch someone to send word to Lord Hokage, informing him of the situation here. Heizashi instructed. Yes, sir. A ninja promptly accepted the command and hurried away. At that moment, a Hyuga ninja burst in from outside, panic etched across his face. Lord Heizashi, there is grave news. Lord Psyche's body has been found, and the secret chamber appears to have been breached. What did you say? Hizashi was struck as if by lightning, his world spinning. The secret chamber housed the Byakugan, passed down from the deceased heads of the Hyuga main family through generations. If the secret chamber had been stolen from, the clan's most cherished bloodline limit would inevitably be disseminated beyond their control. Meanwhile, amidst the streets of Konoha, rubble scattered and dust billowed thickly. No, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the chaos. In the center of the street, a girl of 4 or 5 years collapsed to the ground, her pupils trembling violently. She watched helplessly as her mother was struck by a flying boulder, half of her body crushed. At the final moment, the woman summoned all her strength to push her daughter out of harm's way. Uchiha Hazuki, buried under the stone that engulfed most of her body, fell to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. Weakly, she whispered to the little girl Izumi, "Run quickly." Yet with the distant roar of the nine Tota, the instant the Byakugan appeared, Itachi's pupils abruptly contracted, his fingers trembling slightly. He suddenly raised his head, and the expression in his eyes shifted as he looked at Soya. Though still very young, his mind was far more mature than that of his peers. He fully understood the implications of those eyes appearing in Soya's hands. Yet Soya had already turned to the other side and muttered, "What a nuisance. Can't you just pretend you didn't see anything and let me leave?" The wind tightened abruptly, and several figures silently descended. Umbu ninja approached from the rooftops on both sides, their gazes beneath their masks as cold and sharp as blades. The silver-haired man leading them wore no mask. A face guard concealed the lower half of his face, one side of his forehead protector torn off, revealing only his right eye. The short blade on his back gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Kakashi Hatake. Itachi whispered the name, instinctively shielding Izumi behind him. Soya also appeared surprised upon seeing Kakashi. At this time, the young ninja of the village should have been gathered and evacuated, as per the direct orders of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Soya smiled and said, "Kakashi, you're not guarding Kushina Uzumaki, yet you come to stop me? Her child has already been born, hasn't he?" Kakashi's pupils suddenly constricted. "How do you know? Is the Nine-Tails rampage related to you?" Soya replied, "Not exactly. I'm merely a rogue ninja trying to leave the village amidst the chaos, and I happen to take some things with me." Kakashi's gaze darkened. "Why would you betray the village that raised you?" Soya retorted, "You dare ask me that question? At least bring someone from the Hyuga clan to do it. You're not qualified." "What do you mean?" Kakashi asked. "It seems you Umbu rookies haven't yet witnessed the darker side of Konoha," Soya said, looking up. In the distance, the Nine-Tails roared toward the heavens. "After tonight, those old shadows lurking will emerge." Kakashi's blade was already drawn 3 inches from its sheath. "What exactly are you talking about?" "Let me make it clearer," Soya said, withdrawing his gaze. "Minato Namikaze will die, Kushina will die, and the beloved Konoha you cherish, how weakened will it be then?" "Nonsense," Kakashi sharply interrupted. "You're surrounded. Don't resist. Surrender quietly and await judgment. For the sake of the bond we once shared, I do not wish to kill you." An Umbu ninja nearby snorted coldly. "Stubborn fool. He is only a chunin. Take him down." Kakashi's expression shifted slightly. He was about to call out to his comrades when it was already too late. Before he could utter another word, 2 glints of steel flashed suddenly behind Soya. 2 Umbu ninja, having silently closed in, drew their short blades, their edges aimed directly at Soya, utterly disregarding Itachi and Izumi who stood in the line of attack. Itachi's pupils contracted sharply as his right hand swiftly reached for the hidden pouch of ninja tools. In the face of danger, his reaction lagged slightly. At this time, he had yet to graduate from the ninja academy. Even geniuses require time to mature. Before Itachi could draw a shuriken, Soya's voice came from behind. 8 trigram sky palm. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, wild chakra transformed into an invisible shockwave that swept through the area. The 2 attacking Umbu ninja were flung backward faster than before, crashing heavily through the wall behind them, stones scattering in silence. "Be careful. He is concealing his true strength." Kakashi's warning had barely sounded when the remaining Umbu struck simultaneously. Blades flickering, they encircled from different angles, sealing off all of Soya's escape routes. Soya merely smiled. Engaging in close combat with the Byakugan? Such admirable courage. His figure suddenly blurred, leaving only an afterimage in place. "No!" An Umbu ninja cried out, but it was already too late. Soya appeared ghost-like beside him. His right hand splayed open, chakra condensing into a blue lioness head shape. Gentle step, twin lion's fist. The roaring lioness head tore through the air, penetrating at an impossible angle and striking heavily into the Umbu ninja's chest. Even before physical contact, the chakra unleashed tremendous power. The man was sent flying over 10 meters like a severed kite, unable even to scream. Before the remaining Umbu could adjust their formation, Soya's palms surged toward them as if locked onto their positions. Under the Byakugan's gaze, nothing could escape detection. Soya's palms radiated with rampant chakra, his movements fluid and precise, each strike calculated to hit exact pressure points. Smack! A series of blows combined into a continuous series of resounding impacts. When Soya stood firm once more, all the attacking Umbu ninja lay motionless on the ground. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. He brushed non-existent dust off his sleeve and turned to the only one still standing. "Kakashi. Still want to stop me?" Soya said. "Or would you prefer to try it yourself?" In response, a dazzling flash of lightning appeared in Kakashi's hand. Suddenly, Lightning gathered on Kakashi's palm, emitting a cacophony like the screams of 1,000 birds, illuminating the surrounding night. Kakashi's forehead protector, which shielded his eyes, was raised without anyone noticing, revealing a deep crimson left eye, a Sharingan. Instinctively, Kakashi unleashed his strongest jutsu at the moment. Even with the Sharingan, Kakashi could only barely discern afterimages of Soya's previous flurry of attacks. He did not know how Soya's power had grown so rapidly. He only knew one thing. Soya might now be stronger than himself. Chidori. With the sharp roar of thunder, Kakashi's figure became a blue streak as he charged toward Soya. Just Chidori? You're underestimating me, came Soya's calm, amused voice, as if he had already anticipated the move. Let me show you how much these eyes have evolved. With the Sharingan, Kakashi could see Soya's movements during the Chidori rush. In that case, he just had to keep him at a distance. Soya calmly assumed a soft fist stance, his hands tracing a perfect arc before his chest. With a low shout, overwhelming chakra burst from his palms, forming a visible fan-shaped shockwave. 8 trigram sky palm, mountain clearing. Boom! The air twisted and distorted under immense pressure. The shockwave tore a layer of earth from the ground, enveloping Kakashi's forward charge. The lightning in Kakashi's hand shattered the moment it met the shockwave, collapsing instantly. In shock, Kakashi was blasted away. Crash! Buildings behind him crumbled under the force. Bricks and rubble lifted into the air before crashing down heavily. When the dust settled, the street had been reduced to ruins, and Kakashi's figure was buried beneath the debris, nowhere to be seen. After a moment, silence returned. Behind Soya, Itachi Uchiha stared dumbfounded at the scene. With just a single strike, an entire street before them was utterly destroyed. What terrifying power! Soya lowered his stance, turning to gently tap the forehead of the still-stunned Izumi. We shall meet again. Then he looked back at Itachi. Don't forget what I entrusted to you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure vanished into thin air, leaving only 2 stunned Uchiha youths behind. In the distance, the massive form of the Ninetales gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, the villagers' cheers erupted. Hokage-sama, the 4th has intervened. Amidst the ruins, a dust-covered hand stretched out from beneath the rubble. Kakashi struggled to crawl free, his mask soaked with blood. Hyuga Seiya. Having said that, Kakashi lost all strength, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Uchiha clan estate. Uchiha Fugaku listened in shock to his son's report. What did you say? He actually left you a pair of Byakugan? Itachi answered, yes, father. Itachi handed over the wooden box left behind by Hyuga Seiya to Fugaku. Fugaku received it with a complex expression, and upon opening it, his complexion shifted several times. By then, it was already the dawn of the following day. The reverberations of the Ninetales rampage had yet to subside, and the great clans of Konoha were still grappling with the sudden upheaval. Since their safe return the previous night, Itachi and Izumi, 2 mere children, had been placed under strict surveillance by the Uchiha clan. After attending to clan matters, Fugaku could no longer contain his urgency and inquired about his son's condition the night before. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku's intelligence network was far superior to that of ordinary villagers. He was already aware of the events that had transpired the previous night. Hyuga Seiya, a relatively obscure chunin from the Hyuga clan, had unexpectedly betrayed the village and absconded with the Book of Seals. 2 revelations shook Fugaku to his core above all else. The first was that Seiya had single-handedly overwhelmed the Umbu squad led by Kakashi Hatake. The Umbu were the village's elite, with prodigies like Kakashi, who had already attained the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12. Yet, according to Itachi's account, Seiya defeated them effortlessly. The fact that Seiya was even younger than Kakashi made the feat all the more terrifying. The very thought sent a chill down Fugaku's spine. Such a youthful, top-tier warrior, given his potential, was undoubtedly destined to become a formidable threat to Konoha's stability. Coupled with the theft of the Book of Seals, the implications were grim. If left unchecked, it was nearly impossible to imagine how much peace Konoha would enjoy in the future. The second matter was the pair of Byakugan eyes left with Itachi by Seiya. Fugaku dared not dwell on the origin of those eyes, but as the patriarch of the illustrious Uchiha clan, he understood their significance all too well. This was a blatant act of framing. It was widely known that only the Sharingan and the power of the Uzumaki clan could effectively control the Ninetales. The Uzumaki clan had long since declined. The Ninetales rampage the previous night had already placed the Uchiha clan under intense scrutiny. Now, with this pair of Byakugan eyes thrown into the mix, if the Uchiha failed to manage the situation properly, it could very well spell their doom. Why did Hyuga Seiya, after betraying the village, only attack the Umbu and spare the Uchiha? What? You say he couldn't bear to kill children? Then explain this pair of eyes. Fugaku could no longer bring himself to think further. A decision was already forming in his heart. This was a crisis for the Uchiha clan, but also an opportunity. Consider what happened with Itachi as if you saw nothing. I will handle everything from here on. Do you understand? Itachi, yes. Footsteps and a call came from outside the door. Lord Fugaku, the third Hokage has issued a summons. All clan heads, including yourself, are to assemble at the Hokage's office immediately. Fugaku took a deep breath. Understood. Report to the third Hokage that I will be there shortly. Yes, sir. The footsteps receded. Fugaku nodded at Itachi, rose heavily, and stepped outside. Itachi respectfully watched his father depart, his demeanor impeccable. Just as Fugaku reached the doorway, he suddenly turned back and asked, by the way, the girl who was with you last night, what is her name? Itachi, Uchiha Izumi. Her mother had married out and changed her surname but recently returned to the clan. Fugaku inquired, you say she is the same age as you? Has she awakened her Sharingan? Itachi. Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Fugaku said, I see. When you have the chance, spend more time with her. Inside the Hokage's office, the conference room was somewhat crowded. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat at the center. Beside him was Danzo Shimura, the village's influential elder. The two Hokage advisors, Kocho and Mito Emijirai, were seated in order. Fugaku arrived last. All the other clan heads already present. Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Shibi Aburame. The face paling the most was Hisashi Hyuga. Sarutobi, seated at the head, began, the casualty report from last night's Ninetales rampage is now before you. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, sacrificed their lives to forcibly seal the Ninetales, protecting the village at the cost of their own. In light of this, I have decided to resume the position of Hokage. This decision has already been communicated to the daimyo, who has given his consent. No one has challenged this decision. Before Minato, Sarutobi had already established formidable prestige as the third Hokage. His retirement was solely to make way for Minato. At this moment, there was truly no one else suitable for the role besides Sarutobi himself. He continued, news has arrived that, due to the Ninetales incident, the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages have resumed their activities. In these difficult times, Konoha requires everyone's strength. We must unite to overcome this crisis. The purpose of today's gathering is to discuss the next course of action. But before that, there is one more matter to report. Hisashi, please speak. Sarutobi looked toward Hisashi Hyuga. Hisashi's face was grim as he said, last night, the elder of the Hyuga clan, Sokiai Hyuga, was killed. Upon investigation, the culprit was Hyuga Seiya. The mention of Seiya's name struck most in the room as unfamiliar. Before this, the vast majority had never heard it. Danzo interjected. This individual took advantage of the chaos to steal the Book of Seals, defeated the Umbu squad led by Kakashi Hatake, and then defected from the village. His strength is not to be underestimated. I have already ordered Root to pursue him. Danzo's words elicited a chorus of astonished exclamations. What? He defeated Kakashi? The Book of Seals was stolen? Why have we never heard of him before? Hisashi's face darkened as he explained. This is my fault as clan head. Previously, Seiya's displayed abilities barely reached Chunin level. I never imagined. Sarutobi interrupted. This is not your fault, Hisashi. This wolf in sheep's clothing must have been hiding his ambitions for a long time. Shikaku Nara asked, he actually defeated Kakashi? How old is he? Hisashi replied, 12 years old. The room fell silent, many wearing expressions of shock. Kakashi was a renowned prodigy in Konoha, having attained Jonin rank at 12, and had distinguished himself brilliantly in the recent Third Great Ninja War as Minato's disciple. Yet he had been bested by the unknown and younger Hyuga Seiya. Who exactly was this individual? Suddenly, Fugaku Uchiha stepped forward, presenting a wooden box. Hokage-sama, last night Hyuga Seiya launched a surprise attack on the Uchiha estate. I engaged him in fierce combat and ultimately seized this from him. Fugaku opened the box, revealing a single white eyeball inside. Byakugan? Naturally, those present were familiar with the eye in the box, especially Hisashi. Upon seeing it, he lost all composure, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, This is the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. How did it come into your possession? Fugaku responded, Did I not already say? Last night, Hyuga Seiya, before he could finish, a cold snort interrupted him. Danzo, expressionless, stated, I fear these are merely the Uchiha clan head's excuses. Last night, no one besides you was present at the scene. Whatever transpired is known only to you. Fugaku's face darkened with anger. Danzo-dano, what do you mean by that? Are you accusing me of murdering a Hyuga clan member and stealing the Byakugan? Danzo replied, of course not. There is no doubt that Hyuga Seiya is the one who took the Byakugan. but how it ended up in the hands of the Uchiha clan remains unclear. Furthermore, no one knows why the Ninetales suddenly went berserk. Perhaps it is connected to Hyuga Seiya as well. On the surface, Danzo spoke of Hyuga Seiya, but in truth, his words, both explicit and implicit, pointed toward the Uchiha. Following Danzo's lead, all eyes turned to Fugaku. It was well known that the Sharingan could control the Ninetales. Lord Danzo, are you implying that the Ninetales rampage was caused by the Sharingan's influence? I never said that, Danzo replied, but who better to understand the truth than the Uchiha themselves? Fugaku was about to retort angrily when Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. Danzo, do not cast suspicion lightly upon our comrades within the village. The Uchiha clan also suffered grievously during the Ninetales assault. I'm not so sure. Danzo sneered coldly before falling silent. Hisashi asked why only one eye. Where is the other? Fugaku's face darkened. I do not know where the other eye is. Perhaps Hyuga Seiya took it away. It is my failing that I could not keep him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly, enough of these needless words. Until we have concrete evidence. We must not doubt our comrades. That is exactly what our enemies desire. I have decided to designate Hyuga Seiya as a Konoha S-rank rogue ninja and order his immediate capture. As for calming the clan, Hisashi, that responsibility falls to you. Last night, the Hyuga clan exerted great effort to quell the Ninetales. Everyone witnessed it. Naturally, the Byakugan will be returned to the Hyuga clan. You have no objections, Fugaku? Both Hisashi and Fugaku nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words set the tone for the meeting. An S-rank rogue ninja designation both underscored Konoha's grave concern over Sanmi and acknowledged that his strength had surpassed all expectations. Ordinary Umbu squads were utterly incapable of threatening Sanmi, necessitating a long-term strategy. Konoha was in chaos and could not spare suitable personnel to pursue Sanmi immediately, but it was essential to make their stance clear. The two advisors, Kocho and Mito Munin, silently nodded. They recommended placing full responsibility on Sanmi alone to avoid implicating the Hyuga clan. At this critical juncture, Konoha needed the Hyuga's strength. The threats were many external enemies as well as internal ones, such as the Uchiha clan wielding the Sharingan. Danzo looked at Fugaku with a cold sneer. Regardless of whether the Ninetales' chaos stemmed from the Uchiha, this was a prime opportunity to weaken them. This burden had fallen from the sky. No matter how unwilling, the Uchiha would have to bear it obediently. The meeting adjourned. Hyuga Hisashi, the younger brother of clan head Hisashi and also his bodyguard, waited outside the Hokage's office early. Upon seeing Hisashi emerge, Hisashi hurried to greet him. Before he could ask, Hisashi said, I never imagined our clan would produce an S-rank rogue ninja. His tone was laced with irony. Since Konoha's founding, many ninjas had defected, but never once had the Hyuga clan's name been among them. This was because the Hyuga main family was Konoha's staunchest supporter, and the branch family's lives were tightly controlled by the main family. After Sanmi's upheaval, the aura surrounding the Hyuga name was shattered utterly. Such an event occurring during his tenure as clan head left Hisashi deeply unsettled. Even more shocking was that the cursed seal of the caged bird had vanished from Sanmi's forehead. Hisashi had no idea how Sanmi had removed the seal, but if the method were to spread, over time the Hyuga clan would cease to exist. Hisashi exclaimed, S-rank rogue ninja? But Sanmi, Hisashi shot him a sharp glance. I know you are close. What, are you going to plead for him? Hisashi quickly swallowed the words he had not yet spoken. No, sir. Hisashi was genuinely stunned. He could never reconcile the image of the troublesome junior from the clan's past with the formidable Sanmi of today. On the other hand, if even Hisashi, a highly respected clan member, could not perceive Sanmi's true intentions, no one else could prepare for what was to come. Hisashi spoke as they walked. Besides Umbu, the clan must also provide personnel for his capture. Only the Byakugan can counter the Byakugan. This matter is yours to handle. Hisashi replied. Understood. Hisashi, you know what to do once you find him, right? Hisashi hesitated and gave no answer. Hisashi seemed unconcerned about his brother's thoughts. Speaking sternly, kill him. Under no circumstances can the secret of the caged bird be revealed. I will never allow a man who has dishonored the Hyuga bloodline to live in this world. Hisashi took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and could only answer, understood. In a concealed cave in the eastern lands of the Land of Fire, Sanmi sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. Veins bulged around his eyes as he maintained the activation of his Byakugan. The Byakugan was the most powerful visual Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world, unrivaled. Its abilities of X-ray vision, telescopic sight, a panoramic field of view, and chakra flow detection made any sensory ninja from other villages envious. It was by virtue of the Byakugan that the Hyuga clan and Konoha had mutually flourished, forging the fame of the premier ninja village. The clan's signature gentle fist technique required the Byakugan to unleash its full potential. It could be said that any Hyuga ninja, empowered by the Byakugan, unless utterly lazy, would at least achieve the rank of Chunin upon reaching adulthood. Because of its formidable power, the Hyuga clan imposed strict control over the Byakugan through the caged bird seal, forbidding its leakage. After killing Hyuga Munyoshi, Sanmi's Byakugan had long since broken free from the branch family's restraint, evolving to a level even deeper than the main family. He had also mastered all secret techniques once exclusive to the main family. Even Sanmi himself had not anticipated such a transformation, but it was undoubtedly a boon. In battle against Kakashi, he had independently comprehended an advanced form of the 8 trigrams palms, the mountain pushing technique. The gentle step twin lion fist, once a high-level body technique exclusive to the main family, no longer surprised Sanmi. He carefully sensed the power of his Byakugan and a faint smile curved his lips. His Byakugan seemed capable of perceiving even more intricate details. For instance, chakra flow beyond the human body. Sanmi speculated this was because he was originally a sensory ninja. Though still faint, if he could fully harness this ability, it might become the key to turning the tide. Why was it that whenever matters reached this point, someone always came to disrupt things? Sanmi opened his eyes and, through the Byakugan's vision, spotted a figure rapidly approaching from afar. Recognizing the visitor, Sanmi was taken aback. Clad in a black robe, his face concealed behind an orange mask adorned with black stripes, it was none other than Uchiha Obito. Obito Uchiha, wearing the orange mask, moved alone amidst the shadows of the trees. The wind rustled the leaves, but it could not mask the turmoil within him. His plan to destroy Konoha had failed at the last moment. He had believed that Kamui's intangibility would suppress Minato Namikaze, but to his surprise, the latter discerned his weakness in a single encounter. The Flying Thunder God technique's teleportation was even faster than Obito's spatial transfer. In the end, he had to abandon the Ninetales and retreat in disarray. Still not strong enough, Obito clenched his fist, the Sharingan beneath his mask blazing with crimson light. Rin, I will create a world with you in it, once I have fully mastered this power. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly as a black figure emerged from the earth. Obito halted in his tracks, voice cold. Black Zetsu? What is it? Black Zetsu's voice was low and urgent. Someone is coming. Obito. Obito's pupils contracted sharply. His location had been exposed. Before he could question further, Black Zetsu swiftly merged into his body. The next instant, a white figure landed steadily before him. A figure clad in pristine white appeared, his jet-black hair fluttering gently in the breeze, his visage serene and composed. Most striking were his pure white eyes. Byakugan. He bore no forehead protector. His smooth brow was unmarked by the cursed seal of the caged bird. With his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor was unhurried, yet it caused Obito to tense from head to toe. That chakra? A jolt struck Obito's heart. Though the man before him was youthful, an intangible pressure emanated from him. What unsettled Obito even more was the inexplicable familiarity of the stranger's face. A name hovered on the tip of his tongue but was forcibly swallowed back. Impossible. A young prodigy of the Hyuga clan, yet his strength was unfathomably profound. Who was he? Simi smiled faintly. Where are you heading? Uchiha Madara? Obito shuddered violently, the expression beneath his mask abruptly turning savage. How do you know that name? Before the words had fully escaped, his figure flashed like a phantom before Simi, the iron chains in his grasp clinking sharply, twisting upward from the left side, while the shuriken in his right hand aimed straight for Simi's throat. Wherever you learned that name from, Obito's voice was icy and bone-chilling. You're going to die today. Obito's speed was astonishing, scarcely allowing time for reaction. Just when he thought the other had been stunned into immobility, a dangerous curve curved at the corner of Simi's mouth. Bang! A cataclysmic force erupted suddenly, so overwhelming that Obito couldn't even respond, and he was sent flying backward like a kite with its string severed. His back crashed through 3 sturdy oak trees in succession before he slammed heavily into a thicket of bushes. Dry branches, fallen leaves, and earth scattered into the air, raising a cloud of dust. Be careful. He is very powerful. The voice of Kokuzetsu thundered in Obito's ear. Obito spat a mouthful of blood and propped himself up with trembling arms. Only then did he clearly see that Simi had merely raised a single palm, and that casual push contained such terrifying power. You're from the Hyuga clan? Obito's voice was hoarse. Who exactly are you? Simi maintained his composed smile. Forgotten me so soon after just a few years? Well, I suppose it's understandable, we were never close. Perhaps I should call you by your real name? Uchiha Obito? Those words pierced Obito's psychological defenses like a sharp blade. His body trembled violently as the tomo in his Sharingan whirled frantically. You're courting death. Obito suddenly erupted, chakra boiling within him. He leapt into the air, his hands swiftly forming seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Fire Technique. Dozens of blazing fireballs spewed from Obito's mouth, crashing towards Simi like meteors. The flames illuminated the entire forest, and the shadows of the trees twisted and contorted in the flickering light, exuding a terrifying aura. Simi's figure weaved through the fiery rain, his movements so swift they left afterimages. He effortlessly dodged the first waves of fireballs, and the last one hurtling toward him was met with a raised hand delivering an 8 trigrams empty palm, scattering the flames with sparks flying. Kamui! At that moment, Obito's figure vanished abruptly, only to reappear behind Simi in midair. His hands entwined in chains reached directly for Simi's vital points. The Sharingan revealed through the mask's eye holes, silently shifting into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Bang! Simi spun around with a palm strike, the power of the 8 trigrams empty palm even greater than before. Yet the violent chakra shockwave pierced through Obito's phased body, leveling a small area behind him. It's over. Obito sneered coldly, extending his hands towards Simi. This was the unique ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui, allowing him to freely phase his body to evade attacks. Should he touch his opponent, he could send them directly into another dimension. Against adversaries unfamiliar with his power, it was nearly invincible. Only top-tier shinobi like Minato Namikaze could discern Kamui's weaknesses in combat. Obito's hands were about to ensnare Simi's neck when his body solidified from phasing. 8 trigrams reversal. Simi's voice was so soft it was nearly inaudible. In the next instant, a dazzling sphere of blue chakra erupted around him. A violent whirlwind swept the surrounding area, stripping a layer of earth from the ground. Obito had no time to react and was swept up in the chakra storm. Boom! Towering trees snapped under the force of the reversal, with chips and leaves swirling wildly in the air. When the chakra tempest subsided, the once dense forest was reduced to a circular clearing. Obito's figure lay sprawled at the edge, his mask cracked with fine fractures. He staggered up from the rubble, one eye beneath the mask bloodshot and glaring fiercely. Who exactly are you? His gaze swept over the flattened woodland. The area within roughly a 20-meter radius was barren, the ground curiously indented in a circular shape. Obito was familiar with the technique Simi mentioned, but this reversal was unlike any he had seen the Hyuga clan employ on the battlefield. In Obito's understanding, reversal was a secret art of the Hyuga, practiced only by select elite. It worked by channeling chakra from the clan's profound knowledge of human pressure points to create an impenetrable defense with no blind spots. Yet the reversal Simi wielded was not merely defensive. Its power rivaled that of large-scale destructive ninjutsu. Simi was quite pleased with his strike. As he had suspected, his upgraded white eyes now revealed unprecedented potential, surpassing even the limits of the Hyuga clan as he understood them. Simi stepped forward calmly from the dust and smoke, his white robes pristine as ever. Raising his palm, chakra flowed from his fingertips. So, you Uchiha never let anyone finish their sentence, Simi said. But it seems you truly don't remember me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hyuga Simi. If nothing unexpected occurs, I should have already been classified as a Konoha S-rank rogue ninja by now. Speaking of which, I owe you thanks. If not for the Ninetales incident you instigated, I probably wouldn't have found the chance to break free from the Hyuga clan's control. Hyuga Simi? Obito's voice suddenly rose sharply. That genin from the Hyuga branch family? His fingers twitched involuntarily. In his memories, there was indeed such an inconspicuous youth. Yet no matter how hard Obito tried, he could not associate that person with the man before him. People change, Simi said with a smile, just like you now flaunt your ancestor's name to deceive and intimidate. I'm not here to fight today. I have something to discuss with you. Silence. Obito roared, 3 shurikens slicing through the air. Seizing the moment Simi sidestepped, his hands completed the seals. Fire style. Explosive flame dance. Simultaneously, his pupils contracted once more. A bizarre spatial vortex and a raging fiery tornado erupted together. The warped air carried the fiery cyclone howling forward, scorching everything in its path. Burning tree trunks cracked under the intense heat, sparks raining like droplets upon the ruins. Simi stood unmoved, his palms tracing a perfect arc before his chest. 8 trigrams empty wall. A transparent chakra barrier formed instantly, the fiery vortex crashing against it and splitting into twin waves that swept to either side. The heat whipped his long hair, illuminating those chillingly calm white eyes. Though the barrier could only hold momentarily, for Simi it was sufficient. It's futile. Simi's voice pierced through the sea of flames. I've already seen through your jutsu. He suddenly stepped forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Now it's my turn. Boom! Amid the explosion, the barrier Simi created shattered. With the impact of the 8 trigrams empty palm, The fiery cyclone vomited by Obito was cleaved open, forming a path. Semi pressed forward. Obito, do you think I would dare to reveal your true identity and come directly for you just like that? What? Obito was taken aback. Sammy's speed surpassed his expectations by several fold. Naturally, it was because I am stronger than you. His palms, enveloped in blue chakra, merged into one and struck toward Obito. In a moment of desperation, Obito could do nothing but activate Kamui's phasing ability once more, evading the attack. Simultaneously, his hands reached out again to grasp at Sanmi. Yet, at the very instant Obito initiated Kamui, Sammy's movements abruptly halted, followed by a light chuckle as he stepped back. So that's it, I see now. When you activate that phasing ability, your chakra undergoes such a transformation. But no matter what, whenever you attempt to attack, you must regain a tangible form. Within Sammy's Byakugan field of vision, Obito's body had turned completely translucent, dissolving into nothingness. Even a normal person's chakra flows slowly within their body without activation. But Obito's chakra flow was not merely still, it had vanished outright. By virtue of his own Byakugan's insight, Sammy could clearly discern whether Obito had engaged Kamui. Obito's eyes behind the mask tightened in shock. Sammy had actually seen through his ability. It seemed he was not the type to obediently heed Sammy's words. Well then, we shall discuss this later. With a smile, Sammy assumed a classic gentle fist stance and proclaimed, the 128 palms of the 8 trigrams. In the next moment, Sammy's figure tensed sharply, and beneath his feet faintly appeared an 8 trigrams pattern. Alarm bells rang in Obito's mind as he once again activated his intangible state. Yet Sammy suddenly smiled, swiftly changed his hand signs, formed 2 seals, transformed his open palms into fists, and slammed them onto the ground. Got you, he teased. The best way to counter your ability is simply to keep my distance. Earth release. Mudslide. The ground trembled violently as countless stones shot toward Obito like a torrential downpour. The earth cracked open, and trees toppled continuously. Unlike ordinary earth release techniques, Sammy's ninjutsu covered an extensive range. Faced with Obito's intangible state, aside from extreme speed, sustained area attacks were the optimal countermeasure. Obito was forced to maintain his intangible form, daring not to reveal his corporeal self. Seizing an opportunity, he leapt into midair. Got you. Sammy's Byakugan locked onto Obito in the air, his right palm thrust upward in a flat strike. This blow was as swift as lightning yet eerily silent. Bang! Obito was struck by an invisible shockwave. A corner of his mask shattered as he fell to the side in utter astonishment. That's the 8 trigrams empty palm, he exclaimed incredulously. Sammy approached calmly. You may call it the 8 trigrams palm piercing the clouds. Like mountain crushing, it is a technique I developed after acquiring the new Byakugan, compressing chakra into a piercing shockwave. Compared to the wide-ranging mountain crushing, this move boasts greater range, subtler movement, and stronger penetration. I will not come near you. Rather, I want to see how long your phasing can last, Sammy said with a light laugh, unleashing a barrage of 8 trigrams empty palms toward Obito. Boom! 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 The range of the palm piercing the clouds was formidable, and aided by the Byakugan, Obito was locked down tightly. He could only barely evade Sammy's attacks through his intangible ability. Nearly every second, a palm strike penetrated his body. Should Obito dispel his intangible form even briefly, he would be instantly blasted away. Obito, don't get entangled with him. Use your ability to leave, Ku Black shouted urgently in Obito's ear. Yet Obito did not respond, his expression dark and grim. At this moment, Obito had only just awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. His strength was far from what it would become during the later Great Ninja War. He had yet to fully master would release, using it only instinctively. Facing Sammy's highly effective continuous assault, Obito silently comforted himself. He could find no opportunity to use Kamui to escape, or rather, he was unwilling to flee. As the instigator of the Ninetales rampage, Obito had just reclaimed the heart of a strong warrior by controlling the Ninetales. He would not allow himself to run away. He was no longer the same Uchiha Obito of the past. He would prove to this decayed world that the path he had chosen would permit no one to stand in his way. If this continued, the chakra, Obito thought, would be his undoing. Sustaining Kamui's intangible state for a prolonged period rapidly depleted his chakra. Added to the chakra previously consumed by controlling the Ninetales and his battle with Minato, Obito's chakra was draining at an alarming rate. Suddenly, Obito sensed that Sammy's attack frequency was diminishing. A flicker of hope sparked within him. Finally, was the chakra circulation faltering? Now was the moment. Obito's south form twisted in place. In the next instant, he appeared behind Sammy, who seemed utterly unaware. Ha, you are truly naive, Sammy's light laughter echoed. Return to the heavens. Obito looked on in despair as a chakra vortex erupted once more from Sammy, enveloping him and uncontrollably drawing him farther away. Damn! Dizzy and disoriented, Obito was flung away like a rag, collapsing onto the ground. Blood pooled at his throat as his mind swirled in chaos. Obito could not comprehend how Sanmi had uncovered the pattern of his phasing ability. His intangible technique protected him but could not be sustained indefinitely. To counterattack, he must find an opportunity to become tangible. And to re-enter the intangible state at least 1 second must pass. It was this brief second that Sanmi had exploited. His Sharingan spun wildly, trying to discern Sanmi's moves. Yet though his eyes perceived, his body could no longer keep pace. Obito was startled, finally realizing the anomaly within his own body. How could this be? His chakra circulation was no longer smooth. It was hindered by an uncontrollable obstruction. Have you finally discovered it? Sanmi said slowly. This is the gentle fist technique. I have struck your chakra pathways. Obito was incredulous. At long range, Sanmi possessed the 8 trigrams empty palm. In close combat, he wielded return to heaven. Though the reason eluded him, Sanmi, having unraveled the secret of his phasing, refused to engage Obito in close quarters. With the aid of the Byakugan, Sanmi's observational prowess surpassed Obito's Sharingan. Obito could neither evade nor strike effectively. How am I supposed to fight? Obito wondered. Obito, Ku-Black urged anxiously. You are no match for him. Find your chance and use Kamui to escape. Watching Obito take blows helplessly, Ku-Black, who had possessed Obito's body, could only fret in silence. For his own plan, Obito was a crucial pawn. He could not bear to see him harmed. You don't have to tell me. Obito roared in anger, casting a resentful glare at Sanmi. I will remember what happened today, Hyuga Sanmi. He was about to activate Kamui to leave when Sanmi casually remarked. You want to create a world with Rin, don't you? At Sanmi's words, Obito froze as if struck by lightning. Behind his mask, his Sharingan contracted fiercely, fixating on the composed white-clad ninja before him. The shock within was indescribable. He was certain that no one else knew he had been saved by Madara Uchiha. Not Ku-Black nor Ku-White would betray him. Then how did Sanmi find out? Sanmi crossed his arms, his white robes fluttering gently. It does not matter what I know, he said, seeing Obito's suspicion. What matters is that we currently have no conflicting interests. We might even cooperate. Now, can we have a proper conversation? Cooperate? Obito's voice rose sharply. What do you want? The same as you. Sanmi's lips curved into a faint smile. To create a new world. Upon hearing Rin's name, the fervor in Obito's heart was doused like cold water, cooling him instantly. Where exactly did you learn my identity from? These eyes. Sanmi pointed to his own eyes, declaring that he could perceive many things. As for the name Madara Uchiha, he hesitated briefly before revealing that he had learned it from the late Namikaze Minato and his wife. Obito, harboring doubts, inquired cautiously, Namikaze Minato is dead? Of course. Sanmi replied with a tone as indifferent as if discussing the weather. He and Kushina Uzumaki sealed the Ninetales before their deaths. I senti that precisely the outcome you desire? Obito fell silent, the expression beneath his mask shifting unpredictably. After a moment he spoke again. Why do you seek to target Konoha? More accurately, I merely despise the current Konoha, Sanmi said. Originally I harbored no ill will, but they had to offend me. I am a person of narrow mind. Since words cannot alter the status quo, I will prove through action to the elders of the Hyuga clan's main family that they deserve death more than anyone else. Obito remarked, as far as I know, the Hyuga clan is utterly loyal to Konoha. Loyalty? Sanmi scoffed coldly. You mean the kind of loyalty where one's very life is perpetually held in another's grasp? Observing Obito's confusion, Sanmi continued, have you ever heard the story of the bird in a cage? The children of the Hyuga branch family are branded with a cursed seal from childhood. A mere thought from the main family can make the branch family's lives unbearable. I, by chance, seized the sole opportunity and escaped. It was the first time Obito had comprehended the internal division within the Hyuga clan. This revelation also resolved his earlier doubts. Why members of the Hyuga clan showed such unwavering loyalty to their family and reverence toward the clan head, sometimes exceeding what was appropriate. Hence, Obito finally asked, are you seeking vengeance against those who imprisoned you? Sanmi did not answer directly, but instead offered a meaningful smile. The reasoning was plausible. Even the suspicious Obito could find no flaw in it. The entity possessing Obito's body, Black Zetsu, heard Sanmi's words and immediately exclaimed excitedly, everything he says is true. There is indeed a distinction between the main and branch families of the Hyuga. Except him, Obito. This man is powerful and could become the perfect asset for our plan. Obito remained silent, his expression inscrutable beneath the mask. Suddenly, Sanmi raised his hand and pointed at Obito's body. It seems there is another presence inside you. Shall I help you extract him? Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu instantly fell silent, refraining from any movement. Obito responded softly, "No need. If what you say is true, there is indeed no need for us to continue fighting." However, he shifted his tone. "If we are to cooperate, what else can you offer me?" Sammy's lips curled slightly as he produced a sealing scroll with one hand and swiftly formed hand seals. A wisp of white smoke rose as the Book of Seals and several sealed wooden boxes appeared beside him. Simultaneously, he opened a wooden box slowly, revealing a well-preserved Byakugan inside. "Are these sufficient?" Obito's pupils contracted sharply. The Book of Seals? And the Byakugan? The weight of these exceeded his expectations. He rasped, "What exactly have you done?" "Merely excavated the ancestral tomb of the Hyuga clan," Sammy replied calmly, as if recounting a trivial matter. Obito suddenly emitted a low, deep laugh. "Your determination is truly unexpected." "And?" Sammy raised an eyebrow slightly. Seeing this, Obito no longer hesitated and nodded gently. "Of course. Welcome to the fold, Asuka of the Hyuga clan." Sammy smiled without further words and carefully stored the Book of Seals and the Byakugan away. "When the time is ripe, I will come to find you." Obito appeared somewhat surprised. He had not expected Sammy to become so composed after reaching an agreement. This only strengthened his conviction that Sammy was not a spy sent by Konoha. No village would be so reckless as to use the Byakugan and the Book of Seals as bait. "Prepare yourself, then come to Kirigakure to find me," Obito said. "In the land of blood mist, is it? Very well." Sammy left behind a cryptic remark before vanishing gradually into the forest. After Sanmi's departure, Black Zetsu immediately emerged from Obito's body. "This man cannot be allowed to live." Obito sneered coldly, "I know. But until the plan is complete, he still has value to us. He is a blade that has nowhere else to go." Not long after, Obito also left the forest. Only the aftermath of the battle remained. Scattered debris, broken trees, cracked earth, scorched blades of grass, and fragments of cloth drifting in the wind. The entire area returned to silence, as if the fierce confrontation had never occurred. Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku pushed open the door to his home. It was already late at night. The entrance light cast a glow upon his weary face. The lines between his brows deepened more than usual. "I'm home." His voice was low and hoarse, as though uttering these words required all his strength. Uchiha Mikoto hurried over upon hearing him, her slender fingers taking the night-dampened coat from her husband. "You've worked hard. Was today smooth?" Fugaku shook his head, a bitter curve twitching at the corner of his mouth. "That old fox Danzo," he swallowed the rest of his words, unwilling to burden his wife with worry. In recent days, the Konoha leadership had held successive meetings addressing the various issues exposed during the Ninetales rampage. Aside from cleanup and maintenance of village infrastructure, there were also ceremonies to honor comrades who had perished in the chaos, especially the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and the Hokage's wife Kushina Uzumaki. These rites were for the living to witness, but also for the Uchiha clan to see. Thinking of this, Fugaku's complexion darkened further. On the day of the Ninetales rampage, the beast's eyes clearly revealed a pair of Sharingan. Many had already seen this fact. The Uchiha could not escape suspicion. As clan head, Fugaku knew the Ninetales rampage was not the doing of any Uchiha clansman. At least, according to the information he possessed, none of the Uchiha capable of controlling the Ninetales that day were suspects. Yet, others in Konoha did not believe this. In recent days, an unprecedented wave of suspicion against the Uchiha had converged into tangible pressure, weighing heavily upon Fugaku's shoulders. Just moments ago, in a meeting that had just concluded, Danzo advocated relocating the Uchiha clan to the village's outskirts, the ruins also devastated by the Ninetales. Danzo's pretext was that as a great clan within Konoha, the Uchiha should set an example by participating in reconstruction amid the ruins. In truth, everyone knew this was merely a guise to facilitate overt surveillance of the Uchiha. Mikoto gently grasped her husband's hand, feeling the chill radiating from his palm. "Go rest now. I brewed your favorite tea." At that moment, a baby's cry came from the nursery. Mikoto's expression softened. "Sasuke is awake." She hurried toward the nursery and soon emerged cradling the swaddled infant. Little Sasuke opened his large, dark eyes and, upon seeing his father, suddenly ceased crying, reaching out with his tiny hands and babbling. Fugaku's stern visage finally softened as he reached out to gently stroke his son's tender cheek. "The little one has grown a bit." Just as this tender moment unfolded, a respectful knock sounded at the door. "Clan head, Shursui has arrived." Fugaku's expression turned grave as he handed the child back to his wife. "Let him in." The door opened, revealing a boy with curly hair standing respectfully in the doorway. He appeared to be in his early teens, with delicate features yet a maturity far beyond his years. "Forgive the intrusion, Lord Fugaku, Lady Mikoto," he said warmly and politely, his gaze softening as it fell upon little Sasuke. Shursui is here, Makoto smiled, inviting him in. Would you like to try some of the new sweets I made? It's been hard on you lately with Itachi constantly pestering you to practice shuriken. Shursui returned a rare youthful smile. I enjoy spending time with Itachi, but today his gaze shifted to Fugaku, his expression growing serious. Makoto nodded knowingly. You discuss your business. I'll take Sasuke to feed him. She gently patted the infant in her arms, soothing him softly. Shall we go find your brother to play? Itachi should be back today. After Makoto left, Shursui and Fugaku remained alone. Fugaku's voice bore an unprecedented gravity as he spoke. I shall be succinct. There is a matter I must entrust to you. Shursui bowed respectfully, awaiting Fugaku's continuation. From an inner chamber, Fugaku retrieved an antique box crafted from rosewood, placing it solemnly upon the table. The surface of the box was intricately carved with the Uchiha clan crest, its dark luster shimmering faintly in the flickering candlelight. Fugaku nodded heavily. You are the most promising youth within our clan. I entrust you to act on my behalf, evading the watchful eyes of the village Umbu, to establish contact beyond our borders and seek allies for our clan. This is the leverage I can offer. Shursui accepted the box with both hands. As he lifted the lid, his usually serene eyes widened abruptly. Within the box lay a single pristine white eye, its intricate patterns clearly visible. The Byakugan. This. What is this? Lord Fugaku. Shursui's voice trembled faintly, prepared for Shursui's shock. Fugaku gazed out the window and spoke slowly. You are a hidden gambit. Whoever the opponent may be, I have a premonition that you may one day save the entire Uchiha clan. Shursui inhaled deeply, his fingers gentle as he closed the lid. The clan leader entrusts everything to you. Fugaku interrupted, his voice dropping even lower. Seek out those who still harbor goodwill toward the Uchiha. Do not let anyone else know, not even Itachi. Outside, a veil of dark clouds obscured the moonlight. Shursui fell silent, then after a moment, merely nodded and carefully tucked the box into his bosom. Suddenly, Fugaku pressed a hand firmly upon Shursui's shoulder. Remember, this matter must remain a secret, even from Itachi. As a father, I do not wish him to bear such a burden. Shursui nodded solemnly. As he turned to leave, the soft laughter of Sasuke and the gentle hum of Makoto drifted from the nursery. Within a room at the Konoha hospital, sunlight filtered through curtains, casting its glow upon pristine white sheets. Kakashi reclined half upright on the hospital bed, his left eye swathed in bandages, his right eye listlessly watching a thick-browed figure clad in a green onesie, who was energetically flipping and hopping about the room. Kakashi, it's your slackness that got you taken down, Might Guy shouted, performing handstands and leaps. Once you recover, join me in our youthful, fervent training. No, Kakashi responded languidly. Also present in the room were Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi, and Gemma Shiranui, Kakashi's contemporaries who had come to visit upon hearing of his hospitalization. Asuma folded his arms, brow furrowed, asking, that Hyuga Seiya, is he really that strong? Extremely. Kakashi's gaze drifted toward the window. He concealed his true power before, and with but a single jutsu, he shattered my Chidori. Silence fell over the room. Everyone was well aware of the Chidori's might, a lightning-style technique Kakashi himself had invented, which had once slain over a dozen enemies in a single strike on the battlefield. And now, the peerless prodigy they all revered and pursued had been defeated by a younger, unknown Hyuga clan member. You must have underestimated him, Kakashi. Asuma attempted to ease the tension, though his shock was unmistakable. In ninja combat, intelligence is everything. You didn't know he was hiding his power. It's understandable to be caught off guard. Kakashi chuckled softly. Come to think of it, I should thank him for showing mercy. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing me now. Guy finally finished his handstands, landing upright with a thumbs up aimed at Kakashi, his white teeth gleaming. Well, next time we meet him, we'll just throw punches, right? Your speed's about the same as mine. Kakashi regarded Guy with resigned eyes. If he relies solely on taijutsu, under normal circumstances, it's very difficult to get close to him. He used a technique I've never seen before, the 8 trigrams empty palm, that disperses chakra evenly, making it incredibly destructive. This revelation stunned the group anew. Genma Shiranui, young yet appearing mature beyond his years, chewed on a senbon and stroked his chin thoughtfully. He actually improved the gentle fist style? Seems the intelligence we had was flawed after all. A prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Asuma sighed. If such a person were to grow, he could become a great boon to the village. It's a pity he chose to defect. Throughout the exchange, Kurenai remained silent, standing by the window with her eyes lowered, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Kakashi noticed her unusual demeanor but, after a brief glance, averted his eyes, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Asuma. Few knew of Kurenai's complicated relationship with Seiya. Kakashi was among the rare few who had witnessed it firsthand on the battlefield. Among them all, Kurenai's emotions were the most tangled. Outside the ward, a nurse wheeled a cart, its wheels whispering softly against the floor. Leaves rustled in the breeze beyond the window, while sparrows hopped among the branches. Breaking the silence, Kakashi advised, "Be cautious on your missions recently. If you encounter him, it's best to avoid direct confrontation." Guy was undeterred. Youth is about facing challenges head-on. "Kakashi, once you're healed, let us find him together." Youth, ignite. Within the Hyuga clan's council chamber, candle flames flickered uncertainly, casting wavering shadows upon the walls. Hayashi Hyuga sat solemnly in the seat of authority. "Everyone, today's gathering concerns a matter that strikes at the very dignity of the Hyuga clan." Hayashi's gaze slowly swept across the assembled clan members before resting on a scroll in his hand. After investigation, Hyuga Seiya, he inhaled deeply, murdered Elder Sokiai and defected from the village. He has now been designated a Konoha S-rank rogue ninja. I personally laid Elder Sokiai to rest. At this revelation, the hall erupted into chaos. Many were so overcome with emotion that they activated their Byakugan, plunging the room into disorder. Hayashi's own heart was troubled. As clan leader, he had deliberately concealed the theft from the secret archives and the loss of the clan's Byakugan. If this news were to spread, who could say whether the Hyuga clan would become a target? He had confided this only to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Rising to his feet, Hayashi declared, "Effective immediately, a special capture team shall be formed, under the sole command of Hizashi. All clan members, except for missions personally assigned by the Hokage, are strictly forbidden from leaving the village. Capturing Hyuga Seiya is our highest priority. Hizashi has full authority to select members for the task force, and those appointed must not refuse." The entire Hyuga clan responded in unison. "Understood." In a corner, several clan elders nodded quietly. Hayashi had undoubtedly assumed the mantle of a responsible clan head, and none dared oppose his decree. At that moment, the heavy atmosphere was shattered by the rapid approach of footsteps. A Hyuga ninja burst into the hall, panting, "Report, urgent intelligence." Seated beside Hayashi, Hizashi stepped forward swiftly to intercept. "Why such haste?" "A ninja hawk message. An urgent letter." The messenger presented a sealed missive with both hands. Hizashi took the letter, scanning it quickly. His face instantly darkened. He turned to Hayashi. "Brother, my lord." Hayashi unfolded the letter, his eyes racing over the text. At first, he maintained composure, but by the end, he could no longer restrain himself, glaring fiercely with his Byakugan wide open. "Hyuga Seiya." In a furious outburst, Hayashi slammed his palm down, shattering the tea table before him. How dare he so disgrace the Hyuga clan? Several elders hurried forward, one retrieving the fallen letter. The letter read, "I shall return for the remaining Byakugan in due time. Hyuga Seiya." "Arrogant," the eldest elder bellowed. "Hizashi." Hizashi immediately understood, turning to the assembly. "Everyone, evacuate immediately." The clan members silently filed out of the hall. From within, Hayashi's enraged roars echoed faintly. Sunlight struck the walls surrounding the Hyuga estate. Though it was broad daylight, the air felt chillingly cold. After the assembly's adjournment, the Hyuga clan members departed the council chamber in small groups. Along the clan's corridor, the sound of footsteps intertwined with hushed whispers. Nearly everyone was speaking of the name Hyuga Sanmi. Hyuga Takoma, Hyuga Tetsu, Hyuga Haman, Hyuga Iroha, and Hyuga Natsu, 5 young individuals, walked side by side along the passageway. Compared to other families in Konoha village, the Hyuga clan remained relatively insular. Typically, clan members resided within the clan territory, with branch families surrounding the main house, forming a protective mountainous embrace. The 5, being of similar age and peers, and living in close proximity, naturally walked together. Takoma glanced up at the main mansion at the heart of the clan grounds, brightly illuminated. Evidently, Lord Hizashi was still deliberating important matters with the elders. Why did Lord Hizashi not choose me? Suddenly, Tetsu slammed his fist against a corridor pillar, knuckles whitening. "I will make that Sanmi pay the price." Takoma patted his shoulder gently. "Calm down. Didn't you see that Lord Hizashi only picked Jonin?" He gestured toward a group assembling in the distance, the capture squad. "Even Chunin were not qualified to participate, let alone us genin." Tetsu snorted bitterly, offering no retort. Haman sighed. "Takoma, you wouldn't understand. Tetsu and I are Sanmi's contemporaries. We grew up together. If anyone is most stunned by this, it's us two." The others remained silent. Tetsu, Haman, and Sanmi were classmates and usually the closest of friends. Sanmi's betrayal of the village was most unexpected to them. Walking last was Hyuga Natsu, the only female among them. She kept her head lowered, her fair, bare feet leaving faint prints on the wooden floor. Today, she was unusually quiet, her signature gentle smile nowhere to be seen. Natsu, Hyuga Iroha suddenly turned around. You haven't spoken all day. Natsu abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of panic crossing her face. She halted, her feet involuntarily twisting together. I was just... Don't make it hard for her, Takoma interrupted. Who doesn't he know that Natsu has always liked Sanmi? This remark silenced everyone once more. Only the rustling of bamboo leaves stirred in the corridor's breeze. Natsu's cheeks flushed red, then quickly paled again. Tetsu sneered coldly. At this point, you don't still like that traitor, do you? No. Natsu suddenly raised her voice, then bowed her head again. I was only recently appointed Lady Hinata's personal maid a few days ago. I was just lost in thought earlier. Her voice grew softer and softer. Only then did the others notice that her attire today was indeed different from usual. She was no longer wearing her customary training clothes. Tetsu exclaimed in surprise. Really? Natsu? You're so lucky to be assigned to care for Lady Hinata of the main family. Lord Hisashi must truly trust you. Natsu forced a smile. Yes. Her fingers unconsciously traced the hem of her garment, her gaze drifting away. The earlier discomfort vanished in an instant, and the young Hyuga clan members quickly shifted the conversation, eagerly discussing the forthcoming heir of the main family, none other than the young lady recently named Hyuga Hinata. According to tradition, this little princess would inevitably become the future head of the Hyuga clan. I wonder when Lady Hinata will be born. She is bound to be formidable in the future, Tetsu said excitedly. The bloodline of the main family. Iroha nodded in agreement. Surely her talent must be extraordinary. Takoma cleared his throat, steering the topic. Speaking of which, why did Sammy do such a thing? He clearly enough. Tetsu cut him off sharply. A traitor is a traitor. No explanation is necessary. At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance. The capture squad had already assembled, and Hyuga Hisashi was addressing them. The Byakugan of those jonin stood out conspicuously. Let us go. Haman tugged at Tetsu's sleeve. There was morning training tomorrow. Natsu listened absent-mindedly to their conversation. Her gaze passed over the high walls of the clan territory, resting on the distant Hokage rock. Flocks of birds circled the statue, soaring freely across the sky. How did those birds escape their cage? She pondered silently. Would he also long for the days when he was confined in the cage? Natsu sighed softly, Sanmi's image surfacing again in her mind. The one who was always quietly present at the training ground. The one who silently helped her up when she fell. For some reason, she always felt that the fault never lay with Sanmi but with the clan.
Moments later.
Hyuga Hisashi led the carefully selected capture squad to the village gate. The support squad dispatched by the Umbu had long been waiting. Intelligence indicated that Sanmi was last seen in the southeastern forest. The Umbu captain handed over a scroll, a detailed map of the route. Hisashi took the scroll, glanced through it swiftly, then tucked it away. Until the final moment, he could not help but glance back at the silhouette of Konoha village. Is Lord Hisashi concerned about clan matters? A Hyuga Jonin asked with concern. Rest assured, capturing that traitor swiftly is the best way to report to Lord Hisashi. Hisashi responded casually, though his doubts deepened. Why did Sanmi suddenly send that letter? Apart from provoking the Hyuga clan, it seemed to serve no other purpose. As the capture squad set out, inside a familiar dango shop in Konoha, Mitarashi Anko pushed open the door. The purple-haired young kunoichi, her hair tied in a ponytail, surveyed the shop that had survived the Ninetales rampage, unable to help but feel a surge of emotion. Without dango, what joy is there in life? Though an ill-timed thought, she was grateful her favorite shop endured. Miss Anko, the shopkeeper greeted warmly. Your friend has already been waiting for you and even ordered for you. Anko paused. Someone was treating? She furrowed her brow suspiciously. Who? Following the shopkeeper's direction, Anko proceeded to a small private room at the back of the shop. When she pushed open the door, a familiar voice froze her in place. Anko, you're here. Instinctively, Anko drew a kunai, staring incredulously at the person inside the room. Hyuga Sammy? How dare you return? Sammy remained unperturbed, a familiar smile gracing his lips. Of course, because I know you betray me. Anko held the kunai against Sammy's throat but hesitated to strike. Her voice trembled slightly. Don't you know the entire Konoha is hunting you? The Umbu and the Hyuga clan have already dispatched capture squads. I know, Sammy answered calmly, pushing another skewer of dango toward Anko. That's why I need your help. Anko fixed her gaze on Sammy's eyes, searching desperately for any sign of deceit. But those once gentle Byakugan eyes now appeared unfathomably deep. Are you insane? Anko whispered. Why should I help you? Sammy offered no reply, merely devouring another skewer with a satisfied sound. Inside the dango shop, Anko and Sanmi sat opposite each other. The paper door of the private room was tightly closed, shutting out the outside clamor. The three-colored dango on the table emitted a sweet, cloying aroma, yet failed to tempt Anko's appetite. What exactly do you intend to do? Anko's fingers clenched the hem of her clothes tightly, yet she was oblivious to how Sanmi had breached the village's barrier. Sanmi gently swirled his teacup, causing ripples to dance within the liquid. Don't be so tense. I thought we had a good relationship? He set down the cup, a familiar smile lingering on his lips. As for the barrier, do you really think such a thing could stop me? Anko's breathing grew rapid. Their relationship was more than good. They had been inseparable partners in the ninja academy. After graduation, she was fortunate to be taken as a disciple by one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, and teamed with Hyuga Tetsu. Sanmi, as a sensor-type ninja, was directly assigned to the front lines. During that war, Sanmi ultimately earned promotion to Chunin through his meritorious service. After the war concluded, Minato Namikaze succeeded as the fourth Hokage. Simi returned to her family, while she continued to pursue training under Orochimaru. Memories surged like a tidal wave, yet Akado's complexion grew increasingly somber. Simi's nonchalant demeanor stirred a fierce urge within her to strike out with a fist. She had struggled so hard to catch up to his pace. Why then did he suddenly choose the path of a rogue ninja? Akado's voice trembled slightly, a torrent of unspoken words suffocating her chest, leaving her breathless. She had so much to say, but upon seeing Simi now, she found herself utterly speechless. Simi withdrew a specially crafted glass container from within his robes, inside which floated a pair of pristine Byakugan eyes. Please deliver this to Lord Orochimaru, he said, sliding the container toward Akado. It is a token of greeting. With that, he rose and moved toward the door. Akado did not turn back. Her voice hoarse. Is this why you came back? Why did you betray the village? Simi halted and replied, I have never betrayed the village. I simply refuse to entrust my life to those who can take it at any moment. You wouldn't understand, because you are not a Hyuga. At his words, Akado stiffened. She certainly understood. Setting Simi aside, her other teammate, Hyuga Tetsu, was also a member of the Hyuga clan. Akado still vividly recalled when they became teammates, how Hyuga Tetsu proudly displayed the caged bird curse mark etched upon his forehead. Yet Simi's forehead now was as smooth and unmarked as if untouched by time. That's enough reminiscing. My time is limited. If I linger any longer, the umbu will be upon us. Simi slid open the paper door. I ordered your favorite food. Don't waste it. Simi. Akado spun around abruptly but saw only an empty corridor. She stood there, overcome with a sense of loss, quietly pocketing the container from the table, her gaze suffused with loneliness. In a secluded forest on the outskirts of Konoha, Orochimaru slowly revealed himself. As one of the famed 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha, he possessed ample confidence that this was no trap. No one dared to attack him near Konoha, not even his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru spoke coldly into the air. You're really not afraid I'll notify the umbu? Boldly returning after defecting from the village, you must hold the Sannin title in no regard. From behind a tree, Simi emerged slowly, a faint smile playing on his lips. I didn't expect Lord Orochimaru to care so much about such an empty title. Within the Byakugan's vision, nothing escaped notice. Orochimaru had arrived alone, which was why Simi dared to appear so openly. Even so, Simi maintained an unprecedented level of caution, his stance ready to spring into attack at a moment's notice. Orochimaru's hand almost certainly held countless hidden cards, and he could summon a jutsu never before seen from nowhere. Simi had no choice but to remain vigilant. Yet Simi was confident Orochimaru would reveal himself. After all, the bait was enticing enough. As the leading figure in ninja science, Orochimaru had long coveted the unique Kekkei Genkai of clans like the Hyuga and Uchiha. However, bound by being a Konoha shinobi himself, he had never found the chance to strike. To someone like Orochimaru, comrades paled in importance to his research. Now that Simi had personally delivered a pair of Byakugan, Orochimaru could hardly refuse. This gesture bore great weight. Simi fully understood that the man before him, though outwardly known as one of the fearsome 3 legendary Sannin, was gradually estranged from Konoha. Orochimaru pursued relentless advancement through science, delving into the mysteries of ninjutsu. His utterly unrestrained human experiments would one day be intolerable to Konoha. Soon, upon discovery of his hidden laboratory by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru would be forced to leave the village. If one wished to cooperate with Orochimaru, now was the optimal moment. Orochimaru regarded the youth before him with keen interest. I accept the Byakugan. But you risked so much to return. What exactly do you want? Collaboration. Simi replied without hesitation. Collaboration? Orochimaru sneered coldly. In terms of audacity, you are indeed the boldest brat I have ever met. Speak your mind, my patience is limited. Unfazed, Simi produced another specially crafted container from his robes and gently opened it. Under the moonlight, a pair of crimson single-tomo Sharingan rested quietly in the nurturing fluid, radiating an eerie glow. Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply, his breath quickening involuntarily. Almost instantly, he understood Simi's intentions. He licked his lips with suppressed excitement. You are even greedier than I imagined, little Hyuga. Without Uchiha blood, attempting to wield the Sharingan is sheer folly. That's where you, Lord Orochimaru, come in. Simi closed the container. I need to transplant one eye, the other can serve as payment. How does that sound? A brief silence fell over the forest. The night wind rustled the leaves. Orochimaru suddenly emitted a low, deep chuckle, his golden vertical pupils fixed intently on Simi. Interesting, truly interesting. It seems the Hyuga clan has produced an extraordinary individual. But why should I agree? Simi's expression remained unchanged. Lord Orochimaru has been lacking experimental subjects lately, especially those related to Kekkei Genkai. Besides, I imagine you wouldn't want the third Hokage to uncover your little experiments in the underground laboratory? Orochimaru's smile stiffened momentarily before turning more menacing. It seems you know quite a bit. Likewise, Simi replied. The terms you offer align well with my interests. Orochimaru chuckled. But here's the problem. Why should I believe you that I will help you? Simi crossed his arms, a faint smile on his lips. Because I know what you truly desire, Lord Orochimaru. Oh? Orochimaru raised an intrigued brow. I can not only provide you with Byakugan, Simi slowly raised both hands and assumed a peculiar hand sign, but also assist you in researching the secrets of Kekkei Genkai. His hands intertwined before his chest, weaving into the shape of the bagua, then gently pushed outward. Upon closer observation, chakra condensed in Simi's palms, eventually coalescing into a swirling blue orb of light. Simi's movements were deliberately slow, yet Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively sensing danger. Bagua palm. Reversal of heaven. In an instant, a violent chakra shockwave erupted from Simi's palm, surging forward with overwhelming force. Boom! Orochimaru's upper body was instantly torn apart, the shockwave continuing unabated, leveling the forest tens of meters behind him. Towering trees were uprooted, and the earth was gouged with a deep trench. Moments later, Orochimaru's severed lower half collapsed to the ground, transforming into a half-length white serpent's body. Another intact Orochimaru stepped out from behind a tree, eyes gleaming dangerously. If I hadn't prepared a substitute in advance, you might have actually killed me. Orochimaru's voice carried a chilling edge. Simi relaxed his stance, his smile unwavering. If you still got hit after my warning, you don't deserve the title of Sannin, Lord Orochimaru. Smooth talker, Orochimaru snorted, but his gaze involuntarily dropped to Simi's hands. If not for witnessing it firsthand, he would have found it hard to believe the Hyuga clan could develop such a devastating jutsu. This was a new technique Simi had devised over recent days by refining the Byakugan. His principle was essentially the bagua palm, reversal of heaven, but with the addition of shape transformation. Instead of releasing chakra through all the body's pressure points, it forcibly redirected chakra flow within the body to release it solely through the hand's pressure points. Compared to bagua palm, mountain crushing, this technique required longer preparation. However, because it released chakra directly outward, its destructive power was greater, as was its range. If not for the incongruity in style, Simi had originally intended to name this technique Kamehameha. The Byakugan can only unleash its full power in my hands. This is no arrogance on my part. The Hyuga clan has utterly decayed in the present day. Sento spoke slowly, his voice heavy with conviction. The Hyuga have been lost in the glory of the past, gnawing away at the legacy left by their ancestors, all the while hoping that such a state might endure forever. Orochimaru regarded the young man before him in silence, a faint trace of involuntary admiration flickering in his golden, vertical pupils. After a moment, he turned and strode toward the depths of the dense forest. Follow me, Orochimaru said without looking back. Do not forget your promise. Within one of Orochimaru's secret bases, atop a cold metallic operating table, Sento slowly opened his right eye. His left eye was swathed in pristine bandages, faintly stained with blood. The right eye remained the original Byakugan. As for Sento's left eye, it had been transplanted with the Sharingan of Uchiha Hazuki, which he had obtained during the Night of the Nine Tails. The other Sharingan of Uchiha Hazuki, by agreement, was kept by Orochimaru for research. All right, rise. Orochimaru stood beside the operating table, idly twirling a test tube filled with a pale green liquid in his hand. Sento propped himself up, wincing at the sharp sting radiating from his left eye. He raised his hand to touch the bandage lightly, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his lips. As expected of Lord Orochimaru, the surgery was a complete success. Spare me the flattery. Orochimaru placed the test tube in a metal rack. With your skills, even if I did not assist you, you would have found someone else to perform the eye transplant. I'm not talking about the eye transplant. Sento's gaze swept across the laboratory, taking in the intricate instruments. He had not anticipated that Lord Orochimaru had already established such a base within the Land of Fields. They were no longer in Konoha, but within the northern reaches of the Land of Fire, in the Land of Fields territory. Sento knew that after Orochimaru's defection from Konoha, he would gradually infiltrate the Land of Fields, beginning to traffic people from all corners of the ninja world to populate his stronghold. He had even created an entirely new sound village to conceal these activities. Yet, he had not expected that even at this moment, Orochimaru was already stealthily extending his influence into the Land of Fields. The walls of the laboratory were adorned with various experimental data charts. In one corner stood several incubation chambers, inside which floated unidentified biological tissues. The ventilation system emitted a faint hum, continuously extracting the pungent odor of potions from the room. Every detail bore the unmistakable hallmark of Orochimaru's style, cold and efficient. Orochimaru picked up a clipboard and scribbled swiftly. Although the surgery is complete, given your constitution, it would be best to wait a week before attempting to use that Sharingan. He looked up, a meaningful smile playing upon his lips. Of course, I am even more eager to observe any rejection reactions. That way, I can verify my new theory. Hasn't Lord Orochimaru already recorded all the surgical data? Sento asked with a light chuckle. You do know quite a bit. Orochimaru set down the clipboard. I never realized before that you were the most gifted of your generation. The Red Bean Batch, the bird breaking free from the cage of the Hyuga clan. Likewise, Sento rose to his feet, peering through the thick glass on either side above. The lush forest outside was faintly visible. I have already flown out of the cage. What about you, Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru's gaze suddenly turned icy. What do you mean? Why ask when you already know? Sento turned to face Orochimaru. Establishing a base like this in the Land of Fields, Lord Orochimaru, you must have long ago planned your retreat. The atmosphere within the laboratory instantly froze. Orochimaru's fingers trembled slightly before morphing into a smile. If you had not already defected, Orochimaru's voice was cold and cutting. The moment you uttered those words, I would have killed you. Sento calmly adjusted his sleeves. Those who walk at the forefront of their era are always misunderstood. There are usually only two outcomes for those not embraced by their time: madness or death. Lord Orochimaru, which do you believe you shall be? Orochimaru remained silent for a long while. Sento cared little for his answer, turning away with a final remark. Pleasure working with you, Lord Orochimaru. I shall take care of those little pests trailing behind me. It's been a while since I've had some exercise. Orochimaru's pupils contracted slightly. His slender tongue unconsciously licked his lips. He had not sensed anyone following them, yet Sento had effortlessly detected the pursuers. Since Sento spoke thus, Orochimaru naturally would not think he was fabricating. They were collaborators now. Sento had no reason to deceive him on such a matter. The realization that Sento's sensory abilities surpassed his own both astonished and thrilled Orochimaru. Watching Sento's departing figure, he murmured softly, "You never cease to surprise me." Not far from the base, within the dense forest, a covert squad composed of Hyuga clan trackers was advancing. By now, Sento's status as a rogue ninja had been officially announced by Konoha and disseminated to all nations. The squads tasked with capturing Sento were composed entirely of chunin and higher-ranked shinobi. Each covert unit comprised a leading jonin accompanied by 3 subordinate chunin or jonin, forming an elite ANBU squad. Additionally, each team was assigned a Hyuga clan jonin responsible for tracking Sento's movements. Besides the squad following Sento, 4 other squads were converging from different directions, establishing an extensive encirclement. Konoha's strength was unprecedentedly diminished. With the deaths of the 4th Hokage and his wife, the number of top-tier shinobi had drastically declined. The Ninetales incident had severely weakened Konoha's power, and unrest had resurfaced along the borders. Iwagakure and Kumogakure were both restless. The village's elite jonin had been fully mobilized to fortify the front lines. That such a formidable force was dispatched to pursue Sento underscored the gravity with which Konoha regarded the matter. Within the forest, one Hyuga tracker suddenly raised his right fist, signaling for the entire squad to halt immediately. Veins bulged around his Byakugan as he scrutinized the terrain ahead. Between 300 and 350 meters ahead, signs of human interference, remarkably similar to the traces we found previously. Be advised, if combat ensues, avoid using shadow clones unless absolutely necessary. Hyuga Sento possesses the Byakugan and may be able to see through shadow clones. Do not waste chakra. A nearby shinobi asked in surprise. The Byakugan can see through shadow clones? Normally, no. But with Hyuga Sento I cannot guarantee that, the Hyuga tracker replied. He recalled witnessing that night during the Ninetales incident, when Sento's forehead shone smooth and unblemished. No longer a caged bird, what form had his Byakugan taken? The surrounding ANBU nodded in unison. Shirshin, the ANBU squad leader, codenamed Blue Hawk, lowered his voice to a whisper. One of the team, a shinobi of the Aburame clan, flicked his hands from his sleeves, releasing dozens of black insects that silently flew toward the target area. Moments later, he confirmed in a grave tone, "These are traces left by Hyuga Sento." Blue Hawk immediately issued a tactical hand signal. Another ANBU swiftly formed hand seals and slammed a palm onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu, a gray-furred ninja dog appeared in response, dashing rapidly toward the nearest allied squad to deliver the message. At that moment, the tracker's expression darkened suddenly. Someone is approaching. Very fast. The well-trained ANBU members instantly dispersed, forming a defensive formation. But in the next instant, bang! A faint sound echoed as a chakra shockwave, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, shot forth from the treetops, striking the chest of the Aburame shinobi with unerring precision. By the time everyone realized what had happened, it was too late. The Aburame shinobi fell to the ground without even a muffled grunt. Enemy attack. The Hyuga tracker instantaneously appeared beside Shirshin, gently touching his meridians. His face grew grave. It's the 8 trigrams empty palm. Stay alert. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless barrage of air-piercing sounds followed, no longer concealed. Blue Hawk, seeing Aburame Shirshin felled by a single strike, hastily formed hand seals with both hands and slammed the ground. Earth release, earth formation wall. With a muffled boom, a massive earthen wall surged from the ground, perfectly blocking the path ahead. Several dull thuds followed in quick succession as the 8 trigrams empty palm struck the wall repeatedly, stirring a cloud of dust that filled the air. Everyone, disperse. Maintain the triangular formation. Song Ing barked sharply, simultaneously drawing 3 smoke bombs from his ninja pouch and hurling them in all directions. Thick smoke instantly spread, shrouding the entire area. Within the haze, the Byakugan of Hizashi remained distinctly visible. Be careful. Yes, moving. Hizashi shouted, his eyes wide with astonishment. The striking range of the 8 trigrams empty palm was unbelievably vast. As a member of the Hyuga clan, he was intimately familiar with the technique's capabilities. If he himself had unleashed the 8 trigrams empty palm from the same distance, its impact would have been little more than a mere tickle. Yet, the opponent had managed to topple an Umbu operative outright. This stark contrast revealed a fundamental disparity in the quality of Byakugan usage. Hizashi refused to accept this truth. Could it be that his Byakugan was inferior to the other's? A creeping fear of the unknown made him hesitate. At that moment, a strange thought surged within him. He no longer pondered merely whether they could bring Seimi back safely. Instead, he questioned whether they could escape unscathed at all. Deep within the dense forest ahead, Seimi's figure flickered faintly. Perched on a thick branch of a towering tree, the bandage over his left eye had been removed, revealing a crimson Sharingan with 3 tomo, leisurely rotating. Seimi possessed both the Byakugan and the Sharingan bloodline limits. The so-called rejection reaction was nothing but baseless nonsense. The original single tomo Sharingan, upon integrating into his body, had transformed into its 3 tomo form due to Seimi's unique chakra. In other words, it had become his own Sharingan in its entirety. Then, let us begin. After a brief moment of testing, a smile played across Seimi's lips as he dashed forward with swift strides. The Umbu ninja stationed ahead caught sight of Seimi's rapid approach. No words were needed. Their objectives were aligned. Fire release. Phoenix flower fire technique. An Umbu suddenly leapt high from the treetop, swiftly forming hand seals as dozens of scorching fireballs erupted from his mouth, spreading out like blooming phoenix flowers to engulf Seimi. Seimi's crimson Sharingan spun rapidly, the 3 tomo whirling in his pupils. Almost simultaneously, he formed the same hand seals and unleashed the identical jutsu from his own mouth. Fire release. Phoenix flower fire technique. The 2 streams of fireballs collided midair, erupting in a deafening roar. Scorching flames scattered in all directions, setting the surrounding trees ablaze. Impossible, Hizashi exclaimed, stunned. Seimi could not use fire release. The 3 Umbu ninja were equally astonished. The intelligence reports indicated that Seimi specialized solely in the Hyuga clan's gentle fist and taijutsu, with no mention of any proficiency in fire techniques. Yet, observing his movements, his mastery of fire release was impeccable. Originally, Seimi's chakra nature was limited to earth release alone. However, the bloodline limit encompassed not only the corresponding physical traits but also the associated ninjutsu and chakra attributes. When absorbing the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, Seimi had simultaneously assimilated their specialized fire release chakra nature. One of the Sharingan's abilities was to observe and replicate an opponent's actions. Seimi could perform the same jutsu better and faster than his adversary. Amidst his shock, Hizashi's Byakugan bulged with veins as he locked his gaze on Seimi's figure with unwavering intensity. At the moment their eyes met, a flash of scarlet light flickered in Seimi's pupils, distorting Hizashi's vision suddenly. He saw Seimi halt, form hand seals, then slam both hands heavily upon the ground. Summoning jutsu, from the billowing smoke emerged a colossal, sky-darkening orange demon fox, roaring fiercely before them. Its 9 tails swept across the forest, uprooting towering trees as if they were mere stalks of straw. Boom! Boundless chaos erupted anew. The 3 Umbu ninja barely had time to react before being shredded into a crimson mist beneath the 9 tails' claws. No! Hizashi roared in despair. The 9 tails, could it truly be the 9 tails? Was Seimi Hyuga the mastermind behind the 9 tails incident? Memories flooded back once more. Hizashi trembled uncontrollably, recalling how powerless he had felt before the 9 tails, that sensation of being a mere ant. He never wished to endure it again. Seimi stood proudly atop the 9 tails, his eyes one red, one white, gazing down as he declared, "One day, Konoha will be mine. Pull yourself together, Hizashi." Snapping back to reality, Hizashi awoke to find Umbu Captain Song-ing placing his hand on his shoulder, forming hand seals with one hand to channel chakra into him. Hizashi instantly realized he had been caught in an illusion. The 9 tails he had just seen was merely a mirage. The Sharingan. Seimi possessed the Sharingan. Hizashi hurriedly spoke up. Song-ing responded expressionlessly, "We already know." Looking ahead, Hizashi saw that during his trance, another Umbu had fallen. Song-ing's left arm hung limply. In a brief encounter, he had been wounded by Seimi. Cold sweat beaded at Song-ing's temple. As a jonin, he had undertaken countless perilous missions but had never confronted such a formidable adversary. This rogue Hyuga's strength far exceeded intelligence estimates. Sharingan and Byakugan. The mere existence of this combination in one individual warranted Konoha deploying its most clandestine forces to eliminate him before he could rise. The 2 most renowned ocular jutsus in Konoha history were now united in a single person, a situation unprecedented and an unparalleled crisis. Hizashi steeled himself and declared, "When facing the Sharingan, do not look into his eyes. I have the Byakugan. I don't need to meet his gaze directly. I'll take charge of the main assault. Cover me." The tactical plan was swiftly communicated. At once, Hizashi and 2 Umbu ninja leapt into action. Hizashi charged straight at Seimi while the 2 Umbu rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Song-ing and his companion coordinated seamlessly, merging their jutsus into one. The blazing fireball, fueled by the howling wind, surged into a raging sea of flames sweeping toward Seimi. The fierce blaze was laced with sharp wind blades, severing and igniting every tree in its path. Simultaneously, Hizashi launched a flanking assault. He lowered his head deliberately to avoid Seimi's Sharingan gaze, his hands gathering blue chakra shaped like a lioness head. Gentle step twin lion fists. Despite being pincer-attacked, Seimi only laughed softly and advanced without retreat. Among Konoha's 2 great bloodline limits, the Sharingan's strengths lay in genjutsu and mimicking opponents' moves, surpassing the Byakugan's observational prowess. In an instant, the hand seals formed by the Umbu were recorded by Seimi. His hands swiftly formed seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Flames spewed from his mouth, colliding head-on with the incoming sea of fire. The intense blaze exploded midair, unleashing a fervent inferno. Though Seimi's fire release was still somewhat raw compared to the combined ninjutsu, and despite his greater chakra reserves, he gradually found himself overwhelmed. Though his power was inferior, he had bought himself precious time. 8 trigrams empty palm, mountain crushing. Seimi thrust his right palm forward. A violent chakra shockwave slammed into the clashing flames, amplifying their force. In an instant, the sea of fire recoiled, surging back toward Song-ing and his companion. "Scatter!" Song-ing shouted urgently as they dodged in panic. The scorching wave brushed past, singeing the edges of their cloaks. Amidst the fierce battle, Hizashi closed the distance to within mere inches of Seimi's side. Perfect opening. At such proximity, Seimi had no time to turn around. Yet, in the next moment, Hizashi saw Seimi turn his back calmly and spin his body. Return heaven. A surge of cerulean chakra spiraled forth with a sudden eruption, its vast range far surpassing what an ordinary member of the Hyuga clan could manifest. Hizashi felt an overwhelming force assault him, and like a kite severed from its string, he was violently hurled backward, crashing heavily against a towering tree, spewing a mouthful of blood. He gazed at Seiji in utter disbelief. Kaiten? When did Seiji learn this technique? What shocked him even more was that, akin to the 8 trigrams air palm, Seiji's Kaiten possessed an immense range and devastating power. Hisashi felt the chakra within his body spiral into utter chaos, dizziness engulfing him, rendering him momentarily incapable of reconstituting his chakra. In that fleeting daze, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from ahead. Seiji's speed surged to its utmost limit, seizing the moment of Hisashi's injury to dart before another ANBU ninja. That ANBU ninja showed no trace of fear. His right hand swiftly drew the sword at his waist, silently adopting an offensive stance, the blade's tip aimed directly at Seiji's throat. Whoosh! The gleam of steel flashed but halted abruptly just 3 inches from Seiji's throat. The insight granted by the Byakugan allowed Seiji to effortlessly anticipate the attack's trajectory. He sidestepped the blade, bringing his right hand's index and middle fingers together to precisely strike a vital pressure point on the ANBU's abdomen. The ANBU emitted a muffled grunt, his legs instantly weakening, collapsing to his knees. Seiji granted him no respite. His left palm followed swiftly, forcefully striking the man's forehead. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the ANBU's mask shattered, revealing a face contorted in agony beneath. His eyes rapidly glazed over, his body slackened like a puppet with severed strings. Wind release, vacuum wave, a fierce cry of a hawk resounded from the side. The figure rapidly formed hand seals, expelling razor-sharp wind blades from his mouth. These blades tore through the air with shrill whistles, severing all vegetation in their path and gouging deep furrows into the earth. True to ANBU's ruthlessness, they could even use the sacrifice of comrades as bait. A faint smile curved Seiji's lips as his hands swiftly formed an 8-trigram seal before his chest. 8 trigrams air wall, a translucent chakra barrier blossomed before him. The wind blades collided against the shield, erupting in a piercing blast. The barrier held for less than 2 seconds before shattering with a thunderous crash. Behind the distorted shockwave, Seiji's figure had already vanished. The hawk remained frozen in his hand seal stance, suddenly sensing a chill at the nape of his neck. Seiji had somehow slipped behind him, a cold shuriken pressed against his throat. This ends here. The moment the shuriken sliced through the air, a puff of white smoke exploded, and the hawk's figure vanished. Left behind was only a severed wooden decoy stake. A substitution technique? The ground suddenly split open, and a pair of hands burst through the soil, gripping Seiji's ankle with ironclad tenacity. Earth release. Mind severing. The hawk's voice echoed underground, laced with resolute murderous intent. Before he could exert his strength to drag Seiji beneath the earth, an overwhelming pressure descended from above. Seiji's Byakugan clearly perceived the hawk underground and chuckled lightly. Nothing escapes these eyes. 8 trigrams air palm, mountain crushing. In the next instant, Seiji's right palm slammed forcefully into the earth. A violent chakra shockwave pierced the soil, detonating beneath with rolling waves. The hawk's agonized screams echoed from below before abruptly ceasing. As the dust settled, only a pair of rigid hands remained on the surface, fingers twisted wide in a final struggle before death. The entire ANBU squad was annihilated. The forest returned to its eerie silence. Hisashi struggled to rise, adopting the gentle fist stance. Watching Seiji, who had already dealt with the others and now approached him calmly, a bitter smile tugged at his lips. Seiji had already revealed astonishing potential. His mastery of gentle fist surpassed Hisashi's, and he even possessed the Sharingan. One-on-one, Hisashi saw no chance of victory. Avoiding direct eye contact placed him at a grave disadvantage in close combat. Yet, despite this, he refused to kneel and beg mercy from this former clansman. To fall on the battlefield was the noblest death for a shinobi. Any last words? Seiji's expression relaxed, his hands hanging casually by his sides. So this is why you betrayed us. Hisashi's voice was hoarse. In the end, it was all for power. No, Seiji interrupted. Power is essential in this chaotic era. I may choose not to wield it, but I cannot do without it. Secondly, he continued, you and I are both Hyuga. You should understand better than anyone why I've done this. We are caged birds. Hisashi fell silent for a moment, his gaze dimming. I understand, but today, only one of us will survive. Come. Suddenly, Seiji laughed. Who said I intend to kill you? What? Hisashi was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, Seiji vanished, reappearing before him. Hisashi hastily raised his hand to block but met the gaze of the Crimson Sharingan. Damn! Hisashi quickly turned his head, but his movements were disordered. Seiji's hands slithered through his defense like serpents, producing 2 sharp snaps as he precisely struck and broke Hisashi's wrists, leaving his defenses wide open. For a moment, Hisashi was overwhelmed by a memory from years ago on the training field, where he had taught Seiji in exactly this manner. Who would have thought that now, he would perish beneath the gentle fist he knew so intimately? As Seiji's palm pressed against his forehead, Hisashi closed his eyes in despair. Yet the anticipated searing pain never came, only a gentle touch from the palm. Hisashi blinked in astonishment as Seiji turned and walked away. Look closely, the future of the Hyuga clan. Seiji's voice drifted behind him. As if guided by some unseen force, a tingling sensation radiated from his tailbone. Instinctively, Hisashi removed his forehead protector and held it in his hand. In the metallic reflection, he was stunned to discover that the cursed seal of the caged bird on his forehead had vanished. A silent roar echoed within Hisashi's heart. Witnessing this, his hands trembled violently, tears streaming uncontrollably. Decades of shackles had been effortlessly undone. Overwhelmed by both ecstasy and dread, Hisashi's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. From afar, Seiji's voice drifted on the wind. The future of the Hyuga will be in my hands. Will you continue as a chained dog or become a bird soaring free? The choice begins now. Silently, Hisashi's tears fell upon the forehead protector. The relentless mental turmoil proved too much. His vision darkened, and he fainted. Minutes later, as several figures leapt through the forest, an ANBU squad arrived one after another, having received the ninja dog signal. What happened here? They had just reached the scene and found chaos, the bodies of their comrades strewn about. Trees were scorched and cleaved, the earth shattered, like a vision of hell. Lord Hisashi, the Hyuga Jonin accompanying the ANBU squad rushed to the unconscious Hisashi's side. After a brief examination, he exclaimed with relief, "Thank goodness, he is still alive." Hisashi groggily opened his eyes, taking in the scene before him. Reinforcements finally arrived. "Lord Hisashi, what of Hyuga Seiji?" one of the Hyuga ninjas asked. Hisashi snapped awake, instinctively touching his forehead. His forehead protector remained firmly in place, not dislodged. Was it an illusion again? Hisashi's mind was a tangled mess. He had fallen victim to Seiji's genjutsu once more. Or was it truly an illusion? He could not say. He wished it were real, yet also wished it were false. He glanced sideways. The Hawk and the other 3 ANBU who had accompanied him were all dead. The entire squad was reduced to just him. Yet, recalling the sensation during the genjutsu, Hisashi felt little shame in his survival. On the contrary, a faint sense of relief stirred within him. If one day he could truly witness that scene, he vowed to survive. When questioned by his clansmen, Hisashi shook his head slightly. Hyuga Seiji suddenly appeared, defeated us, and vanished without a trace. The Hyuga Jonin clenched his fists in fury and demanded, "Damn it! Is his strength truly that formidable? Aside from the Byakugan, what other abilities has he employed?" This question left the Hyuga clan head silent. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Nothing else, just the Byakugan. His mastery of the Byakugan far surpasses mine." This revelation startled the surrounding shinobi. They had initially believed that Sammy's ability to defeat Kakashi stemmed from Kakashi and his Umbu squad's underestimation. Yet it turned out they had still underestimated Sammy's prowess. Even an elite Umbu squad, combined with the Byakugan, was powerless to restrain him. The Jonin leading the team nodded to the others and said, "The situation has changed. Assemble everyone and disseminate the latest intelligence on Hyuga Sanmi. From now on, if any individual encounters Hyuga Sanmi, engagement in combat is strictly forbidden. The priority is to track and relay information." The others responded in unison, "Understood." Half a month later, at the border of the Land of Water, Sanmi, clad in white, converged with Obito, who wore a mask. Beside Obito stood another figure dressed in black. His skin pale and features peculiar. From both sides of his neck sprouted long leaves that draped over his head, resembling a pitcher plant from afar. Obito introduced him to Sanmi. "This is White Zetsu. From here on, he will escort you into Kirigakure." Sanmi inquired, "Under what identity shall we enter Kirigakure?" Obito replied, "That's none of your concern. I have already arranged everything." With that, Obito vanished using the body flicker technique, leaving behind a single phrase echoing from afar. "When the time is ripe, I will come to find you again. Since we are to collaborate, show your sincerity. You need me just as much as I need you, Hyuga Sanmi." Sanmi let out a faint chuckle. That is indeed true. At this moment, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, of Kirigakure was likely already under Obito's genjutsu control. Obito, wielding the Mizukage's authority, had transformed Kirigakure, freshly escaped from the war, back into the village hidden in the mist of blood. Under this oppressive regime, the shinobi of Kirigakure fled in droves. Thus, the village once again descended into turmoil. However, simply controlling the 4th Mizukage was insufficient for Obito to fully command Kirigakure. His decision to place Sanmi within the village was certainly not a mere act of kindness to provide him shelter. Sanmi was a blade, Obito's blade to stabilize Kirigakure. What Obito did not know was that this was also Sanmi's intention. During these past 2 weeks, Sanmi devoted himself to studying his Byakugan and the seal scroll he had seized from Konoha. Occasionally, when Konoha's pursuit squads caught up to him, Sanmi struck decisively. Along the land of Fire's border, a cat-and-mouse game of pursuit and evasion unfolded. Sammy's Byakugan observation range exceeded that of ordinary Byakugan users. Coupled with his innate sensory abilities and possession of the Sharingan, he held complete initiative in the chase. The pursuit squads encountering Sammy was not due to their strength but because Sammy allowed himself to be found. And the reason he revealed himself was his absolute confidence in victory. In long-range combat, Sammy wielded the 8 trigrams empty palm. At close quarters, he combined the Sharingan with gentle fist techniques. The combined observational prowess of both eyes, enhanced by gentle fist, rendered him invincible in close combat. Every pursuit squad that encountered Sammy could not withstand this combination. The outcomes of battles were overwhelmingly one-sided. Sammy eliminated all Umbu accompanying the Hyuga clan members, then cast genjutsu on the remaining Hyuga clan shinobi using the Sharingan. Yet, Sammy never annihilated them completely. He always withdrew before the Umbu South encirclement could close fully, leaving behind devastation. Konoha's Umbu were utterly powerless against this. When they united, Sammy would not appear. Once dispersed, they were picked off one by one. Only after Sammy had slain over a dozen Umbu did Konoha finally relent in despair. They had to admit that without deploying top-tier warriors. The current Konoha was incapable of subduing Sammy. Ironically, Konoha's greatest deficiency at this time was precisely such elite fighters. Sammy gained much from this process. Besides replicating over 10 ninjutsu techniques with the Sharingan, he gradually adapted to combining his Sharingan and Byakugan in battle. The reason he spared Hyuga Hitoshi and the Hyuga clan members operating with the Umbu was for future considerations. Restricted by system rules, Sammy could no longer augment his chakra by absorbing the Byakugan. Any bloodline limit Sammy possessed could be relinquished through reversal at any time. Afterward, the bloodline limit transformed into chakra that merged into Sammy's body. Just as he had done on the night of the Ninetales rampage, his chakra surged dramatically. However, each bloodline limit only granted chakra bonuses upon its first reversal. If Sammy acquired the same bloodline limit again and chose to relinquish it, no further benefits would ensue. Lacking Orochimaru's scientific expertise, Sammy had yet to uncover the reason behind this. Therefore, for Sammy's future ambitions, sparing these Hyuga clan members rather than killing them outright served as a greater deterrent to the Hyuga family. This strategy also fractured the Hyuga's influence within Konoha. The Hyuga clan's shinobi and Umbu pursued Sammy together, yet all Umbu perished while only the Hyuga clan members survived. Over time, how might the Umbu and Konoha's leadership perceive this? Why did Sammy only target the Umbu? Had the Hyuga clan reached some agreement with Sammy? Did they still maintain contact? No one but the Hyuga clan knew the answers. Sammy believed that without his explicit indication, Konoha's upper echelons had already sensed something amiss. This was evident from the recent decline in pursuit squad activity. They were afraid or perhaps hesitant. Continuing the chase would only serve to deliver Sammy to them on a silver platter, accomplishing nothing. Instead, it increasingly resembled a coordinated effort between Sammy and the Hyuga clan to eradicate Konoha's Umbu forces. Each report of a completely wiped-out Umbu squad, with only accompanying Hyuga clan members surviving, fed the speculation. The Hyuga clan was left speechless in the face of such accusations. It was said that Hyuga Hizashi shattered several tea tables in his home out of frustration. Yet, upon receiving orders forbidding further deployment of clan members to pursue Hyuga Sammy, he could only sigh deeply. Within the borders of the land of water, the damp sea breeze bore the briny scent. Sammy followed White Zetsu through a fog-laden forest. The earth beneath their feet softened and sticky from continuous rain. In the distance, Kirigakure's towering walls loomed faintly through the mist. We've arrived. White Zetsu's 2 large leaves rustled with his movements. Wait a moment. His body suddenly sank into the ground. Then, after a brief pause, he emerged clutching a neatly folded set of clothing and a pristine white mask. Here, change into this. From today onward, you shall serve as the personal bodyguard of the 4th Mizukage. Sammy caught the garments, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Very well. Watching White Zetsu bustle about, Sammy teased. Every time I see you burrow into the earth, I find it quite amusing. That ability of yours is really convenient. White Zetsu chuckled heartily, somewhat embarrassed. Well, that's about all I can do. These recent days of companionship had drawn Sammy and White Zetsu into a familiar rapport. White Zetsu's personality was rather whimsical, perfectly complementing Sammy's own. Though aware that White Zetsu was an artificially created life form designed to monitor him, having such a little creature nearby at least prevented the journey from becoming too tedious. Inside the Mizukage's office, candlelight flickered gently. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, sat behind a spacious desk, his diminutive frame almost swallowed by the chair. He appeared remarkably young, with a head of short, orange hair and emerald eyes that, at this moment, seemed somewhat vacant. Mizukichi-sama, the individual has been brought in, reported a Kirigakure shinobi, kneeling on one knee. Yugura's gaze flickered briefly, then regained its clarity. Let him enter. The office door was pushed open, and Saimai, wearing a white mask, stepped in with measured pace. By now, Saimai had changed into the attire of Kirigakure's umbu, indistinguishable from any ordinary umbu ninja. I have familiarized myself with your circumstances. Henceforth, your code name shall be White. Yugura's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. Understood. Saimai responded with a smile. Obito had indeed arranged everything. White. That name evoked a certain figure in Saimai's memory. At this time, the other party would have been merely a small child of a few years. Yugura retrieved a scroll from the drawer. Your first mission. 3 days ago, anomalies were detected at the national border. An umbu unit previously dispatched there has lost contact. All detailed information is contained herein. Once you have settled in, depart immediately. Ascertain the cause, and if there are survivors, bring them back. As Saimai reached out to take the scroll, the office door was suddenly flung open. An elderly, bald man without a mustache burst in, flanked by numerous shinobi. His wrinkled face was etched with fury, and his cane thudded heavily against the floor. Fourth Mizukichi, what exactly are you intending to do? Though addressing Yugura respectfully, the elder's tone was laden with accusation. Yugura rose slowly. Elder Gen, I do not understand your implication. Gen withdrew a paper from his bosom, nearly crushing it in his grasp. Is this an order you signed? Demanding that each clan dispatch members to form a new assassination unit? It is indeed an order I issued. Yugura's voice remained serene. Is there a problem? A problem? Gen laughed bitterly with rage. Do you realize this is tantamount to demanding hostages from the clans? How do you think the clans will perceive this? The village is beset by troubles both within and without. The daimyo has already reduced funding. Where are we to find the resources to sustain such a unit? In response to Gen's interrogation, Yugura replied coldly, This is my decision as Mizukichi. I have previously consulted with the elders. You yourself expressed agreement. This completely contradicts what we discussed.
Gen roared.
I demand that the fourth Mizukichi immediately rescind this order. Saimai suddenly interrupted, Elder Gen, you may retain your opinions, but the Mizukichi of Kirigakure is the fourth Mizukichi-sama. His actions do not require the elder's approval for every matter. A profound silence fell upon the office. Gen's sharp gaze turned to Saimai. Who are you? At that moment, a shinobi wearing a single eye patch swiftly approached from behind Gen and whispered a few words in his ear. Gen's expression changed drastically, and he fixed Saimai with a silent stare. Saimai regarded the eye patch-wearing shinobi with interest, a faint smile curving beneath the mask. How intriguing. I did not expect to encounter a Byakugan here. Yugura explained, Codename White is the newly appointed captain of the assassination unit and also my personal bodyguard. Gen's demeanor softened abruptly. I see. It appears the old man has intruded presumptuously today. I only hope the fourth Mizukichi proceeds with greater caution henceforth, so as not to invite the daimyo's reprimand upon the village. With that, he and the guards exited the office. They had come and gone swiftly, as though nothing had transpired. Once the others had departed, Saimai remarked, It seems the fourth Mizukichi's governance is fraught with considerable hardship. Yugura silently resumed his seat and calmly stated, As long as I remain in office, Kirigakure shall never fall into crisis. Saimai chuckled softly, offering no further comment, then vanished in an instant. Yugura Karatachi, the fourth Mizukichi, was also a Jinchuriki sealed with the three tails within him. He was among the rare Jinchuriki capable of mastering the power of a tailed beast with proficiency. As the village's ultimate weapon and its Mizukichi, Yugura was indeed entitled to make such a declaration. Aside from the tailed beast, Yugura's personal combat prowess was formidable as well. When he ascended to the position of Mizukichi, no one intervened. His appointment was entirely by virtue of his own strength. If he had one weakness, it was that he once fell under Obito's Genjutsu through the Sharingan due to a moment's carelessness. But when confronting Obito unexpectedly and without understanding his abilities, anyone would suffer setbacks. Even Minato Namikaze, renowned as the Yellow Flash, nearly succumbed. Saimai's advantage lay in his understanding of the plot and Obito's powers, which allowed him to hold his own against Obito. If he truly wished to kill Obito, Saimai could not accomplish it. Cornered, Obito could simply use Kamui to escape, and Saimai would be powerless to stop him. Contemplating this, Saimai deeply felt how much he still needed to improve. Having joined Kirigakure and freed from the confines of a caged bird, he could finally breathe a temporary sigh of relief. He intended to use this period to discover the combat style best suited to him and to rapidly enhance his own strength. Yet before that, there was still one matter to attend to. In the shadowy alleys of Kirigakure, Ao stepped out from Elder Gen's residence. Suddenly, His footsteps halted on the damp stone pavement, his right hand already resting upon the kunai at his waist. He spoke coldly into the empty alleyway. "Show yourself." Saimai emerged from the shadows, a playful smile gracing his lips. Impressive observation. Upon recognizing the visitor, Ao's expression changed abruptly. "Lord White, what is your business?" He took a half-step back, his back pressing against the cold stone wall. "Why the pretense?" Saimai advanced slowly. "You should know why I have come. Does this I still serve you well?" In the Mizukage's office, Saimai had glimpsed only a narrow opening among the crowd, but he had seen clearly. Among the Byakugan users in Kirigakure, if Saimai recalled correctly, his name was Ao. Like the original Saimai, Ao was also a sensory-type ninja. Saimai was not surprised that Ao had discovered his identity. After all, he had no intention of concealing it. Ao instinctively covered his eye with his right hand. "I do not know what you are talking about. You should have anticipated being discovered when you spied on me with that eye," Saimai said. Ao fell silent for a moment before slowly removing his eye patch, revealing a single Byakugan beneath. "Using this eye without the Hyuga bloodline is quite a strain, I senti it?" Saimai smiled. Ao asked gravely, "What do you want?" "The S-rank missing nin from Konoha, Hyuga Saimai." Saimai remained impassive. "Simple, either surrender the Byakugan or die." "What?" Ao was shocked. "I am Elder Gen's bodyguard. What do you mean by that? Did you not hear me?" Saimai enunciated each word. "Die or surrender the Byakugan. I cannot abide the Hyuga Byakugan appearing in the hands of outsiders. I am petty. I am not as generous as those Uchiha." The aura emanating from Saimai caused cold sweat to bead on Ao's forehead. "You are a missing nin, why such obsession? You are now one of Kirigakure's own. Leaving Konoha does not mean I have no sense of belonging to the Hyuga," Saimai continued. "As for the reason, you do not need to know." O gritted his teeth and shouted, "I do not wish to fight you. I have informed Elder Gen of your identity. You better think carefully about the consequences of attacking a comrade." Saimai chuckled lightly. "That is precisely why I came to see you. Do you think I care if you reveal my identity? Or that Elder Gen will back you? Guess whether I will leave evidence after your death. Or whether Elder Gen will risk offending the Mizukage for you." Unable to contain himself any longer, Ao suddenly retreated, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. Water release, water surge. However, before the technique could be completed, Saimai had already closed the distance to stand directly before him, pressing 2 fingers against the acupoint beneath Ao's collarbone. Gentle fist. Zulfast. Before Ao could react, he emitted a muffled groan as his chakra instantly stagnated. His ninjutsu abruptly halted. He collapsed to his knees, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat, an uncontrollable urge to release it surging forth. Sammy grasped his hair firmly, forcing him to tilt his head back. Beneath the moonlight, the stolen Byakugan trembled violently with fear. "No, don't!" A piercing, agonized scream shattered the night sky, reverberating through the narrow alleyway and startling a flock of birds into flight. Why seize Aos Byakugan? It was certainly not due to any supposed sense of belonging to the Hyuga clan. As a branch family member, Sanmi bore the mark of the caged bird upon his forehead. The clan head of the main family could extinguish his life with a mere thought. What sense of belonging could Sanmi possibly have toward the Hyuga? The true reason was that Sanmi recalled that in the not-too-distant future, the people of Kirigakure would uncover the fact that the 4th Mizukage Yagura was under Genjutsu's control. The one destined to discover this truth was none other than Ao, the possessor of the Byakugan. When a person falls victim to Genjutsu, their chakra becomes a chaotic mass. But the Byakugan allows one to clearly perceive the flow of chakra within the body. If left unchecked, the fact that Yagura was trapped in Genjutsu would inevitably be exposed someday. Maintaining Obito's dominion over Kirigakure would also make Sanmi's stay there more comfortable. Moreover, as a newcomer, Sanmi urgently needed to establish his reputation. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Kirigakure was an exceptionally unique entity. At this time, Kirigakure embraced a policy of isolationism, enforcing brutally oppressive governance internally and virtually severing all diplomatic ties externally. Survival in such a place necessitated a certain degree of external deterrence. Ao was an excellent candidate for a sacrificial pawn. Ao was a subordinate of Genji and held a certain standing within the village, all while possessing the Byakugan. Sanmi, having already exposed his Hyuga lineage, had every right to reclaim the Byakugan from him. Even Genji, an elder of the village, dared not object. Events unfolded exactly as Sanmi anticipated. After he made the decision to act against Ao, Kirigakure remained outwardly calm. Only Yagura dispatched the Umbu to inquire about the incident, to which Sanmi answered truthfully. The matter had already transpired. Aside from warning Sanmi that this was his final warning, Yagura had little else to say. Threats held no sway over someone like Sanmi. Genji too took no action. In the original storyline, After the death of the fourth Mizukage Yagura, Kirigakure delayed selecting a fifth Mizukage for many years. It was only later, during the 5 Kage Summit, that Kirigakure decided to appoint Mei Terumi as the fifth Mizukage. During this intervening decade or so, Kirigakure existed without a Mizukage, and the power was held by the elder Genji. That he maintained control over Kirigakure's governance single-handedly for more than 10 years speaks volumes about his cunning and political acumen. Such a man would never act rashly before fully understanding the situation. Because he was unaware of Sanmi's true identity, and uncertain whether Sanmi represented the fourth Mizukage Yagura, directly retaliating against Sanmi could potentially spark a civil war within Kirigakure. This was precisely what Genji feared. Yagura naturally understood that Sanmi was merely wearing the Mizukage's tiger skin as a cloak, but no matter how displeased he had to swallow his grievances. Sanmi was planted by Obito and had even directly confronted Genji in the Mizukage's office on Yagura's behalf. Regardless of explanation, others saw Sanmi as aligned with the Mizukage faction. Though Sanmi appeared reckless, he had already calculated the possible reactions of various factions behind the scenes. For these reasons, reclaiming Aos Byakugan was imperative. The Byakugan and Sharingan were renowned as the two great dojutsu Kekkei Genkai of the ninja world. Outside the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, these abilities were double-edged swords when bestowed upon other shinobi. Take Kakashi, for instance. Though not of the Uchiha bloodline, he possessed a Sharingan transplanted later in life. This inherent bloodline disparity destined Kakashi never to wield the Sharingan's full power. Because he was not of the Uchiha, his Sharingan could never be deactivated, remaining perpetually active and constantly draining his chakra. Aos Byakugan was no different. He had forcibly seized it during the war from a main family member of the Hyuga clan. As a non-Hyuga, he could only utilize the Byakugan's basic observational abilities. He was completely unversed in secret techniques such as the 8 trigrams palms and gentle fist, lacking the systematic training of the Hyuga. To Sanmi, this was nothing short of a tragic waste. Nevertheless, Ao remained the sole ninja outside the Hyuga clan to possess a Byakugan. This had elevated him from a mere ordinary sensory ninja to a member of Genji's close advisors. This exemplified the preciousness of Kekkei Genkai for ordinary shinobi. For a mundane ninja, even the most common Kekkei Genkai was a revered treasure. Countless individuals spent their entire lives as mere genin, eking out a living on meager mission pay. Those blessed with Kekkei Genkai could effortlessly transcend such limitations. Different starting points dictated that sometimes the gap between humans was greater than that between humans and beasts. Some were born in Rome, while others labored their entire lives only to remain cattle. At the border of the land of water, a damp mist shrouded a dilapidated village. Sanmi and Haku trudged along the muddy path, the surrounding silence broken only by the sound of their footsteps. Hey, the mission site is just ahead, Haku, walking ahead, said. I heard there were some pretty good guys in the missing squad. According to Sanmi's mission briefing, an Umbu squad from Kirigakure had vanished here several days prior. Sanmi gently pressed Haku's shoulder. This is as far as you come. You don't need to follow me any further. Eh? Haku exclaimed, spinning around dramatically. I'm a huge asset. Intelligence gathering, infiltration, reconnaissance. I'm skilled at everything. You're seriously not taking me with you? Sanmi shook his head helplessly. I have the Byakugan. Why would I need your help with reconnaissance? Don't follow me anymore, or I'll have no choice but to kill you. Haku was momentarily speechless. That's too much. Aren't we friends? Precisely because we are friends, Sanmi smiled even more brightly. I don't want to do that. Haku stood rooted to the spot, watching Sanmi's retreating figure hesitate for a long while before ultimately deciding not to pursue. Several miles away, in front of a concealed mountain cave, two shinobi clad in Kirigakure Umbu uniforms anxiously watched the entrance. One was male, the other female. Neither wore masks, and both bore injuries. The female stood in front, her chestnut red hair drenched with sweat, tall and slender. The fishnet bodysuit on her thigh was torn in several places, blood seeping through. Her striking face was filled with vigilance, like a wildcat fiercely defending its territory. The other shinobi was taller, with a shark-like grim expression, a slender ninja blade strapped to his back. Both had clearly endured a fierce battle. Just as they prepared to charge into the cave, a lazy voice sounded from above. There's an ambush inside. I wouldn't recommend you go in. Mei Terumi and Kisame Hashigaki looked up sharply to see a figure wearing a Kirigakure Umbu mask perched in the treetops, having appeared silently. Who are you? Mei demanded sternly, instinctively forming hand seals. How had someone sneaked up on them so quietly? Before she could finish, the cave entrance suddenly exploded. Over a dozen ninjas in identical uniforms swarmed out. Earth release, earth flow wall, earth release, earth pillar spear. The terrain around them instantaneously shifted, surging toward the two. Mei Terumi, unable to consider anything else, quickly formed seals and expelled a thick mist from her mouth. Boil release. Poison mist technique. The corrosive fog billowed forth, engulfing a wide area before them. The attacking ninjas were forced to avoid the mist-covered ground. They had witnessed this technique in previous battles. Those struck by it endured excruciating torment, a fate worse than death. Immediately thereafter, Terumi May once again altered her hand seals, invoking the technique of the melting release, melting monster art. Vast torrents of corrosive acid spewed forth from Terumi May's mouth, covering an extensive area and instantly dissolving the incoming earth-style ninjutsu before her. With her solitary effort, she managed to counter the combined ninjutsu unleashed by several adversaries, even subtly gaining the upper hand. Simultaneously, Kisame completed his hand seals and bellowed, "Water release, great water blast wave." Towering waves surged up from beneath his feet, intertwining with the mist before crashing down with devastating force. Amidst the roaring explosions, their combined ninjutsu swiftly transformed the surrounding terrain into a quagmire. The ninjas advancing ahead were clearly no strangers to this combination of techniques. They quickly fragmented into smaller squads, each encircling from different angles. Kisame drew his ninja blade and engaged the oncoming foes in close combat. Terumi May provided support from the rear using ninjutsu, but soon found herself entangled by 3 ninjas who had circled around to flank her. Gotcha! Suddenly, a spiky-haired ninja materialized behind Terumi May, sneering as he raised his right fist, which gleamed with a metallic luster. Steel release. Iron fist. At the critical moment, a blazing fireball hurtled past from the side. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A sudden inferno surged forth, startling the spiky-haired assailant into retreat. Who is that? They had been tracking Kisame and Terumi May for days, never expecting an unexpected interloper at this juncture. Simi alighted gracefully behind Terumi May. "Thank you," Terumi May panted. "I still wary." The opponent was formidable, targeting Terumi May's relative weakness in taijutsu. Had it not been for Simi, Terumi May would have been in grave peril moments ago. Without turning back, Simi fixed his gaze on the ninja who had just attacked. "So, you're from Awakens, huh? That one's mine." Beneath the mask, his Sharingan slowly rotated. His fist transformed into a dark, metallic gauntlet. If he was not mistaken, that was steel release. They had just left the village and already encountered an IWA ninja with a Kekkei Genkai. How fortuitous. The IWA ninjas, confronted by the sudden appearance of Simi, faltered in their fierce offensive. Seizing the opportunity, Kisame swung his blade, cleaving one adversary in half at the waist, blood spraying as he retreated to stand beside Simi and Terumi May. "What is going on?" Kisame's hoarse voice carried caution. "Who exactly are you?" A faint smile curled beneath Simi's mask as he raised a hand to block an incoming kunai. "I should be asking why so many IWA ninjas are lying in ambush for you." Terumi May replied, "We have already requested reinforcements from the village." Suddenly realizing something, she spun to Simi. "Where is the support?" "Support?" Simi chuckled lightly. "I am the support." Upon hearing this, both Kisame and Terumi May fell silent. "What a joke!" Terumi May muttered softly in resignation. Kisame, however, grinned broadly. "This outcome isn't so bad. A ninja South rightful place is to perish on the battlefield." No sooner had he spoken than the brief silence was shattered by the battle cries of the IWA ninjas. "Charge!" Several ninjas before the trio formed hand seals simultaneously, and Earth-style ninjutsu once again whipped up a swirling sandstorm. As Kisame and Terumi May braced themselves for a desperate fight, Simi suddenly raised his right hand, pointing to one side. "Open a breach with melting release and water dragon bullet. I'll handle the defense. That direction has the fewest ambushers." Terumi May and Kisame instinctively exchanged glances. Although Simi wore the uniform of Kirigakure, could they trust a stranger who had appeared out of nowhere? In the next instant, a whirlwind of dust swept over them. Both reached the same conclusion swiftly. They had no alternative. If Simi bore ill will toward them, they would already be dead. Terumi May inhaled deeply, rapidly forming hand seals. Kisame grinned ferociously as he plunged his blade into the ground. Melting release. Melting monster art. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Scorching acid and raging water dragons intertwined, striking the towering earthen walls and tearing a gaping, gruesome breach in the encirclement. Meanwhile, dozens of kunai infused with earth-style ninjutsu assaulted from all directions. 8 trigrams empty palm mountain toppling. Return to heaven. Simi's form blurred suddenly as he resolutely positioned himself before Kisame and Terumi May. Chakra shockwaves surged like tidal waves, accompanied by a rapidly spinning blue barrier that intercepted every incoming attack. An exclamation of disbelief erupted among the IWA ninjas. "Impossible! The Hyuga clan from Konoha? Retreat!" Simi commanded. The 3 leaped nimbly, evading the jagged rock spikes thrusting from beneath their feet, and dashed toward the breach. Block them! The steel-release ninja who had ambushed Terumi May earlier shouted fiercely, his arms instantly metallic as he took the lead to confront the trio. He was astonished to see Simi advance rather than retreat, moving deliberately toward him. Doman, a comrade, sensing the danger, called his name in warning. Instinctively, Doman activated steel release, his body instantly shimmering with a cold metallic sheen. He launched a powerful punch. In the next moment, he caught sight of a streak of crimson in Simi's left eye. The three-tomo Sharingan spun, instantly stripping away his sanity. Impossible, he's supposed to be from the Hyuga clan. Doman's grimace froze as the steel defense dissolved like a receding tide. With a sharp shish sound, Simi's palm pierced through his chest like a blade, crimson blood dripping from the black glove onto the ground. Acquired Kekkei Genkai, steel release. Upgraded acquired Kekkei Genkai to match host's current strength. Doman, another spiky-haired ninja's eyes reddened with fury as he charged Simi. Chakra gathering on his fist. Explosive release. Landmine fist. Watch out. Kisame was tangled in close combat with three IWA ninjas, struggling desperately. Terumi May cried out, attempting to intervene, but it was already too late. Without turning his head, Simi struck back with a palm from under his armpit. 8 trigrams empty palm. Piercing cloud. The fist-sized chakra shockwave sliced through the air, piercing the heart of the IWA ninja behind him with surgical precision. The ninja's movement abruptly ceased. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed down at the bloodied wound, chakra dissipating weakly from his fingertips. IWA ninja, explosive release. Simi turned, his voice beneath the mask dripping with mockery. If memory serves, your name is Carrie, right? Bang. Carrie's head exploded under the force of the chakra shockwave. Acquired Kekkei Genkai, explosive release. Upgraded acquired Kekkei Genkai to match host's current strength. In the blink of an eye, Simi had slain 2 enemies. Retracting the hand that pierced Doman's chest, he turned his face to scan the battlefield with his Sharingan. The remaining IWA ninjas, cowed by his presence, dared not advance. Behind Simi, Terumi May knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, having exhausted nearly all her chakra through successive melting release techniques. Kisame, still clutching his ninja blade, bore multiple wounds and was surrounded by several IWA ninjas, trapped in a dire predicament. Simi appeared beside Terumi May in an instant, grasping her wrist firmly. You! Terumi May had no time to react before Simi abruptly lifted her off the ground and hurled her toward the outer perimeter. Her body arced through the air, covering considerable distance before she barely managed to regain her footing, staggering a few steps to steady herself. Meanwhile, Simi did not glance back. With his left hand forming a palm strike, he launched a ranged blow at one of the IWA ninjas besieging Kisame. 8 trigrams empty palm. The ninja did not even have time to scream as his chest caved inward instantly. His body flung backward like a cannonball, smashing through 3 trees before crashing heavily into the rocky wall. Retreat. Kisame grinned, sweeping his ninja blade to repel the enemies, using the momentum to leap beyond Simi and withdraw toward Terumi May's position without hesitation. The remaining IWA ninjas, having lost their leader, instinctively sought to pursue but froze upon seeing Simi standing still, not seizing the opportunity to escape alongside them. They keenly sensed impending danger. Simi slowly raised both hands, adopting the initial stance of the 8 trigrams. The air suddenly froze in place. A faint blue chakra radiated around him, rising like flames, while the ground beneath his feet began to crack, and stones silently levitated. The earth ninjas abruptly halted. Some instinctively deployed defensive ninjutsu. Earth release, earth flow wall. With a sudden thrust of both palms forward, Simi unleashed the 8 trigrams palm. Return to heaven alteration. Boom! A streak of blue-white light shot forth instantaneously. The roaring chakra transformed into a colossal blue dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it tore through the earth, surging forward with overwhelming force. Along its path, trees, rocky cliffs, and the freshly summoned earthen walls were instantly pulverized into dust by the shockwave. As Kisame Hashigaki and Mei Terumi glanced back, they witnessed the blue dragon engulfing the pursuing earth ninjas. Thunderous explosions reverberated, and the ground was forcibly gouged into a chasm several meters wide, with dust billowing skyward and debris raining down like a torrential storm. When the dust settled, the original terrain had vanished completely, leaving only a shocking ravine stretching to the horizon, its destination unknown. Amidst the deafening uproar, the Earth Ninja's formation had been shattered, creating a massive breach. The remaining foes had vanished without a trace. Silence. Only silence remained on the battlefield. Half an hour later, the tranquil lake's surface rippled gently as Kisame broke through the water first, his wet shark-like face cautiously scanning the surroundings. After confirming safety, he turned and extended a hand, pulling his companion ashore. Mei Terumi, soaked through, collapsed onto the ground, her crimson hair clinging to her pale cheeks. Safe at last. She exhaled deeply, grateful for Kisame's technique. Kisame glanced toward the lake. If thanks are in order, they belong to this guy. The water rippled again as Simi silently emerged onto the shore. Likewise, Simi said, without your earth release and water release cover, I couldn't have handled so many enemies at once. Upon hearing this, Mei Terumi and Kisame felt the urge to strike someone. Both bore numerous wounds, some fresh from today's battle, others from previous skirmishes. In stark contrast, Simi had not a single scratch. Facing a dozen attackers together, the three had not only broken through but inflicted heavy losses on the enemy. Something impossible for just Mei and Kisame alone. Since Simi's arrival, he had filled the crucial roles of observer and commander, missing in their duo, providing support from mid-range. Under his direction, they had been able to concentrate all their strength for the breakout. Not to mention that technique, Return to Heaven alteration, whose power far exceeded their previous understanding. This was a world that respected strength. Unconsciously, Simi had earned their recognition. Mei Terumi noticed that during the conversation, Simi's gaze mostly remained fixed on her. She paused, then realized she was dripping wet. The ANBU uniform, tight and revealing even when dry, now clung to her curves without reserve. She narrowed her eyes, meeting Simi's gaze unabashedly. Slowly, she covered her chest with both hands, deftly forming a hand seal. Boil release activated, evaporating most of the moisture from her body. Do I look good? Mei asked. Simi chuckled softly and nodded. You do. He understood the misunderstanding but chose not to explain. Mei's wounds were mostly concentrated on her thighs, shoulders, and forearms, non-critical areas. In contrast, Kisame's injuries were far more severe. His opponents had struck mercilessly. Confused, Kisame turned and asked, what are you talking about? What looks good? Nothing, Mei Terumi replied with a polite smile. Were it anyone else, they would have died long ago from such intense scrutiny. Kisame respectfully nodded to Simi, expressing gratitude. By the way, I've never seen you in Kirigakure before. Simi raised his hand, removing his mask, code name White, directly under the 4th Mizukage Sanbu. Pleased to meet you. Under the moonlight, a handsome youthful face suddenly appeared. Pale skin, a high nose bridge, and those pure white eyes. Byakugan, Kisame blurted out. Though he had witnessed Simi's return to heaven technique before, seeing the Byakugan in person still startled him. Rarer still was that Simi possessed only one Byakugan. The other eye appeared entirely normal. Recalling Simi's battlefield performance, Kisame tactfully chose not to inquire further. Beside him, Mei Terumi was utterly captivated. Simi was younger than they expected, and, well, very handsome. His features were not ruggedly masculine but balanced between softness and strength, with a gentle smile that put one at ease. Mei Terumi was inexplicably reminded of the yin-yang symbol, where hardness and softness coexist harmoniously, seemingly gentle yet difficult to approach. Unconsciously, Mei licked her lips. Paired with such a face, perhaps those earlier glances were not entirely unacceptable. This man was intriguing. Had enough? Kisame's dry voice interrupted. Startled, Mei coughed twice and averted her gaze. Simi seemed oblivious to her embarrassment as he replaced his mask. How did you come to cross paths with the Earth Release Demolition Squad from Awakens? The Earth Release ninja Simi had slain was no ordinary shinobi. His name was Kari, a member of Iwagecure's elite demolition unit, directly commanded by the Tsuchikage. Mei Terumi spoke rapidly. We originally belonged to 2 different ANBU squads, conducting a covert mission. 3 days ago we were ambushed. Our teammates were all wiped out. After a brief discussion we decided to join forces and operate together, but we had already sent out a distress signal. Simi said, unsurprisingly, the land of earth and the land of water are the 2 most distant of the 5 great nations, one in the northwest of the continent, the other in the southeast. For Iwagecure's ninjas to travel so far just to ambush you, it stands to reason they would also intercept any signals you sent. Even the information I received was vague. It likely did not originate from you. Kisame nodded in agreement, then asked, but why? There shouldn't be major conflicts between your village and Iwagakure. Simi replied, precisely because there is no conflict you wouldn't expect them to target you. Mei Terumi took a deep breath. We must report this intelligence. Observing Mei's wounds, Simi suddenly asked, during the earlier battles, did they have an opportunity to kill you but held back? Mei's expression darkened. After a moment's thought, she answered, yes. Simi nodded. I believe the answer is clear. They are after your Kekkei Genkai. His words stunned both Kisame and Mei Terumi simultaneously. To possess both Boil Release and Earth Release Kekkei Genkai was extraordinary. Simi said, not just any Earth ninja, even I would covet you. The atmosphere instantly shifted. Kisame instinctively took 2 steps back, suddenly feeling superfluous. Umph? You really? Mei Terumi laughed angrily. You never stop, do you? How dare you? The rest of her sentence stuck in her throat. She could not bring herself to call it teasing an older sister. It was clearly she who had been distracted earlier, so her irritation felt somewhat unjustified. Simi continued, but it would be such a pity if a beautiful girl like you died so young. You! Unable to bear it any longer, Mei Terumi raised her hand to strike. Yet her wrist was firmly caught mid-air. Simi smoothly guided her hand aside with a fluid arc of both hands, gently redirecting her to the side. Before she could react, she found herself seated on a soft pile of grass. His touch was astonishingly gentle, not causing her the slightest discomfort. Don't waste your strength, Simi said. Focus on recovering your chakra. Feeling the disparity in their physical skills, Mei Terumi shot Simi a sharp glare, then took several deep breaths to compose herself. Unable to overcome them by force, what other choice remains? Have you only recently joined the Umbu? Sanmi inquired, while simultaneously recalling the dossier on Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei, a jonin, aged 15, a prodigy of Kirigakure, possessed 2 Kekkei Genkai, the boil release and the melt release.
Terumi Mei nodded.
After my promotion to jonin, some said I lacked Umbu experience. Joining the Umbu means your identity is concealed. Apart from a select few, no one knows your whereabouts, Sammy explained. In other words, if you were to vanish on a mission, no one would notice. Conversely, Sammy continued, whoever proposed your induction into the Umbu is the traitor. Kisame retorted, Lord Haku, do you truly believe there is a mole within the village? Just call me by my name, Sammy nodded. Unless you can convince me otherwise, these Iwagakure shinobi, who have no prior dealings with Kirigakure, have traveled 1,000 leagues coveting the resources of the land of water. At these words, the other 2 men both chuckled softly. The land of water, where Kirigakure is situated, is mostly ocean. The remaining land is but a small fraction of gentle terrain suitable for habitation. Among these lie countless islands, earning it the moniker Land of 1,000 Islands. Economically and demographically, the land of water ranks near the bottom among the 5 great nations, perpetually occupying either the 4th or 5th position. Iwagakure, nestled in the northwesternmost part of the land of earth, would be utterly insane to declare war on Kirigakure by crossing both the land of fire and the land of lightning in succession. I don't know who recommended my joining the Umbu, Terumi Mei reflected carefully. I was simply ordered to report to the Umbu. Sammy continued, taking everything into account. Your movements have long since been betrayed. The mastermind behind this is most likely a high-ranking official within the village. Their reason for contacting the Iwagakure shinobi is your Kekkei Genkai. Why? Terumi Mei asked in bewilderment, not questioning why she was targeted, but why specifically her Kekkei Genkai. Kekkei Genkai users are precious assets. Targeted research has never ceased, Sanmi explained. If I am correct, those Iwagakure shinobi infiltrated the land of water recently. This is an ambush laid out specifically for you. There is a mole within Kirigakure, and the odds of capturing you are sufficient for them to risk this. Sammy paused. As for whether my deduction is accurate, simply examine the bodies of those Iwagakure shinobi. Terumi Mei interjected, but they will surely take the bodies away. She shook her head privately. They are the defenders. If it were not for Sanmi, their entire force would have been annihilated by now. How could they possibly have the luxury to carry off the bodies? Sammy offered no reply, instead gazing silently at Kisame. Under their mutual scrutiny, Kisame and Sanmi locked eyes for a long moment before Kisame suddenly grinned and produced a sealed scroll from his back. All perfectly preserved inside here. Terumi Mei's eyes widened incredulously as she looked toward Kisame. You actually managed to do that under those circumstances. Kisame smiled. Just a simple matter. He broke the seal on the scroll, and as a wisp of white smoke dissipated, the corpse of an Iwagakure shinobi appeared before them. Not a Kekkei Genkai user. Terumi Mei crouched to inspect closely, confirming it was indeed a member of the demolition squad. She pointed to the distinctive armband on the corpse's arm. Every attacker bore that same insignia. Veins bulged around Sanmi's eyes. After a moment he chuckled softly. Interesting. Kisame and Terumi Mei both turned to Sanmi, awaiting his conclusion. Judging from the soil clinging to the corpse, Sanmi pointed to a small patch on the sole of the boot. This is a type of red clay unique to the northern region of the land of water. The land of Earth's climate is too arid for such soil. He then indicated the collar of the corpse's clothing. And this sea salt crystals indicating they crossed the sea recently. Putting it all together, these Iwagakure shinobi infiltrated the land of water no more than 1 week ago. They traveled the main road. I suspect they were aided by an accomplice to cover their identities. Terumi Mei and Kisame exchanged a glance, surprise evident in each other's eyes. The dead speak, Terumi Mei concluded. Kirigakure has a specialized assassination unit devoted to extracting information from corpses. This is nothing new to them, but Sanmi's observational prowess has rendered this process remarkably effortless. Within a few words, he had already deduced the enemy's route. You're right, Terumi May affirmed. They're after me. Sanmi shook his head. Not only you. Deploying so many shinobi just to capture your Kekkei Genkai? Even if you are a renowned prodigy, this is an excessive mobilization. You are merely one of their targets. Suddenly recalling something, Terumi May spoke urgently. Before we departed, I heard the Mizukage was attacked during a recent outing. Over the past fortnight, several shinobi have also gone missing from the village. Sanmi said, it seems they succeeded before you, and even attempted to capture the Mizukage, likely aiming for the tailed beast sealed within him. Kisame asked, could Iwagakure truly be seeking war with us? Sanmi smiled. Precisely because open conflict is impossible, they act with such impunity. Even if they succeed in abducting you, would Kirigakure declare war over it? Both Kisame and Terumi May fell silent. The answer was no. Kirigakure currently faces turmoil both within and without. The political climate is unstable. Everyone is aware. Under these circumstances, how could they possibly launch an offensive war? Report this situation upward, Sanmi instructed. This matter is no longer within our jurisdiction. Just as Kisame prepared to reseal the corpse, Sanmi suddenly spoke. Wait, Kisame. To whom did you originally intend to deliver this body? Kisame's movements faltered. Of course. To my direct superior, he replied slowly. Lord Nishigakiyama Fugu. Do you suspect Lord Fugu? Terumi May immediately grasped the implication behind Sanmi's words. Impossible. He is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, Kirigakure's elite force. Sanmi calmly resumed, precisely because of that, he is even more valuable, isn't. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist are Kirigakure's ace operatives, comprising 7 elite shinobi directly under the Mizukage's command. Each wields a unique sword with distinct abilities. Within Kirigakure, the 7 swordsmen symbolize a special honor, tasked with the most arduous and perilous missions, and simultaneously serving as high-ranking officials within the village. This perfectly aligns with Sanmi's hypothesis. Sanmi spoke quietly, if you trust me, I have a plan. One day later, at the border of the Land of Water, an abandoned village long forsaken. Intricate waterways dissect the hamlet into fragmented sections. Dilapidated wooden structures lie half-submerged, their rotting beams covered with moss. A dense mist lingers year-round, shrouding the village in an ethereal haze. Suddenly, ripples disturbed the water's surface, and a burly figure strode across the water. It was none other than Nishigakiyama Fugu, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. He bore his signature greatsword, Samahata, on his back. His crimson hair burned vividly against the misty backdrop. Urgent contact from me. What is the matter? He asked in a low voice, addressing the empty village. From the swirling fog ahead, a figure gradually emerged. Lord Fugu. Kisame respectfully knelt upon the water's surface. Ah, Kisame, I do not wish to hear ill tidings from you. Nishigakiyama Fugu's eyes flickered with an unusual emotion. Kisame lowered his head. Your teachings remain etched in my heart, Lord Fugu. Under no circumstances will I allow intelligence to fall into enemy hands. Good, Nishigakiyama Fugu said. Speak. What has transpired? Kisame succinctly reported the encounter with the Iwagakure attackers, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. You claim the assailants were shinobi from Iwagakure? Nishigakiyama Fugu narrowed his eyes. Yes, Kisame replied, bowing his head. I have obtained the necessary evidence. Oh? Nishigakiyama Fugu raised an eyebrow. What did you find? Kisame produced the sealed scroll. As the seal was broken, the corpse of an Iwagakure shinobi surfaced upon the water. The pufferfish demon of Watermelon Mountain pondered for a moment before confirming, apart from you, is there anyone else still alive? Kisame responded resolutely, no. To prevent enemy interrogation, I have already slain everyone, including Mei Terumi? Yes. Having received a definite answer, the pufferfish demon's gaze lingered briefly on the corpses, a cold smile suddenly curling at the corner of his mouth. Well done. Before the words had fully fallen, the Samahata blade transformed into a streak of icy light, suddenly sweeping across Kisame's body. Kisame's upper torso was severed on the spot, blood gushing forth. Yet the pufferfish demon's smile soon froze in place, for the severed Kisame dissolved into a puddle of clear water. A water clone. Clack, clack, clack. Clear footsteps sounded from behind. The pufferfish demon spun around sharply and beheld Kisame, Mei Terumi, and a masked Umbu shinobi encircling him from 3 directions. If not for Lord Bai's warning, I would never have imagined this. Kisame grinned, baring his sharp teeth. You, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, actually betrayed the village. The pufferfish demon gripped Samahata tightly, his eyes darkening. Where did I show any flaw? Kisame retorted. When did I say Mei Terumi acted alongside me? The pufferfish demon paused briefly before comprehension dawned. You executed it nearly flawlessly. A voice came from behind the mask. If it weren't for me, you might have concealed it perfectly. I suppose this isn't the first time you've betrayed your own people's secrets. The pufferfish demon's pupils constricted abruptly, finally realizing that this masked shinobi was the true key. Who are you? This is Lord Bai of the Umbu, the Mizukage's direct guard. Kisame replied on his behalf. The fourth wanted to sever ties with me? The pufferfish demon suddenly laughed uproariously, his voice echoing across the water's surface. Kill me, and you still cannot absolve yourselves. No one can prove I conspired with an outside village. That need not concern you. Bai chuckled lightly. No matter how many must die today, you will certainly be one of them. Kisame suddenly stepped forward. Can you leave him to me? Of course. Bai nodded without surprise and stepped aside. He gave Mei Terumi a glance. She furrowed her brows but ultimately complied, retreating with Bai. Lord Pufferfish, Kisame began slowly. You once taught me that under no circumstances should one betray the village's secrets. The pufferfish demon sneered. People change, Kisame. Kisame said, I must admit, facing you now, I feel not the slightest burden. Is that so? The pufferfish demon countered. You've become so verbose, yet you dare lecture me? How do you view a shinobi? Without hesitation, Kisame answered. A shinobi is one who never abandons his mission and values intelligence above all else. Ha ha ha. The pufferfish demon laughed uproariously, tilting his head back. Such a naive perspective. His laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze sharpening. In this world, everything has a price. The so-called cannot be sold is merely a matter of insufficient payment. There has never been an unsellable item, shinobi included. Kisame fell silent for a moment, then slowly drew his blade. It seems we cannot reach an agreement. The pufferfish demon sneered fiercely. Water release, water dragon bullet. Water release, water dragon bullet. Both formed hand seals simultaneously, the water beneath their feet churning violently. Two colossal water dragons surged skyward beside them, tracing similar arcs through the air before roaring and colliding with a thunderous crash midair. Boom! Massive sprays of water exploded outward, cascading down like a torrential storm. The two water dragons bit and writhed around each other, ultimately dissolving into a mist that dispersed into the air. In the next instant, they drew their blades simultaneously and lunged forward. The battle between Kisame and the pufferfish demon flared to a fever pitch in an instant. Amid the splashing water, Mei Terumi glanced at Bai beside her. Both understood Kisame's strength. As Bai had said, the pufferfish demon was surely doomed today. What did you mean by what you said earlier? Mei Terumi asked. Bai hummed thoughtfully, then suddenly realized, you mean that? Because I believe Kisame will win. This pufferfish demon is no match for him. Who is asking? Mei Terumi retorted irritably. From Bai's gaze, it was clear he was feigning ignorance rather than truly misunderstanding. This damned man was so infuriating. Mei Terumi lifted her chin slightly. Standing over 5 feet 7 inches tall, she was just a bit shorter than Bai, nearly the same height. I'm asking about what you said before. What did you mean by you want me to? Mei Terumi pressed directly. Bai turned to look at Mei Terumi, then suddenly smiled. Her profile was strikingly beautiful, serene and composed when still, yet wild and untamed in motion. At this moment, Mei Terumi's straightforwardness was mostly a shield to protect herself. Yet beneath that veneer, some genuine essence still shone through. Though young, she was trying hard to appear experienced. To Bai, this demeanor was uniquely charming in its delicate way. Shaking his head with a smile, Bai said, never mind, just consider it a joke. Mei Terumi possessed 2 Kekkei Genkai, melt release and boil release. Both relied heavily on ninjutsu to control opponents, which was not Bai's preferred style. Nor did Bai have any compelling reason to seize them. Such exquisite fruits were better left unspoiled. Bai's combat style favored straightforward and swift resolutions. He preferred to end battles decisively in a single stroke. Steel release, taken from a shinobi of Iwagakure, was an unexpected boon on this mission. Steel release enhanced his physical body and could be used both offensively and defensively, allowing it to be combined with Bai's soft fist techniques. Coupled with other ninja body arts, Bai could guarantee absolute superiority in close-quarters combat. You're quite bold, Mei Terumi said, unwilling to let Bai off easily, lifting the corners of her mouth without revealing any emotion. Don't say I didn't warn you. Someone once said the same to me. He died afterward. That was the first time I saw the effect of melt release used on a human body, Bai remarked. Did he really like you? Bai asked. Mei Terumi was taken aback. What kind of question is that? How should I know? Do you want to turn? Bai removed his mask and looked at Mei Terumi with a hint of regret. Life is short. Why not take a chance? Though he was unlucky, at least he succeeded in expressing his heart before he died. If I had the chance, I might make the same choice. I smiled, then glanced toward the two figures locked in fierce battle in the distance. You never know which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. That's why I prefer to live freely, praising what I love, especially girls like you. You're such a rogue, Mei Terumi said, baring her teeth in a tight smile. Of course, her story was fabricated, but Bai's response caught her off guard. If she weren't outmatched, she would have acted on it. Looking at Bai's profile, Mei Terumi suddenly paused. Wait, you seem familiar. Hyuga Bai, he introduced himself with a smile. By chance, I joined Kirigakure. You're Mei Terumi, the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha? So you're just as I thought. Bai interrupted and walked forward. Mei Terumi turned her head and realized the battle was over. On the water's surface, Kisame still stood, while the pufferfish demon lay utterly defeated. Bai approached Kisame's side. The Kirigakure shinobi bore a gruesome wound across his abdomen, blood continuously flowing forth. Yet his smile was exceptionally radiant. Not disappointing, Kisame panted. We all owe you our lives. He struggled to stand and extended Samahata toward Bai. This is your spoils of war. The blade's surface was covered in barbs, deep blue in color, now writhing slightly and emitting faint sounds. More than a mere blade, it seemed akin to a living creature. Senmi shook his head. You keep it. I'm not fond of using swords. Kisame was clearly taken aback, yet the joy in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Held firmly in Kisame's grasp, the Samahata emitted a low rumble, its barbs gently brushing against Kisame's wrist in a silent gesture of approval. Within the Mizukage's office, Senmi stood at the forefront, flanked by Kisame and Mei Terumi. The corpse of Suka Mountainous Kawataro, the pufferfish demon, lay quietly at their feet, draped in a white cloth. This is the situation, Senmi recounted calmly and unhurriedly, narrating the entire sequence of events. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, sat upright behind his expansive desk, his gaze sweeping over the three without revealing any reaction. Upon hearing the report, Yagura gave a slight nod. Well done. Raising his hand in signal, two Umbu shinobi immediately stepped forward to carry out the body of Suka Mountain-S Kawataro. You are dismissed, Yagura said tersely, his eyes returning to the documents on his desk. Kisame and Mei exchanged a glance, both reading surprise in the other's eyes. Such a momentous incident had been resolved with such understated ease. As they exited the office, Kisame could not help but whisper to Senmi, Thank you. Without you, we might have. Senmi waved him off. I serve in the Umbu as well. There will be many opportunities for us to meet in the future. Why? Mei's keen perception caught the subtle implication in that statement. Senmi smiled but offered no answer. Relations among Yagura, Genji, and other village elders were strained. To navigate this turbulent period peacefully, Obito, who controlled Yagura, inevitably needed to rely on Senmi's strength. Mei Terumi and Kisame were essential assets to be kept firmly within their grasp. Kisame, straightforward by nature and not given to overthinking, simply said to Senmi, If ever you need me, don't hesitate to command. Senmi accepted Kisame's offer without hesitation, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon leaving the Mizukage's building and parting ways, Mei repeatedly glanced back at Senmi, as if wanting to say something but holding back. Senmi deliberately stopped in his tracks. What is it? Nothing, Mei replied, turning away again. With her back to Senmi, Mei's eyes betrayed a faint smile. Unbeknownst to her, beneath the Byakugan, nothing could escape detection. By the way, could I trouble you for a favor? Senmi called after her. What kind of favor? Mei's eyes lit up at the question, and she quickly turned back, unaware that her voice had unconsciously risen in pitch. I'm looking for some books on chakra research, Senmi explained, especially those related to perception and medical ninjutsu. Do you have any channels through which I might obtain them? Specifically, what area? Mei inquired. Basic texts will do, preferably those concerning chakra flow. Mei chuckled softly. The illustrious Hyuga clan needs to ask others for techniques on chakra flow? Senmi joined in the laughter. Innate talent falls short. I must compensate through diligent study. Don't be modest. Then what does that make us? Mei responded candidly. No problem. I'll get them for you. True to her word, the very next day, the promised materials arrived at Senmi's residence. Senmi was not the least bit surprised. Mei Terumi possessed two distinct Kekkei Genkai, and without a certain family pedigree, such favors would be impossible. Kekkei Genkai are exceedingly rare talents, transmitted solely through bloodlines. In truth, Mei's family was among the great clans of Kirigakure, so Senmi's modest request was naturally fulfilled. As a direct guard of the Mizukage, Senmi was assigned to reside in a long-abandoned small courtyard. Kirigakure's policy of seclusion meant that its economy and development lagged far behind other ninja villages. In Konoha, electricity had long been widespread, And if not for the ravages of war, the village would have been entering a phase of rapid economic growth. By contrast, Kirigukure's policies and power struggles among the upper echelons had led to neglect of civilian infrastructure. Around the village, dilapidated and uninhabited houses were everywhere. Many still lived as they had over a decade ago. In much of the land of water, electricity was yet to reach. The lack of governance and chaos were the true hallmarks of the Bloody Mist. Yet such an environment suited Senmi perfectly. Whatever transpired within Kirigakure rarely leaked beyond its borders, ensuring Senmi's peace and quiet. After thanking Mei, Senmi shut the gates firmly, dismissed the white Zetsu, and entered a state of intense seclusion. The first task was to read through all those books. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. After returning from the border, Senmi's life gradually settled into a routine: reading, missions, training. Kirigakure was now engulfed in turmoil. Coupled with the Suka Mountain Kawataro incident, various factions engaged in covert clashes. All shinobi loyal to Kawataro were without exception purged and declared wanted. Defections from Kirigakure became rampant, affording Senmi ample opportunities for real combat. As a direct guard of the Mizukage, he undertook the most challenging missions, including the pursuit of rogue ninjas. It was an ironic twist. In his position, Senmi should have been the hunted, yet he had transformed into the hunter. Throughout this process, Senmi's reputation soared within Kirigakure. Everyone knew that a new top-tier warrior had emerged, the Mizukage's personal guard, Shirai. Any traitor targeted by Senmi was doomed to capture. Senmi's stature already rivaled the thunderous cries that silence a crying infant at night. When not on missions, Kisame and Mei would seek out Senmi. By now, the three were quite familiar with one another. All belonged to the Umbu and held the rank of Jonin. Having acquired Samahata, Kisame smoothly replaced Kawataro's position, becoming one of the new 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Whenever his hands itched, he would come find Senmi for sparring. "I give up," Kisame panted heavily, collapsing to the ground with both hands raised in surrender. Before him, Senmi assumed the opening stance of the gentle fist. His once slender hands were coated in a layer of jet black hue, impenetrably tough. They were currently on an Umbu-exclusive training ground on the outskirts of Kirigakure. The entire arena had been transformed. Surging waves flooded the ground entirely. Such an expanse of water jutsu was naturally not the work of one man. Mei's voice came from the side. "You're insane. Daring to engage Senmi in close combat, how could you possibly win?" Both looked up to see Mei seated on a high platform, resting her chin on her hands, watching the match. A smile never left her face. Her long legs hung freely, swaying back and forth, irresistibly captivating. Kisame felt a bitter frustration he could not voice. Was it his choice to fight Senmi up close? Absolutely not. After these 2 months together, Kisame and Mei had arrived at a truth. Fighting Senmi in close quarters was a hopeless endeavor. Senmi's Byakugan granted him unparalleled observation. Not a single move of Kisame's escaped notice. Any ninjutsu requiring chakra was fully detected by Senmi. Techniques like water clone were utterly useless before him. The Hyuga Byakugan and Gentle Fist were fundamentally specialized in close-range combat. Moreover, Senmi had now acquired Steel Release, combining with Gentle Fist to make his close combat ferociously powerful. Even Kisame, armed with Samahata, could not withstand Senmi's taijutsu. Samahata's ability to absorb an opponent's chakra was formidable, but it was helpless against physical strikes. Aware of Samahata's nature, Senmi naturally avoided letting it absorb his chakra. If close combat was unwinnable, why not resort to long-range ninjutsu to wear him down? Kisame had certainly considered that. However, this tactic only gained a slight advantage during the very recent first sparring session, leaving Senmi somewhat embarrassed. Thereafter, it became utterly ineffective. Aside from the Byakugan, Senmi's left eye also harbors a Sharingan. Every water release ninjutsu employed by Kisame was flawlessly replicated by Senmi. This was all thanks to a mission undertaken not long ago. During one operation, Senmi encountered a bloodline limit ninja capable of wielding ice release. Ninjas possessing this bloodline limit had long been expunged by Kirigakure, fragmented and scattered among the populace. When fate brought them face to face with Senmi, the opponent, unwilling to surrender, resolved to fight to the death. Consequently, he perished. From this encounter, Senmi acquired chakra of both water and wind natures, as well as the ice release bloodline limit. Combined with the explosion release previously obtained, Senmi now possessed all 5 elemental chakra natures. In sparring with Senmi, ranged water release jutsu offered no advantage. As time passed, Senmi's speed surpassed even Kisame's, completely dominating in close quarters taijutsu. Hence, Kisame decisively chose to concede defeat. Numerous abilities, including the Sharingan, remained unused by Senmi, truly impossible to contend with. Unable to restrain himself, Kisame shot a sarcastic remark at Terumi Mei. You say it's easy, why don't you try fighting him? Terumi Mei chuckled in reply, not a chance. Her taijutsu was inferior to Kisame's. Once Sammy closed in, she stood no chance. Though speaking to Kisame, Terumi Mei's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Sanmi. Her candid expression impossible to conceal, or rather, she did not wish to hide it. That dead guy, handsome and formidable, the more I look, the more I like him, makes me want to devour him whole. Days in Kirigakure were simple yet fulfilling, filled with missions, training and practice alongside Kisame and Terumi Mei. The simplicity referred to the death of the target Sanmi was assigned to eliminate. The fulfillment stemmed from the feedback and growth Sanmi experienced throughout the process. Having long since grasped the essence of this world, Sanmi had learned to no longer complain. When unsheathed, a blade is unworthy of thought. Only upon returning to its sheath can one re-examine the heart within. Soon after another passage of time, within Sanmi's home, he sat cross-legged at the center of a quiet chamber, hands gently resting upon his knees. At a soft command, veins around his eyes bulged sharply, and the world before him transformed into a pale gray. Through the vision granted by the Byakugan, countless wisps of chakra floated in the air, delicate as springtime willow catkins dancing on the breeze. Having evolved, Sanmi's Byakugan was far more formidable than the ordinary variant. It extended his observation range and allowed him to perceive chakra flows not only within bodies but beyond. Yet this ability was limited in scope and could not be maintained for long durations. Slowly, Sammy raised his right hand, palm coalescing a faint azure glow of chakra. With a gentle push toward the air before him, the chakra instantly surged forth as a radiant streak. Sammy's Byakugan fixated intently upon the chakra's trajectory. In his vision, it resembled a nimble fish, tracing graceful arcs through the air. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp it, only to find his fingers passing through the chakra, helplessly watching it dissipate into the atmosphere. Frowning slightly, Sammy adjusted his posture, intertwining his fingers into a complex seal before his chest. This was the chakra guiding technique he had uncovered within ancient texts gifted by Terumi Mei. Originally a medical ninjutsu, once thoroughly studied by Sanmi, it transformed into a method for directing chakra. The Hyuga clan, intimately familiar with chakra flow, found such manipulation effortless. Thus, it posed no challenge for Sanmi. Drawing a deep breath, Sammy attempted to reabsorb the surrounding chakra back into his body. He sensed the air tremble, his consciousness reaching out, stirring the pervasive chakra around him. Yet the stray chakra remained unmoved. He tried again, concentrating chakra at the pressure points in his hands. This time, the effect improved. He distinctly felt a few strands of chakra being drawn in, only for them to scatter just before touching his skin. So it was still unfeasible. Sammy's Byakugan gradually calmed. Gazing at his slightly trembling hands, he appeared contemplative. Clearly, a more refined chakra control method was necessary. In recent days, Sammy had dedicated himself to researching chakra, striving to discover a way to reintegrate released chakra back into his body. Among the ninjutsu he knew there existed the Meitun, a bloodline limit capable of this feat. Additionally, the Rinnegan's powers could absorb chakra. However, these techniques typically targeted the absorption of others' chakra, not one's own. The differing targets exponentially increased the difficulty. The notion of reclaiming one's own expelled chakra would sound like an absurd fantasy to others. Sanmi required the body's pressure points to release chakra. Release and absorption were inherently contradictory actions. His goal was not merely to retrieve chakra. He sought, through this process, to ultimately condense Sage Mode chakra. Chakra itself is the physical energy within a ninja's body, combined with spiritual energy in equal measure to produce the final form. Ninjas can imbue it with elemental transformations to perform the 5 nature releases or alter its form for projection. For example, the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palms essentially condense chakra and release it directly. Beyond physical and spiritual energy, another energy exists in nature, natural energy, omnipresent throughout the environment. Once chakra leaves the body and dissipates, it is effectively absorbed by this invisible natural energy. By integrating natural energy absorbed externally with the fusion of physical and spiritual energy in proper proportion, a superior form known as Sage Mode chakra is formed. Mastering Sage Mode equates to possessing the key to awaken Sage Mode itself, an essential skill Sammy must acquire. In the original narrative's forthcoming 4th Great Ninja War, there would be no refuge for ordinary ninjas. Those who distinguished themselves either mastered Sage Mode or the 6 Paths power, abilities distinct from conventional chakra, or were non-human entities like Hashirama Senju, revered as the god of shinobi. At minimum, one must command forbidden techniques on the level of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Otherwise, before true masters, one is no better than an ant. Sammy intended to utilize the method of absorbing his own chakra to simultaneously draw in natural energy, thereby attempting to access it. Despite repeated failures, he remained undeterred. If natural energy were easily obtained, it would be a disappointment. There exist only two paths to learning sage mode: through the 3 great sacred sites or by self-enlightenment. The legendary 3 sacred sites within the ninja world are Mount Myaboku of the Toad Clan, Ryuchi Cave of the Snake Clan, and the Shikotsu Forest of the Slug Sage. Contact with these sites is controlled by the Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, all unsuitable mentors for Sanmi. Thus, he was compelled to pursue independent study. The drawbacks of this approach were glaring. Extreme danger. A single misstep could unbalance the chakra within his body, ultimately petrifying him. Only a minuscule fraction of prodigious talents could maintain internal balance and cultivate sage mode successfully. At present, Senmi finds himself in an extraordinarily unique predicament. He possesses a thorough understanding of the principles governing the condensation of sage technique chakra and is fully aware of the transformations that occur upon contact with sage energy. What he lacks is nothing more than the ability to transcend the limits of chakra condensation, to successfully connect with natural energy itself. The path ahead lies wide open, yet between him and the sage technique stands a fragile door, one that seems as if a mere push could open it, yet simultaneously bears an unbearable weight. Without the key, Senmi cannot open this door. Without opening this door, he cannot realize sage mode. After the chakra guidance technique failed, Senmi resolved to initiate his secondary plan. By reversing the bloodline limit, he sought a method to observe the flow of chakra in the external world. This was a singular strategy only Senmi could attempt, inspired by his unique system. Any bloodline limit reversed by him would transform into tangible chakra. Reintegrating into his body, this included chakra that had previously been released. If through this process he could witness the recycling of chakra, Senmi might memorize the sensation and endeavor to absorb the natural energy from his surroundings. Naturally, if he could thereby successfully draw natural energy into his body, it would be an even greater boon. By coincidence, among the bloodline limits Senmi possessed, there happened to be one that could be outwardly emitted: Baku-tun, explosion release. During a battle with the IWA shinobi, Senmi absorbed 2 bloodline limits: Kutan, steel release, and Baku-tun. The Kutan was well suited to Senmi, enhancing his physical strength and taijutsu while also serving defensive purposes. Baku-tun, however, was of little use to Senmi at this time. His version of Baku-tun was not the explosive clay wielded by Deidara, but rather the conventional Baku-tun practiced in Iwagakure. The quintessential technique was Baku-tun Daireiken, explosion release landmine fist, which caused objects struck by his fist to detonate. Senmi was by no means lacking in close-quarters combat techniques, rendering Baku-tun somewhat superfluous. If forced to choose between Kutan and Baku-tun, Senmi would undoubtedly retain Kutan. He moved to the backyard, retrieved a small sealing scroll, and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. As a wisp of white smoke emerged, the sealing scroll book unfurled slowly before him. His fingers gently brushed the yellowed pages, ultimately resting upon the section detailing the 8 gates technique. Senmi had long since taken the sealing scroll book with him and had never ceased his study of its contents. Within this book were countless esoteric and forbidden techniques amassed since the founding of Konoha. Such forbidden arts were recorded for 3 primary reasons. First, their extreme difficulty. Second, the fact that merely attempting to cultivate them could cause harm or even death. And third, their violation of moral principles. The 8 gates technique Senmi now sought to employ was one such forbidden art. This technique involved guiding chakra within the body to concentrate at 8 specific gate points, excavating latent potential and maximizing physical capabilities through taijutsu to break the limits of the human body. Blessed with the Byakugan and proficient in taijutsu, Senmi began studying the 8 gates immediately after obtaining the sealing scroll book and escaping Konoha. It was an immensely perilous yet extraordinarily potent forbidden technique. The shinobi of Kirigakure were intimately familiar with the 8 gates. During the Third Great Ninja War, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, under the Mizukage S banner, once encountered a Konoha genin named Might Due on the battlefield. Like Senmi before him, Might Due was an unremarkable shinobi specializing in taijutsu. Yet the 7 ninja swordsmen, including formidable warriors like Suigetsu and Chijuro, underestimated him. When they believed they had come across an easy opponent, Might Due resolutely opened the highest gate of the 8 gates, the 8th gate, the Gate of Death. In that battle, 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen perished, leaving only 3 to flee in panic. The 8 gates technique earned its renown in a single engagement. Senmi now intended to harness the power of the 8 gates to seize control of his body and push himself to his utmost limits. 8 gates technique, 6th gate, Gate of Joy, open. With a low shout, an astonishing surge of chakra erupted explosively around Senmi. The chakra manifested as tangible energy vapor, enveloping him as though solid, while the ground cracked inch by inch radiating from his center. In an instant, every muscle in Senmi's body tensed to its maximum, veins twisting beneath his skin like coiling dragons. Suddenly, Senmi vanished from his spot, leaving only a residual afterimage. The next moment, he appeared before a stone wall some 10 meters away. Bakuten Dariken. His right fist blazed with dazzling lightning as it crashed into the wall. At the moment of impact, Senmi silently invoked, Reverse Bakuten Bloodline Limit. Boom! The stone wall shattered upon contact. Senmi's Byakugan flared fully open, while in the other eye socket, a 3-tomo Sharingan involuntarily surfaced. Simultaneously, Senmi's aura surged relentlessly. Bloodline Limit reversed. Bakuten. Bloodline Limit transformed into chakra. Senmi had no time to dwell on this. He fixed his gaze forward. Enhanced by the 8 gates, his vision transformed entirely. He could clearly see that within the fractured wall, the Bakuten chakra was flowing backward along its released meridians, returning into his body. He saw it. Senmi's eyes widened in astonishment. For the first time, he beheld the chakra's form so vividly. The chakra suspended in the air resembled a swimming fish or drifting willow catkins, aimlessly fluttering. Even though compelled by the system to fly toward Senmi, it appeared profoundly reluctant. In a flash, Senmi felt his heart pounding fiercely. Thump, thump. Surrounding the blue chakra was a shimmering aura of 7-colored light, drifting ceaselessly as the chakra flowed. He saw it. That was the shape of natural energy. Entwined and enveloped by the chakra he had released, twisting as if light itself, yearning to flee at breakneck speed. At that instant, Senmi was momentarily stunned. Time seemed to slow to an unnatural crawl. Words could scarcely describe the sensation he witnessed. It was a medium between air and chakra, seemingly possessing substance yet also like flowing light, flickering with eerie brilliance, utterly captivating. A low, somber sound, reminiscent of Buddhist chants or Taoist invocations, echoed in Senmi's mind. Startled, he hastened to regain control over his nearly uncontrollable body. The natural energy hovered like a delicate veil, on the verge of dissipating. Fortune smiled upon him. Without hesitation, Senmi continued to release chakra from within, casting a net that tightly ensnared the natural energy. The next moment, recovery. As the Bakuten chakra reintegrated, Senmi clearly perceived the 7-colored light being drawn into his body along with it. The instant natural energy entered, Senmi's entire frame trembled violently. His skin flushed a deep crimson, veins sprawling across his surface like a spider's web. Rampant energy surged wildly within, erupting at blinding speed as though poised to burst his body apart. A stabbing pain, sharp as needles, ignited along his meridians from head to toe. Senmi felt as though plunged into a blazing inferno. Yet paradoxically, the sensation was icy cold. Between scorching heat and chilling cold, his body began to shudder uncontrollably. In this critical moment, Senmi gritted his teeth against the agony, instinctively forming the opening stance of the gentle fist style, mimicking the concrete shape of the 8 trigrams. With each precise movement, the raging energy gradually subsided, guided to flow smoothly through his meridians. Baihui, Yutong, Jianli, one acupoint after another, employing the ninjutsu he had just utilized. Senmi fused the natural energy into his chakra, allowing it to flow like shimmering light within his body. Yet with every cycle, he felt the pain intensify and the discomfort throughout his body deepen. Yet, concurrently, Senmi also sensed himself gradually mastering this formidable power. His body, throughout this process, grew increasingly solidified, muscles crackling incessantly. Bereft of alternatives, Senmi gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating agony with unwavering resolve. After an indeterminate span, he finally opened his eyes slowly. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, his garments torn to shreds, reduced to mere strips, while wisps of white smoke still rose from his frame. Every inch of Senmi's musculature trembled violently, aching unbearably, as if on the verge of disintegration. Such was the aftermath of employing the 8 gates technique. Yet, within his heart, Senmi felt only gratitude. Had he not relied on the 8 gates to fortify his body, he would have surely perished the instant natural energy entered him. A satisfied smile curled upon Senmi's lips. Around the corners of his eyes appeared a halo of white shadow, and the whites of his eyes became nearly translucent, pure and immaculate. In Senmi's vision, the world assumed an entirely new form. He could perceive the flow of chakra and natural energy around him, becoming intimate and accessible at will. The previously dazzling and overwhelming discomfort had vanished, replaced by a fusion and an indescribable, profound harmony. Senmi experienced but a single sensation. He seemed to have become the very air itself, transformed into the ordinary grasses and trees of nature, ubiquitous yet almost intangible beyond physical grasp. This paradoxical feeling coursed through him like a serene inner death. Senmi waved his hand gently, sensing the natural energy's responsive dance, his smile growing ever more joyful. If one were to encapsulate this in a single word, it would be mastery. His chakra had merged with the surrounding natural energy, granting him dominion over all within his reach. He had truly glimpsed the brink of death and emerged with immense gain. Stowing away the sealed book, Simi finally exhaled a genuine breath of relief. This was the sage mode. Simi gazed casually into the distance, his eyes involuntarily sharpening. Under the flow of natural energy, any detail of the distant scenery escaped no notice at his will. His observational prowess had been further heightened. He could even discern sounds from several kilometers away. His body was repairing itself unconsciously, feeling remarkably well, without a hint of discomfort. "Simi, are you there?" The sudden call startled him. He swiftly wiped the corner of his eyes, dispelling the sage mode, and casually draped a cloak over his shoulders. Turning around, he found Terumi standing behind him. Terumi's expression was peculiar. The food container she held slipped to the ground with a clatter. "Ah, sorry, I didn't know you were meditating." Though she spoke thus, there was no trace of embarrassment in her demeanor. Her gaze unabashedly roamed across Simi's bare chest. His well-defined torso was still adorned with glistening beads of sweat, rising and falling gently with his breath. Beneath the cloak, nothing else could be discerned. Simi's hand, just having donned the cloak, hesitated as his eyes met Terumi's burning stare. Her pupils shone astonishingly bright, akin to a cat that had spotted its prey. Simi thought to himself, "Why do I have the unsettling feeling that he is being taken advantage of?" Oh, so it was no illusion. Terumi squinted her eyes and, smiling, raised a finger to lightly trace her lips. "Your physique is even better than I imagined." Simi smiled gently. "Please allow me to put on my clothes." Terumi remained unmoved. "Go ahead and dress. I'm not stopping you. How can I dress with you looking like that?" Simi pondered briefly, then chose silence. Instead, before Terumi's eyes, he walked aside and, with a flick, shed the cloak, picked up a brand new set of garments, and began dressing in earnest. Terumi gasped in surprise, not expecting Simi to follow through so promptly, and quickly turned her head away, unwilling to look again. Simi chuckled inwardly. If she was afraid, she should just admit it instead of trying to gain the upper hand verbally. Once dressed, Simi vanished with a momentary step, already behind Terumi. A sharp clap. Terumi felt a hand press upon her shoulder from behind. She involuntarily held her breath as her heart pounded wildly. Simi's voice whispered by her ear, sending a gentle tickle to her earlobe. "I'm going to handle a little trouble first. Wait for me." With that, Simi disappeared. Terumi's body relaxed, and it took her some time to recover before she turned to gaze at the empty room, a profound sense of loss welling within her. Why did he leave just like that? What did he mean by "wait for me"? Who was supposed to wait? Me? Surely not. What does he intend to do? Or not do? So many questions, so difficult, unable to think clearly. After much hesitation, Terumi resolved to obediently await Simi's return. On the outskirts of Kirigakure village, Haku's body seeped into the earth like melting wax, furiously traversing beneath the surface. A rare expression of terror marred his pale face. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the colossal aura erupting from Simi, so startling that he fled without a second thought. This situation must be reported to Obito. What exactly this power was, Haku could not comprehend. He only knew that he was deeply afraid. The aura Simi unleashed made him shudder instinctively, the oppressive weight surpassing even that imposed by Uchiha Madara, his creator. He must bring this intelligence back. Haku quickened his pace, his body weaving through the soil with the agility of a swimming fish. Suddenly, his entire body stiffened, halting involuntarily. An inexplicable chill crawled up his spine, prompting him to break the surface and glance back. In midair, Simi's figure had arrived swiftly, his white eyeshadows distinctly encircling his sockets. As Haku looked up, Simi nonchalantly extended a palm. The 8 trigrams empty palm. The ground beneath Haku cracked abruptly, invisible pressure crushing down like a mountain. He opened his mouth in terror, but no sound emerged. In the final moment before losing consciousness, all he saw was Simi's utterly indifferent white eye and the shattered earth before him. Darkness then engulfed all. Several days later, the Elder's residence. Master Gen. Upon investigation, Terumi and Haku have been closely associating recently, traveling together openly, raising suspicion of a conspiracy between them. Receiving his subordinate's report, Master Gen forcibly suppressed the urge to curse them fools. Conspiracy, you say? Have these shinobi lost their minds? With their respective strengths, is a conspiracy even necessary? Even if there is one, so what? As long as the fortress stands, who dares challenge them? Master Gen uttered a grunt, signaling the messenger to withdraw. Standing behind him, Shinsei timely inquired, "Master Gen, should we?" Shinsei still wore an eye patch, though it was now empty. Master Gen nodded. "You go. Formally issue an invitation." requesting his presence at my birthday banquet 3 days hence. Upon hearing this, Shinsei's complexion shifted repeatedly. Without turning back, Master Gen said, I know you feel wronged. Bear with it a while longer. It won't last much longer. Shinsei lowered his head in resentment. I understand. All this is for the village. Master Gen, it is good you have such resolve. Go. Yes. That night, Master Gen's mansion was ablaze with light, the courtyard filled with exquisite banquet tables. As Kirigukure's most powerful elder, Master Gen's birthday feast gathered nearly every prominent figure in the village. Heads of great clans, village high officials, even the daimyo of the Land of Water had sent envoys bearing precious gifts. Maidservants weaved through the crowd, pouring sake for guests, the entire estate vibrant with merriment. After several rounds of drinking, Master Gen feigned weakness and departed early. He retreated alone to the backhouse's tatami room, where a maid assisted him to kneel before a low table, pouring 2 cups of tea before quietly leaving. After a short wait, the paper sliding door was gently drawn open, and Master Gen slowly opened his eyes. Master Gen, I must apologize for not having prepared a gift in advance. Yet, I suspect that even if I had brought a birthday present, you might not have been fortunate enough to receive it, so perhaps it is best left unoffered. Beneath the moonlight, Seimi was clad in a simple, unadorned garment, a faint, elusive smile gracing his countenance. Just as Master Gen extended his hand to gesture for him to sit, he saw that Seimi had already seated himself casually opposite him, without the slightest courtesy. Lord Bai's presence at this banquet is more than enough. Master Gen replied with a composed demeanor, retracting his arm. Is that so? I'm relieved to hear you say that, Seimi responded. Lifting his teacup, Master Gen's seemingly murky eyes scrutinized Seimi through the curling steam. Has Lord Bai grown accustomed to the hidden mist? The climate here is far more humid than elsewhere. Thank you for your concern. The moist air is beneficial for the skin. I quite like it, Seimi remarked. Master Gen's wrinkled fingers traced the rim of his cup back and forth as he spoke slowly. Until now, I have never heard the 4th Hokage mention your name. Lord Bai, I find myself quite curious about that. Seimi chuckled lightly. Is there any point in exchanging such formalities? You've long known who I am. The reason you dare not speak of it is because you fear I might take something else from you. Rest assured, I am not so merciless, and you no longer possess a second Byakugan. The atmosphere within the room chilled instantly. A subtle twitch at the corner of Master Gen's eye preceded his slow lowering of the teacup. He exchanged a glance with Seimi, both offering a silent smile. From the outset, Seimi had assumed an aggressive posture, his words decidedly discourteous toward Master Gen, clearly aiming to provoke him. Master Gen could have exploited this provocatively, yet he refrained. This revealed that he sought something far greater. In a soft voice, Master Gen said, It seems, Seimi-kun, that you are unaccustomed to this manner of discourse. If I have been abrupt, I sincerely apologize. Age weighs heavily upon me. Understanding the thoughts of the young has become increasingly difficult. Seimi nodded. Then speak plainly. Don't beat around the bush. Master Gen replied, I was born and raised in the hidden mist. This old frame naturally serves the village. Yet, Seimi-kun, your loyalty to this village piques my curiosity. Loyalty? Seimi toyed with his teacup, speaking casually, that's not quite accurate. Like this tea, if it's too hot, it burns the tongue. Too cold, it loses its flavor. I simply have nowhere else to go. Oh, so, you could have chosen to reside in another ninja village? Master Gen queried. Why then, did you specifically choose the hidden mist? Was there a particular reason? No, Seimi answered. Master Gen pressed on. I have heard that the incident involving the defection of the river puffer from Suka Mountain is connected to you, Seimi-kun. As an outsider without any ties, you somehow managed to access the village's inner secrets. That surely must have stirred speculation. Seimi said, let us be straightforward. I don't want to beat around the bush. Master Gen chuckled lightly, motioning for Seimi to drink his tea. Do not be so impatient, Seimi-kun. The night is long. Since your arrival in the hidden mist, we have yet to truly understand one another. Seimi sighed softly. In the next moment, a white shadow appeared at the corner of his eye, and his aura surged fiercely, as if the very air in the room froze. Master Gen, closest to him, felt his pupils constrict sharply. His gaunt fingers trembled involuntarily, yet he forced himself to remain. Seimi intended to kill him. There was no chance for escape. In that case, fleeing was pointless. 17. Seimi cast a glance outside, then whispered, 17 ninjas lie in ambush beyond, concealed by summoning techniques to obscure the Byakugan's sight. There are even more hidden in the distant woods. This was Seimi's sage mode, one he had independently developed apart from the 3 great sacred sites. By fusing his chakra with the surrounding natural energy, he could detect the slightest movements within several kilometers. Turning his head, His white eyes fixed on Master Gen, he said, I can tell you plainly. I could have easily slain everyone here, including you. But guess why I still sit here drinking tea with you? Sometimes, I find you people absurdly foolish. Matters that could be resolved simply are twisted through countless convolutions until you trap yourselves. I will say it once more, you had better speak candidly. Master Genus Adamus Apple moved with difficulty. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Since the fourth Mizukage took office, Seimi suddenly shifted his tone. The daimyo of the Land of Water must be displeased. Yes? What promises did the daimyo make you? The title of Mizukage? Or the entire hidden mist village? Is your aim the fifth Mizukage? Master Gen asked hoarsely. Seimi burst into laughter. You and the daimyo alike fail to see the essence of things. Impudence. Master Gen feigned anger, slapping the table heavily. I am no one you should lecture. You may insult me, but do not disrespect the daimyo. Seimi looked at Master Gen in surprise, then smiled. You truly want me to kill you? I must admit, I admire your resolve. Many have wished for my departure from the hidden mist, but none with your conviction. Master Gen's expression darkened like still water. What do you mean by that? Ignoring him, Seimi continued, those people didn't come here to die, did they? If I acted against you, the news would spread instantly across the 5 great nations. The Land of Water and the Land of Fire maintain good relations. Should I take such action, I would no longer be able to remain in the hidden mist under any controllable circumstances. Moreover, the Mizukage would be compelled to respond, granting the daimyo legitimate grounds to contact Konoha and use my identity as leverage to force Konoha's involvement. Your calculations are not without merit. The only cost is your life. If events unfold along this path, whether I am ultimately forced to side with you against the Mizukage or compelled to leave the hidden mist, it will be to your advantage. For the first time tonight, Master Gen lost his composure, his gaze towards Seimi filled with astonishment. In mere words, Seimi had completely unraveled his thoughts. How do you know this? Master Gen's voice trembled. Just some overheard rumors, Seimi replied. I've heard the daimyo has long been dissatisfied with the Mizukage yet remains helpless. Strange. Assentiate? Given the daimyo's power, he should be able to do as he pleases. Enough! Master Gen interrupted sharply, glaring at Seimi. Seimi paid no heed to his feelings, continuing as if speaking to himself. So, with the daimyo's support, you secretly rallied those families expelled by the Mizukage, providing them resources to keep the Umbu overworked. Oh, and the river puffer from Suka Mountain, he likely isn't one of yours. Yet, as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he shouldn't have access to so many secrets. His backers are not hard to guess. To the end, Seimi could not help but laugh. What a pity. After all that scheming and plotting, you still cannot overcome fists. You did not expect Yugura to be so resolute. All your overt measures ultimately faltered before his deterrent as a Jinchuriki. Master Gen closed his eyes in despair. Having seen through everything, Seimi still chose to attend the banquet tonight. His stance was unmistakably clear. With a smile, Seimi rose slowly, looking down upon Master Gen. What kind of world is this? I do not believe you do not understand. Before absolute power, your tricks are useless. What you value means nothing to me. Whether you possess it or not is of no consequence. If you wish to persuade me to join your coup, first you must earn my respect. Having spoken, Seimi turned toward the door. Master Gen's eyelids lifted slightly. His gaze silently followed, fixating on Seimi's retreating figure. Just before leaving, Seimi paused and glanced back. I do not wish to involve myself in your games. I know you do not fear death, so I have no intention of killing you. But if you continue to annoy me, the hidden mist you cherish shall forever be transformed into the village of bloody mist. I vow it. Yamori stood frozen in place, only lowering his gaze slowly to the 2 teacups before him after Seimi's figure completely vanished at the corridor's end. His silence profound. It was then he realized that cold sweat had already soaked through his back. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. That night, within a village nestled in the Land of Water, an inferno engulfed the settlement. Earlier, this village had once flourished with unparalleled prosperity, serving as the ancestral domain of the illustrious Kagaya clan, one of the great houses of the Land of Water. Now, however, not even a tenth remained. Blazing flames devoured the wooden dwellings, thick smoke obscuring half the sky. Corpses lay strewn haphazardly across the streets, both shinobi of the Kagaya clan and innocent villagers alike. From afar, the clash of blades rang out intermittently, mingled with agonized screams of those near death. Atop a hill, Seimi and his companions stood silently observing. Bathed in the glow of the firelight, his gaze hidden behind a white of mask, Seimi spoke calmly. Still, we did not arrive in time. Terumi stood behind him, her eyes fixed on the harrowing scene, unable to suppress her question. Why would they do such a thing? Simi glanced sideways at her. What you really want to ask is why the Mizukage would issue such an order, isn't it? Terumi's eyes narrowed slightly in response, sensing the truth behind his words. This man surely knew more than he let on but refused to speak. The Kagaya clan brought ruin upon themselves by inciting rebellion, Simi said, withdrawing his gaze. Regardless of whether they were forced into it or not, our official status remains that of the Umbu. He gestured toward the battlefield raging below the hill. As shinobi, once a mission is assigned, it must be carried out. Look at Kisame, he has no objections whatsoever. Kisame remained silent for a moment, then awkwardly raised his hand. Actually, he paused. I've also noticed that the Mizukage has been acting rather unusual lately. Simi turned toward him with a smile. If even you can see it, how could the Mizukage and those elders not? He patted Kisame's shoulder. For now, we need not overthink things, just follow orders. Just as 2 years ago, when Simi had spoken with Yamori at his residence, the turmoil within the hidden mist village had not only failed to ease but had deepened significantly. The root of all chaos in the hidden mist village lay in the relentless power struggles among the upper echelons. A shinobi village serves as the primary military force of a nation. Under ordinary circumstances, the state supports the village with various resources, while the village, in return, cultivates shinobi for the nation's use. In times of war, shinobi are dispatched to the battlefield. In peace, they undertake various missions, earning rewards that stimulate the economic cycle. When discord emerges between the daimyo, the nation's ruler, and the kage, the village's leader, this system ceases to function smoothly. Thus, both sides become locked in stalemate, vying for power through myriad means. The village before them, now a ruinous wasteland, epitomized the bitter contest between these forces. Simi gave a subtle nod behind him. Zabuza, present. A shinobi promptly replied, kneeling on one knee. Simi's voice was low. Go. Yes, sir. Zabuza sprang to his feet, vanishing in a few bounds toward the blazing village. Simi led an elite squad of fewer than 10, a newly formed assassination unit established by order of Mizukage Yagura 2 years prior. This team comprised the strongest members from various prominent clans within the hidden mist village, all personally selected by Simi, including Terumi and Kisame. Under Simi's command, they answered directly to Mizukage Yagura. Over the course of 2 years, Simi had leveraged his own strength to become the undisputed authority within the hidden mist village. To most, he was the voice of Mizukage Yagura. Whether internally or externally, wherever action was required, his presence was assured. The assassination unit under Simi's leadership only deepened the already suffocating atmosphere of the village of Bloody Mist. With growing opposition to Mizukage Yagura within the hidden mist, Yagura was forced to rely on Simi's might to maintain his rule. Just days before, the Kagaya clan had refused to accept Yagura's order to relocate most of their members to the village center, choosing instead to rebel. The Kagaya clan was a bloodline limit family within the hidden mist, wielding the unique Shikotsumyaku, the corpse bone pulse. Though this ability had brought them great renown, it also heralded disaster. Foremost among their afflictions was the hereditary blood disease that plagued many Kagaya clan members, causing premature decline and early deaths. Additionally, embedded within their bloodline was a berserker gene. The Kagaya clan's members, when consumed by extreme rage, would unleash combat power far beyond their usual limits, their reason swallowed by fury, prone to impulsive decisions. When such a clan, whose very existence revolved around battle, was repeatedly manipulated by the hidden mist's upper ranks through political machinations, the outcome was all but inevitable. The orders Simi and his comrades had were clear: to utterly expel the rebellious Kagaya clan from the Land of Water on direct command of Mizukage Yagura. Simi cast a cautious glance around, ensuring their movements were unmonitored, a faint smile tugging at his lips. For 2 years, he and Obito had maintained a delicate understanding. Though they had met only a handful of times, Obito would timely relay any intelligence through White Zetsu. As for those White Zetsu eliminated by Simi for drawing too close, Obito simply pretended not to see. Begin the operation, Simi commanded, stepping forward. Behind him, Kisame and Terumi dispersed in different directions. Within the village, a female shinobi brandishing twin blades stood atop a burning roof. Her chestnut-red hair, tied up, fluttered wildly in the heat-laden air. Leave not a single one alive. Her cold command echoed throughout the streets. Shikotsumyaku. Camellia dance. A figure darted past behind her, wielding a slender bone blade aimed at her. Without turning, the female shinobi let out a cold laugh and clasped her twin blades together. A dazzling burst of lightning erupted, instantly impaling the Kagaya clan shinobi attempting the ambush. Ugh! The Kagaya shinobi fell with bitter resentment, casting a final, grudging glance at his opponent. Ringo Amayuri. The female shinobi named Ringo Amayuri sneered before driving her blade through the fallen man's skull. Below, the corpses of Kagaya clan members already filled the streets. As soon as the Kagaya clan members drew their bone blades, they were often besieged by several hidden mist shinobi. The brittle snap of shattering bone blades was drowned out by agonized screams. Throughout the village, similar scenes unfolded repeatedly. A mother cradling her child collapsed in a pool of blood. The skeletal remains of young shinobi pierced the bodies of their comrades. Flames consumed the last refuges. Why exterminate us utterly? An elderly clan elder roared, leaning heavily on a bone staff. Ringo Amayuri leapt down, her thunderous blade piercing his chest. Because you are traitors. Suddenly alert, she glanced sharply aside and swiftly retreated. A cold gleam sliced through the spot where she had stood moments before. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ringo Amayuri's lips curled into a smile. Well, if it isn't Zabuza. So you're leading this operation, Zabuza said icily. Ringo Amayuri disdainfully flicked her hair. Attacking me, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, are you trying to defect? Zabuza replied, my orders are clear, to stop you here. Die Ringo Amayuri. Words exchanged, reconciliation was no longer an option. Ringo Amayuri snarled and swung her twin blades, launching herself at Zabuza without further ado. Zabuza was prepared. Water release. Hidden mist technique. A dense fog instantly enveloped the area, their forms weaving through the mist as blade clashes and flashes of lightning erupted fiercely. Meanwhile, at the village's opposite edge near a mountain cave, Simi stood silently. 2 figures silently landed behind him. The reinforcements have arrived, Terumi whispered. Kisame forcefully slammed a Kagaya clan ninja, held in his grasp, onto the ground. The ninja looked up and caught sight of Samiya's mask, his eyes widening in terror. It's you? The Mizukage sent you too? Samiya chuckled softly. Don't misunderstand. The destruction wasn't my doing. I merely wished to ask you a favor. He exchanged a glance with Kisame. Instantly, Kisame hoisted the ninja up, and the 3 of them ventured deeper into the shadowy cavern. At the depths, a heavy iron door adorned with sealing talismans barred their way. Terumi stepped forward, casting a careful gaze upon the seals. The 8 directions in seal requires a specific method to break, including the blood of the Kagaya clan. Without hesitation, Samiya turned and slit the Kagaya ninja's throat, letting the fresh blood spray onto the sealing talisman. Acquired Kekkei Genkai, Shikotsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. Based on one's own chakra, the Kekkei Genkai has been elevated to the same level. Feeling the emergence of newfound powers within, Samiya smiled faintly, placing one hand upon the talisman while forming a seal with the other. Release. In the next instant, a blinding red light radiated from the talisman, the characters upon it vanishing into thin air. Though this spectacle would shock any onlooker, Terumi and Kisame, standing behind Samiya, showed no surprise whatsoever. Kisame smiled at Terumi and said, no matter how many times I witness it, my admiration never fades. It's precisely for this reason I wish to follow him onward. Terumi reacted with no astonishment. Over the past 2 years, her gaze had been unwaveringly fixed upon the figure before her, her eyes seeing no one else. Regardless of others' opinions, she had been the first to resolve herself. Samiya gently removed the talisman and, accompanied by Terumi and Kisame, pressed onward. The iron door creaked open slowly, revealing a rugged interior. Inside lay a prison cell designed to hold but a single occupant. At its center, a frail figure was shackled by heavy iron chains. Before him stood iron bars, separating the 2 realms, a formidable defense clearly reflecting the caution of his captors. This was a child, no more than a few years old, with a gaunt frame, hair and skin alike ghostly pale, his translucent skin revealing the bluish veins beneath. Kagaya Kimimaro was roused by the creaking door, lifting his pale face and calmly meeting the gaze of his visitors. Are you here for me? Terumi asked, astonished. Samiya approached with a smile. Don't underestimate him. He is regarded by the Kagaya clan as their ultimate weapon. Kisame frowned, murmuring, I think I've heard that name before. Samiya nodded and offered a hint. 2 months ago, a 6-man ANBU squad mysteriously vanished. When found, they had all been swiftly slain by sharp weapons. Terumi and Kisame exchanged even more astonished looks. It's him? Indeed. The clinking of chains sounded as Kimimaro, overhearing their conversation, inquired, Is it time to fight again? His youthful voice echoed through the cavern, tinged with serene calm. We have come to rescue you, Samiya declared. Rescue me? Kimimaro's hollow gaze flickered with confusion. Samiya asked, Are you wondering why we are rescuing you? Or who we are? Kimimaro replied, I do not understand the meaning of rescue. My purpose is to fight. Samiya's interest was piqued. Has it always been this way since you can remember? Kimimaro nodded. Samiya shook his head and stepped before Kimimaro. With the tearing force of steel release, the heavy chains snapped. Very well, but now you are free. Kimimaro murmured the unfamiliar word free, repeating it, then asked, What about the others? They are all dead, Saimiya said calmly. Your clan attempted a rebellion but failed. Upon hearing this, no expression flickered across Kimamaro's face. Instead, he countered, where will you take me? Who shall we fight next? Saimiya answered, you are free now. This decision lies entirely with you. Kimamaro pondered for a long moment, then finally blurted out, what does freedom mean? Saimiya responded patiently, freedom means that as long as you are strong enough, you may do as you please. No one can force you to act against your will. At least, in this world, that is how it is. Kimamaro instinctively stepped back, shaking his head in bewilderment. But the elders told me I shouldn't be this way. I am merely a tool, and tools should have no thoughts of their own. Saimiya replied, the elder who told you that is dead, which proves he was wrong. Kimamaro did not expect such an answer from Saimiya, his small head momentarily stunned. Saimiya crouched down to meet Kimamaro's gaze. I am stronger than those elders. You should listen to me, not them. Kimamaro fell into deep thought. After a long pause, he looked up and said, that seems true. Those who doubted me before are gone. What is your name? Hyuga Seiya. You need not tell me your name. I already know it. Kimamaro carefully pondered the name as if trying to swallow it whole. Saimiya stood and smiled, extending his hand. I wish to invite you to journey with me. There is no compulsion. You may refuse or leave at any time. Kimamaro remained motionless. Saimiya asked, any questions? Kimamaro thought for a moment and said, I understand what freedom is now, but I do not understand why you need me. I am a cursed one. Saimiya inquired, what do you mean? Kimamaro answered, about my bloodline, everyone says I carry the blood of a demon. Saimiya gestured toward his own palm, signaling Kimamaro to watch closely. In the next moment, from the center of Saimiya's palm, bone protruded through the skin, gathering together and finally forming a small bone flower. Kimamaro was startled. You also possess the Shikotsumyaku? Saimiya continued, this is not a curse but a gift, a talent, a blessing bestowed by the heavens. Kimamaro looked at Saimiya's outstretched hand, hesitated briefly, then slowly lifted his own frail palm and gently placed it within Saimiya's. The Kagaya clan's village had been devoured by the flames of war, roaring fires licking the broken eaves, the air thick with the scent of scorched earth and blood. Amongst the ruins, the sparks of ninjutsu clashed and the clang of blades resounded. Zabuza gasped for breath, clutching his kunai tightly, sweat mingling with blood trailing down his cheeks. His opponent stood in the center of the rubble, twin blades crackling with lightning, a confident yet mocking smirk playing on her lips. You're surprisingly persistent. If you looked a bit better, I might just slowly devour you, said Ringo Yuyuri. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Zabuza's response was simple. A roaring water dragon surged from the ground toward Ringo Yuyuri. Ringo snorted coldly, crossing her twin blades. Lightning release. Exploding thunder. Lightning burst from the blades, instantly cleaving the water dragon apart. Sparks flew, water splashed, and the shockwave cracked the ground. Zabuza gritted his teeth and charged forward, swinging his kunai only to have it effortlessly parried by Ringo. Her movements were swift as lightning. With her blades crossing, she slashed a long gash across Zabuza's chest. Staggering back, he barely managed to steady himself against a wall. You're still far from enough, Ringo sneered. Die exploding thunder. A blazing orb of lightning energy formed, the air crackling with sizzling sound as it surged toward Zabuza. At this critical moment, several figures descended like a gale beside Zabuza. Dark release. Absorption hole. An invisible suction force erupted from the palm of the leader. Ringo's lightning instantly disintegrated, as if devoured, consumed utterly, leaving the surroundings tranquil as if nothing had occurred. What? Ringo gasped in shock, leaping back repeatedly to maintain a safe distance, eyes wary of the newcomers. Saimiya cast a glance at the panting Zabuza. Well done. At this moment, Zabuza had yet to acquire his famed executioner's blade, yet the fact that he could hold his ground against Ringo Yuryu, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, for such an extended period already attested to his resilience. This was a man who would rather perish than admit to any fragility. Struggling, Zabuza knelt on one knee and bowed his head respectfully. I am honored to have fulfilled my mission. Behind him, Kimamaro observed the scene with a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He turned to Kisame and asked in a low voice, is Lord Sai really that powerful? Kisame grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp, shark-like teeth. You'll see for yourself, kid. Not everyone is worthy of my allegiance. Ringo Yuryu gripped her twin blades tightly, her gaze fixed on Sai. A hint of astonishment flickered in her eyes. This bloodline limit, are you the Umbu Sai? Sai's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems I am quite renowned. Ringo's expression grew solemn, yet she habitually offered a faint smile. It is said that Captain Sai of the Umbu can wield multiple bloodline limits, possessing both the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Nowadays, who in the land of water does not know your name? She paused, her smile tinged with provocation. But, Lord Sai, what is your intention today? Sai's tone was casual. Since you know me, would you be willing to join my squad? Ringo was taken aback. What do you mean? You want me to join you? Then she burst out laughing, laced with scorn. Lord Sai, you must be joking. I am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, directly under the Mizukage's command. Are you trying to openly rebel? I am not like that shameless shark-faced man behind you. Sai was not surprised. He shook his head gently. If that is the case, then forget it. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. He had long known that Ringo Yuryu would not submit. Her fiery temperament meant that even if she reluctantly joined, she would never truly obey. Sai turned his gaze to the surroundings. The Kagaya village lay in ruins, nearly razed to the ground. Flames devoured the last of the huts, and thick smoke obscured the moonlight. He waved his hand, signaling the others to prepare to depart. Wait, Ringo Yuryu's voice rang out abruptly, carrying a cold edge. Her eyes fixed on Kimimaro. I can pretend the earlier battle never happened, but that kid must stay. If I'm not mistaken, he is of the Kagaya clan, right? Sai halted, nodding in confirmation. That's correct. Ringo smiled. Good. Lord Sai, my orders are to exterminate the entire Kagaya clan. Surely you don't intend to take him away in front of me? Upon hearing this, Kisame grinned without surprise and said to Sai, though she has a harsh temperament, she is quite loyal to the village. If possible, could you spare her life? Sai chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over Ringo Yuryu. I do not dislike people like her, but alas, she is too blind, mistaking the world she sees for all there is. A frog at the bottom of a well cannot fathom how vast the sky beyond the well's mouth truly is. Tomei pondered for a moment and said, it's not entirely her fault. After all, she has lived in such an environment since childhood and has been unable to change. Sai nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's what I meant. It seems you have taken my words to heart. Tomei gave Sai a helpless glance. Do you think I'm stupid? Sai smiled. Not at all. I find it rather endearing. Tomei narrowed her eyes and cast Sai a sidelong glance. You bastard, just you wait. If we weren't outside seeing that the others completely ignored her and continued their discussion. Ringo Yuryu laughed aloud in frustration. She then roared, crossing her twin blades before plunging them fiercely into the ground. Lightning release. Thunder Fong. Lightning burst forth across the ground, exploding like a dazzling, furious bloom. Stabbing toward the group ahead, countless lightning fangs erupted from the earth, tearing through the air as they surged toward Sai and his companions. Seeing this, Tomei grabbed Kimimaro, while Kisame hoisted the incapacitated Zabuza. The two were well prepared and swiftly retreated. What? Ringo Yuryu's pupils constricted sharply. In an instant, Sai, who had been at the forefront, vanished. Not good. Seeing his attack fail, Ringo Yuryu rapidly withdrew. The next moment, a faint breeze brushed by, and Sai reappeared before her like a phantom. He had somehow instantly penetrated the layers of lightning. Such incredible speed. Surprised, Ringo's expression shifted. She entwined her twin blades and lunged fiercely at Sai, closing her eyes with a triumphant smile. Since I know you possess the Sharingan, how could I be caught off guard? Before she could finish, her smile froze in place. Her blades halted midair, unable to advance an inch. She opened her eyes in shock to see Sai's hands covered in a black metallic sheen, grasping her blades without hesitation. She tried to retract her twin blades, but they would not budge. Only then did she notice that from Sai's wrists had extended claw-like bones, firmly locking her blades in place. Shikotsumyaku? Ringo Yuryu screamed, disbelief flooding her eyes. Sai gave her no chance to utter another word. 10-finger piercing. From Sai's fingertips, bone darts shot forth like arrows. Caught unprepared, 10 bone darts pierced Ringo Yuryu's chest, blood gushing as she staggered backward and finally collapsed heavily onto the charred ground. Is this the current caliber of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Sai held the twin blades, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. If this had been 2 years ago, it might have taken him longer to defeat Ringo Yuryu. But now, Sai had long surpassed the level of a ninja like her. Over the past 2 years, relying on the cover of his Umbu identity, Sai's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. The most notable change was the number of bloodline limits he possessed. For instance, the Dark Release, he had seized it from a man disguised as a sensory ninja during a mission. Under Yagura's leadership, Kirigakure's suspicion and harsh treatment of bloodline limit holders had only intensified. This, however, had worked to Sai's advantage. Sai turned and casually tossed the twin lightning fang blades to Zabuza. Zabuza's excitement was indescribable. He understood that this was the passing of the lightning fang blades to him. To receive one of the 7 ninja swords remained a matter of great significance. Even now that he had decided to follow Sai, especially for someone born in Kirigakure. Sai's gaze swept over the village ruins, his tone calm. Let us go. Kisame grinned, pointing behind Sai as a reminder. She is not dead yet, you know. Without turning his head, Sai replied, I know. It depends on her fate. If she survives, I'll give her another chance. Kimimaro watched Sai's retreating figure, a flicker of reverence shining in his eyes. Kisame's earlier words echoed again in his mind. Is this what absolute strength looks like? Certainly seemed so. The flames still blazed, smoke billowing thickly, completely obscuring the moonlight, leaving behind a field of debris and lingering murderous intent. The news of the Kagaya clan's annihilation spread swiftly throughout the land of water. Yet it stirred little commotion. In these past 2 years, such events had ceased to be newsworthy. Every so often, reports emerged of a family being expelled by the Mizukage's order or a renowned ninja turning rogue. For ordinary people who were not ninjas, no one cared about such matters, because they were barely surviving. On the dilapidated village streets, a cold wind stirred a few withered leaves. This was the northeastern region of the land of water, where snow fell every winter. A slight figure huddled in a street corner. Thin garments fluttered in the wind, trembling uncontrollably. The news of the Kagaya clan's destruction had reached here, and even the children struggling to survive on the streets could not avoid hearing it. They had also heard that the reason for the Kagaya clan's utter annihilation was because of their bloodline limit. Bloodline limit. Recalling the eerily familiar ordeal he had endured, the child curled up in the street corner instinctively wrapped his meager garment tighter around himself to fend off the cold. A group of men passed silently before him. After a moment's hesitation, the child timidly extended his hand to stop them. Please spare some food. Get lost. The leader of the men cast a loathsome glance at the child and brusquely shook off his hand. Useless people like you are nothing but dead weight. He spat venomously. Trash like you deserve to die. Startled, the child shrank into himself, evidently accustomed to such harsh reactions, and dared not speak further, burying his face deeply into his knees. Yet, unlike others who merely vented their anger before walking away, these men did not relent so easily. A heavy slap landed squarely on his head, sending a jolt of pain through his body. Furious curses rang out above him, followed by a relentless storm of fists and kicks, mercilessly raining down on his frail frame. When there is an outlet for unchallenged rage, it bursts forth in full force. The child's submissive demeanor only seemed to fuel the men's violence. Damn it, it's because there are too many of your kind that I lost my job and can't make a living. Amidst the numbing pain, frost began to form uncontrollably in the palm of the child's hand, the surrounding air suddenly chilling. Stop hitting me, please stop. I'm losing control. The abusers, oblivious, continued to vent the frustrations of days past under the excuse of releasing their emotions. Just as the child was about to break beneath the torment, abruptly, the onslaught ceased. Bang! After several muffled thuds, the child shakily lifted his head, only to find the men sprawled unconscious on the ground. In the distance, 2 figures approached leisurely, one large, one small. The one ahead was immaculate, with sleek black hair simply tied back, a visage so striking that a single glance was unforgettable. Most arresting of all was his face. One eye pure and untarnished, the other ordinary. So white, the child thought involuntarily, fixating on the stranger's eyes. As white as snow. Beside him walked a child of similar age, pale of complexion and cold of gaze. In the child's bewildered stare, the two had already drawn near. Saimai halted and was the first to speak. What is your name? The child shook his head timidly, unable to meet the newcomer's gaze. Is it that you have no name, or that you dare not say it? Saimai asked gently. The child continued to shake his head, his expression growing ever darker. Saimai pondered for a moment, then pointed to Kimimaro beside him. This one is a bit better than you. At least he knows what he lives for. And you? The child remained silent, shaking his head. With a sigh of resignation, Saimai crouched down to meet the child's eyes. Very well. Though you know nothing, I am certain you are the one I seek. Do you want a name? At those words, the child's eyes suddenly brightened, like stars igniting in the darkness. A name? I do need a new name. The child nodded fervently, the first flicker of an expression other than confusion and fear appearing on his face. From now on, Saimai said with a soft laugh, you shall be called Shiro, like me. Shiro, the child whispered softly. It was a beautiful name, fitting and just. Saimai rose and took a few steps forward, beckoning to Shiro. Do you want to come with me? Shiro was utterly stunned, frozen as if carved from wood, unable to respond. All right then. Saimai did not press, leaving behind a wistful smile as he turned away. Shiro remained seated on the ground, staring blankly at Saimai's receding figure. Kimimaro glanced at him once, said nothing, and resolutely followed Saimai. After an indeterminate length of time, Shiro suddenly staggered to his feet, neglecting to brush the dust from his clothes, and stumbled after them. Against the biting cold wind, His slight frame struggled desperately to keep pace with the two figures gradually fading into the distance. Snow settled upon his shoulders, pure and eternal as the very essence of whiteness. Hidden Mist Village. Saimai gently ushered the bewildered Shiro and Kimimaro before Terumi Mei. I'm going away for a while, Saimai said. I'm leaving them in your care. Terumi Mei frowned, barely glancing at the two youngsters, her gaze fixed entirely on Saimai. A flicker of concern passed through her eyes but was quickly masked. When will you be back? She asked. I don't know. Saimai looked toward the distant Mizukage building. But it should be soon. If I don't leave, some rats will never show their faces. Kisame, leaning against a tree nearby, inquired, when you return, will it be time for us to act? Saimai nodded. Possibly. In the meantime, I entrust this to you all. Terumi Mei lowered her head and murmured an affirmative response, saying nothing further. Why do you always bring someone back whenever you go out? Terumi Mei grumbled. You're not even a mother yet, and you treat the kids like that? Is this a daycare center? Seeing her expression, Saimai knew what she was thinking. He reached out to touzle Terumi Mei's head, giving it a couple of affectionate ruffles. Terumi Mei's curls were thick and voluminous, a delight to touch. Now taller than Terumi Mei by half a head, Saimai's gesture between them felt entirely natural. Whenever Saimai reached out, Terumi Mei would turn her head in mock protest, only relenting when Kisame quietly averted his gaze. Saimai's figure soon vanished into the morning mist. Terumi Mei exchanged a silent glance with two pairs of clear eyes. Shiro nervously clutched his own garment's hem, while Kimimaro watched her silently, devoid of emotion. Terumi Mei, known for her fiery temper, was utterly helpless upon witnessing this scene, unable even to utter a harsh word. What is your name? Terumi Mei forced a smile and asked the newcomer. Shiro. Terumi Mei was momentarily taken aback, staring long and hard. You're also called Shiro? Such a lovely name. She crouched down, brushing aside the dirty, tangled bangs obscuring Shiro's face. After a few moments, she exclaimed in surprise, You're quite the little beauty. You'll be very handsome when you grow up. Where did Saimai find you? What about your parents? Shiro avoided Terumi Mei's hand as it reached to touch his cheek and answered softly. They're all gone. My mother died at my father's hand. And your father? I killed him along with others. This revelation silenced both Terumi Mei and Kisame. Though such occurrences were not uncommon within the land of water nowadays, hearing so young a child confess to slaying his own bloodkin was profoundly unsettling. Only Kimimaro turned his head and glanced at Shiro. You are free. You did well. Terumi Mei sharply admonished. Children should listen more and speak less, especially you. Otherwise, you'll corrupt Shiro. Kimimaro met Terumi Mei's gaze calmly and fell silent. Seeing him like this gave Terumi Mei a headache. These two brats were all troubled youths, killers without a flicker of remorse. How was she to raise them? The sole consolation was that their parents would not cause trouble. Apart from that, it was all bad news. A sudden chuckle escaped Kisame nearby. Irresponsible father leaves, single mother left to raise two kids.
Terumi Mei's veins bulged instantly.
She whirled about, forming hand seals. Dissolution technique. Scalding acidic mist erupted forth. Kisame vanished in a flash. The tree he had leaned against corroded utterly. Are you insane? Kisame yelled. You'll kill us. You deserve to die. Terumi Mei roared, pursuing him, her fiery red hair trailing behind. Shiro and Kimimaro stood rooted to the spot, tilting their heads in unison as they watched the two figures disappear. Shiro whispered, Should we try to stop them? Kimimaro brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes, expressionless. Mind your own business. From afar, the agonized screams of Kisame and the furious rebukes of Mei Terumi echoed incessantly. Shirahari shrank his neck slightly, noticing a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on Kimimaro's lips beside him. These few individuals were indeed peculiar. Konoha. Within the dim confines of the underground base, Mitarashi Anko stood before the laboratory door, clutching a substantial stack of manuscripts. She inhaled deeply and gently tapped upon the heavy metal door. Enter. A hoarse voice from within, belonging to Orochimaru, responded. Anko pushed open the door, instinctively straightening her posture and lifting the documents before her chest. Lord Orochimaru. She was about to speak when she suddenly noticed another presence in the laboratory. Sai was leaning against the edge of the experimental table, offering her a familiar smile. Long time no see, Anko. Anko's pupils contracted sharply. How is it? The latest barrier didn't stop you? Do the barrier team members just stand around doing nothing when they return to Konoha as if it were home? Sai smiled and gestured toward Orochimaru, who was dissecting a corpse. With Lord Orochimaru here, what are barriers worth? Anko pursed her lips tightly, glanced at Sai twice, but ultimately said nothing. Expressionless, she turned to Orochimaru. I have brought all the materials, Lord Orochimaru. She slammed the manuscripts heavily onto the laboratory table with a resounding thud. Without looking up, Orochimaru's scalpel traced over the corpse. If you cannot even control your own emotions, then never set foot here again. Anko's face paled. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her voice. Apologies, I will be more careful. Leave. Orochimaru suddenly donned a gentle smile, as if the previous reprimand had never occurred. Yes. Anko gritted her teeth. These two, one her teacher, the other an adversary she could not defeat, seemed to leave no room for outbursts. Even if she lost her temper, it would be futile. Yet, suppressing her frustration only made her angrier. How infuriating. Stamping her foot, Anko slammed the door behind her and departed. The metallic clash of the closing door sounded unusually harsh, echoing her stiff retreat. Sai gazed at the tightly shut laboratory door and softly inquired, "How did it go?" "A failure." Orochimaru put down his scalpel. "This body is too frail to withstand the effects of reincarnation."
Sai smiled.
"Yet you have already mastered this technique. Truly admirable, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru said, "No need for such flattery. To my knowledge, you have no intention of reincarnating yourself. Do you?" "Indeed not,"
Sai replied.
"But to witness this process firsthand is exhilarating, no matter when I recall it." Heh. Orochimaru moved aside, picking up the documents Anko had brought to peruse carefully.
Sai-kun.
"There is no need for such formalities between us." Sensing the subtle threat in Orochimaru's tone, Sai smiled politely but offered no response. For the past 2 years, Sai had maintained close contact with Orochimaru, not merely due to their previously agreed collaboration, but because both had needs from each other. Two individuals fully aware of each other's secrets, who gladly exploited this knowledge to mutual advantage, had naturally drawn together. Orochimaru's ongoing research was a secret art known only to himself, the reanimation technique. This jutsu was the pinnacle of Orochimaru's scientific achievements, destined to cement his formidable reputation in the ninja scientific community. Once perfected, it would render him nearly impossible to kill completely, provided the conditions were met. Whenever there was a sliver of opportunity, Orochimaru would return through the reanimation technique. Simultaneously, by continually switching bodies, Orochimaru could achieve a form of indirect immortality. The name reanimation technique was no misnomer. With an ordinary human form, relying neither on Kekkei Genkai nor clan lineage, Orochimaru had indeed reached the zenith of the ninja world in certain respects. Of course, Sai's support was indispensable in this endeavor. Over these 2 years, Sai had been closely involved with Orochimaru, second only to Anko, who served as an assistant. Sai was the most deeply engaged participant in Orochimaru's experiments, possessing unparalleled powers of observation over chakra, human anatomy, and the Byakugan. Moreover, Sai could provide Orochimaru with his own experiential insights for reference. Excluding cutting-edge theories, Sai now possessed enviable jutsu resources, among which was one of the forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the impure world reincarnation. As a forbidden jutsu capable of summoning the dead back to the living world, the impure world reincarnation was naturally recorded within the Book of Seals. With Sai's assistance, Orochimaru's experimental progress far exceeded the original plan. Sai stepped closer to the cold corpse on the experimental table, noting a somewhat familiar face. "Is this a Konoha Jonin?" Sai's voice held a trace of surprise. "Lord Orochimaru, have your experimental subjects evolved to this extent?" Orochimaru replied, "What? Saikuin, would you be surprised by such trivial matters? The pursuit of truth justifies any necessary sacrifice." "No, that's not what I meant." Sai pointed to the back of the corpse's neck, where a subtle black mark was faintly visible. On closer inspection, it did not resemble a scar but rather some kind of seal. Feeling the power emanating from the seal, Sai confirmed his suspicion. It's a cursed seal. Having mastered Sage Mode, Sai was now exquisitely sensitive to natural energy and perceived its presence within the seal. Pointing at the cursed seal, Sai asked, "This technique isn't yet fully developed, is it?" Orochimaru glanced at Sai in astonishment. "The power contained within should not be detectable by the Byakugan." Sai said, "Rather than me discovering it, it's more accurate to say your handiwork wasn't sufficiently concealed. Lord Orochimaru." The corpse bore not only traces of the reanimation technique but other marks as well. Orochimaru did not intend to deliberately reveal his research. He simply did not care to hide it. Since the other party did not attempt to conceal anything, Sai called it out. As expected, a smirk curled at Orochimaru's lips as he said openly, "I found a special child. This was extracted from him. Related to natural energy?"
Sai inquired.
Orochimaru's movements halted, and a flicker of surprise reappeared in his eyes. "Saikuin, you never cease to amaze me. You even know about this." Sai smiled without elaboration and asked, "What do you call this technique?" Orochimaru answered, the cursed seal of heaven. Still in its initial stage. According to my design, if successful, it will introduce natural energy into the body through some method. But the prerequisite is the ability to withstand this power. As you can see, even a Jonin's physical constitution struggles to resist the force contained within. Sai glanced at the corpse on the table. Perhaps you simply chose the wrong subject for the experiment. Orochimaru nodded. I was indeed somewhat reckless, but he was the only one among this batch to survive over 10 hours. Why not implant the cursed seal in me as well? Sai suddenly proposed. If these others want work, let me try. An eerie silence suddenly enveloped the laboratory. Orochimaru looked at Sai. Aren't you afraid I might tamper with you from the inside?
Sai smiled nonchalantly.
No matter. Heh. Orochimaru emitted a cold, sinister laugh and strode toward the depths of the laboratory. An interesting proposal, but not the right time yet. Follow me. I have something I want to show you. Sai asked, what is it? Your eyes. Orochimaru approached a specially designed container and gestured for Sai to come closer. Inside floated a pair of blood-red Sharingan. Not the other eye Sai had initially given Orochimaru, but another pair Orochimaru had obtained from an unknown source. At the mention of this topic, a fanatical gleam immediately ignited in Orochimaru's eyes, and his tongue involuntarily licked his lips. After delving deeper, I realized the eyes you possess are truly fascinating. Extremely fascinating. I have essentially unraveled the secret of the Sharingan. It is a dojutsu intrinsically tied to emotional resonance, with the nerves embedded within the eyeball exhibiting extraordinary sensitivity. Through emotional stimulation, once a certain method is discovered, the Sharingan can evolve sequentially from the single tomo to the double tomo, and then to the triple tomo. Even within the Uchiha clan, shinobi wielding the triple tomo Sharingan are exceedingly rare. What I intend to convey is that beyond the triple tomo lies an even higher realm, the ultimate power of the Sharingan. Sei nodded without surprise, awaiting Orochimaru's continuation. But Orochimaru abruptly paused. He gazed quietly at Sei, contemplated for a moment, and then said, you already know this and have mastered this power. It was not a question, but a statement. Sei smiled. Truly, Lord Orochimaru, nothing escapes your notice. Orochimaru cast a meaningful glance at Sei. Sei took the initiative to speak. The Mangekyo Sharingan. As far as I know, that is its name. Orochimaru inquired. Does it possess any special abilities? I'm not sure. Sei shook his head. Not sure? Orochimaru pressed.
Sai nodded.
After all, I am not an Uchiha. Orochimaru's golden eyes fixed intently on Sei. Sei met his gaze without hesitation, his conscience clear. After a long silence, Orochimaru snorted coldly, a non-committal sound, and shifted his gaze away before continuing. As for the Byakugan, it is even more wondrous. According to my research, the Byakugan may not represent the terminus of Kekkei Genkai Evolution. Orochimaru retrieved a scroll from a hidden compartment and unfurled it. The scroll displayed intricate meridian diagrams, strikingly similar to the figures recorded in the Hyuga clan's ancestral texts. He flipped through page after page, showing Sei the experimental records contained within. Much like the Sharingan, Orochimaru had attempted to stimulate the internal nerves of the eyeball through various means, even refining his efforts down to the cellular level. I wouldn't bore you with the specifics. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. But I will tell you the result. The Byakugan holds the potential for deeper evolutionary stages. Orochimaru suddenly stopped and looked at Sei. You're not telling me you've also mastered this power, are you? Sei shook his head with a smile. Not quite. His gaze lingered on the scroll for a moment, sincerely praising, Lord Orochimaru, you have not disappointed me. Truly remarkable. Relying solely on your research without any external hints, you have uncovered the secrets hidden within the Byakugan and Sharingan. No wonder you are Orochimaru. This was precisely what Sei wished to see. Through continued dialogue with Orochimaru, he was laying the groundwork for deeper exchanges in the future. No one understood the evolutionary path of the Byakugan better than Sei. Beyond the Byakugan lies the Tensigan. There are two methods to awaken the Tensigan. The most direct approach is to attempt to fuse the Hyuga bloodline with that of Otsutsuki Himura, left behind on the moon long ago. The other method entails gathering a multitude of Byakugan and fusing them through some means to synthesize the Tensigan. Regarding these two methods, Sei only comprehended the principles but did not know how to execute them. At such times, the first thought that came to Sei's mind was to rely on Orochimaru's scientific expertise. Because the Sharingan possesses a hot plug characteristic, organ transplantation surgeries in the shinobi world have advanced considerably. Sei lacked the time and resources to restart his study of medical ninjutsu. His foremost thought was Orochimaru, with whom he had already cooperated. Sei's theory and Orochimaru's technology both were indispensable. However, working with someone like Orochimaru required constant vigilance against betrayal. The moment Sei ceased to be of use, Orochimaru would discard him without hesitation. Yet, as long as Sei maintained his previous image, letting Orochimaru know he still held many secrets and had need of him. Their collaboration could continue. Sei discreetly revealed the secret that the Byakugan also harbored the potential for deeper evolution, allowing Orochimaru to believe it was his own research discovery. This was the bait Sei laid. Others might not take the bait, but the insatiable curiosity of Orochimaru would never let it go. Yet Orochimaru suddenly rolled up the scroll, his golden snake-like pupils fixed on Sei. To complete this research, I require more samples. Sei responded, our agreement has long been fulfilled. Hasn't it? That reason alone is insufficient for me to provide new Byakugan. No, the Byakugan are not enough. Orochimaru slowly approached Sei, his breath chilling. I want more. Perhaps a living member of the Hyuga clan? The air within the laboratory instantly grew heavy. Sei's smile remained unchanged as he silently met Orochimaru's gaze. The two stood locked in quiet confrontation until a drop of condensation fell from the ceiling, striking the metal floor with a ticking sound. Sei suddenly chuckled. Lord Orochimaru, this is Konoha. There are not many Hyuga main family members you can abduct without a sound. I hear the Awakure's offensives have grown increasingly fierce recently. Stirring trouble now will surely draw attention. Orochimaru stared at Sei for a long while, sneered coldly, and ultimately chose to compromise, refraining from exposing Sei's pretense of ignorance. About 2 years ago, shortly after Sei left Konoha, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the Ninetales incident, the Awakens launched an offensive on the northern border. This rekindled the conflict between the land of fire and the land of earth, which has yet to cease. Sei admired Orochimaru's audacity. Under such circumstances, he still dared to abduct Jonin from the village for experimentation. This also indicated that Orochimaru had utterly lost faith in Konoha and no longer cared about the risk of exposure. Sei-kun, I thought I was already greedy enough, but it seems you surpass me, Orochimaru said lightly, a rogue shinobi daring to regard the entire Hyuga clan as his possession. Sei still smiled. Perhaps. Orochimaru half turned away. I have said all I needed to say. If there is nothing further, leave. But Sei did not move. Instead, he retrieved a container from his pocket, inside which lay a pair of pristine, immaculate eyeballs. You know what I want. This time, it's an exchange, Sei said, gesturing toward the corpse on the examination table. Orochimaru was unsurprised, revealing a dangerous smile. The curse seal is far from complete at this stage. If you wish to die, you need not go to such trouble. I can do it for you. Sei replied, based on the current results, I believe it is well worth the price. Orochimaru considered for a moment, then said, 1 pair of Byakugan is insufficient, at least 3 pairs. I know you have many more in stock. Sei sighed regretfully and immediately withdrew the Byakugan. What a pity. Then so be it. Deal, Orochimaru said without further ado, producing a bundle of scrolls and placing them on the table. This is all the data on the heavenly curse seal to date, including records of possible future developments. Sei smiled brightly as he retrieved the Byakugan again, exchanging them for the scrolls. It was a peculiar transaction, with both parties feeling they had gained the upper hand. Such occurrences were not the first in the dealings between Sei and Orochimaru, though both tacitly acknowledged the nature of their exchanges. The reason Sei sought the curse seal from Orochimaru was straightforward. He needed to study the seal to continue his research on Sage Mode. The curse seal derived from Yugo shared the same origin as Sage Mode in theory, both utilizing natural energy. After mastering Sage Mode, Sei's perception of natural energy deepened further. Yet, over the past 2 years of use, he also became aware of his own shortcomings. His greatest flaw was that his Sage Mode lasted for too brief a duration. When he first learned Sage Mode, Sei could maintain it for only a mere minute. After becoming more proficient, his current duration extended to roughly 3 minutes at best. Saint Mi recalled that Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki, who had just mastered Sage Mode, could sustain it for approximately 5 minutes. Saint Mi did not believe his own Sage Mode was inferior to theirs. In fact, his affinity with it was even better. The duration of Sage Mode was not strictly bound to one's chakra reserves. Fundamentally, it was a continuous communion with natural energy. The sole explanation was that this was the unique characteristic of his Sage Mode. After all, his Sage Mode was a breakthrough of his own making, with no precedent to emulate. His process of employing Sage Mode resembled a forced absorption of the surrounding natural energy, incorporating it into his body. Because he consumed more natural energy, the duration he could maintain the mode was relatively shorter. Yet, this was not without its merits. The advantage was that he required almost no preparation time to enter Sage Mode. His natural affinity with the energy enabled him to adapt to this process effortlessly. Theoretically, Saint Mi felt he had yet to approach his limits. His Sage Mode was formidable, with vast potential yet to be unearthed. This was evident from the moment he activated Sage Mode and immediately detected the white Zetsu fleeing in panic several kilometers away. To validate his theory, Saint Mi set his sights on Orochimaru's cursed seal. If he could obtain the method to utilize the seal, he could attempt to merge it with his own Sage Mode, perhaps pushing beyond his current limits. Until we meet again, Lord Orochimaru, he thought. After thoroughly examining the scroll Orochimaru had handed over, Saint Mi confirmed the transaction was complete. Orochimaru's reputation in such matters was quite commendable. Recalling years ago when an orphan of the Uchiha clan journeyed a long distance to seek him out, Orochimaru had decisively forged a pact. I will teach you ninjutsu, but after 3 years your body belongs to me. 3 years later, Orochimaru had indeed trained Sasuke into the ideal form he envisioned, without reservation. Ultimately, he reaped the consequences when Sasuke, having chosen to sever ties, struck him down. Of course, due to various circumstances, Orochimaru did not perish. That was a tale for another time. Orochimaru asked, rarely returning to Konoha, are you leaving so soon? Not planning to kill the Hokage on your way? Saint Mi replied, certainly not. I have other matters to attend to, and as for the Hokage, I wouldn't dare encroach upon Lord Orochimaru's quarry. Orochimaru sneered coldly, watching Saint Mi's silhouette vanish through the doorway. Stepping outside, Saint Mi was unsurprised to find Akado leaning against the wall, waiting for him. Her purple hair was tied back into a ponytail, draped in a linen-colored trench coat. Her smooth legs were long and slender, clad only in a mesh-patterned, tight-fitting garment beneath. Nothing more. Compared to 2 years prior, Akado now radiated youthful vigor and athleticism, poised and harmonious. Saint Mi could not help but muse, Akado, you have grown. In every way. Akado asked expressionlessly, why have you returned? You are no longer a shinobi of Konoha. Saint Mi smiled casually. Visiting home regularly benefits both body and mind. It challenges oneself. Seeing that familiar, slightly exasperating smile, Akado gritted her teeth. If it weren't for Lord Orochimaru's strict orders, Saint Mi said, Orochimaru is not your entire life. Sometimes you must heed your own heart. For the village, you should tell everyone I have returned. It is both reasonable and just. Capturing a rogue ninja is everyone's responsibility. Akado was momentarily stunned. Who would voluntarily suggest capturing themselves? But the problem was, she did not want to do so. Seeing Akado fall silent, Saint Mi said regretfully, if you wished, I could transform into someone else and accompany you to the dumpling shop. But alas, it remains too dangerous. With that, Saint Mi passed by her and walked away. Wait, Akado suddenly realized and called out, are you leaving again? Saint Mi looked at her curiously. I am a renegade shinobi. You still remember you are a renegade? Akado blurted out without hesitation the words she had long kept inside. You actually Haven Tea betrayed the village, right? The events back then must have been a misunderstanding. Otherwise, why would Lord Orochimaru still associate with you? Saint Mi smiled and shook his head. No, I truly have betrayed Konoha. Akado's heart sank. Then she heard Saint Mi continue, Konoha will not tolerate someone like me. Do you think they would tolerate Orochimaru? Akado asked anxiously, what do you mean? Saint Mi did not linger. Smiling, he waved his hand and bid Akado farewell. Have you ever considered that the Lord Orochimaru you respect so much actually stands in opposition to Konoha? In the pitch-black corridor, only Akado remained, gazing forlornly at Saint Mi's retreating figure. Long after he had disappeared into the distance, she suddenly realized, struck as if by a heavy blow. Taking 2 steps back, she leaned against the wall, feeling the coldness behind her and unable to let go of the weight in her heart. The narrow alley at the edge of Konoha was shrouded in nightfall, pale moonlight filtering through sparse tree shadows. 3 shinobi from Kirigakure were sprinting desperately through the alley, their footsteps erratic. They carried a 3-year-old girl who had already lost consciousness, and a serene-faced teenage kunoichi, also unconscious. A closer look revealed both had the Byakugan in their eyes. The Kirigakure shinobi paused frequently, breathing heavily, evading pursuers behind them while searching for the route they had come from. The leader suddenly raised a hand signal, and the group halted abruptly. He swiftly turned, motioning for his companions to set the 2 girls against the wall and form hand seals, activating sensory ninjutsu. His face instantly changed. He looked at the teenage girl sharply, ordering, "She's leaving a mark for those behind us. Kill her." No sooner had the words fallen than Hyuga Natsu, who should have remained unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes. Realizing they had been exposed, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to leap up, thrusting her right palm forward. 8 trigrams 32 palms. The nearest Kirigakure shinobi sneered, "Overestimating yourself." Facing multiple enemies yet choosing a gentle fist technique effective only against individuals, it was clear the girl had never been on the battlefield and lacked combat experience. The shinobi's figure flashed, simultaneously raising his knee with lightning speed. Crash! Hyuga Natsu staggered and fell onto the cold stone slabs. Struggling to lift her head, her gaze fell upon the little girl nearby, her voice faint, "Miss Hinata." Despair filled her eyes as she helplessly watched the Kirigakure shinobi raise his ninjato, the blade gleaming menacingly under the moonlight. Just as the blade was about to descend, a soft laugh echoed from the eaves above, shattering the silence of the alley. The Kirigakure shinobi's expressions changed instantly. They looked up in unison to see a figure who had appeared unnoticed, standing leisurely on the rooftop. His robes fluttered in the night breeze, veins bulging around the white eye on his right side. A faint smile curved his lips, yet his gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade. A chill ran through the shinobi's hearts. Their hairs stood on end, each feeling like prey under a predator's watchful eye. Only one white eye remained visible on his right side, such a conspicuous feature that they immediately recognized the newcomer's identity. Yet they could not comprehend how Saint Mi, an S-rank Konoha shinobi, could appear here at this moment. Hyuga Saint Mi? One leader whispered. Don't look at him. Before the words ended, it was too late. Saint Mi's left eye instantly transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan with 3 tomo. The 3 Kirigakure shinobi froze simultaneously, confusion flickering in their eyes. Hyuga Natsu knelt halfway on the ground, blinking, her voice trembling with disbelief. Is it really you? Saint Mi? Saint Mi lightly leapt down from the rooftop, ignoring the surrounding Kirigakure shinobi. He strode directly to Hyuga Natsu, lifting her from the ground. His slender fingers gently brushed the dust from her shoulder, whispering, Wait for me here. I'll be done shortly. Summer's eyes glistened with a faint redness, as she struggled to contain her excitement. How have you returned? Sammy smiled and replied, I've come back to collect what is owed. At that moment, the hidden cloud shinobi seemed to awaken from a dream, emerging from the depths of the illusion. The leader roared angrily, Don't be so arrogant. No obvious movement from Sanmi was observed, only a few fleeting motions of his hands left behind ghostly afterimages. In the next instant, with several thuds, 3 cloud ninja collapsed to the ground, blood spurting forth. Beneath the night sky of Konoha, Hyuga Hisashi dashed through the alleys, his Byakugan already activated, veins bulging around his eyes. Hot on his heels was Hyuga Hisashi, his expression equally grave, his breath slightly labored. A figure swiftly passed by. Hyuga Tetsuro landed beside Hisashi, his tone urgent. Lord Hisashi, we have found the marks left by Summer. A flicker of exhilaration flashed in Hisashi's eyes as he quickened his pace. Lead the way. Hisashi immediately signaled behind him, and several Hyuga clan shinobi leapt from both sides of the alley, swiftly keeping up. 10 minutes earlier, a grim message had arrived at the clan's main residence. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family, Hisashi's beloved daughter, Hinata Hyuga, had been abducted by unidentified ninja. As the clan head, Hisashi personally led the pursuit, chasing all the way to this place. No matter who the enemy was, anyone daring to lay hands on his daughter would surely pay in blood. At the same time, he felt a measure of relief. It was fortunate that they discovered the trail early, and that every member of the Hyuga clan possessed the Byakugan, which prevented them from losing the kidnapper's trail. Since the decline of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the largest in Konoha, had not faced such a situation for a long time. After all, no ordinary kidnapper, no matter how reckless, would dare target the heir of the Hyuga clan. The only plausible explanation was that the adversary had come fully prepared. With this thought, Hisashi's anxiety intensified. We arrived. Just ahead. Lord Hisashi. The group rounded the corner. Yet the scene before them froze everyone, including Hisashi, in place. An unimaginable figure appeared before the Hyuga clan in such a serene yet abrupt manner. Sanmi stood in the center of the alley, cradling the small Hinata in his arms. Moonlight bathed him, outlining his striking red and white eyes. Summer stood beside Sanmi, a gentle smile gracing her face as she whispered softly to him. On the ground around them lay the bodies of the 3 fallen hidden cloud shinobi, blood seeping into the cracks of the stone, the air thick with the acrid scent of iron. At the same time, several figures arrived, Hyuga clan members who had received orders and followed closely behind. They stationed themselves on surrounding rooftops, their eyes wide with astonishment as they took in the scene below. Hyuga Sanmi, how has he returned? Summer, don't get near him. Hyuga Tetsuro instinctively shouted Summer's name, standing just behind Hisashi. Seeing the clan members gradually arrive, Summer's body trembled slightly, but she bit her lip and forced herself not to retreat. Tetsuro gestured to those around him, and the Hyuga shinobi swiftly dispersed, encircling the 3 figures at the center of the alley. Sanmi paid them no mind, smiling as he said, I was the one who asked her to stay by my side. You can consider Summer as being held hostage by me if you like. Hisashi's gaze locked onto Sanmi, his voice laden with suppressed fury. Hyuga Sanmi. His tone was on the verge of eruption. Even Hisashi himself could not say clearly whether his anger stemmed from Sanmi himself or from the fact that Hinata, clutching tightly at Sanmi's collar, wore a timid yet not truly fearful expression. Rather, a trace of dependence gleamed in her face. Sanmi lifted his head, his eyes sweeping over everyone present. Long time no see. Tetsuro, Takuma, Iroha, and Hiraman. Each name Sanmi uttered caused the listener's expression to darken considerably. Hisashi took a deep breath and barked. What is it that you want? Sammy glanced around and smiled. No rush. Let us talk after returning. With that, he cradled Hinata and strode forward. Summer followed closely behind, her head bowed, silent. The Hyuga shinobi nearby instantly stirred with unease, many casting anxious glances at Hisashi. A trace of panic appeared on Hisashi's face, his complexion extremely grim. Should I give the order? But Sanmi held his daughter in his arms. By the time Hisashi fully grasped the situation, Sanmi had already passed by him with Hinata and Summer. The humiliation of being ignored surged to Hisashi's temples. His face flushed crimson with rage as he spun around, trembling as he pointed at Sanmi. Kill him. Smack! Tetsuro's hand firmly grasped Hisashi's wrist. Big brother. Hinata is still in his hands. It was like a cold shower dousing Hisashi's fury. He inhaled deeply, swallowing the rest of his words, unconsciously filled with dread. If he spoke that command, who knew what Sanmi would do? But Hinata would undoubtedly be the first to die. Hisashi silently lowered his trembling arm. Seeing this, the surrounding Hyuga clan members could only silently step back. Though they surrounded Sanmi, none dared intervene without an order from the clan head. They instinctively retreated to clear the way. At midnight, an utterly surreal scene unfolded within Konoha village. Wherever Sanmi went, the crowd parted like a tide, giving way without a single soul daring to act rashly. Among them, Hyuga Tetsuro's complexion was ashen, his chest rising and falling violently. He fixed his gaze on Sanmi and the gentle figure obediently following at his side. The scene before him was like a memory from 2 years ago, when a few peers had once walked down a corridor, and someone had casually remarked, "Who doesn't know Summer has always liked Sanmi?" A flood of emotions overwhelmed him, shattering his reason. For a moment, Tetsuro felt as though the entire world had vanished. His eyes focused solely on those two eyes, one red, one white. Within them lay a tranquil smile, as if deliberately aimed at him. Summoning courage from an unknown source. By the time he realized what he had done, Tetsuro found his fists clenched involuntarily, and he roared furiously toward the front. Enough of this nonsense. How could the Hyuga clan allow a traitor such disgrace? He sprang forward, clenching his fist sharply, lunging toward the back of Sanmi. Hisashi and Hisashi's expressions changed simultaneously, shouting in unison. Stop! In the next moment, all present saw Sanmi's left hand flicker with a ghostly afterimage, his movements too swift for the naked eye to follow. Bang! Hyuga Tetsuro was flung like a severed kite string, violently crashing into the stone wall at the alley's side, which cracked under the impact, dust billowing. As the dust cleared, everyone saw Tetsuro lying motionless on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, silent and still. Sanmi halted, turning to face Hisashi, his tone calm. This is the last time. Hisashi shuddered instinctively. Then Sanmi's expression shifted once more. Lowering his head, he smiled gently at Hinata in his arms. Shall we go home? Hinata's small hand clung tightly to his collar, and she nodded timidly, her voice faint. Yes. Before acting, Sanmi deliberately shielded her eyes with his right hand. In Hinata's eyes, this man was an older brother she had never seen within the clan, who had just rescued her and sister Summer from the hands of villains. But why did the clan members all stand so far away? Hisashi remained rooted to the spot, his face as pale as paper. He watched Sanmi walk out of the alley, his figure gradually fading into the distance, with not a single Hyuga shinobi daring to move. Only the moonlight and the silence of death filled the alley. After a long while, Hisashi finally came to his senses, his voice trembling slightly. Seal off the news. Under no circumstances must anyone else discover that Hyuga Sanmi has returned to Konoha. Within the gates of the Hyuga clan's territory, a contingent of Hyuga shinobi surged in, carrying Sanmi and the two others. Sanmi carried Hinata as he stepped inside, letting out a sigh upon seeing the familiar surroundings. It's been so long since I last came back. I truly missed this place. These words sounded especially grating to the Hyuga clan members nearby. From the village's edge to the clan territory, Sanmi made no demands, merely holding Hinata as he advanced steadily. Naturally, no one dared to offend him. They silently complied with Hyuga Hisashi's request, and under Hyuga Hisashi's command, they dispersed all the ninja who attempted to approach the onlookers, clearing a path for Hisashi. It was as if they were personally welcoming Hisashi back to the clan territory. The entire process was unbelievably prolonged, until in the end, everyone had become numb. For a long time, all members of the Hyuga clan had been taught that the Hyuga were the foremost clan within Konoha. Even the Uchiha, who had once established Konoha alongside the Senju clan, had long since declined, and now the entire clan had relocated to the outskirts of the village. Under these circumstances, The Uchiha still held the role of Konoha's security force, responsible for maintaining order, but were in constant conflict with everyone. Whether in terms of influence within the village or reputation, the Uchiha were far inferior to the Hyuga. Relying on this sense of pride, the Hyuga had always maintained an extraordinarily special status. Konoha's attitude towards the Hyuga was visibly respectful. With the Byakugan, their Kekkei Genkai, the Hyuga clan believed that it was not the Hyuga who needed Konoha, but rather Konoha that needed the Hyuga. Even if they left Konoha, relying on the Byakugan, the Hyuga would be honored guests wherever they went. Yet now, this very concept was collapsing gradually as Hisashi advanced ever further. Hyuga Hisashi had spoken the truth. The Hyuga clan had never been so humiliated. A mere rogue ninja was actually being personally escorted into the clan territory by the clan head, simply because he held the clan head's precious daughter in his arms. This indescribable feeling of disgrace was beyond articulation or explanation. It was precisely because no one had ever done such a thing before that it seemed so astonishing and unprecedented. Within the Hyuga clan territory stood the main residence of the Hyuga clan's head family. Whenever there was an important matter to announce to the entire clan, a meeting would be held in the great hall of the main residence. The elders, having received the news early, were already gathered at the entrance along with the ninja from the clan territory. Hisashi turned his head and smiled at Hyuga Hisashi, who had been following him, saying, "Have them step aside. We will enter and talk." Hisashi said nothing, but gently waved his hand, signaling those blocking the entrance to the mansion to disperse. Hyuga Hisashi, a traitor, actually dares to come back. Such courage is truly remarkable. An elder snorted coldly and stepped forward. Hisashi looked at him with surprise and asked, "Are you not afraid I might do something? Haven't you heard the clan head's words? Or are you planning to use this opportunity to defect from the Hyuga as well?" The elder was furious. Who did not know that Hisashi had killed one of the clan elders before leaving Konoha? He glanced at Hisashi and noticed the terrifying look in Hisashi's eyes, which was why he had cleared the way earlier. Hisashi chuckled lightly, lifted his head, and entered the main residence of the head family. He casually sat in the seat of honor and said to Hisashi standing at the door, "Summon all the Hyuga clan members. That is my condition. I quite like Hinata and will not harm her. But if you do not listen to me, then I cannot promise what will happen." Hisashi remained silent for a long time, finally asking, "What exactly do you want to do?" Hisashi ignored him and motioned for Hyuga Natsu, who had been following him, to sit beside him. Natsu looked at Hisashi in surprise, then hesitated as she glanced at Hisashi and the others. Before Hisashi could respond, she obediently stepped forward with small, quick steps and knelt on a cushion beside Hisashi. Hisashi casually handed Hinata, who was in his arms, over to Natsu, smiling as he gently stroked Hinata's face. Hisashi's fingers were icy cold, and Hinata, unable to bear the tickling, grabbed Hisashi's fingers and giggled uncontrollably. Hisashi took a deep breath and turned to Hyuga Hisashi, ordering, "Do as he says. Gather everyone, but do not alert the rest of the village." "Yes," Hisashi responded. Soon after, all members of the Hyuga clan gathered at the main residence of the head family. Some had been awakened from their sleep and were originally puzzled as to why the clan head was summoning everyone so late. It was only when they saw Hisashi sitting in the seat of honor that they suddenly realized something significant had occurred. Tonight, the Hyuga would not be calm. Inside the main residence, Hisashi sat in the seat of honor with a faint smile on his face, utterly casual. Hyuga Natsu sat beside him, holding Hinata in her arms. Opposite him were all the ninja of the Hyuga clan. Even though he recognized many familiar faces among them, it was the first time Hisashi had ever seen so many pairs of Byakugan eyes gathered at once. Hyuga Hisashi, the clan head, sat across from him and asked, "We have gathered everyone as you requested. It is time for you to state your conditions. What exactly do you want in exchange for releasing Hinata?" His expression was no longer angry but replaced by a calm, almost suppressive composure. At this point, anxiety was futile. He had already prepared for the worst. Regardless of whether he could save Hinata today, after this was over, Hisashi would die here. As clan head, he would personally uphold the dignity of the Hyuga clan. Hisashi retorted, "When did I ever say I would release Hinata?" At these words, even though Hisashi had given strict orders, the surrounding Hyuga ninja could not help but react. "You're just a rogue ninja. Don't be so arrogant, you bastard. Do you really think we wouldn't dare kill you? Hisashi, you scoundrel." Hisashi turned around, glaring fiercely, and managed to make the Hyuga ninja who had stood up return to their seats. As someone who had once fought Hisashi, Hisashi naturally understood why Hisashi chose to endure. Because both Hisashi and Hisashi knew that with Hisashi's strength, he would kill Hinata before they could kill him. After the manhunt for Hisashi was called off 2 years ago, the Hyuga clan had come to assess Hisashi's strength. In close combat, no one in the Hyuga clan could match Hisashi. To kill Hisashi without external aid while under siege would cost the Hyuga clan an incalculable price. As clan head, Hisashi had no choice but to compromise. Hisashi had left without killing anyone, which meant he was open to negotiation. Where there is negotiation, there is hope, even if it meant temporarily reconciling with a rogue ninja. In any case, nothing must happen to Hinata. Hinata was the eldest daughter of the head family and the future heir of the Hyuga clan. Though still a child, the head family's status within the Hyuga clan was unshakable. Even if it meant sacrificing Hinata, only the clan head of the head family, Hisashi, could give the order. They had no authority and could not place their lives above the head family's eldest daughter. The intense reactions of the others were expected by Hisashi. He lightly waved his hand, signaling Hisashi not to worry, and smiled, saying, "I will do nothing until I have said what I want to say. After all, I once spent a considerable amount of time here. Killing you is not difficult, but it would be a waste of time for me. Hisashi, you should understand this better than anyone." At his words, Hyuga Hisashi's expression changed. Several jonin in the crowd also reacted. 2 years ago, they had participated with the Umbu in the pursuit of Hisashi, and only they had survived. The Umbu shinobi had been wiped out. It was precisely for this reason that Konoha's higher-ups ultimately halted the operation against the rogue ninja Hisashi. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, cited the outbreak of war and the need for the Hyuga's strength at the front lines as the reason. Everyone knew this was a sign of waning trust in the Hyuga. Nonetheless, they had indeed survived at Hisashi's hands. Hyuga Hisashi sneered, "That sounds very pleasant, but do you think we don't know what you did? During the Ninetales rampage 2 years ago, you killed Elder Soke and betrayed the clan. Is that what you mean by not turning against your clan?" Unexpectedly, Hisashi smiled and said, "You only say I killed him. Why don't you tell everyone that Elder Soke was actually a guardian of the secret pavilion? Are you afraid or just unwilling?" Hisashi, Hyuga, and the elders present all changed their expressions simultaneously. Hisashi could not help but shout, "Nonsense." Except for a limited few branch family members such as the clan's messenger, most others wore faces of bewilderment. "The secret chamber? What is that?" they murmured. Saint Mio paid no heed to their attitudes and continued, "2 years ago, I slew Hyuga Munetaka, unlocked the Hyuga clan's secret chamber, and seized every Byakugan stored within. Since I have committed this deed, I dare to own it. Yet now, here I stand, open and candid, and you would rather cover for me?" Saint Mio's voice echoed unimpeded throughout the entire gathering. As he spoke, many began to grasp what he was implying and cast shocked glances toward the clan head. Hisashi Hyuga. So, within the Hyuga clan, there existed a secret chamber specifically for storing the Byakugan? Enough! Hisashi interrupted Saint Mio's words with a trembling voice. He felt himself on the verge of eruption, unable to prevent his fists from clenching tightly, poised to strike. 2 years prior, Hyuga Munetaka had been killed, the secret chamber breached, and all the Byakugan preserved inside stolen. Apart from a few elders and select branch family members like the clan's messenger, no one else knew of this matter. Even within the village, only the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had been informed. Over the past 2 years, despite Saint Mio's defection from the village, no news had emerged of any ninja outside the Hyuga clan possessing the Byakugan. This allowed Hisashi, after initial panic and suspicion, to gradually come to accept this reality. Moreover, a subtle new narrative began to take root within the Hyuga clan following Saint Mio's departure. Saint Mio was an unheralded prodigy of the Hyuga clan who, long overlooked and undervalued, had rebelled in anger. This was a world that revered strength. The stronger Saint Mio became, the more profound the name Hyuga, which he bore, appeared. This public opinion was immediately suppressed by the clan's messenger when first circulated. Yet, it was inevitable that it reached Hisashi's ears. Humans are complex creatures, and as clan head, Hisashi Hyuga was no stranger to this. The adult world was such that, though parties might hold opposing stances and wish the other dead, civility was maintained on the surface. Much like his relationship with Saint Mio. Saint Mio had pillaged the secret chamber but did not intend to publicize it. Hisashi had always believed this to be an unspoken secret between them. "I can tolerate your departure and accept that you have taken the Byakugan for your own use. As long as you do not disgrace the Hyuga name and the Byakugan do not leak beyond, we need not reach a point of no return, where death is the only option." Hisashi had thought this secret would fade away quietly with Saint Mio. Unexpectedly, today, Saint Mio revealed it openly before everyone. Trouble had arrived. The clan's messenger glanced around and noticed many clan members' faces turning uneasy. The impact of this revelation on the entire Hyuga clan was even more profound than anticipated. Whose Byakugan could be stored in the secret chamber? Naturally, those of the main family unmarked by the caged bird curse seal. Only the main family's Byakugan could be preserved. Not fearing scarcity but inequality, the treatment of branch family members appeared delicate by comparison. Due to the caged bird curse seal, their Byakugan were inherently inferior to the main family S and would be destroyed automatically upon death. The Clan S messenger grew increasingly horrified. This was a purely soul-crushing truth. Before St. Mio disclosed the secret chamber S existence, this fact had no impact on anyone. Tradition carried inertia. For thousands of years, this had been the way. The Hyuga clan had grown accustomed to it. There was only one main family member at any given time. All others were branch families. All branch family members were subordinate to the main family. Since the vast majority were alike, there was no need for dispute. Like stars circling the moon, only one could become the moon. No matter how hard the stars tried, none could become the moon, and some stars accepted this as the natural order. Since it was fate, the moon deserved to possess all resources. Yet, fundamentally, this understanding and acceptance stemmed from powerlessness. The main family was supreme. Their eyes could be preserved eternally after death. As branch family members, they were worthless and, to prevent the Byakugan from leaking, their eyes were destroyed upon death for safety's sake. Even in death, they were unworthy to be mentioned in the same breath as the main family. When this brutal reality was casually revealed by Saint Mio, who should have been just another star among them, many could no longer remain calm. They could have endured darkness if they had never known light. Now, the light was before them. The Hyuga clan S bird that had broken free from its cage. Saint Mio had not only returned but stood on equal footing with the clan head of the main family. His forehead was perfectly smooth, devoid of any trace of the past. What exactly do you intend to do? The clan S messenger could not help but step forward and raise his voice. Saint Mio replied, "Nothing much. I simply cannot abide your concealment of the truth. Speaking of which, I have experienced quite a lot these 2 years. In Kirigakure, I discovered the existence of Byakugan wielders as well." Saint Mio's words again stirred a wave of astonishment. Could anyone besides the Hyuga clan possess the Byakugan? Many looked toward Hisashi, who did not refute this, deepening their disbelief. The clan head was aware of this yet had taken no action. Saint Mio smiled. "Aren't you curious how that ninja named Ao acquired the Byakugan?" Having spoken, Saint Mio produced a sealed scroll from his bosom and tossed it before Hisashi. The clan S messenger glanced at Hisashi, and seeing no objection, stepped forward to pick up the scroll. "Unseal it." A puff of white smoke emerged as the scroll unfurled, revealing a Byakugan, the very one Saint Mio had reclaimed from Ao, alongside a set of recorded documents. The clan S messenger exclaimed in surprise, "This is the technique of Kirigakure S Umbu?" Instinctively, he took the records and began to peruse them. However, after only a few lines, his face paled in shock and he staggered backward repeatedly. "Calm down, clan messenger. What is wrong?" The elder who had previously blocked Saint Mio demanded. The clan S messenger glanced at Hisashi and, after a moment, spoke slowly. "These are the communications between Elder Munetaka and Kirigakure S Umbu." "What?" The clan messenger's words provoked a chorus of exclamations. Not only the elders but even Hisashi was startled by this revelation. He sprang to his feet abruptly, snatched the scroll from the messenger, and frantically leafed through it. Though initially incredulous, upon seeing a certain seal near the end, his face instantly drained of color. He lost his grip, and the scroll fell to the ground. Hisashi took 2 steps back, staring at Saint Mio, murmuring, "This cannot be." As clan head, he was intimately familiar with Elder Munetaka's handwriting and seals. He could not deceive himself. This was undoubtedly Elder Munetaka's handiwork. Without doubt, the elders crowded forward, snatching the scroll and scanning it themselves. Amidst cries of disbelief, they reached the same conclusion as Hisashi. Hyuga Munetaka had secretly colluded with an external village. Saint Mio chuckled. "Well, are you surprised? The one whose Byakugan was taken was a main family member named Hyuga Munenabu, Elder Munetaka's elder brother. A main family member protected by layers of security perished on the battlefield, while Elder Munetaka, as his personal guard, happened to be absent, escaped blame, and continued to serve the clan. Such an obvious clue was overlooked by you all. To be honest, the one surprised should be me, right?" Hinata's steps faltered as if struck heavily by Hyuga Seiya's words, involuntarily retreating 2 paces. The demise of Hyuga Munsuk dates back to the era of the Third Great Ninja War. In those perilous times of conflict, even though it was known that the Byakugan had been seized by the mist-hidden shinobi, the Hyuga clan had no choice but to swallow their grievances for the sake of Konoha's interests. Under siege, Konoha could not afford to provoke the hidden mist over this matter. Ultimately, the hidden mist gradually withdrew from the war, granting Konoha a hard-won respite amid the relentless battles. Within the clan, suspicions lingered that something was amiss, yet the battlefield is merciless, and many clues were irretrievably lost afterward. Following a brief inquiry, the Hyuga clan confirmed that Hyuga Munsuk's death was unrelated to Munsuk's brother, Hyuga Munenabu. who had been on a mission under Munsuk's orders at the time of the battle. The two brothers had always maintained a harmonious relationship. At the funeral, Munenabu, known for his stoic demeanor, was inconsolable, weeping bitterly. In the end, the matter was muddledly swept under the rug. Hinata never imagined that the truth was altogether different. Munenabu, ostensibly loyal to the main family as a branch member, was in fact a traitor. Although the main family, which held the caged birds, could easily take the lives of branch members, the caged birds' minds could not be controlled. Loyalty could be feigned. With sufficient acting skill, one could play the part a lifetime. How could this be? Murmured the elder. Faced with the evidence, disbelief was impossible to maintain.
Impossible.
This is a fabricated lie. Elder Munenabu's loyalty to the clan is known to all. Hinata's roar shattered the crowd's reverie. Among them, those close to Munenabu regained their composure. Indeed, you traitor, cease your deceitful theatrics. Elder Munenabu is nothing like you. Your claim that the Byakugan was stolen is purely one-sided. In the ensuing chaos, many were at a loss, falling silent in confusion. They awaited the clan head Hinata's stance. Yet Hinata himself did not immediately deny it. On what grounds could they refute Somi's assertions? If Munenabu were truly the traitor, then was it not so that Hyuga Seiya, the one who killed him, was? This thought spread uncontrollably among the people's minds. Only Hinata Hyuga looked at Somi timidly. She nervously gripped the collar of Hyuga Natsu. Hinata could not comprehend the adult's words, but from the very beginning, her father and everyone else had become strange. Observing the bewildered clan members, Hinata's heart was gripped by anxiety. He realized precisely what Somi intended to do. In mere words, Somi had succeeded in sowing discord within the clan's hearts. He must not be allowed to continue. Should such rhetoric fester among the clan, the consequences would be catastrophic. At that moment, Hinata saw Hinata turn his head and glance at him. That look. Hinata was startled. Having grown up side by side, he knew his elder brother well. Regardless of being the younger sibling or a branch member, he would willingly die for him. Yet in Hinata's gaze, he saw vigilance and an inevitable estrangement. Though it lasted but an instant, Hinata caught that expression. What did it mean? His heart suddenly thumped violently, nearly bursting from his chest. Was he being doubted? Since Hyuga Munenabu was also the younger brother of the late main family head Hyuga Munsuk, did Hinata, as Munenabu's younger brother, now also fall under suspicion? Merely because of one word from Somi? Hinata's brother's gaze felt utterly alien. What did he see in him now? Noticing the confusion in Hinata's eyes, Hinata quickly regained composure and averted his gaze, unwilling to meet his brother's eyes. He took a deep breath, stepped forward twice, and shouted angrily at Somi. Enough! Your words are delusions without a shred of evidence. Since you have chosen to betray the clan, cease calling yourself a Hyuga. You are unworthy of the Hyuga name. Surrender Hinata, and state your demands. If not, I, Hyuga Hinata, will die here before allowing you to live. Somi smiled and nodded. Impressive. This is the clan head I remember. But do you truly wish to go to war with me? You understand what that entails, don't you? Before, I merely refrained from killing you all. Not that I couldn't. Hinata slightly raised his hand, and several Hyuga ninja immediately stepped forward, encircling Somi and his two companions. How arrogant. This is your final chance. Hinata gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Clan head Hinata. Hinata. Clan head Hinata? The unfamiliar title caused Hinata to glance at his brother in surprise. Yet he quickly suppressed his emotions, knowing hesitation was unthinkable now. Resolutely, he declared, I can have another daughter, but as clan head, I will never yield to a traitor. Hinata looked toward Hinata, the anguish on his face unmistakable. Hinata, forgive me. It is your father's failure to protect you. At these words, the other elders who had intended to intervene fell silent. Between Hinata and the Hyuga clan, who bore greater weight, everyone harbored their own answer. Once Hinata made his decision, no obstacle remained. Hinata felt Natsu tighten her embrace from behind. Her trembling hands clenched, her brows furrowed in fear, and tears welled in her eyes. So terrifying, such a family, truly terrifying. At that moment, she felt an icy finger gently brush her cheek. Looking up, she saw Somi, whom she had only met today, softly say, Don't be afraid. Your father is lying to you. I won't harm you. The smile on Somi's face stirred an inexplicable sense of calm deep within her heart. Hinata pressed her lips together, fighting back tears, and nodded firmly. Somi leisurely rose and addressed Hinata. Had you been this resolute earlier, I might have thought better of you. The situation is simple now. I don't know if I will die by your hand, but you know I could easily slaughter most people here. After this battle, the Hyuga clan will cease to exist. If you want war, this is the price. Somi's words darkened Hinata's expression further. Then Somi shifted tone, smiling. But, I'm a kind-hearted man, and your luck is still decent. As I said, I don't intend to harm her. Also, I don't wish to kill everyone. Sometimes, if I can avoid fighting, I do. After all, I've already killed enough in the past 2 years. Therefore, I offer you a chance to resolve our conflict perfectly. Seeing the gentle smile on Somi's face, Hinata had a vague premonition of misfortune but still asked, "What do you want?" Somi replied, "I will release Hinata, but for my safety, I require a hostage." "That is only reasonable, I assent to it. If you were in my position, I believe you would understand my feelings. This hostage must be significant enough for me to control, but not so rebellious as to resist fiercely." At Somi's words, many faces in the crowd changed, led by Hinata, who immediately sought to stop Somi from continuing. The next moment, he watched as Somi's gaze fixed upon him. "If you want me to spare Hinata, exchange her for Niji." "What?" Hinata suddenly exploded, stepping forward 2 paces, bypassing Hinata and the others, halting abruptly before Somi. "Hinata, calm down. Don't be impulsive." The ninja surrounding Hinata reacted swiftly, restraining him firmly. The scene was met with shocked stares. Somi smiled and repeated, "You heard me. If you want to save Hinata, exchange her for Niji." The surge of blood and chi rising to his head, Hisashi finally comprehended the feelings Hinata had experienced earlier. Had he not known he was no match, he would have charged straight ahead and shattered Seiya's face. Niji, his son. Hisashi could not fathom how, at Seiya's age, he could utter such venomous words. "I will be your hostage. Do whatever you want." Hisashi called out urgently to Sai. Sai merely smiled and shook his head. "You're willing, but I am not. You are too strong, Hisashi. Cannot control you. Is that true?" A hoarse voice sounded behind him, causing Hisashi to turn around in disbelief. Sai nodded yes. "Bring Niji and I will release Hinata." For a moment, Hisashi was so stunned he was speechless, watching Hinata quietly wave his hand behind him. Soon, a boy slightly older than Hinata was brought out from the crowd. "Father." Despite his youth, Niji Hyuga displayed a composure beyond what many expected. He was not yet a ninja and did not wear a forehead protector, but his forehead was wrapped in thick bandages. "Brother." Hisashi could not help but shout in anger, only to be firmly restrained by several clan members, unable to move. Hinata glanced at Hisashi, his lips trembling several times before he finally said nothing. Perhaps out of fear or uncertainty, he avoided Hisashi's gaze and called Niji to stand beside him. Hinata forced a faint smile. "Niji, you know what you must do next, don't you?" Niji glared fiercely at Sai and declared loudly, "He wants to use me to exchange for Lady Hinata, this traitor." Saiya's smile remained undiminished, showing no reaction. Hinata asked, "You will be in danger. Even so, are you willing?" "I am willing," Niji answered loudly. "Father has always told me that, as a branch family member, I must fulfill my duty to protect the main family." Hisashi reached out with a trembling hand to pat Niji's shoulder, barely nodding. "I knew you were a good one." Hearing such a response, Hisashi felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, an unstoppable chill rising from the depths of his heart. "No," Hisashi whispered softly, a voice only he could hear. Time seemed to slow before his eyes. He saw Hinata embrace Niji in front of him. He saw Niji feigning resolve amidst confusion, forcing the gaze of an adult, his young face brimming with pride. He knew this pride was genuine, for he had raised Niji thus. Yet that was still his son. Hisashi instinctively glanced around, hoping someone would speak up to stop his brother's decision. He felt as if he saw many things previously unnoticed. Everywhere he looked were the eager faces of clan members. But beneath that hopeful eagerness lay emotions long suppressed. Such heavy feelings, with anger so tightly repressed it seemed on the verge of eruption. Hisashi took deep, uncontrollable breaths, feeling as though he could not draw air. It was as if centuries of history suddenly surged back, condensing into the very name Hyuga, pressing down on his shoulders, pinning him to the ground, forever unable to rise. "Father." Niji's voice snapped him from his daze. Hisashi saw his son proudly say to him, "Do not worry, I will go." With a snap, Hisashi heard something in his mind shatter violently. Boom! The sensation from his heart was excruciatingly intense, utterly real. "No!" Hisashi furiously broke free from the arms restraining him and charged toward Hinata and Niji. In the next moment, he saw Hinata close his eyes in pain and form a hand seal with one hand. A sharp pain exploded in Hisashi's brain. He collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, clutching his head and struggling wildly. The agony transmitted through his nerves far exceeded the limits of human endurance. A caged bird. A single thought could inflict unbearable torment, even snatch life away. As a caged bird, one must be prepared. Even if one occasionally glimpses the outside world, escape is impossible. Father. Seeing his father fall, Niji cried out instinctively. Hinata looked at Hisashi's contorted face with pity but quickly suppressed it and refrained from casting another spell. Only a slight reprimand. Do not forget your place. With that, Hinata took Niji past Hisashi and walked forward. No, don't. Hisashi tried to reach out, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not move his body, forced to watch as Hinata led his son away before his eyes. No. Several ninja who had earlier restrained Hisashi now rushed forward to help him up. Hisashi, as a branch family member, your duty is to protect the main family. What are you hesitating for at this moment? Lord Hisashi, this is the best outcome. It's only a temporary measure. We will definitely rescue Niji. One is the son of the branch family, the other the heiress of the main family, whose importance is self-evident. In truth, everyone already knew the answer. Once Hisashi made up his mind, there would be no further obstacles. Yet, their words sounded unbearably harsh to Hisashi at this moment. He recalled what he had just said to Hinata. Watching the two silhouettes walking towards Sai, Hisashi felt a sickly sweetness rise in his throat. He could not help but want to vomit. Fine then, Hinata said, leading Niji through the crowd to stand before Sai. Having witnessed his father suffer under the caged bird curse, Niji's expression no longer burned with anger. Instead, confusion filled his face. He felt both right and wrong. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd was stunned as Sai applauded with a satisfied expression. What a splendid show. It's been a long time since I've witnessed such blatant fratricide. I must say you have truly opened my eyes. Sai's words silenced everyone. Hisashi had long served as the clan leader's deputy, holding the highest status next only to the elders and Hinata. He was just and beloved. Yet, even such a man had no room to resist when the clan leader decided to sacrifice his son. Though understanding the necessity, the branch family members could not help but feel a sorrow akin to the fox mourning the death of the rabbit. Hinata paid no heed and expressionlessly said, "Let us exchange the hostages." Sai replied, "No rush. Even if we exchange, it will not be now. Listen carefully. My second condition is that I will take Niji away. After leaving Konoha, I will release him, but before I depart, you must not pursue us." Hinata struggled to contain his anger. "You never mentioned a second condition before." Sai said, "Isn't that common sense? Would I watch you use this opportunity to kill me? If you were me, would you do that? Summer will accompany Hinata and me. After we pass through the clan gate, we will exchange hostages. I guarantee no harm will come to your daughter during this process." Hinata thought for a moment and said, "No. If you want to exchange hostages, it must be now. I also guarantee your safe departure from the Hyuga clan lands. On this basis, the Hyuga will not notify the Hokage or Konoha, and you will not be attacked during your departure. This is the greatest concession I can offer." Hyuga Hisashi cast a fleeting glance at Hinata and suddenly let out a soft laugh. "Look at that confident expression of yours. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes just now, I would have truly believed that Hinata was rescued by you from those cloud shinobi. What do you mean by that?" Hisashi and several other ninjas who had just participated in the pursuit suddenly changed color with indignation. "It means you were really foolish," Saimai said. "Those who abducted Hinata clearly coveted the Byakugan. Thanks to Natsu, you managed to catch up with their trail. Yet those cloud shinobi were obviously prepared for the worst. They feared not death but came seeking it. As the clan head and a father deeply concerned for his daughter, Hisashi, the moment you saw your opponents, wouldn't you have struck them down outright? Once someone dies, especially someone from the Cloud Village, this ceases to be a mere kidnapping. Tell me, do you think Konoha would bear the infamy of defending the Hyuga for just one Hinata? Would they jeopardize relations with the Cloud Village? Would they ignite another war while the front line with the Rock Village remains volatile? Faced with such demands, either handing over the culprit's corpse or answering the call to war, what choice does Konoha have now? Saimai's words cast the entire atmosphere into a chilling silence. Hisashi shivered all over. Even he had to admit that Saimai's reasoning was sound. Being well acquainted with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi's style, he knew that the village's interests always came first. It was unthinkable that Konoha would confront the Cloud Village head-on for the Hyuga. The aftermath was very likely to be exactly as Saimai described. After finishing, Saimai stepped forward twice, towering over Hisashi with a sardonic smile. "When that time comes, as clan head, naturally you won't be the one to die. Then who might possibly die in your stead? It's quite a pity. I cannot fathom any way for you to survive, Hisashi. But speaking of which, there is one thing I've never understood. As the proud eldest daughter of the clan head, how did Hinata's position become exposed? And at her most vulnerable moment, no less, from what I recall, the Hyuga's defenses weren't so feeble." Saimai glanced at Hyuga Natsu behind her. Natsu was taken aback and instinctively replied, "I remember that Hinata and I were just about to return home when a few shinobi blocked the previous path. claiming an emergency and directing us to take a detour. They all wore masks and looked like members of the Umbu. Saimai smiled and nodded. That explains it. Without an insider, how could they have pinpointed the clan head's eldest daughter? Without capturing her, how could they so easily manipulate the Hyuga? The Uchiha have already declined. Do you really think the Byakugan alone will secure the Hyuga's position as the preeminent clan from now on? These words shocked Hizashi and the others profoundly, especially Hizashi, who felt a cold chill rise from the soles of his feet, crawling up his entire spine. Naturally, they did not believe Saimai's words outright. Yet some truths cannot be obscured by personal will. Saimai openly revealed this matter, regardless of belief, planting a seed deep within everyone's hearts. When future strife arose between the Hyuga and Konoha, it would take root, sprout, and eventually break through the soil. This was an utterly transparent political stratagem. Since the Umbu of the village could be manipulated, it proved the enemy had a plan. But why deliberately expose their identity? Indeed, if it were not for Saimai, Hyuga Natsu would have long since perished. In other words, the enemy was utterly reckless. Saimai continued with a laugh. Isn't it strange how I know so much? Perhaps because I refuse to be a dog for the clan, I see things clearly. A dog for the clan. Saimai's words echoed in everyone's hearts, unwanted yet impossible to erase. Especially now, with Niji and Hinata's fates hanging in the balance. Saimai clapped her hands. Enough talk. I accept your conditions. Let us begin the hostage exchange now. This startled everyone. As they pondered why Saimai's stance had shifted so suddenly, they saw her nod gently to Hyuga Natsu, then smile and beckon to Niji. Natsu silently withdrew to the side with Hinata. Niji, seemingly entranced, fixed his gaze on Saimai's eyes, his complexion dazed, and instinctively stepped forward to her side. Hinata suddenly burst into tears. An elder Hyuga present immediately stepped forward and took Hinata from Natsu's hands. Saimai ignored Niji's expression and placed her hand on his forehead. No, wait, what are you doing? Seeing Saimai's action, the Hyuga shinobi who had just relaxed tensed up again. Without orders, they surged forward but halted at the last moment. Saimai did not harm Niji. She merely brushed his forehead lightly before removing her hand. I admire those with courage. At your age, you have enough. The sudden gentleness was unlike anything Niji expected. He had already steeled himself to sacrifice, but for some reason, the anger he had been nurturing dissipated utterly when he saw Saimai's crimson eye. Now he understood Hinata's feelings. Besides Saimai, he inexplicably felt at ease, completely unlike any other clan member he had encountered before. Saimai smiled and extended a finger, twirling it gently, signaling him to turn around. Feeling the odd sensation on his forehead, Niji lightly removed the bandage wrapped around it and touched the spot. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. In Niji's view, almost everyone rose in astonishment, staring at him in awe. Even his father, Hizashi, no longer wore a solemn expression but one mingled with astonished joy. What is happening? Why is everyone so surprised? He wondered. Just then, the air before him congealed into a mirror made of ice crystals. Through the mirror, Niji clearly saw his current appearance. On his forehead, there was now nothing smooth and bare. The cursed seal of the caged bird, which had been carved there days ago, was gone. The next moment, the ice shattered, and Saimai casually dispelled the ice release. Niji instinctively reached out, trying to grasp the vanished mark, but caught nothing. Saimai strode forward. Boom! An overwhelming aura suddenly burst from Saimai, chakra nearly solidifying into substance. An invisible shockwave rippled outward, pushing everyone back. Shock and horror were etched on every face. That oppressive presence. Saimai had not lied. Killing them was within her capability but far too troublesome. She laughed openly. From now on, any Hyuga who comes to me by their own strength, I will help remove the caged bird curse. No longer shall you be bound. If you wish, I can grant you freedom and help you break through this prison. But the prerequisite is that you come to my side. I am waiting for you in the bloody mist. Her words crashed over everyone like a turbulent sea. Hizashi! Came the elder's shouts from the side. Still stunned, Hyuga Hizashi snapped back to reality. We cannot let Saimai speak any further. Kill her. Hizashi bellowed at the Hyuga shinobi nearby. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted from afar, and the ground violently trembled, drawing everyone's attention. What is happening? Outside, what is it? Someone pointed in astonishment toward the window. Not far from the Hyuga territory, a towering mushroom cloud rose, with explosions continuing relentlessly. Everyone's immediate reaction was, has Konoha been invaded? But how could that be? Even with setbacks on the front line, Konoha had never weakened to such an extent. Konoha had never been invaded before. Amidst the chaos, only Singmi fixed his gaze upon the distant plume of smoke rising on the horizon, a smile curling upon his lips. At last, they have arrived. He had already sown the seed, and soon, this seed would flourish vigorously, gradually gnawing away at the roots of Konoha, the towering tree. Yet, the moment to reap its fruits had not yet come. At least, Hyuga, still shielded under Konoha's protective umbrella, was not yet ripe for harvest. Patience was required. He must wait for the seed to blossom and bear fruit. Raising his hand, Sengmi delivered a palm strike that tore a vast hole in the roof of the Uji family mansion. Don't even think about escaping. Hyuzaku reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Sengmi as a shield. As the clan head, endowed with myriad secret arts and ample training resources, Hyuzaku was among the strongest of the Hyuga clan. He stood forth without question. Sengmi did not even glance at him before launching a punch. Hyuzaku roared in fury, extending his palm, the 128 palms of the 8 trigrams. Bang! Their strikes collided, but Hyuzaku made no further moves. In the next instant, he was flung violently through the air, soaring past the crowd and crashing into the wall, gouging a massive hole before vanishing from sight. Moonlight streamed through the gaping hole in the roof, illuminating the smile on Sengmi's face. Oh, before I leave, let me give you all one more gift. I truly look forward to seeing which among you will come to find me. With that, Sengmi formed a hand seal with one hand, his eyes blossoming with a fierce radiance that exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. For a moment, none dared to meet his gaze. He cast a curse-breaking jutsu, then in a flash, leapt into the air and vanished without a trace. His speed was so swift that none present could react in time. Screams, shouts, and cries blended into a chaotic cacophony. Amidst the sudden upheaval, most were still struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Lord Hyuzaku, are you all right? Only after a while did someone burst out of the gate, rushing toward the flung-away Hyuzaku. Yet, a greater number of people, including several elders, stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with indescribable horror as they stared at several clan members surrounded in the center. All of them were jonin, and all had participated in the pursuit of Sengmi 2 years prior. The devil is truly a devil, Hyuga Sengmi, an elder trembled as he spoke. Some trembled with fear, others were gripped by dread, but most were engulfed in bewilderment and helplessness. This uncertainty stemmed both from the changes manifesting in those few and from the ominous future looming over the entire Hyuga clan. Within the tumultuous crowd, Hizashi's face remained cold as he slowly rose. The ninjas who had gathered around him earlier hastily retreated, terror etched on their faces. After a moment's hesitation, he reached up to touch his forehead. The familiar sensation was gone, replaced instead by smooth, bare skin as pristine as that of a newborn. Mimicking Sengmi's gesture, Hizashi beckoned to Niji. Young Niji glanced around hesitantly, then after a brief moment of indecision, chose to approach his father. Niji, Hizashi knelt down and embraced him tightly, as though clutching a treasure long lost, tears streaming ceaselessly down his face. We are free. This was but a minute before Sengmi departed from Hyuga territory. The alarm system emitted a piercing buzz, and glaring red lights flashed wildly within the enclosed space. Inside the laboratory, Orochimaru had just turned around when the heavy metal door suddenly shattered with a deafening crash. Through the dust and smoke, a figure appeared at the entrance. It was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, flanked by dozens of Umbu operatives. His pupils constricted sharply as he surveyed the interior of the lab. Orochimaru, Hiruzen bellowed, you are truly conducting such deeds. Orochimaru paused briefly, then resumed his usual smile. Master Sarutobi, I did not expect you to find this place. Veins bulged on Hiruzen's clenched fists as he stepped forward. So all the ninjas who mysteriously vanished over the years were because of you? You have betrayed Konoha and slaughtered the innocent. What exactly is your goal? His gaze, sharp as a blade, was filled with unmasked sorrow and rage as he faced his former disciple. Orochimaru sneered, a flicker of fanaticism flashing in his eyes. My goal? It is nothing but the pursuit of truth. People like you, content with the status quo, will never comprehend. He waved his hand impatiently, his tone turning icy. Enough talk. Since you already know before he finished, Orochimaru slammed a mechanism beside the laboratory bench and simultaneously formed a hand seal, channeling chakra into it. Rumble, rumble. The ground trembled violently. In an instant, a series of deafening explosions erupted in the distance. The crashing sounds continued incessantly, the ground shaking with such force that test tubes on the walls clattered. Hiruzen's pupils constricted further, his face turning ashen as he turned his head. Those directions were precisely the suspicious locations where he had earlier dispatched Umbu operatives to investigate. Earlier, he had received intelligence that Orochimaru still maintained multiple secret laboratories within the village, conducting human experiments that had long been strictly forbidden. Hence, Hiruzen had come in person. Even before breaching the door, Hiruzen was uncertain what outcome he wished to see. Yet, the truth now lay bare before him. What have you done? Hiruzen roared. Orochimaru, does the village truly have no comrades you care about left? Orochimaru licked his lips, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. There's a pity about the experimental data left behind over there. Suddenly, he bit his finger hard, letting blood drip down as he pressed both hands onto the ground. Summoning jutsu, Hiruzen's gaze sharpened as he commanded the umbu behind him. Retreat! With a thunderous roar, a colossal serpent burst forth from beneath Orochimaru's feet, its immense form shattering the laboratory's ceiling. Kill them! Orochimaru stood atop the giant serpent's head, looking down arrogantly. The serpent bellowed, sweeping its tail to unleash a violent gale toward the umbu operatives. The umbu scattered swiftly, launching kunai and shuriken, but the serpent's scales deflected them with a metallic clang. One umbu attempted to form a hand seal, but before the ninjutsu could materialize, he was struck by the serpent's tail, spat blood, and was flung away. Hiruzen's eyes blazed with fury as he too formed hand seals. Growling, summoning jutsu, a wisp of white smoke dissipated, revealing a muscular, white-haired ape demon beside him. Sarutobi. The ape demon immediately spotted the giant serpent opposite and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that Orochimaru?" Hiruzen forced a bitter smile. "I have failed in my duty. I must trouble you once more. Transform. Rui Jingu Bang." Coming. The ape demon roared, then transformed into a Rui Jingu Bang, falling into Hiruzen's grasp. Clutching the staff firmly, Hiruzen thrust it forward, suddenly extending it with a gust of wind as he charged at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, prepare yourself. As Hokage, I will never allow this." Orochimaru sneered as a straight sword slid from his sleeve. Twisting his body, he parried the incoming staff, then aggressively advanced upon Hiruzen. "You are outdated, Master Sarutobi." The two figures clashed in close-quarters combat. Sword light and staff shadows intertwined, sparks flying from the collision of metal. The Rui Jingu Bang struck the ground with thunderous force, forcing Orochimaru to dodge sideways. Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword flicked like a serpent's tongue, slashing toward Hiruzen's chest, but was blocked by the staff with a harsh clang. "You have forsaken Konoha's will." Hiruzen growled, "You will pay for this." Orochimaru's fanaticism deepened, his voice sharp as a blade. "Konoha's will? Merely a self-deceptive shackle." He flashed forward again, the Kusanagi sword thrusting toward Hiruzen's throat. Meanwhile, the battle between the giant serpent and the umbu operatives raged nearby, roars and explosions intertwining amid a haze of blood mist. Caught off guard, the umbu were forced to abandon several bodies. Roar! Yet, the umbu elite had followed Hiruzen, and once the summoned serpent realized it could not engage in melee evenly, the umbu swiftly unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique, lightning release, thunderclap shockwave, wind release. The colossal serpent found no refuge, its frenzied body twisting wildly, yet layer upon layer of ninjutsu enveloped it, gradually sapping its strength. Severed from Orochimaru's command, its intellect was insufficient to fathom human thought. It was merely a massive, cumbersome target. Yet, fortunately, it still knew fear. When confronted with the genuine threat of death, the giant serpent roared once more, forcing back several Anbu shinobi, then transformed into a billowing mass of scorching smoke and vanished without a trace. It was but a summoned beast, under no obligation to fight to the death for humanity. Bang! The golden staff deflected the swordlight from Orochimaru's hand, and from the staff emerged an arm belonging to the ape demon, which seized Orochimaru's collar. Sarutobi Hiruzen followed up with a sweeping kick. Struck heavily in the abdomen, Orochimaru was sent flying, crashing to the side and tumbling onto the ground. He slowly rose, sneering coldly, "How utterly ruthless, Master Sarutobi." At that moment, a voice echoed from above. "Yo, doesn't he look like things are going well, huh?" Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen simultaneously looked up. Seiya stood atop a towering tree, gazing down upon them with an air of superiority. His eyes, one red, one white, held only a casual smile. "Well, hello there." Hyuga Seiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged impassive glances. "I should have foreseen this," Sarutobi said expressionlessly. "It's been a while, Hokage-sama." Seiya leapt down from the tree trunk and stood beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru abruptly inquired, "Azuki couldn't have betrayed me, so it must be you?" At a time like this, still probing each other. "Is that amusing?" Seiya replied, "Whoever delivered that corpse is the one who sold you out." "Danzo," Orochimaru said, his golden vertical pupils devoid of any emotion, as if this moment had long been anticipated. "Predictable. I didn't expect him to crack under pressure so soon." Seiya chuckled. "Of course, I might have noticed some signs earlier, but I'm a cautious man. I wouldn't speak without certainty. You can't blame me, can you?" Heh. Orochimaru was too weary to retort. Sarutobi Hiruzen, disbelief evident in his voice, said, "Harming comrades, betraying the village, consorting with rogue ninjas. I never imagined a disciple of mine would commit such acts." As he spoke, the other ANBU operatives accompanying Sarutobi began encircling the two men. Orochimaru spoke slowly. "You won't be lecturing me on the so-called will of fire again at a time like this, will you? I'm tired of hearing it. I only seek to follow my own path. Concerns you not." Sarutobi forced back his fury. "It matters not. Today I will right all the mistakes I have made." Saiya suddenly laughed softly. "Don't blame him. It was all my idea. If anyone is to blame, it's me." The atmosphere, previously tense, instantly fell into an awkward silence, almost absurd. Orochimaru regarded him leisurely. "How come I never realized you had such a talent for dry humor?" "Saiya-kun, I've always been optimistic," Saiya replied. Witnessing the familiar banter between Orochimaru and Saiya, a flicker of despair passed through Sarutobi's eyes. "Since you're back, then die here." Fury pushed to its zenith. He paradoxically calmed himself completely and commanded the ANBU behind him. "Leave Orochimaru to me. You handle Hyuga Seiya." Sarutobi planted the golden staff aside and formed hand seals with astonishing speed. Wind release, great breakthrough. Almost simultaneously, Saiya moved, forming the same hand seals with equal swiftness. Wind release, great breakthrough. Sarutobi's heart jolted in alarm. Boom! Two violent hurricanes erupted, clashing thunderously midair. Everything in their path was shredded into fragments and exploded, the cacophony of twisting metal and howling wind intertwining. The two opposing tempests collided head-on, the airflow detonating violently. The laboratory below was utterly demolished, and the surrounding forest turned into a wasteland. Orochimaru's laboratory was concealed within a grove at the edge of Konoha, surrounded only by a few functional buildings, extremely discreet. "Charge!" Sarutobi shouted, leading the assault directly toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru sneered coldly. "Then let us settle this." With that, he unleashed his full speed, leaping toward the nearby woods. "Don't run." Sarutobi's eyes fixated solely on Orochimaru, oblivious to anything else. The battlefield rapidly fragmented, with Orochimaru and Sarutobi engaged in a fierce struggle in one sector. Shadow Snake Hand. From Orochimaru's sleeves burst dozens of venomous snakes, their fangs bared and hissing as they lunged at Sarutobi. Venom dripped onto the ground, emitting sizzling white smoke. Wind release, vortex. A fierce whirlwind erupted from Sarutobi's palms, wind blades slicing through the air, deflecting every snake head off course. Whoosh! The golden staff spun wildly in Sarutobi's hands, slicing through the air with a rushing sound. Leaping forward, he attacked Orochimaru relentlessly, the staff's shadow pulverizing snake heads and sending flesh flying. Orochimaru retreated swiftly, retrieving a finger-sized scroll from his pouch. White smoke billowed as he summoned a colossal shuriken, hurling it toward Sarutobi. Shuriken clone technique. The shuriken rapidly multiplied midair, splitting into over a dozen gigantic shurikens spinning fiercely, tearing the air as they swarmed Sarutobi. A cold smile curled on Orochimaru's lips. "This is a jutsu I learned from you, Master Sarutobi." Sarutobi's gaze hardened, refusing to be outdone, and he chose the same technique.
Shuriken clone technique.
The shuriken clashed violently midair, sparks flying and ears ringing from the deafening metallic collision. Trees between them were sliced by the aftershock, crashing to the ground. In the end, Orochimaru's shuriken gained a slight advantage, two shuriken breaking through the formation and hurtling toward Sarutobi. Sarutobi snorted coldly, blocking with his golden staff, sending the shuriken flying. Yet at that moment, Orochimaru sneered sharply. "You're getting old." Before the words had fully left his mouth, his form dissolved into a cloud of white smoke. Simultaneously, one of the shuriken flying toward Sarutobi transformed suddenly, taking Orochimaru's shape. Orochimaru hovered midair, arms outstretched, two long snakes slithering from his sleeves, their scales glimmering faintly as they swiftly coiled around Sarutobi. The serpents, iron-like in strength, bound Sarutobi tightly, one bearing its fangs, sinking them viciously into his neck. Sarutobi seemed to react only then, exclaiming, "What?" The next instant Sarutobi, bitten, dissolved into white smoke. Orochimaru smiled without surprise. "A shadow clone, huh?" He abruptly turned to the side, spotting two Sarutobi Hiruzen standing shoulder to shoulder not far off, simultaneously forming hand seals. The Sarutobi on the left shouted, "Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet." The ground surged, and a colossal Earth Dragon roared forth, rocks tumbling, its presence imposing. The Sarutobi on the right immediately followed. Fire release, Great Flame Technique. Blazing flames spewed from his mouth, merging with the Earth Dragon to form a fire-breathing Earth Dragon. The two jutsu fused into one. Earth Dragon Flame Current. The fiery earth dragon roared as it charged at Orochimaru. Flames and rock intertwined, heat waves sweeping across the scorched ground, distorting the air, evoking an eerie sense of hell descending. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately struck the ground with both hands, invoking a technique. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Before Orochimaru, 3 gigantic demonic gates rose from the earth, their ferocious faces emanating a grim aura. The fire dragon slammed into Rashomon, explosions shaking the heavens and earth. The first gate shattered into fragments, the second cracked, and the third teetered but ultimately withstood the devastating assault. Amidst swirling dust and debris, the battlefield was reduced to rubble and scorched marks. Orochimaru stood behind the third Rashomon, his robes billowing in the fierce wind, eyes burning with fanatic intensity. Opposite him, Sarutobi Hiruzen rested on his staff, breathing heavily. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, as expected of teacher Sarutobi, "But you are so concerned about me. Is that truly all right?" Hiruzen Sarutobi was startled and then turned his gaze toward the opposite side of the battlefield. Immediately, he beheld a scene that sent a chill down his spine. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been taken away by Orochimaru. On the other side, Saimai was left to confront over a dozen Umbu ninjas alone. At the very moment Hiruzen Sarutobi issued his order, the Umbu ninjas unleashed a full barrage. Countless ninjutsu attacks rained down like a relentless storm, weaving into a net that surged toward Saimai. Unfazed by the multitude of incoming jutsu, Saimai formed several hand seals, raising both hands before him. Ice release, ice rock dome. The ground suddenly solidified, emanating a biting cold. A thick, semicircular ice wall rose from beneath his feet, eventually forming a hemispherical dome that enveloped him tightly within. The fiery blaze of fire release collided against the ice wall, causing only a slight melting on the surface. Water dragons and lightning beasts were deflected by the ice, shattering with piercing roars. At the center of the battlefield, explosions echoed incessantly, instantly shrouding the air in mist, at times obscuring the moonlight altogether. "Behind you," someone warned. The pupils of the Umbu ninjas contracted sharply as they suddenly sensed the mist behind them rapidly solidifying, along with the surroundings. It transformed into a second, even thicker ice wall rising from the ground. The ice walls converged overhead, ultimately forming a colossal hemispherical sphere that imprisoned everyone inside, resembling a frozen cage. The Umbu ninjas stared in astonishment at this spectacle. Saimai had evidently crafted a sealed space by his own hand. Boil release, clever mist technique. At that moment, the ice wall before Saimai shattered with a thunderous crash, and a dense, corrosive mist erupted from his mouth, instantly filling the interior of the ice sphere. The acidic fog churned, corroding the ice walls with a sizzling sound. This was one of the Kekkei Genkai abilities Saimai had acquired over the past 2 years. The mist-shrouded village was in turmoil, with intertwined interests on all sides. Whenever such arduous missions arose, they were invariably entrusted to Saimai. And each time, it was the enemy who perished. When the Umbu ninjas came into contact with the acidic mist, their skin immediately blistered and rotted. Excruciating pain followed, accompanied by unbearable itching. One Umbu shouted, "Madman, do you intend to perish together with us?" The ice wall could not contain the acid mist and was dissolving as well, but before that happened, those trapped inside were doomed to die without question. Not to mention, this acid mist did not affect me. Even if I were to be harmed, as long as I eliminate you all before that, it would suffice. Saimai's figure moved like a phantom as he rushed forward in an instant, closing the distance. Dance of the corpse bone mistletoe. His right shoulder bone burst through the flesh. He grasped the entire arm bone, drawing it out to transform it into a pale bone sword. With a flash of the blade, 2 Umbu ninjas had their chests pierced through, blood gushing forth as their bodies collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The bone sword spun deftly in Saimai's hand, carving sharp arcs imbued with lethal elegance. "Don't get too arrogant." One person seized the opportunity to slip behind Saimai, thrusting a kunai straight toward his back. Saimai shifted his body sideways. Steel release activated, his skin shimmering with a metallic sheen. Under the surprised gaze of his opponent, the kunai shattered with a snap, shards scattering. Saimai countered with a soft fist, precisely channeling chakra into the opponent's meridians. The Umbu's throat constricted, and he collapsed instantly. Another Umbu wielded a long blade and swung it down. Saimai did not even raise his head, merely extended his hand to block. Dance of the corpse bone willow. Bones erupted from within his body, forming several razor-sharp bone blades. Before the blade could strike, the Umbu's chest was instantly pierced through by the bone blades, blood mist spreading into the air. Retracting the bone blades, Saimai's movement did not falter as he pressed onward toward the next target. A sharp earthen spear materialized at the moment Saimai had dispatched 2 opponents, thrusting directly at him. Saimai neither dodged nor evaded. His right palm suddenly thrust forward. Bagua empty palm. Boom! The spear and the ninja who wielded the technique were blasted backward, crashing heavily against the ice wall behind them. Saimai's figure flickered again, like a wolf among sheep. His movements swift and ruthless, unstoppable along his path. The Umbu ninjas descended into utter chaos. Saimai's speed was extraordinary, excelling in close-quarters combat. They simply could not keep pace with his movements. Before the Sharingan, no one dared recklessly to cast Genjutsu upon Saimai. With the Byakugan at his disposal, tactics such as sneak attacks and substitution jutsu were equally futile against him. A full 360 degrees of unobstructed vision ensured Saimai was constantly aware of their positions. The Umbu ninjas fell one after another with the speed of seconds. Once Saimai closed in, relying on steel release and the corpse bone path, life or death was sealed within 3 strikes. The acidic mist continued to spread, the ice walls gradually dissolving, but beneath the masks of the Umbu ninjas lay utter despair. Ah! Within the ice rock dome forged by Saimai, despairing cries echoed repeatedly, then fell silent. The ice walls melted away, and Saimai emerged alone. Not far off, Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi were still locked in fierce combat. Hiruzen Sarutobi's shoulder was sliced by Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, blood seeping through and staining his armor red. His eyes no longer held the steadfastness they once had. Orochimaru fared no better. His robes were torn, and although no visible wounds marred his body, the breathlessness he exhibited was even more severe than Sarutobi's, clearly indicative of extensive use of substitution jutsu. Seeing Saimai step forward, Hiruzen Sarutobi leapt several times, cautiously evading to the side. The golden staff reverted to its form as Sarutobi's monkey companion, standing vigil at his side. Sarutobi, it's been a long time since you've looked so disheveled, the monkey remarked. Hiruzen Sarutobi merely gasped for breath, silently gazing at Orochimaru before him. He closed his eyes in agony, countless memories of his pupil Orochimaru flashing through his mind, culminating in a bitter smile. Well, you reap what you sow. But what would become of Konoha after his death? Danzo would likely go unchecked forevermore. Let us go, Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted, his entire aura rising continuously. He reopened his eyes, now devoid of any hesitation. The monkey sensed Sarutobi's resolve and sighed before transforming once again into the golden staff. Saimai glanced over and noticed Orochimaru's chakra visibly waning. Need some assistance? He inquired. Orochimaru stepped forward, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on his teacher, sneering coldly, no. His life belongs to me. I shall personally bring about the end of this Konoha. At that moment, the rapid sound of rushing wind came from afar. Crackle. First to arrive was a streak of azure lightning. Then came a cacophony resembling the calls of 1,000 birds. Saimai and Orochimaru simultaneously leapt backward. Boom! A figure launched a sudden assault, violent lightning exploding outward, gouging a large hole where the two had stood. Kakashi landed first, his Chidori still crackling in his hand. He had already lifted his forehead protector, the Sharingan in his left eye turning slightly as he coldly fixed his gaze on Saimai, then spoke in a deep voice to Hiruzen Sarutobi behind him. Without looking back, Lord Hokage, reinforcements are en route. We are closest, so we arrived first. Behind Kakashi stood 3 more figures, 2 men and 1 woman. Saimai's eyes swept over them, a smile playing across his lips. All were familiar faces. A watermelon head, clad in a green bodysuit. Such a conspicuous feature made recognition effortless. Might Guy, the son of Might Due, who once utterly defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, likewise specialized in taijutsu. Next was a woman whose cold yet elegant visage radiated a subtle grace. Beside her stood a ninja bearing a striking resemblance to Hiruzen Sarutobi, young but already sporting a scruffy beard. Kurenai Yuhi and Sarutobi Asuma. All were elite jonin of the future Konoha. Kakashi said, "It has been a long time since we last met, Hyuga Seiya." Saimai nodded casually. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Hiruzen Sarutobi growled, "Fall back. You are no match for them." Sarutobi Asuma drew 2 chakra blades, twirling them in his hands as he stood unyielding before Hiruzen Sarutobi, grinning, "You're really in a sorry state, old man." Hiruzen Sarutobi glared at him. A shinobi must obey orders. Asuma stood his ground without yielding an inch. So tiresome. I will never obey an order that abandons my comrades. Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to speak again, but Might Guy stepped forward with a radiant smile, standing beside Sarutobi. "I believe Asuma's words ring true, Lord Hokage. As the village's shadow, this opponent is not yet worthy of your personal engagement. Leave him to us." Sarutobi snapped angrily. "What matters most to the village is not the Hokage, but at least for now you cannot die yet." Asuma advanced a few steps. The night wind howled, piercing through the heart of the battlefield, bringing with it an oppressive aura of lethal intent. A tiny mole marked the corner beneath his right eye. His black curls framed crimson eyes. Tall and imposing, his body was clad in a meticulously patterned mesh bodysuit. Among the crowd, Kurenai Yuhi fixed her gaze on Seiji, eyes flickering with a wistful sorrow. For 2 years, she had longed day and night, the cold yet gentle figure etched in her memories never fading from her heart. But now that she saw him in person, their opposing stances rendered her words trapped in her throat. She bit her lip, fingertips trembling slightly as she suppressed the turmoil inside, whispering, "Seiji." Her eyes betrayed an unreal mixture of confusion and excitement. Even she could not fully comprehend the reason. Kakashi stared coldly at Seiji, murmuring, "Don't get distracted, Yuhi. He is no longer the man he once was." Yuhi took a deep breath, slowly nodding, her gaze regaining its resolve as she lifted her head. "No matter what you once thought, this time you return. I will never let you leave again. I will make sure you come back to Konoha." Orochimaru, hearing this, licked the corner of his mouth and let out a sharp, piercing laugh. "I never imagined you, Seiji, still had such strong ties to Konoha." He glanced sideways at Seiji, sneering, "What a cruel heart you have, leaving your little girlfriend behind 2 years ago." Seiji cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru. "I never knew you were so well-versed in matters of love." Orochimaru chuckled. "Just a tedious emotion. Only the most pitiable rely on such things to live." Yuhi's face paled, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes. Asuma's reaction was the most intense. He abruptly turned to Yuhi, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The chakra blades in his hands trembled slightly as his mind swirled. Over these 2 years, Yuhi had rejected his confessions countless times. Was it because of Seiji? Asuma's chest heaved violently as his gaze shifted to Seiji, his eyes sharpening with murderous intent. "So it was you." At that moment, Sarutobi's eyes narrowed sharply. His hands clasped together, swiftly beginning to form hand seals. Simultaneously, he spoke rapidly. "Kakashi, you are the temporary team leader. Your mission is to buy time until reinforcements arrive. Leave Orochimaru to me." Before his words finished, the earth beneath Sarutobi's feet cracked open, and a snake emerged, accompanied by a piercing hiss. "Orochimaru, aren't you talking too much?" Orochimaru laughed arrogantly. "What?" Sarutobi had no choice but to abandon his seals, swinging his staff and severing the snake's head as it emerged from the ground. Orochimaru's upper body suddenly elongated, lunging forward. Wind release, vacuum wave. From Orochimaru's mouth burst a blade-like sharp gust that instantly sliced through the space between them, carving an arc that cut down trees in its path, hurtling toward Sarutobi. Boom! The spot where Sarutobi had stood was instantly shrouded in smoke. "Old man," Asuma shouted, evading alongside Kakashi and Yuhi. "Better watch out for yourself, Sarutobi brat." Orochimaru leapt forward, instantly closing the distance. His right hand shot out with the hidden shadow snake hands. Asuma gritted his teeth, crossing his chakra blades before him. A pale blue chakra surged over the blades as he struck. "Don't underestimate me." The blades sliced through the air, but there was no solid impact. Asuma stared in astonishment as a python slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeve, deftly twisting midair to narrowly avoid the chakra blades, opening its mouth to bite him. Not a chance. From the smoke, a figure dashed out. Sarutobi arrived just in time, grabbing the summoned python firmly and yanking with all his might, pulling Orochimaru's softened body toward him. Konoha Taijutsu, Shadow Dance Leaf. Sarutobi kicked fiercely midair, sending Orochimaru flying high. At the same time, he let out a muffled grunt. The python bit his shoulder, forcing Sarutobi to dodge with great effort to avoid the lethal bite. Whoosh! A kunai flew from the side, slicing the python's body precisely in two. Good opportunity. Kakashi, tossing the kunai, felt invigorated seeing Orochimaru's state. "Guy, now's the time." "Where's Guy?" Kakashi, Yuhi, and Asuma turned in shock, only to see Guy charging alone towards Seiji's direction. "Youth, ignite your passion at this very moment." "Wait, Guy, don't go alone." Kakashi started to call out, but Guy had already leapt forward, landing before Seiji, his right leg striking out. Seiji shifted slightly, casually raising his hand, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen. Guy's kick collided with Seiji's palm, producing a dull thud. Seiji chuckled softly, spinning his hands, pushing with exquisite gentleness yet immense force, using the momentum against Guy. Guy was thrown uncontrollably to the side. "Not bad. Got more?" Guy adjusted his posture midair, using the momentum to land on a tree trunk, springing back up. Konoha's strong whirlwind. His legs spun like windmills, whipping up a violent gale. Seiji instantly mirrored Guy's move, meeting the kick with an identical strike. Enhanced by steel release, The attack was unstoppable. The moment contact was made, Gaia's expression changed dramatically. Before he could switch tactics, a tremendous force surged through him. Crack! The sound of a breaking leg bone echoed. Guy was inevitably sent flying again, crashing into a charred tree trunk, dust billowing as he lay still, motionless. Asuma instinctively shielded Yuhi, cold sweat beading on his forehead. A chill rose in his heart as he bared his teeth and shouted, "Yuhi, fall back. This battle is beyond your reach." Before his words faded, Seiji flickered forward, appearing before Asuma. "Is that all you've got?" Asuma's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively, he drew both chakra blades. Their glow surged an inch wider. Yet, beneath the Sharingan, his movements seemed sluggish, as if in slow motion. Seiji dodged effortlessly, casually striking with one palm. Asuma felt his right hand go empty. His chakra blade was snatched away. Following that, Seiji lightly waved his hand. Fearful, Asuma could only flash backward by instinct. Blood spurted forth, and both his arms lifted involuntarily. A searing pain shot through him as he was violently propelled backward, crashing into a tree and losing consciousness. Seiji turned his gaze toward Yuhi. She stared back, hands clenched tightly around her kunai, body frozen, unable to strike no matter how hard she tried. In that instant, the voices of others faded from Yuhi's ears, as if the entire world consisted solely of the man before her. She saw Seiji smile faintly at her, just as in her memories. Long time no see. On the battlefield back then, Seiji had saved her in just this manner. He had asked her to keep his strength a secret, a promise she willingly kept. Until the night of the Ninetales attack 2 years ago, she only then realized how much Seiji had sacrificed. Tears welled up instantly, streaming down her cheeks. She trembled as she whispered, "Your eyes." The kunai slipped from her hand, clattering onto the ground. Since Seiji's defection from Konoha, the emotions Yuhi had suppressed deep within her heart burst forth like a dam breaking. She suddenly took 2 steps forward, throwing herself into Seiji's embrace, burying her face in his shoulder as she sobbed aloud. Why didn't you take me with you back then?" Seiji gently wrapped his arms around her, his palm softly stroking her long hair. Don't cry. Sleep now, my dear." The crimson cries gradually waned until, in the end, even she herself was unaware of the exact moment they ceased. With a soft slump, Kurinaya's body went limp and silently collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness on the ground. A faint, serene smile lingering upon her lips. From afar, Kakashi observed the entire scene, his pupils involuntarily dilating in shock. From his vantage point, everything was clear. After dispatching Asuma, Sai merely glanced at Kurinai briefly, without so much as touching her. That single glance was enough to render the famed genjutsu master of their generation utterly defenseless, causing her to fall immediately. Kakashi murmured under his breath, "Genjutsu can truly reach such a terrifying degree?" Cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Sai emanated an unprecedented pressure, surpassing even that of 2 years prior. Kakashi's Sharingan swept over Sai's entire form but found not the slightest flaw. This composed demeanor sent a chill deep into his heart. He had grown stronger. How could one possibly hope to triumph against such an adversary? "Kakashi, snap out of it!" A fierce shout tore Kakashi from his reverie. Kai rose from the rubble, chakra bursting forth like a blazing inferno, enveloping his entire body in radiant light. 8 gates technique. 5th gate, gate of closing. Open. His muscles instantly swelled, veins bulging as he endured the searing pain in his legs. His eyes blazed with fervent determination as he roared, "Kakashi, this is an unprecedented enemy. I won't hold back anymore. Watch closely. This move was originally meant for you." In an instant, Kai's figure blurred into a phantom as he surged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust, charging straight at Sai. Kakashi furrowed his brow and muttered a curse. That fool. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals, lightning gathering in his palms. The piercing shriek of Chidori rent the night as he charged alongside Kai towards Sai. Sai remained motionless in place. At the very moment their attacks were about to connect, a layer of jet-black skeletal structure suddenly and inexplicably rose from within Sai's body, enveloping him entirely. Chidori and Kai's physical assault crashed violently against the black skeleton, which stood unyielding, refusing to budge even an inch. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the skeletal armor, Kakashi and Kai's pupils constricted sharply, their faces etched with astonishment. Simultaneously, Kakashi noticed that Sai's left eye Sharingan had transformed into an unfamiliar form. A rounded triangle rested at the center, bordered by 3 circular black dots on each edge. It was neither a Tomo nor any Sharingan variation Kakashi recognized. What on earth was this? Sai crossed his arms and said calmly, "Susanoo." No sooner had he spoken than the black skeleton abruptly expanded, chakra surging like a flood, rapidly coalescing into the massive upper torso of a giant. The skeleton gradually took shape, flesh attaching to the frame, encasing Sai within. The pure black form expanded fiercely, its lines graceful, as if wreathed in flowing black flames. With a light sweep of his arm, Susanu's colossal hand sliced through the air, generating a piercing sonic boom. Before they could even react, both were swept away by the violent shockwave, rendered unconscious. Lord Hokage, an increasing number of Konoha shinobi sensed the commotion and hurried over, encircling Orochimaru, Sai, and the others. The tide had turned. Orochimaru cast a reluctant glance toward Hiruzen Sarutobi nearby, then bit his finger and lowered his hands. Summoning Jutsu, a python larger than before appeared, its scales coarse and shimmering purple. The serpent surveyed its surroundings before addressing Orochimaru overhead. This time, the number of sacrifices must double. Panting heavily, Orochimaru sneered, "Take me away, Manda. I can satisfy your demands."
Turning torstai Sai, he laughed loudly. Farewell, Sai-kun.
"Don't die so easily. Ha 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 ha." At Orochimaru's command, Manda's immense purple body twisted, crushing trees and shinobi alike as it burst through the encirclement. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked open, tearing a gaping chasm through the chaotic battlefield. Ah! The screams of Konoha shinobi echoed. No ordinary person could withstand such a colossal force. Orochimaru, Hiruzen Sarutobi would not let him escape. Joining forces with the reinforcements, he pursued Orochimaru relentlessly. Boom! A tremendous force struck from behind. The 8 trigrams empty palm unleashed by Susanoo bore unprecedented power. An invisible chakra shockwave transformed into a linear strike, precisely plowing through the forest. The ground was gouged deep, dust billowing and trees snapped in half. The pursuing Konoha shinobi were caught off guard and tossed aside by the shockwave.
Hyuga Seiya.
Hiruzen's eyes widened in fury as he and the shinobi behind him were forced to retreat. Sai smiled faintly. "I cannot allow him to perish here." Currently, Orochimaru's curse seal was unfinished. If Konoha's shinobi dared to risk their lives, perhaps sheer numbers could overwhelm Orochimaru. Orochimaru bore the burden of future Edo Tensei research and a series of other forbidden jutsu. Sai needed him alive as he was well aware. Gritting his teeth, Hiruzen turned and barked, "All units, redirect your target to Hyuga Seiya. You must eliminate him." Stepping forward, Sai manipulated Susanoo, swinging his hands rapidly. A succession of palm blasts descended like mountains, overwhelming in might. The air tore apart with ear-piercing sonic booms. Earth release, earth flow wall. Several walls of earth erupted from the ground but crumbled under the impact of the palm blasts, scattering debris everywhere. The shinobi behind the walls were blasted away, coughing up blood as they collapsed. At the critical moment, seeing the palm blasts threatening everyone present, Hiruzen stepped forward, forming hand seals and shouting as a massive earth wall rose to shield them. Only then were Sai's relentless attacks barely held at bay. Nevertheless, for the Konoha shinobi arriving from another direction, it was all in vain. Sai shifted direction and raised his hand again. 8 trigrams empty palm. Endless palm strikes rained down, utterly annihilating any possible formations. Susanoo rampaged like a war god among the crowd. With each swing of its giant hand, trees shattered and the earth trembled uncontrollably. Sai's voice was soft but resounded through the forest. "Approach if you dare, and you shall die." His imposing presence bore down like a mountain. No one dared face his blade directly. Was he a monster? Could such a formidable ninjutsu truly exist in this world? On one side of the forest, Kai, recently rescued, lay on the ground, staring dumbfounded at the towering black giant emerging from the trees. Beside him, Kakashi lay as well, both nearly immobile and battered, their consciousness barely holding on. At some point, Kakashi's Sharingan had been concealed once again. Before Sai, his Sharingan was utterly useless. The gap between them defied description. "I was always too weak, even with the eyes you gave me." Kai ground his teeth and asked, "Kakashi, 2 years ago, how did you survive against him?" Kakashi replied helplessly, "How should I know? 2 years have passed, and he has only grown stronger." A flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. Though reluctant to admit it, he felt as though Sai did not truly wish to kill him. "What?" Kai exclaimed. "Hopefully it's just my illusion," Kakashi sighed. "The only thing I'm sure of is that this is no longer a battle we can intervene in." At the center of the battlefield, under the rank of Jonin, "All units retreat. Do not engage in combat." Hiruzen's gaze was heavy, the wound on his shoulder still bleeding. He had come to realize that unless Sai was dealt with, Konoha today might face utter destruction. Susanoo ha! A cold light flashed in Hiruzen's eyes as he roared. "I stake the honor of the Hokage's name. I will not allow you to continue ravaging Konoha." Leaping into the air, his hands formed seals with such speed they left afterimages. In the blink of an eye, 4 identical shadow clones materialized beside him. Each shadow clone rapidly formed hand seals, then unleashed ninjutsu of varying elemental natures. A piercing drone erupted in the air. Blazing fire dragons, raging lightning bolts, howling relentless hurricanes, surging tumultuous waves, combined with the weighty muddy torrents. These 5 distinctly different forces fused flawlessly, ultimately coalescing into a destructive torrent over several dozen meters in diameter. The great 5-nature consecutive bullet technique, then converging into one, with but a single individual strength, rivaling an entire army. This is my final jutsu. If this is all your Susanoo can muster, then dare to test me. Hashirama Senju bellowed, exerting all his might. The ninja behind him were visibly invigorated. This is the 3rd Hokage's technique. Only those who command chakra of all 5 elemental natures can perform it. Charge, Hokage-sama. Facing the earth-shattering torrent sweeping forth, Simi smiled gently. You say this is all it can do? In the next moment, the Susanoo expanded anew. What had been only an upper torso suddenly rose, transforming into a nearly complete black giant. Towering tens of meters high, the colossal figure drew the gaze of the entire Hidden Leaf village. Simi, originally standing on the ground, rose in tandem, floating within the head of the black giant. Bone release. From within the giant materialized a pure white bone armor, swiftly enveloping its entire body, tracing the contours of muscle fibers, smooth as jade. Steel release. The giant swung its arms, overlaying a metallic sheen upon the white arm armor, as if forged of black iron. In the blink of an eye, the giant's body was sheathed in pristine bone armor, its arms jet black, faintly wrapped in overflowing chakra that flickered like flames, resembling a demon. Hashirama Senju, witnessing this scene, was so astonished that his breath momentarily faltered. Simi, commanding the Susanoo, thrust both hands forward vehemently. 8 trigrams air wall. The giant's palm whined pressed down like a mountain, manifesting a tangible shield that collided head-on with Hashirama's ninjutsu. Boom! A fierce sonic blast shattered the surrounding forest and rooftops. Flames and shattered stones scattered in all directions. An unstoppable shockwave radiated outward along the ground, blasting a massive crater before the giant, penetrating the woods, and extending far beyond, engulfing nearly half of the Hidden Leaf village. As the smoke cleared, all were stunned to see the black giant still standing, only the bone armor on its forearms showing slight fractures. Simi floated within the Susanoo, his brow furrowed slightly. Disappointment. He had expected that the final strike from the man hailed as a ninjutsu professor, the legendary wielder of over 1,000 techniques, would impose some measure of pressure on him. Instead, it barely pierced the Susanoo's outer bone armor, failing even to pose a genuine threat. Granted, Hashirama was already at the end of his strength, having fought in succession against Orochimaru, week to week. Yet such a Hokage was perfectly fitting for the current Hidden Leaf. Had someone else stepped forward, it might have jeopardized the forthcoming plans. The bone armor on the Susanoo's arms rapidly regenerated, bones cracking audibly as they restored to their original state, once again sheathed in a glossy black metallic hue. Hashirama stood dumbfounded, eyes brimming with disbelief, speechless for a long time. Do not underestimate us. After a while, an angry roar burst forth from the crowd. The Hidden Leaf ninja regained their composure and unleashed their favored ninjutsu. Intertwining, they darkened the sky and blotted out the sun, bombarding Simi with a scale even grander than Hashirama's consecutive bullet technique. Yet the quality was questionable. The black giant raised its hands and swung them together, palms converging to reveal a black talisman. Dark release, absorption of the void. An invisible, violent suction erupted between the giant's palms, instantly devouring all incoming ninjutsu, reducing them to nothingness. Simi stood inside the Susanoo, his gaze sweeping the battlefield like a deity overlooking mortals. Any more? Simi asked softly. The encircling hundreds of Hidden Leaf ninja fell utterly silent after all their ninjutsu were consumed. What exactly was that technique? After a long time, a trembling voice arose from the crowd, eyes filled with horror. No one could answer that question. Hashirama Senju panted heavily, chakra nearly depleted, staring at the unscathed Susanoo, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Had he truly grown old? Behind him, whispers spread through the crowd. Is he a demon? He turned to see despair in many eyes. Morale had plummeted to rock bottom. Hashirama retreated despondently by a step, then turned to issue an order. Sound all alarms. This is a crisis graver than the Ninetales rampage. Civilians must evacuate immediately. A ninja behind him gasped in shock. Has the Hokage truly come to the state? Go quickly. Hashirama glared fiercely, watching the ninja depart, thinking silently, if forced I will have no choice but to use that technique. Before he finished speaking, he saw the black giant raise its arm in his direction. Instinctively sensing danger, Hashirama shouted, "Everyone, clear out!" Simi smiled. "I shall return everything to you." Dark release, evil self-destruction battle. The countless absorbed ninjutsu energies condensed in the giant S-palms, transforming into a blazing blue flame-shaped chakra, fierce and terrifying. In the next moment, a radiant light burst forth. The earth suddenly rose in a wave of blue radiance, then collapsed amid wailing cries. Only then did a deafening explosion resound. Boom! The shockwave stretched out in a straight line, leveling everything within several hundred meters. The outskirts of the hidden leaf village were forcibly torn open by a massive breach. Near the protective barrier wall, the damage was catastrophic. From above, it appeared as if someone had carved a scar across a three-dimensional map, mischievously destroying everything along the path. The explosion raged onward, culminating in a brilliant white flash that extended to a river hundreds of meters away, finally subsiding. The interrupted river water wildly surged back through the breach, roaring thunderously. "There is still a little left. Do not waste it." Simi manipulated the Susanoo to change direction, targeting the Hokage monument engraved with the faces of the Hokage. The blue flames streaked through the air, striking the monument with a thunderous crash that startled the birds in the forest. Under the horrified gaze of all within the hidden leaf village, the Hokage monument collapsed with a great roar, stones raining like hail, dust obscuring the moonlight. When the dust settled, the faces of the four Hokage had been utterly destroyed, reduced to powder. The hidden leaf village was shrouded in a shadow of chaos, the aftershock of the monument's collapse trembling the ground. Thick smoke veiled the moon. Alarms pierced the night air. On the streets, civilians fled in panic. Ninja vaulted through the streets maintaining order, while others hurried toward the battlefield. Inside the Hokage's office, flames blazed fiercely outside the window. Violent explosions shattered the glass, scattering shards across the floor. Danzo Shimura, Kocho Uzumaki, and Hamura Mitokado stood together, their gazes fixed unflinchingly on the distant scene. The black giant clad in bone armor, its arms ink-black, radiated an awe-inspiring aura under the night sky, as if a god or demon had descended upon the world. Kocho trembled slightly, disbelief coloring her voice. "Is that really Susanoo?" Danzo's eyes burned fiercely as he whispered. "Yes, that is the technique once wielded by that man." Kocho and Hamura exchanged a glance, their bodies involuntarily shivering. They were all from the previous generation, having witnessed with their own eyes the man hailed as a god. Madara Uchiha, the sole man capable of rivaling the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Although in the end, Zabuza perished at the hands of Hashirama, to this day, they still dare not forget the terror evoked by the name Uchiha, and the very mention of Susanoo sends shivers down their spines. Mito Munin clenched his fist tightly and shouted angrily. He clearly isn't an Uchiha, so why does he possess the Sharingan? Beneath his words lay an unspoken, profound implication. Danzo cast a brief glance at him and bluntly revealed, "Perhaps it is exactly as you suspect." Mito Munin was taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. Konohamaru Koharu's lips trembled with fury, yet she kept repeating under her breath, "Hinata Seiya, Hinata Seiya." For a long while, she could not utter a complete sentence, her eyes brimming with both anger and dread. Only Danzo sneered coldly, "I truly underestimated him. I never imagined that after 2 years, he would be capable of wielding such power." Mito Munin gritted his teeth and asked, "What shall we do now? Should we recall the frontline shinobi? Konoha faces the risk of utter annihilation." Danzo cast a sidelong glance at the two and deepened his sneer. "Rest assured, trust in Hiruzen. As the Hokage, he will fulfill his duties." With that, he leaned on his cane and slowly made his way toward the doorway. Konohamaru Koharu and Mito Munin exclaimed in unison, "Where are you going?" Danzo did not look back and replied, "To pay homage to the daimyo. Lord Minamoto surely wishes to know the current state of Konoha." His silhouette vanished at the corridor's end, leaving the two staring at each other in silence. Their gazes met, and the same dreadful possibility loomed in their minds. Danzo's composure seemed almost excessively unshakable. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's territory, a cacophony of shouting and movement had already erupted. The Uchiha lands lay near Konoha's outskirts, and fearing collateral damage, most of the clan members had already been evacuated. Only a small group remained standing in the clearing, their eyes collectively fixed on the distance. The night wind blew, revealing the stunned, dazed expressions on their faces. Itachi Uchiha cradled the young Sasuke in his arms. Beside him stood a girl with a clear, gentle countenance, marked by a trace of heroism. None other than Izumi Uchiha, whom Seiya had rescued 2 years prior. Shursui Uchiha shielded them before whispering to himself, "It is the Mangekyo Sharingan." Itachi looked up at Shursui, asking, "Mangekyo Sharingan? What is that?" Fugaku Uchiha stood at the forefront, his expression complex as he answered in a low voice, "It is the strongest power that our Uchiha clan can wield, the legendary divine force." His tone was tinged with unease, his gaze lingering long on Susanoo without averting. Izumi also fixed her eyes on the distant black giant. Unlike the others, whose faces were etched with caution, she spontaneously uttered, "So warm." Her voice was soft, yet it startled those around her, as if awakening them all at once, prompting them to turn and look. Izumi smiled unconsciously, her eyes filled with an inexplicable serenity. "Just looking at that Susanoo makes me feel so warm." "Is that so?" Fugaku murmured quietly, glancing at the others. Shursui nervously avoided his gaze. Fugaku paid no heed and raised his eyes once more towards Susanoo in the distance. Half joking, half serious. Perhaps the future of the Uchiha lies with him. The assembly murmured in amusement, and after a moment, someone responded, "Lord Fugaku, that joke is hardly amusing." "Is it not? Then just assume I am jesting." As the dust settled, the colossal black giant that had seemed to blot out the sky vanished without a trace. Only the battered Hiruzen Sarutobi knelt amid the ruins. His complexion was ashen, his eyelids twitching involuntarily, yet he was almost devoid of sensation. More profound than his physical agony was the weight upon his spirit. After this battle, Konoha's remaining combat strength would be further diminished. For Konoha, it was becoming increasingly difficult to endure. Since the Nine Tails turmoil, Iwagakure had already launched large-scale incursions, and border skirmishes had reignited. Now, with Konoha beset by yet another calamity, the blow to its reputation was fatal. Hiruzen Sarutobi trembled as he lifted his head and gazed at the white-clad figure leisurely approaching him. His voice hoarse. "Why haven't you killed me?" Seiya approached gently, his voice measured as it reached Hiruzen's ears. "Because you are still useful. Do not worry, I will not kill you. Please continue to be a good Hokage." Hiruzen parted his lips, unable to find words to respond. Seiya revealed a smile that Hiruzen found utterly terrifying and continued. "Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha is undoubtedly the foremost, yet it lacks the strength to match that status. It is time to relinquish some of the flesh in your mouth. At the same time, I require someone who can maintain Konoha and prevent its complete collapse. After much thought, there truly is no one else but you, Lord Hokage. Rest assured, everyone needs a common enemy. Konoha is the perfect target. By the time we meet again, I shall come to claim what I truly desire. Until then, farewell." Hiruzen Sarutobi watched helplessly as Seiya departed, his throat tight, unable to utter a single word. The night wind was mournful, and the moonlight seemed all the more brilliant. In the distance, the alarm bells of Konoha village rang out across the heavens. The river water surged back onto the tidal flats behind, producing a deafening roar, amid which floated the remnants of numerous shinobi tools. Uchiha territory. The clan members had long since been evacuated, leaving only cold winds sweeping through the empty roads, stirring fallen leaves across the ground. Deep within the clan lands, Nanka Shrine stood solemn beneath the moonlight, ancient stone lanterns casting long shadows, its wooden doors firmly shut. Not far away, Seiya silently landed. Having left the battlefield and ensured the area was secure, he finally had the leisure to examine his own condition. First, the chakra depletion. Seiya merely felt it briefly and then displayed a look of satisfaction. The chakra consumption was remarkably low. Seiya held considerable confidence in the quantity of his chakra. Any Kekkei Genkai he absorbed could be reversed into chakra for his use. Over the past 2 years, aside from explosive release techniques, many other Kekkei Genkai had been converted into chakra, leaving only a few commonly used elemental Kekkei Genkai intact. This was also why Seiya had been willing to quietly accumulate strength in Kirigakure. He needed time to solidify his foundation and continually hone himself. The vast chakra base formed the foundation upon which ocular powers, physical techniques, Kekkei Genkai, and various ninjutsu were layered, like stacking building blocks to craft a complete humanoid form. Unbeknownst to him, it had expanded to an unimaginable scale. By wielding a single Mangekyo Sharingan, he had activated the full second form of Susanoo, sustaining it for a prolonged period without nearing its limit. Due to the perfect fusion of Kekkei Genkai, his ocular power was barely drained. This outcome already satisfied Seiya. Previously, he could never have escaped unscathed. His gaze swept over the shrine entrance as he prepared to step forward, but suddenly Seiya paused and turned toward a shadow at his side, a faint smile curling his lips. "Come out." A figure emerged slowly from the darkness, clutching a shinobi blade, eyes cautious. Seiya smiled warmly at him. The newcomer was roughly Seiya's age, perhaps slightly older, with black curly hair and a lean build. Hinata Seiya spoke the visitor's name, Uchiha Shursui. "Though we have met only a few times, I have long admired the title Shunshin Shursui. I did not expect you to be waiting here for me." Shursui stepped forward, his face calm as he asked, I just felt something was amiss. If this were merely a show of force, there would be no need to summon Susanoo. Why are you here at this moment? Seiya raised his hand and pointed to the distance. Flames and dense smoke still billowed against the night sky. That was my doing. As expected, it was you. Shusue's expression shifted slightly but bore little surprise. Then he sneered coldly, you make no effort to hide it, committing such an act and yet remaining in Konoha. Saint Mi spoke. It is rumored that beneath the Nanka shrine of the Uchiha clan lies a stone stele, inscribed with the secrets of the Sharingan. Before departing, I naturally wished to pay it a visit. If you would kindly step aside, I would be most grateful. Shusue nodded. As one without the Uchiha bloodline, to wield the Sharingan to such an extent, you are indeed the foremost. Alas, I cannot yield. Allowing a traitorous shinobi like you into the Nanka shrine, how would that differ from the Uchiha clan's betrayal of Konoha? Saint Mi chuckled softly. In case you are unaware, I have just come from the Hyuga clan's territory. They are far more compliant than you. So, it seems the Hyuga have become the first clan to negotiate with a traitorous shinobi like me, while the Uchiha remain loyal to Konoha. Yet why does the Hyuga clan still dwell peacefully at Konoha's center, while your Uchiha were ordered to relocate en masse? Shusue's expression stiffened. What exactly are you implying? Saint Mi replied. Struggling with me here serves no purpose. It would be better if you obediently stepped aside. Do not overestimate your prowess. You are no match for me. A flash of anger flickered in Shusue's eyes. Without a visible movement, his figure became a fleeting shadow, so swift that in the blink of an eye he appeared behind Saint Mi. His ninja blade arced fiercely, aiming for the back of Saint Mi's neck. To Shusue's astonishment, Saint Mi's form also blurred into a shadow, and the blade cut only through empty air. The true Saint Mi appeared beside Shusue, his right palm slowly thrust forward. The ninja blade clashed against Saint Mi's arm, sparks flying, ringing out with a crisp metallic clang. Failing in his attack, Shusue quickly retreated, creating distance. Saint Mi applauded lightly, smiling. The swift movement of Shusue lives up to its reputation. I nearly failed to react. But it will not be so simple for you to kill me. Let us cease this probing. Bring forth your Susanoo as well. Shusue's countenance shifted drastically, shock evident. How would I know you have also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Saint Mi seemed to have anticipated Shusue's words, responding softly. I not only know this, but I also know that the Uchiha will not survive long in Konoha. At these words, Shusue swung his blade again, preparing to attack, but was interrupted by a low shout. Shusue! Both turned their heads to see Uchiha Fugaku standing at the entrance where Saint Mi had arrived. Arms crossed, expression unreadable. Shusue blurted, Lord Fugaku? Fugaku's face was impassive as he said gravely, Let him enter. You will see nothing tonight. Annoyance flashed in Shusue's eyes. Impossible. Fugaku fixed Shusue with a cold glare. Do you wish to bury the entire clan's lives tonight? At this, Shusue trembled, frozen in place, eyes wide with shock. Fugaku gave a barely perceptible nod towards Saint Mi. Saint Mi returned a smile, voice light. That's agreeable. He stepped past Shusue, heading toward the shrine. Shusue clenched his blade tightly, knuckles whitening, gaze flickering between Saint Mi and Fugaku before finally slumping his head in resignation. Saint Mi paused at the shrine's entrance, about to step inside, then halted. Are you puzzled? I could have left at any time, so why did I return? Shusue hesitated to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Saint Mi wore an exaggerated expression, chuckling softly. I came back because I cannot help but worry about the Hyuga clan. After all, one's clan is the foundation of their existence. A timely visit reassures certain people. For some reason, though he spoke of the Hyuga, his gaze remained fixed on Shusue, tinged with mockery, as if deliberately saying this before him. This answer left Shusue feeling somewhat unreal. Was he under an illusion? How could such words come from a traitorous shinobi? Saint Mi had once killed an elder of his own clan before defecting, yet now speaks of concern for his kin? Was this a jest? Seeing the smile on Saint Mi's face, Shusue felt a chilling coldness rising uncontrollably within him, like plunging into an icy abyss that numbed his blood. He understood the words were false, yet they struck at a hidden corner of his heart, compelling him to ponder. Saint Mi's aura was like Orochimaru's a long, winding serpent, calm yet terrifying. Shusue swallowed hard. Compared to Orochimaru, Saint Mi was even more formidable. Orochimaru, confident in his strength, sometimes disdainfully dropped his mask, exposing his true nature, making everyone in Konoha both respect and fear him. Saint Mi, however, always wore that seemingly gentle smile, which upon deeper acquaintance turned bone-chilling. One could never discern which words were true and which were deceit. Shusue sensed that Saint Mi cared little whether others believed him. Sometimes sowing doubt was his very aim. Or perhaps there was no aim at all, like a puppeteer calmly watching countless puppets dance before him, knowing they posed no threat. At any moment, he could overturn the entire stage and start anew. What exactly are you trying to say? Shursui finally quelled the darkness in his heart and asked in a low voice. Saint Mi left a soft remark. Are you the swift Shursui of Konoha, or the Uchiha Shursui? Shursui's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could respond, Saint Mi courteously nodded to Fugaku, then turned and pushed open the wooden doors of the shrine, stepping inside. Seeing this, Shursui abruptly turned to Uchiha Fugaku, only to find Fugaku turning away without a glance back, disappearing swiftly into the night. Shursui called out, Lord Fugaku, but Fugaku seemed not to hear, his pace unbroken as he vanished into the darkness, leaving Shursui alone. The basement of Nanka Shrine was cold and damp. Patches of moss clung to the stone walls. The flickering torchlight cast wavering shadows upon the rough stone steps. Saint Mi descended slowly, his footsteps echoing crisply. Deep within the basement appeared a narrow stone chamber. Saint Mi quickly found what he sought. At the center stood an ancient stone stele, its surface densely inscribed with characters. Upon seeing the main figure, a faint smile curved Saint Mi's lips as he slipped into another state. In his perception, not far above and to the side, a pure white silhouette lingered, that of White Zetsu. Yet Saint Mi harbored no intention to expose or repel this presence. The stage was set. The actors had taken their places. If there were no audience, to whom else would he perform? Saint Mi halted before the stele, activated his Sharingan, which transformed into the Mangekyo pattern. In his vision, the characters on the stele began to shift and change. Saint Mi gazed quietly at the stele, and after a long while, chuckled softly within, fully reassured. The stele's contents matched his expectations perfectly. Many details were secrets only accessible by awakening the Rinnegan. Unsurprisingly, he had already drawn attention. Though no one was around, Saint Mi feigned mild astonishment, exclaiming, So that is the case. The stele recorded not only the strife between the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths, Indra and Azura, but also the union of the Uchiha and Senju clans, heirs to their power, enabling the awakening of stronger ocular jutsu, among many other revelations. It also contained the soul salvation technique, Infinite Tsukuyami. By combining the chakra of Indra and Azura, and finally activating Infinite Tsukuyami, one could create a better world. Infinite Tsukuyami is true peace. Upon reaching this point, Saint Mi's smile became genuine as he recalled a figure cloaked entirely in black. This was Kaguya Otsutsuki's third son, born before she was sealed by her two sons, who after a millennium relentlessly sought to resurrect his mother, Black Zetsu. Currently, he masqueraded as the will crafted by Uchiha Madara himself, using this guise to follow Obito. He is also the root of all turmoil. Saint Mi gazed at the stone monument for a long while, his expression having completely transformed without him noticing, diverging from his usual politeness to reveal a distinctive, confident smile. Infinite Tsukuyami, you say? Just as I desire. To acquire the Rinnegan, one must revive the chakra of both Indra and Azura. Orochimaru, in the end, I must rely on you. Having spoken thus, Saint Mi no longer hesitated and turned away. In this state, he must have been witnessed by White Zetsu, who was concealed nearby, making a conspicuous appearance, wreaking havoc in Konoha, and then arriving at the Nanka Shrine. Unless Black Zetsu is a fool, he would surely be monitoring Saint Mi's movements, just as he has done for the past 2 years. With his own talents, Saint Mi was confident that the other party had long since begun to keep an eye on him. Over the past 2 years, every time he seized a Kekkei Genkai, arranged things covertly, or even revealed his thoughts, Saint Mi had never evaded the other's awareness. From now on, all that remained was to quietly await the other's appearance. As he exited the shrine, Shursui still stood at the entrance. Beneath the moonlight, his expression was unsettled. Saint Mi glanced upward with a slight roll of his eyes, somewhat surprised.
No ambu, no ambus.
Could he be overconfident? Upon seeing Saint Mi, Shursui hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to ask in a low voice, What kind of agreement have you reached with Lord Fugaku? Saint Mi's gaze swept over Shursui, and he replied casually, Think of the Sharingan he gave you, and to whom you ultimately entrusted it. Shursui stiffened instantly, as if struck by lightning. Danzo's grim visage flashed through his mind. He had never imagined that Saint Mi would know that Fugaku had once entrusted him with a Sharingan. Even more astonishing was that Saint Mi was fully aware that he had handed the Sharingan over to Danzo. A chill ran through Shursui's entire body. What else could Saint Mi possibly be unaware of? Observing Shursui's terrified countenance, Saint Mi found it amusing and spoke softly. You are clever but also foolish. Your cleverness lies in realizing early that your power has limits, that you alone cannot change the will of many. So you sought help externally, even concealing things from your own clan. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong side. Danzo cannot protect the Uchiha. You believed that relying on him could maintain the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha, but in truth, that relationship was worthless from the start. As long as the Uchiha exist, conflict will inevitably erupt. Danzo is incapable, as is Hiruzen Sarutobi. No one can protect the Uchiha. This is a deep-rooted problem left unresolved since the first Hokage's death. By now, it has become a tangled mess. The Konoha you cherish is fundamentally rotten. Shirsui's hand clenched involuntarily. What right do you have to say such things? He demanded. Saint-Me countered, I senti it true? Since the death of the first Hokage, the Uchiha's status has plummeted. Now, under the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, things have become even more distorted. The so-called will of fire was lost decades ago, and only fools like you still believe in it. Hiruzen Sarutobi seeks to use you Uchiha but also fears your growth, playing you and Danzo against each other, keeping you spinning in circles. You don't seriously think Hiruzen Sarutobi has been completely ignorant of the Uchiha's predicament, do you? He only pretends not to know. They are all waiting for the Uchiha to snap, so they can pounce and devour you utterly. Shisui instinctively retorted. And what do you know about Konoha's situation? The conflicts between the clan and the village can still be reconciled. Saint-Me smiled coldly. Of course they can be reconciled. Once the Uchiha are all dead, the conflicts will naturally cease to exist. Shisui was struck at his core, his expression darkening. Compared to the Uchiha, the Hyuga are no better off, he shot back. Saint-Me laughed heartily, slowing his tone to speak deliberately. The advantage lies in the fact that the Byakugan cannot control the Ninetales. Silence. Shirsui's face changed abruptly. Gazing at Saint-Me before him, he felt as if staring into a bottomless abyss, a mind unfathomably deep, radiating a profound aura that swept toward him like a tidal wave. Once ensnared by him, escape would be impossible. Alarm bells rang loudly in Shirsui's mind. If this man were left unchecked, both the Uchiha and Konoha would face utter catastrophe. With this in mind, Shirsui no longer hesitated. He suddenly lifted his head and fixed his gaze directly upon Saint-Me's eyes. Here and now, he would eliminate the greatest threat to the future of the Uchiha clan. Saint-Me's speed was no less than his own. A victory through body flicker was unattainable. Yet, perhaps because he possessed the Sharingan, Saint-Me showed no sign of avoiding his gaze during their exchange. Such an opportunity would never come again. Shirsui's left eye contracted sharply, his expression momentarily faltering. His Sharingan whirled violently, transforming into the four-cornered pinwheel pattern. Bolstered by ocular power, he clearly saw Saint-Me's expression change, but it was too late to divert his sight. Success. Kodo Amitsukami, the most potent genjutsu engraved within his Mangekyo Sharingan, silently and imperceptibly altering another S-will. In Shirsui's eyes, the world slowed to a crawl. Immense chakra poured into his eye, transforming into invisible potential energy that surged forth. Saint-Me's gaze instantly grew vacant, losing all vitality. A tremendous dizziness washed over him. Shirsui involuntarily took 2 steps back and collapsed to his knees, gasping heavily. Blood tears streamed down from his left eye, searing pain unbearable. Yet the corner of his mouth curled lightly. All right, come with me to see the Hokage, he said. Before he could finish, he watched in astonishment as the Saint-Me before him gradually petrified, eventually crumbling to dust and scattering with the wind.
Impossible.
Shirsui's heart pounded violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The gates of Nanka Shrine opened once again, and the true Saint-Me emerged calmly, a faint white shadow gracing the corner of his eye. His entire aura had transformed completely. The former Saint-Me was merely gentle and casual. Now, an ethereal chill seemed to cling to him, as if a drop of water from a deep pool had condensed and merged into the air. Unless one focused deliberately, his presence was nearly imperceptible. This sensation made Shirsui feel as if a sharp thorn was pressed against his back. The air around him seemed to be squeezed dry. Since I came prepared, how could I not guard against your trick? Saint-Me's voice whispered into Shirsui's ears. Before Shirsui could react, a jet-black ribcage skeleton abruptly emerged from Saint-Me's body. Huge bony claws shot out with lightning speed, firmly grasping him. His expression changed, and in the next moment, he saw Saint-Me closing in front of him, reaching out gently. A sharp pain seared through his right eye, plunging him into darkness. Ah! A piercing scream rent the night air. Saint-Me withdrew from sage mode, and Susanoo dissipated accordingly, casually tossing Shirsui aside. He examined the crimson Mangekyo Sharingan in his hand and said indifferently, I've left you with one eye, so you can see the true nature of this world. Given Shirsui Uchiha's constitution, having just used Kodo Amitsukami, he would need at least 10 years before employing it again. The current Shirsui Uchiha posed no threat whatsoever. Shirsui knelt on the ground, blood tears streaming from his eyes, groaning in pain. His voice trembled with agony. Why did I clearly confirm that you were not a clone? This was a Sage Art IWA clone. If you could see through it so easily, I might as well have bought a bowl of ramen, buried it inside, and drowned myself. Saint Me chuckled. To be safe, I don't even dare use shadow clones, for your abilities are far too dangerous. How do you know that? Shui gritted his teeth and asked. Saint Me did not answer directly but instead gazed toward the distant village of Konoha. Everyone believes themselves to be the hunter, that is human nature, but little do they realize that in others' eyes, they are no different from prey. He turned back to Shui, gathering a gentle smile. You cannot deceive me, yet you foolishly think you can deceive the entire Uchiha clan. Deceive Konoha? How naive. Shui's body trembled violently as blood tears dripped down his cheeks onto the ground. I must admit, I am intrigued. How could you truly dare to employ that technique against me? Suppose you succeed on me, with only one opportunity remaining to you, amidst Konoha and the clans. Which side will do you intend to alter then? The night breeze stirred Saint Mia's robes, her voice gradually fading into the distance. Out of respect for Izumi, I shall not kill you. I know you have cared for her greatly these past 2 years. When you have come to your senses, return to me to reclaim your Sharingan. Shui knelt alone before the shrine, blood pooling beneath him. Footsteps echoed from afar, but Saint Mia's silhouette had long vanished into the night. That night, Konoha was attacked, news that swiftly spread across the 5 great nations through myriad channels. Since its founding, it was the first time Konoha suffered such a grievous loss on its own soil. The Konoha hospital overflowed with patients. Many hurried back and forth, while neighboring countries stirred restlessly. Inside the Hokage's office, the glass shattered by the earlier explosion had been replaced, reflecting the blinding sunlight. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk, his hands wrapped in bandages tightly clutching a stack of reports. Reports from the front lines indicated that Kirigakure had launched a massive mobilization, stationing troops at the border of the Land of Lightning, personally led by the recently appointed 4th Raikage. Hiruzen muttered a curse under his breath. It was as if it had been prearranged. The war had only ended a few years prior. He had done his utmost to hold on, even sending his own children to the battlefield, barely preserving the village. No one understood better than he did that Konoha could not endure another full-scale war at this moment. He must find a way to summon Jiraiya and Tsunade back, rally the clans with promises of support, unite their strengths, and once again reconcile with the Uchiha. As several orders were issued simultaneously, the Umbu directly under the Hokage sprang into action once more. Being the longest-serving Hokage to date, Hiruzen immediately discerned the root cause of Konoha's current predicament. Ultimately, it was the absence of shadow-level warriors that had led to a top-down collapse. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had brazenly defected and become yet another S-rank rogue ninja marked by Konoha, wielding even greater influence than Saint Mia had once held. Orochimaru was his disciple, Hiruzen Sarutobi's own pupil, once a candidate capable of contending for the 4th Hokage title, a name feared far and wide. With Orochimaru defending the village, he could personally take the field to repel enemies. Now, that possibility was gone forever. Reflecting on this, a deep shadow of despair settled in Hiruzen's heart. He felt as though he and Konoha had fallen into an immense, tangled net. No matter how hard they struggled, escape was in vain. Their common enemy, Konoha itself. Bang! The office door was flung open violently, jolting Hiruzen from his thoughts as Danzo strode in, leaning heavily on his cane. He has arrived. Hiruzen closed his eyes indifferently. When he opened them again, his expression had transformed. Sarutobi, it is time for you to rest for a while. Danzo's voice was icy and cutting, blunt from the outset. Hiruzen remained unmoved, fixing Danzo with a steady gaze. What do you mean? Literal meaning. Danzo looked down condescendingly at his old friend. Your current physical condition no longer suits the role of Hokage. You can barely stand. Can you? Hiruzen opened his mouth to reply but was seized by a violent cough, blood splattering onto the documents on his desk. Danzo silently watched as Hiruzen wiped away the blood, his eyes growing colder still, devoid of any trace of warmth. Calming himself, Hiruzen murmured thoughtfully, I am the light of Konoha. You are its darkness. That will never change. Not necessarily. Danzo sneered, producing an exquisitely decorated letter from his chest and placing it gently before Hiruzen. This is the daimyo's directive. If you fail to handle the Hyuga clan's affairs properly, then step down from the Hokage's position. Hyuga! Hiruzen was taken aback, hastily accepting the letter and unfolding it. Just a glance sent cold sweat pouring down his brow. The daimyo seldom used such a method to contact Konoha unless there was a grave matter. The words within were harsh, more a reprimand than a communication. Only because of the Sarutobi clan's standing was the language not more overtly scolding. Danzo sneered, the Hyuga clan has sealed off their territory. Whoever approaches the gate is met only with the excuse that the clan is attending to internal matters. Hiruzen's face, previously composed, now betrayed horror. Could it be, he murmured. Danzo continued, before joining Orochimaru, Hyuga Seiya was seen entering and leaving the Hyuga estate. Yet no news has come forth from the clan. You know what that implies without my telling. Hiruzen's expression darkened visibly. So that is it, he whispered. No wonder not a single Hyuga was seen in that night's battle. I have already dispatched Root and Umbu operatives to surround the Hyuga territory. Awaiting an explanation from Hyuga Hisashi, Danzo declared grimly.
Impossible.
Hiruzen instinctively retorted. Recall your men immediately. It is far too soon to sever ties with the Hyuga. Danzo's voice was grave. How much longer will you wait? Until the entire clan follows Hyuga Seiya in defection. Hiruzen's words caught in his throat. Unable to speak further, Danzo snorted and spoke rapidly. Control the main family, and you control the entire Hyuga. This move can only be the work of Hyuga Hisashi. Now that Kumogakure and Iwagakure are simultaneously mobilizing large forces, the Hyuga's severance of external contact amounts to treason. Slamming his hand upon the table, Danzo leaned close to Hiruzen's eyes and enunciated each word. Face reality, Sarutobi. Hyuga Hisashi's heart has already strayed. He believes Konoha cannot handle the Nine Tails, nor Hyuga Seiya. Seiya was a pawn deliberately sent to test us. Only the clan head can release the caged bird. Hiruzen shook his head, insisting, no. It is impossible. The Hyuga would never betray Konoha. The name Hyuga has been irrevocably bound to Konoha. Where else could they possibly go even if they left? Since the first Hokage Hashirama Senju founded Konoha, other nations had emulated the model of consolidating ninja clans into villages. While there have been instances of entire clans defecting, these were confined to minor nations struggling to survive among the five great nations. Among the five great nations, there has never been an example of an entire clan defecting wholesale. Danzo uttered a single word softly. Kumogakure. Kumogakure? Danzo said, when I learned of Kumogakure's mobilization, I contacted the Kumogakure delegation staying in the village, only to find their lodgings deserted. They must have been prepared well in advance, not here to negotiate peace. My subordinates have uncovered a report that Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family, was kidnapped and subsequently rescued by Kumogakure operatives. Kumogakure refused to negotiate and directly stationed troops at the border, which prompted the Hyuga clan to seal off their territory. Hiruzen murmured, they are forcing us to take a stand? His mind was in turmoil, taking a long time to regain composure. At least Konoha still had the Uchiha. The Uchiha? Danzo scoffed, as if expecting this, producing a container from within his garments and slamming it onto the desk. Within the container, a pure white eyeball floated silently. From Uchiha Shirsue's hand, Danzo's voice dripped with scorn. The other white I lost 2 years ago has now been returned to its rightful owner. Silence engulfed the office. Hiruzen's hands trembled uncontrollably. He closed his eyes in anguish, remaining silent for a long time. The Uchiha actually have ties to the Hyuga. Danzo continued to press, forget about military funding, supplies, or reinforcements. You must understand that Konoha can now only rely on itself. Voluntary retirement differs greatly from being ordered to step down by the daimyo. Your time has come to an end, Sarutobi. Sarutobi offered no response. Danzo wore an expression of impatience and said, I'll say it again. You're far too dull-witted. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly opened his eyes, the fierce intensity within them causing Danzo to instinctively recoil half a step. Don't forget, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Without my orders, no one is to lay a hand on the Hyuga. Having spoken these words, Sarutobi's body seemed to deflate as he waved a hand at Danzo. Other than that, proceed as you see fit. Danzo's complexion darkened to the hue of stagnant water, his face a shade of iron blue. After a tense few seconds, he emitted a heavy snort before sweeping his sleeve and turning away. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Sarutobi Hiruzen sagged into his chair with a sense of relief, breathing heavily. Blood continuously seeped through the bandages, spreading a dark crimson stain across his Hokage robe, yet he paid it no heed, compared to a few days prior, when he was clad in battle armor and furiously wielding his staff against a once immensely proud disciple. The ninja before him now resembled a feeble, gradually decaying elder. He deeply felt that everything he once held dear was steadily drifting away from him. Hiruzen absent-mindedly reached toward his waist, noticing the faint ache in his muscles, no longer taut as before. Unconsciously, the pale, sinisterly smiling face of Orochimaru flashed before his eyes, followed by the white figure of Hyuga Soma. Startled, Hiruzen shuddered, then chuckled softly at his own reaction. So that's it. No wonder I lost. The sorrow and dread lasted only a fleeting moment. The next instant, Hiruzen's eyes narrowed sharply as he gritted his teeth and forced himself upright. Now is not the time to calmly accept death. I am the Hokage. I always have been. Danzo, I hope you do not go too far. Konoha Hospital. The sterile scent of disinfectant permeated the corridor, the pallid lighting casting stark shadows on the walls. Inside the ward, Kakashi quietly stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Beside him lay Guy, his leg elevated and encased in a heavy cast, suspended midair. As the first ninjas to arrive in support, they had been rescued before the battle's end, narrowly escaping death at the hands of Soma's technique. Yet neither of their conditions could be described as good. Guy had forcibly opened the 8 gates despite a fractured leg, compounding his injuries. Kakashi's state was even graver. Lying nearby was another figure. Asuma rested on the innermost bed, his arms empty and swathed entirely in bandages. Since his arrival, he had remained unconscious. The door creaked open. Moonlight Gale and Shiranui Genma entered, extending greetings. The 4 were close in age, among the most familiar of their cohort. How are things? Kakashi glanced at them and spoke first. Leaning against the wall with a senbon between his lips, Shiranui replied, "Another deployment. Gale and I are heading to the front lines." Guy exclaimed in surprise, "IWA? They're moving quickly." Yuki Shiranui's face darkened. "By the way, Ibiki and Tanbo are dead. That night, they happened to be right behind Lord Hokage." "I see," Kakashi answered calmly. "Unfortunate." In the night sky, the blue flames unleashed by Susanoo were visible to the entire village. No one could survive such an assault. Had it not been for the subsequent rescue by comrades, Kakashi and the others would have shared Ibiki's fate. Bang! Moonlight Gale punched the wall, his voice filled with hatred. "That bastard! What has the village ever done to wrong him?" Kakashi and Guy exchanged a glance, neither responding. Their silence caused Moonlight Gale to widen his eyes incredulously. "Don't tell me you actually understand him?" "Understand is too strong a word," Kakashi said mildly. "We're simply enemies, no different from other opponents encountered on the battlefield." Shiranui frowned. "That doesn't sound like you, Kakashi."
Kekkei sighed.
"I've had more contact with him than you have." He paused. "Do you know about the Hyuga clan's caged bird curse mark?" All 3 turned their gaze toward him simultaneously. "What is that?" Guy asked. After Kakashi's brief explanation, the 3 looked at one another, all falling silent. The ward was enveloped in a deathly stillness. The branch family and the main family, one thought was enough to take another's life. Moonlight Gale's eyes widened, his already frail face made even more gaunt by dark circles beneath his eyes. "I see." After a long moment, Shiranui finally murmured softly, "And the other members of the Hyuga clan, are they like this as well?" Kakashi nodded. "All branch families bear the caged bird curse mark. Without exception. In that person's eyes, it seems the entire Hyuga clan, even all of Konoha, carries original sin."
Moonlight Gale whispered, "No wonder."
"What is it?" Kakashi inquired. "The Hyuga clan has locked themselves away in their territory recently." Shiranui shrugged. "The gates are closed tight. They ignore summons from the village. I tried contacting Takoma and Hiraman, but there's been no reply." Guy inhaled sharply. "How can that be? Without the Hyuga's strength, the front lines, yeah." Shiranui smiled bitterly. "It's going to be tough. But there's nothing we can do, these are matters for the bigwigs." Kakashi considered for a moment before asking, "If the Hyuga are sealed off, what about the Uchiha?" The 2 visitors were momentarily taken aback, not understanding why Kakashi suddenly mentioned the Uchiha. Shiranui responded, "I heard the Uchiha requested to fight alongside Lord Hokage but were refused. The Hokage might fear a repeat attack from Hyuga Soma. At times like this, the village needs guards stationed." Kakashi nodded quietly without comment, though he knew it was far more complicated than it appeared. The Uchiha, with their formidable strength, not being summoned immediately but instead kept in the village, represented a tremendous waste of resources. He recalled the Ninetales night 2 years prior. That night, he had seen 2 Uchiha children trailing right behind Hyuga Soma. Was it deliberate or? Moonlight Gale's expression darkened. Unwilling to linger further, he turned toward the door. "It's time. Assemble." Seeing this, Shiranui could only shake his head and follow. "Wait," Kakashi suddenly called after them. "What about Kurenai? How is she?" "Still unconscious." Shiranui, still with the senbon clenched between his teeth, didn't look back, merely waved a hand. "The medical team says her body is fine but she just won't wake up." "I see." Kakashi and Guy exchanged a knowing glance toward Asuma. Asuma lay breathing steadily in the hospital bed, the emptiness where his arms once were concealed by bandages. One might think he was peacefully asleep. His customary twin chakra blades rested on the bedside table. Kakashi and Guy both sighed inwardly and averted their gaze, unwilling to look any longer. In an unnoticed corner, Asuma's shoulders trembled slightly. He suppressed his emotions, but silent tears traced down his cheeks, leaving a trail of dampness. Hyuga clan territory. Taisai held Niji's hand as they walked along the stone path toward the main gate. Behind them were several clan members who had been driven back by Taisai's commands. Morning dew dampened their shoes, producing faint sounds with each step. As they neared the tightly shut gate, several figures descended from above, blocking the father and son's path. Lord Taisai, please return. The lead Hyuga ninja bowed respectfully but with an unyielding tone. A cold smile slowly curled at Taisai's lips. Has my elder brother still not let go? The other party remained silent. Several more Hyuga ninjas nearby noticed the situation and silently rose to approach. Niji lifted his face, his words almost pleading. Father, let us go back. Taisai took a deep breath and turned with Niji, not toward their own home, but to a secluded courtyard beside the main family residence. Inside, several Hyuga jonin rose upon seeing Taisai and Niji return. How is it? One asked. Their foreheads gleamed as if newly polished, free from the curse of the caged bird. Hisashi silently shook his head at the group, who then sank back into their seats, disappointment etched upon their faces. Among those gathered in this courtyard, all but Niji had faced Hyuga Somi in battle 2 years prior. After the incident, they had all been summoned to this very courtyard. Though termed a summons, everyone understood that this treatment was indistinguishable from surveillance. Ever since Somi publicly lifted the caged bird curse before the entire clan, the atmosphere within the Hyuga territory had entered a profoundly delicate state. The Hyuga clan's system was unique, yet not isolated from the world. As shinobi of the Hyuga bloodline, they were well aware of the world beyond. Outside the clan, there were no curse marks, nor the rigid division between the main and branch families. Konoha had long been established, with commoner shinobi emerging ceaselessly. It was no longer an era where only clan-born ninja could rise above. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, himself of humble origins, had proven the limits of a commoner shinobi. One could ascend to the rank of Hokage without relying on lineage. Amidst these intersecting realities, a myriad of thoughts inevitably permeated the Hyuga household. It was not that no one had ever contemplated breaking free from the caged bird's bonds. Rather, no one had succeeded before Somi. The caged bird curse could not govern one's thoughts but could control one's actions. Within the Hyuga clan, openly displaying hatred toward the main family was an unforgivable offense. Even the most obstinate and resolute individuals, under the will of the curse, softened their rigidity and bowed their heads. As for those who remained unrepentant until the very end, they met their demise. Such rebellious sentiments within the Hyuga clan gradually subsided once it became clear that reality would not bend to their will. All such emotions ultimately crystallized into a single, unspoken truth. One dared not to hate. Yet now, with Somi himself demonstrating to all that escaping the caged bird curse was not impossible, the psychological impact was profound. Not only Hisashi and the few jonin at the center of the storm, but even several elders of the Hyuga clan found themselves at a loss for words. The hope of freedom, no longer shackled by the main family, lay tantalizingly close within reach. Under such temptation, how many could resist the stirrings of their hearts? How many could turn a blind eye? Breaking the silence, a jonin named Hyuga Koya spoke. Since Lord Hisashi has yet to awaken, perhaps we should wait a little longer. How could he not be awake? Hisashi sneered. I know my elder brother better than anyone. Raised as the clan head from childhood, upright and forbearing, yet narrow-minded and lacking in foresight. He is not cowardly, just terrified of the Hyuga name just like me. Lord Hisashi, another jonin, Hyuga Takuma, shouted angrily. Lord Hisashi is your elder brother, and the head of our clan. Such slander is intolerable. Hisashi cast a light glance at him. Did I speak falsely? You were present that night. If Hyuga Somi truly meant to kill him, not even 10 Hisashi would have survived. He simply does not know how to deal with us. Takuma's anger turned to bitter laughter. If Lord Hisashi had awakened long ago, why have they not reimposed the curse mark? Your words are utterly absurd. How do you know they haven't tried? Hisashi retorted coldly. The main family is not limited to my elder brother alone. Silence fell upon the courtyard like a shroud. The assembled exchanged glances, cold sweat beating their foreheads. Indeed, if it were possible, the main family would have reimposed the curse mark immediately. Yet why had there been no sign thus far? Miss Hyuga Hinata, please stay back, came a sudden, panicked voice from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Niji sprang to his feet and hurried toward the exit. Niji! Hisashi followed swiftly. Outside the gate, young Hinata clutched a food box, stopped by the guards, with Hyuga Natsu standing behind her. It seemed that if not for the guards' intervention, she would have burst inside. Seeing Hisashi, the guards appeared flustered. The clan head Hisashi had not issued any orders forbidding their departure, merely sealing the clan territory and instructing strict surveillance over Hisashi and his group. Strictly speaking, Hisashi still retained his previous status. We will not leave. We are merely here to speak a few words, came Hisashi's voice, prompting the guards to relax and step aside. Hinata shyly smiled upon seeing Niji emerge and then extended the food box toward them. This is a snack for you. Niji accepted the box somewhat bewildered. His fingertips brushed Hinata's icy hand, leaving him unsure how to respond. Children raised in the branch family were invariably sensitive and perceptive. Niji sensed that the world around him had changed, yet he could not comprehend why, nor identify the root of the problem. Hyuga Natsu nodded gently to Hizashi and explained, Miss Hinata was very worried after learning you had been relocated here. Upon waking, she brought me with her immediately. Hizashi watched this scene in silence, momentarily unsure how to respond. Hinata had grown up under his watchful eye. When she was taken hostage by Somi, the concern in Hizashi's eyes was genuine. He cared deeply for the child. Yet all of this dissolved into a haze of illusions after Lord Hizashi's inexplicable question. Is what you say true? It was as if his former life had become utterly meaningless. Natsu, are you unharmed? Hizashi looked a few times but lacked the courage to meet Hinata's gaze. Directing his question instead to Natsu, Natsu forced a faint smile. Lord Hizashi knows I was under genjutsu and has not blamed me. Genjutsu, the exact same excuse, Hizashi thought. Recalling the scene he had witnessed 2 years prior, his emotions complicated as he refrained from exposing Natsu. And Tetsu? Hizashi asked. That night, aside from Natsu and Hinata, only 2 others were injured within the Hyuga clan. Lord Hizashi himself and Hyuga Tetsu, who had attempted to intervene against Somi. The atmosphere was unpleasant. Hizashi spoke merely to fill the silence. Natsu replied politely, he has yet to awaken. The clan elders say his chakra has been completely sealed. It may be difficult for him to continue serving as a shinobi. Is that so? Hizashi inwardly marveled. With a single blow, Somi had incapacitated Tetsu so thoroughly. What level of mastery had his gentle fist reached now? Suddenly, a series of strange sounds echoed. Only then did Natsu and Hizashi realize that during their conversation, 2 children had already begun to display differing expressions. Tears streamed down Niji's cheeks, splattering upon the food box he held tightly to his chest. The boy lifted his head in confusion, a torrent of suppressed emotions suddenly breaking free, uncontrollable. A soft hand gently touched Niji's smooth forehead. Startled, Niji looked up into Hinata's clear eyes. Nijionaizen. Hinata withdrew her hand, her voice barely audible as she smiled shyly. Now we are the same. Within the Hyuga clan South main family estate, Lord Hizashi knelt at the head seat, his complexion pale, coughing occasionally into his hand. Several clan elders sat solemnly on either side. The air was so heavy it seemed to drip with tension. What shall we do now? Lord Hizashi's hoarse voice broke the silence. We cannot keep the clan gates sealed forever, nor cut off contact with the outside world. Elders, is there no way to reconcile both sides? One elder spoke. Perhaps we should release Hizashi and his group. Preposterous. Hizashi slammed the table, causing the teacup to clatter. Without the curse mark controlling the Byakugan, what if they once again disgraced the Hyuga name? His fingers dug deeply into his palm, swallowing the unspoken second half of his sentence. What if they defect to Hyuga Somi? Another elder tentatively asked, is it truly impossible to reapply the curse mark? Hizashi shook his head despondently. In the aftermath of the incident, Hizashi and his companions were immediately brought under the clan's control. He had long since attempted to reimpose the caged bird curse mark upon them, yet no matter how earnestly he tried, it refused to take effect. His voice hoarse, he murmured, it seems I have not yet fully recovered. Perhaps I should wait a few more days before trying again. The elders nodded in unison. They all perceived that Hizashi was not being entirely truthful with them. Yet, when it came to matters concerning the curse mark as members of a branch family, they held no authority to voice their opinions. Speaking too freely might even invite trouble upon themselves. Hizashi's expression was equally grim. He was well aware of the true reason within his own heart. It was not his physical injury that hindered him. His wounds were merely superficial and did not shake his foundation. The reason he could not reapply the curse marks to Hizashi and the others was simply because he was incapable of doing so. The Hyuga clan had their own established method for passing down the main family's legacy. When the head of the clan from the previous generation stepped down from his position, he would erase his own chakra imprint within the caged bird curse mark, allowing the next generation clan leader to take over. The chakra imprint was etched into the acupuncture points of the nerves on the head, a location only those possessing the Byakugan could detect within the Hyuga clan. From that moment onward, the former clan head would no longer be able to manipulate the activation or removal of the curse mark. This tradition ensured that, from beginning to end, only one current clan head held the means to lift the curse mark, thereby minimizing the risk of internal strife. When Hizashi's father passed the mantle of clan leader to him, he underwent the same process. This was precisely why Hizashi was so discomposed. It was Hyuga Seiya who had removed the curse mark, Yet Hisashi could not even reapply it to Hisashi and the others. This could only mean that Soya's skill and status within the caged bird curse mark far surpassed his own. This revelation struck Hisashi with profound dread. He dared not share this discovery with anyone, nor did he dare to contemplate it further. Over time, would it not imply that he could no longer command authority within the clan? Another voice spoke. Should we temporarily open the gates of the clan territory? I hear that Iwagakure at the front lines has already taken action. If the Hokage commands it, the Hyuga cannot refuse conscription. Not until the Hisashi matter is resolved will the gates be opened. Hisashi's voice rang out sharply, cutting off such talk. Do not utter such words again. That is my order. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from outside the door. Then how do you intend to respond to the Hokage? Everyone looked up in astonishment to see an elder bearing a striking resemblance to Hisashi stride boldly into the room. His forehead was equally smooth, showing no trace of the caged bird curse mark. The sight of this man caused the expressions within the residence to shift dramatically. Father. Hisashi hastily knelt and bowed. How have you returned from the daimyo's side? Hyuga Munetoshi walked straight up to Hisashi, towering over him as he glared down with a sullen countenance. Had I not returned, the entire Hyuga clan would have been on the brink of defection. That's impossible. Hisashi looked up sharply. Smack. In the next instant, a resounding slap landed squarely upon Hisashi's face, startling everyone with a collective gasp and leaving Hisashi stunned. He stared dumbfounded at his father, and only after confirming the buzzing sensation in his mind was real did he cover his cheek in disbelief. Munetoshi, deflating with anger, thundered, the front lines are in crisis. Yet the Hyuga remain shut behind closed gates. The once proud Hyuga, reduced to this under your command. What kind of disgrace is this? An elder hurried to intercede. Hisashi was considering the clan's welfare. The immediate priority is to preserve the Byakugan. Foolishness. Munetoshi's eyes blazed with fury. Hisashi does not understand, and neither do you grasp the gravity of the situation. Open the gates at once. The phrase does not understand hammered like a nail into Hisashi's mind, instantly appending his thoughts. Summoning courage from an unknown source, Hisashi righted himself, his tone no longer deferential. Father, that must not be. The Hyuga clan must never harbor traitors again. Smack. Munetoshi, filled with rage, spun around and with nearly all his might delivered a second slap that sent Hisashi sprawling to the ground. The force nearly toppled Munetoshi as well, but several elders caught him just in time. Choking with anger, Munetoshi coughed violently, one hand clutching his chest while the other trembled as he pointed at Hisashi. There is no need to strike, father. Please take care of your health. Hisashi, lying on the ground with reddened eyes and gasping breath, retorted, but I do not understand. What have I done wrong in order to protect the Hyuga? Munetoshi finally regained composure, glaring at his son with bitter disappointment. Fool. The Hyuga clan's status in Konoha has never rested solely upon the Byakugan. The Byakugan is not merely the Hyuga's eyes. It is the eyes of Konoha. Without the trust of the Hokage and the daimyo, even if you barely preserve the few remaining Byakugan, what good will that do? A mere handful of Byakugan cannot uphold the Hyuga's foundation. Your actions are driving the entire clan toward ruin. These words struck like thunder straight to Hisashi's heart. His face drained of color as he stared blankly at his father. Munetoshi took a deep breath and continued. Do you know who summoned me back? It was the third Hokage himself. Consider yourself fortunate. The third Hokage's order was for me to return to the village, not to initiate an all-out assault by the external shinobi. If it had come to that, how could our clan have endured? Munetoshi glanced at Hisashi, who still covered his face. Then after a pause said, you need no longer concern yourself with Hyuga Seiya. The Hokage has other plans for him. An elder nearby urged anxiously, does the Hokage's meaning imply that the Hyuga clan will no longer deal with the traitors? Rest assured. Munetoshi stood with hands clasped behind his back. The one responsible for the pursuit now is Jiraiya. That name caused the atmosphere within the room to stiffen. The elders exchanged glances and then wore expressions of relief. If Lord Jiraiya intervenes, failure is impossible. Munetoshi turned and approached the main seat. Summon Hisashi and the others. My return signifies that the Hyuga still have room to recover. The elder who had spoken earlier hesitated, but Hisashi has already tried. Reapplying the curse mark may require more time. Munetoshi cast a cold glance at Hisashi. It has nothing to do with the curse mark. He slowly seated himself on the meditation cushion. I have two sons. If one cannot fulfill the role, then the other shall become clan leader. How can this be? The elders erupted in uproar. Is there any precedent for changing the clan leader in the midst of battle? Hisashi's mistakes do not warrant such severity. Hisashi slumped to the ground, pale as death, seemingly stunned by the decree. Since being struck and thrown down, he had not moved. Munetoshi sneered, "You elders worry unduly. My decision is deliberate, allowing the clan to fracture, compromising with traitors, or sealing the clan gates. Any of these prove he lacks the capability to be clan leader. Rather than hoping he will change, it is better to try Hizashi. Since the curse mark was removed, Hizashi is essentially no different from the main family. Elevating Hizashi will show the outside world that the Hyuga bear no ill will toward anyone, while also calming the hearts of our people." He continued, "Hyuga Seiya seeks to divide our clan with such tactics? Humph. If he believes the Hyuga's legacy to be so fragile, he is gravely mistaken. The leader of the Hyuga must not be a weakling or a man who fails to grasp the weight of this name." The elders fell silent, exchanging uneasy glances, unwilling to argue further. After a long moment, one elder trembled and whispered, I will go and summon them." Munetoshi fixed his gaze on the dazed, silent Hizashi, eyes full of disappointment. After a long look, he waved his hand and said, "Return to your own home and await the clan's decision." From the floor came a soft voice. "Father, you and Elder Munetoshi grew up together, didn't you?" Munetoshi paused, not lifting his head as he replied, "Yes, just as you and Hizashi grew up together." Hyuga Hizashi appeared as if struck by a heavy blow from this revelation. His eyes lost their focus, and for a moment, he was at a loss as to where to direct his gaze. The most crucial aspect of the Hyuga clan had never been the Byakugan. Munetaka and Munioki had grown up together. Hyuga Munioki betrayed Hyuga Munenabu, yet upon returning to the clan, he was still entrusted with significant responsibilities, including the secret guardianship of the hidden pavilion. Before his father, the original heir to the headship of the main family was Hyuga Munenabu, but Munenabu died on the battlefield without leaving any descendants. After Munenabu's death, the position of clan head passed to his father, Munetaka. He could not suppress the sudden surge of thoughts, which coiled around him like a serpent entwining a dragon, climbing up his body and binding him tightly, leaving him breathless for a moment. Various events finally converged at this moment, like a pitch-black abyss opening its wide maw behind him, drawing ever closer. Hyuga Hizashi had thought that he had already put considerable distance between himself and this darkness, only now recalling to look back. Yet, rather than gaining ground, he realized with dismay that he was drawing nearer to the gaping void, as if it were about to engulf him at any instant. The darkness of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hizashi remained stunned for a long while, feeling a chill coursing through his entire body. Trembling, he rose unsteadily from the ground and staggered back into his room. Border of the land of water. The shimmering sea surface faintly flickered with scattered golden light. Alas, a dense, lingering mist hovered over the waters, refusing to dissipate. This veil robbed the scene of some of its softness, replacing it with an air of cold austerity and mystery. Saimai strode over the water, arriving before the heavily guarded border checkpoint, immediately drawing attention. Who goes there? This checkpoint was one of the few external contact points of the Land of Water. The Land of Water was self-isolated, having severed official diplomatic and commercial ties, though it was by no means cut off from the world entirely. Faced with interrogation, Saimai casually produced a token. Lord Bai. Upon recognizing the token, the guarding ninja dropped to one knee, their voice tinged with reverence. Welcome back. Saimai gave a slight nod and calmly crossed the gate. Behind him, several ninjas whispered in lowered tones. When did Lord Bai leave? Silence. Do you wish to invite death? Another ninja snapped sharply. How dare you inquire about Lord Bai's whereabouts? The earlier speaker shuddered upon recalling Saimai's status in the Umbu. The group watched the white figure recede into the distance. One, apparently the team leader, murmured, "This man is a god of death, what a pity." A pity? What pity? A younger ninja asked curiously. The leader shook his head meaningfully. That is not a question for you. Continue your watch. We will likely have many visitors soon. Not long after Saimai passed through the checkpoint, he abruptly halted by the lakeside. He turned to the dense forest on his right, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, then pushed aside the thick mist and entered it. As the fog dissipated, two figures emerged. One wore a mask bearing the Uzumaki emblem, Obito, and beside him stood a white zetsu, resembling a pitcher plant, both clad in identical black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Long time no see, Saimai-kun. White zetsu waved cheerfully. Do all of you share the same memories? Saimai teased. The white zetsu before him was naturally not the one Saimai had once defeated. As a special living weapon, there were many white zetsu, their exact number known only to Obito and black zetsu. Remarkably, each white zetsu bore a somewhat comical personality. White zetsu scratched his head sheepishly, smiling. Come on, how could that be? I'm just naturally optimistic. Saimai nodded slightly. What brings you to me? Obito studied Saimai silently for a moment before suddenly asking, You have already been to the Nanka Shrine? Yes. Saima's reply was crisp and decisive. So you already know. By gathering the power of the tailed beasts, we can create a new world. Indeed. Obito hesitated briefly, then inquired, what do you think of this plan? Saimai pondered and spoke frankly. It's somewhat flawed, at least lacking feasibility at this stage. But to be honest, before seeing the steel with my own eyes, I never imagined the Uchiha clan was hiding so deeply, nor that you could be so mad. Upon hearing this, Obito's voice suddenly grew cold. So you intend to obstruct me? Saimai laughed lightly. Look at you, getting worked up again. Don't worry, our goals align. Remember what I said 2 years ago. I'm already tired of this decaying shinobi world. That's good. Obito nodded to White Zetsu. White Zetsu immediately excitedly pulled out a black cloak with red clouds from behind, dancing about. New mission. Saimai, we're going to be partners. Seeing them produce cloaks identical to those they wore, Saimai raised an eyebrow feigning curiosity. Oh, could you two please explain? Obito said, I have established an organization in the hidden rain village called Akatsuki. In my vision, Akatsuki will ultimately annihilate this rotten world. You want me to join Akatsuki? Saimai's expression was half smile, half smirk. It is part of the plan, Obito said coldly. Now that matters in the hidden mist village are settled, you naturally have no reason to remain here. Saimai chuckled and shook his head. I advise you to speak honestly. Although our aims coincide, neither of us is known for a gentle temperament. White Zetsu looked surprised at Obito, unexpectedly finding that Obito did not lose his temper on the spot. Obito was silent for a moment, then said, Konoha has confirmed your identity. They do not know what price they paid to convince the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to pressure the Land of Water. The Hidden Cloud Village's excuse is that you killed their people and demand the Hidden Mist be held accountable. Saimai found this amusing, nodding thoughtfully on the surface. Even if Konoha declines, it is still stronger than the Hidden Mist. The Hidden Rock and Hidden Cloud both want to feast on the spoils, letting the other drink the broth, forcing each other into direct confrontation with Konoha. Now that there is an open pretext of harboring rogue ninjas, the Hidden Cloud naturally shifts its attention toward the Hidden Mist. Seeing Saimai's clarity, Obito stepped closer, asking coldly, you clearly had the chance. Why didn't you kill Hiruzen Sarutobi? If he had died, we wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Saimai responded as if hearing a joke. Because the existence of Konoha has never depended on the Hokage. Your vision is short-sighted. Obito growled, what did you say? Saimai repeated, didn't he catch that? I don't know whether to call you foolish or marvel at your innocence. You actually believe that replacing one person will allow you to consume Konoha? Obito replied, at least it would severely weaken Konoha. Saimai activated his Byakugan, staring at Obito for a long time, long enough to make both White Zetsu and Obito feel uneasy. Obito stifled his impatience and asked, why? Why suddenly use the Byakugan? The scene from their battle 2 years ago was still vivid in his mind, nearly causing a reflexive reaction. Saimai shook his head with a sigh. I'm trying to see if your mind is filled with water or ramen broth. Obito was momentarily taken aback. White Zetsu timidly reminded him, it seems he's insulting you? Before Obito could react, Saimai continued. The conflicts among Konoha, Hidden Rock, and Hidden Cloud have reignited, and they have just been attacked. This is the moment of highest war fervor. If Hiruzen Sarutobi were to die now, it would only make Konoha more united. Although old, Hiruzen's prestige in Konoha is unshakable. A highly respected Hokage who sacrifices himself for the village will inspire thousands of Hokage to stand. Believe it or not, those who least want Hiruzen Sarutobi dead right now are the Hidden Rock and Hidden Cloud. If I truly killed him, given Konoha's current state, the next Hokage would most likely be Danzo Shimura. The biggest difference is that at least Hiruzen still has a sense of honor. Danzo's ascension to power was met with unrestrained delight. He seized the opportunity presented by Hiruzen Sarutobi's demise to consolidate the remaining factions within Konoha that opposed him. Thereafter, he transformed the village into a ruthless and scrupulous military entity, a madhouse led by a madman accompanied by a cohort equally unhinged. The purpose of war was to coerce Konoha into concessions, to secure greater gains, not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the mightiest of shinobi villages. If Konoha were to adopt a desperate, do-or-die stance, the conflict would conclude swiftly. Only by maintaining the status quo could Konoha be ensnared in this quagmire, subjected to continuous attrition. Saint Mia's words left Obito somewhat bewildered. During Hiruzen Sarutobi's tenure, he had sent Obito and others to the battlefield, indirectly causing Rin's death. From Saint Mia's perspective, Hiruzen had always been an adversary, an obstacle to the plan. An enemy must be eliminated. Clearing all who stood in one's path would naturally ensure the plan's smooth progress. Yet now, sparing Hiruzen's life somehow weakened Konoha even further? Was this still the straightforward shinobi world he once knew? Saint Mi continued, you think that after just one deal with Danzo, He only has the Hokage's position in his sights? Hiruzen is no fool. He would never keep a dog by his side that might bite him at any moment. Their prolonged cooperation stems from only one reason. They desire the same outcome, albeit by different means. Hiruzen is aging, yet he remains the most suitable candidate to sustain the great tree that is Konoha. At present, he is the ideal Hokage for the village. Only so long as Konoha remains intact do Iwa, Kumo, and even Kiri and other shinobi villages have reason to unite. Obito grew impatient. Since 2 years prior, whenever Saint Mi began to speak, a strange irritation welled up within him. He could not clearly discern whether this was due to the threat Saint Mi posed or because deep down he acknowledged the truth in Saint Mi's words. Resolving not to dwell further, Obito asked in a low voice, "Give me an answer." "I am doing well in Kirigakure," Saint Mi replied deliberately. "Until I obtain what I seek, I will neither leave nor join Akatsuki." "Eh?" White Zetsu's eyes widened in exaggerated surprise. "So, Saint Mi, your ambitions are that grand. What exactly do you desire?" "Raikage," Saint Mi uttered casually, the 2 words falling lightly from his lips. Obito's face visibly paled. "You don't know Raikage is already under my control?" "I know," Saint Mi said. "Since the higher-ups cannot accommodate me, I shall become a higher-up myself." "No," Obito rejected firmly. "Rin died by Kirigakure's hand. Kirigakure must never fall to you. So you control Yugakure, perpetuating the blood mist policy for so many years, attempting to make all of Kirigakure suffer as you do?" Saint Mi countered. Obito's voice chilled like ice. "What's wrong with that?" Saint Mi laughed softly, as if unable to contain himself. "What's wrong? Your thinking is laughably naive." Behind Obito's mask, his Sharingan slowly spun, his voice lowering dangerously. "Perhaps you should speak more plainly." "Very well," Saint Mi replied. "You cannot control Kirigakure, but I can. This is the reality. Whether you like it or not, Kirigakure is mine. Only on this basis can we hope to achieve subsequent cooperation. If not, only one of us will survive." Obito sneered coldly. "Are you threatening me?" "Of course not," Saint Mi smiled. "I'm merely stating my thoughts. How you interpret them is your concern. If words fail to make you face reality, I do possess some knowledge of ninjutsu." Obito's voice was icy. "Hyuga Saint Mi, do you think I fear you?" Saint Mi maintained a courteous smile. "What is the purpose of arduous training? It is so that others may speak with you calmly and peacefully." Given Obito's nature, had he been certain of victory, he would have acted long ago. Saint Mi said, "If I take control of Kirigakure and you manage Akatsuki externally, working in tandem we can minimize resource waste. Our goals are aligned. At such times, distinctions between you and me should vanish." Obito laughed bitterly. Did Saint Mi truly believe he could surrender Kirigakure after a few words? How shameless. Obito sneered, "I thought you, like me, abandoned such a primitive concept as the village long ago." Saint Mi replied, "I merely believe Kirigakure is useless in your hands. You influence the Raikage but only sow chaos in Kirigakure out of spite instead of consolidating resources to pave the way for the plan. Such behavior is utterly immature. You hold a fully fledged shinobi village at the level of the 5 great nations in your grasp and yet fail to recognize its value." Obito, growing impatient, said, "The village's worth lies only in the tailed beasts. What use are those civilian shinobi?" Saint Mi said, "Calling you short-sighted would be an understatement. Like most, you see only immediate benefits, unaware that someday you will be betrayed and forced to count the profits for others. Your idea to form an organization solely to capture the tailed beasts was sound in origin, but flawed in execution. You never considered how to implement it or the resistance you would face." Obito's mask twitched slightly. His gaze flickered, yet he did not interrupt Saint Mi. Saint Mi continued, "The tailed beasts are strategic-level assets. A rogue ninja organization aiming to capture them is an immense threat in itself. As the beasts are gradually seized, the major shinobi villages will inevitably shift their stance, compelled to cooperate despite prior enmity. Just as Iwa and Kumo have allied against Konoha, when a shared threat arises, unity follows. Then, Akatsuki would face the entire shinobi world alone. Your only chance is to gather all the tailed beasts before anyone else and advance to the next step. How likely do you think that is? Unless you can kill everyone, the best strategy is to quietly accumulate strength, divert their attention, and only reveal your hand at the final moment." Obito pondered briefly and grasped the crux. "You mean fully control Kirigakure, casting it out as a scapegoat?" Saint Mi smiled. "Be bolder. Why limit your vision to Kirigakure alone?" Obito was taken aback, then asked incredulously, "What exactly do you intend?" Saint Mi explained, "The stances among the 5 great nations may seem complex but are actually straightforward. The key lies in distinguishing allies from targets. Among the 9-tailed beasts, the 9-tails is strongest, the 8-tails second, so the final spearhead will inevitably point at Konoha, his greatest enemy. Sunagakure of the Land of Wind is Konoha's staunch ally, The land of wind lacks arable land and depends on imports, much like Takigakure. Such villages are destined never to cooperate and must be priority targets. Raikage's land of lightning is the second most powerful nation after the land of fire. Like Konoha, it will never accept threats by force. Raikage's nation is martial. We must exploit this to keep them exhausted, mutually depleting forces with Konoha, never allowing them to cooperate. The remaining Iwagakure and Kirigakure can be cooperated with and controlled. Both are remote and resource poor. Iwagakure's population has dwindled after years of war, lacking top-tier forces like Konoha. Now is the perfect time for mutual benefit. Obito murmured, establish contact with Iwagakure as a mercenary organization, gather intelligence without revealing the true aim of the tailed beasts, and set up bases across the shinobi villages. Suddenly falling silent, Obito reflected carefully and found no fault in Saint Mia's reasoning. Suppressing his inner displeasure, he asked, just by mentioning Akatsuki you've thought this far ahead? Their conversation accelerated. White Zetsu, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered halfway through. He glanced from Saint Mi to Obito, realizing he alone among the three had yet to grasp the full picture. Byakugan pondered for a moment, then silently pressed both hands against the plants flanking his head, enveloping his entire head within their embrace. Out of sight, out of mind. It would be best if I simply ceased to exist. Sammy cast a sidelong glance at Obito. A word for you. Build high walls, stockpile abundant provisions, and proclaim kingship slowly. If you intend to overturn the world, you must be mentally prepared. Obito muttered the phrase repeatedly under his breath. After a long pause, he turned coldly, casting a suspicious look at Sanmi. At this stage, the three tails must remain in Kirigakure. Since you speak with such certainty, then prove it to me. Byakugan, let us go. With that, he ceased further words. The air began to warp as his body compressed into a pinpoint and vanished without a trace. Byakugan snapped back to awareness, the pitcher plant unfurling anxiously as he waved frantically at Sanmi, slowly sinking into the ground like a melting wax statue, yet still managing to wink at Sanmi. Sammy watched Obito and Byakugan depart, a trace of perplexity lingering. Prove it? How to prove it? Why prove it? From Obito's tone, he did not seem opposed. Suddenly, a sharp rush of wind broke through the forest's depths. Sammy glanced sideways, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. So, you were waiting for me here. As if prepared, several shadows leapt from the woods like arrows, led by the Mizukage Kuroki Yakura. He appeared youthful, resembling a child, with a series of stitch-like bite marks beneath his left eye. Slung across his back was a staff taller than himself, one end curved like a colossal hook. Behind him, more than a dozen Kirigakure Umbu operatives wearing masks fanned out, instantly encircling Sanmi. Mizukage-sama, such a welcoming ceremony is quite rare, Sammy said, hands in pockets, smiling warmly as he surveyed the surroundings. Perched atop a tall tree, Kuroki Yakura looked down imperiously at Sanmi. Leaving without notice before, and now you return. Come with us. The village has a new appointment for you. Appointment? Sammy replied. Saying it like that, I wouldn't dare follow you. Why don't you tell me first what charges you've fabricated against me? Accepting bribes, murdering comrades, betraying intelligence. Yakura's pupils contracted sharply as he enunciated each word deliberately, and suspicion of killing Nishikawa Fugu, one of the former seven swordsmen of the Mist. The evidence is irrefutable. Surrender, Hyuga Sanmi. Sammy sighed softly. He had originally assumed Obito would sever ties with him, yet Obito had chosen retreat at the critical moment, something Sammy had not anticipated. Yet Obito's temperament was so inscrutable that even letting go was hesitant and indecisive. Wary of Sammy's strength yet eager to use Yakura to probe what cards Sammy still held. Not bad. Sammy chuckled lightly. If you want to come for me, I might as well come for you. He paid no heed to the encircling formation. Tack. Yakura's command was met with an immediate surge from the Umbu. Several shurikens sealed off Sammy's escape routes from multiple angles, while a few taijutsu specialists closed in within 3 paces. Sammy merely smiled softly, forming a hand seal with one hand as 2 shadow clones emerged. One stood before him, intercepting every shuriken hurled their way. The other confronted the surrounding Umbu, while the original remained perfectly still. Water release. Great water blast. Yakura formed rapid hand seals, but before he could complete the incantation, Sammy suddenly raised his right palm toward him. Boom! Yakura instinctively dodged sideways as the tree trunk he had been standing against exploded into a massive hollow. Wood chips scattered as Yakura's face betrayed surprise. This was the first time he had encountered Sammy's ninjutsu. This must be the long-rumored 8 trigrams empty palm. Had he been a fraction slower just now? What are you looking at? Sammy's voice suddenly came from above. Yakura's expression hardened as Sanmi, having somehow passed beyond him, descended like a meteor, his right leg sweeping forward with fierce wind pressure. Coral staff. Yakura withdrew the deep blue staff from his back, blocking with both hands. Yet at the moment of contact, his tiger's mouth cracked violently. Bang! Like crashing into a lake. Yakura's face darkened as he immediately realized their powers were not in the same league. The next instant, his body was uncontrollably flung far away, crashing into the ground with his legs carving deep furrows in the soil. Before he could regain footing, a dangerous aura struck from the left. Clang! The coral staff barely blocked a pale bone sword, sparks flying as Yakura's eyes locked onto the bone spikes spreading along the blade. The power of the Kagaya clan? You really can seize the bloodline limit. Sanmi flicked his wrist, dozens of bone spikes bursting forth from his forearm. Yakura rolled to evade, narrowly escaping a perilous strike. But Sanmi seized the opportunity to close distance, his skin shimmering metallically as his fist crashed toward Yakura's face. Bang! Yakura reacted swiftly, lowering his body and thrusting the staff upward to collide with Sanmi's fist. Sanmi's movements were lightning fast, shifting techniques again. Yakura parried left and right with the coral staff, but after only a few exchanges, he could no longer keep pace. Their taijutsu was simply not on the same level. Swoosh! The bone sword slashed across, blood blossoming from Yakura's shoulder. Amidst hasty defense, a follow-up kick sent him flying dozens of meters away. Kuroki Yakura spat a mouthful of blood, crashing through several trees like a ragdoll before finally landing heavily on the lake's surface, sending a towering spray of water into the air. Sanmi burst from the woods, pushing his right palm forward midair. 8 trigrams empty palm. Yakura stabbed his coral staff into the lake to halt his momentum, then pulled the hooked end upward. Water release. Water mirror technique. A crystal-clear water mirror emerged on the lake's surface, reflecting Sanmi perfectly. From the mirror stepped an identical image, likewise striking out with a palm. The two forces collided midair, rippling waves spreading outward.
Kirigakure technique.
Seizing a brief respite, Yakura clapped his hands together as thick mist rose from the lake, quickly enveloping the battlefield in an impenetrable shroud. His voice echoed indistinctly in the fog, as if coming from all directions. Your taijutsu is formidable, but my Kirigakure technique cannot be seen through even by the Byakugan. Is that so? Sanmi's lips curved into a smile. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as he completed a hand seal. He opened his mouth, releasing a highly compressed gust of wind that howled toward the dense fog. Wind release. Oppressive gale. The translucent wind sphere detonated upon contact with the lake, exploding violently and rapidly expanding, engulfing the surrounding water in a roaring, swirling vortex. The furious whirlwind mixed with water vapor, forming an ever-growing blue sphere that then burst with a thunderous roar, the entire lake's surface churning as if boiling fiercely. The water mist filled the sky, and suddenly the lake cleared, the thick fog shredded to pieces. Kuroki Yakura's figure appeared on the far side of the lake, hands suddenly clapping together to unleash the technique he had failed to complete earlier. His voice stern. Water release. Great water blast wave. Splash. At Yakura's command, the entire lake seemed gripped by invisible hands, shaken violently before surging upward once more. Tidal waves converged at Yakura's feet, towering dozens of meters high, lifting him into the air. The lake swelled inexplicably, more waves surging relentlessly, forming wall after wall of water, pressing towards Sanmi and the forest behind him. This is my home turf, the land of water. I won't allow your insolence. Amid the roaring waves, Yakura's diminutive figure appeared imposing and towering. Then let us see about that. Sanmi chuckled softly. Fire release. Majestic blaze extinguishment. What is that? Yakura's eyes widened in shock as a crimson inferno erupted from Sanmi's mouth, its scale rivaling the water waves, even faintly wrapping around them. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the inferno clashed thunderously with the overwhelming wall of water. Where fire met water, successive layers of deafening roars erupted, and the rising white steam instantly enveloped the battlefield, surpassing even the veil of mist technique in density. Only a crimson hue remained in Yakura's eyes as he instinctively intensified the flow of his chakra. Arrogant fool. Water release is supposed to counter fire release, yet you dare defy it. However, to his astonishment, no matter how hard he tried, the sea of flames did not budge an inch. A chill ran through Yakura's heart as a terrifying thought uncontrollably surged from deep within. In the next moment, the blazing fire surged upward again, astonishingly pushing back against the water's momentum and forcibly vaporizing the towering waves. How could this be? Yakura's pupils trembled violently. Was it truly possible to suppress my water release with fire release on the lake's surface? What an astonishing chakra this must be. Didn't I tell you? Where are you looking? Before Yakura's words faded, another figure clad in white burst forth from beneath. cutting through the rising mist and treading upon the water with unimpeded speed, rushing directly before Yakura. Yakura was taken aback. A shadow clone?
Impossible.
How could Sanmi possibly spare the time at such a moment to control chakra for other actions? Then when exactly? Upon seeing the newcomer's appearance, realization dawned. This was the shadow clone Sanmi had dispatched earlier. The Umbu who had accompanied him had been completely wiped out. Kankitsu Yakura was forced to abandon his focus on controlling the water's surface. With a stomp of his foot, a circular water mirror instantly rose beside him. Dark release. Absorption cavity. Sanmi raised his left hand before the water mirror could even reflect his image. The mirror dissolved into a streak of flowing light and was wholly absorbed. 8 trigrams empty palm. The fierce shockwave struck Yakura's chest unimpeded, hurling him from midair straight downward. The lake water, now out of control, intertwined with the raging inferno and swept across the area, sinking back into the lake and staining the entire surface crimson, boiling relentlessly. Amidst the scorching white steam, Yakura, half his body burned, plummeted from the sky, where another Sanmi awaited below. At this critical moment, Yakura's body twisted bizarrely midair as a dark red, violent chakra suddenly erupted from within him. Roar! 3 enormous tails, formed from condensed chakra, unfurled thunderously from Yakura's back, the dark red-tailed beast's cloak encasing his entire body like a living entity. His form rapidly contorted and transformed, ultimately becoming a monstrous creature resembling a giant spiked turtle. Undeniably the half-tailed manifestation of the 3 tails. Coral palm. Yakura roared furiously, swinging his sharp claws down towards Sanmi. Finally, unable to restrain the tailed beast form, a flicker of excitement flashed in Sanmi's eyes. His left eye spun swiftly, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. A black skeletal frame emerged from his body, sweeping its arm directly against Yakura's claws. At the moment their forces collided, overflowing chakra violently blasted open the lake's surface beneath their feet, forming a massive deep pit as the splashed water cascaded down like a torrential rain. Amid the grating sound of shattering, Susanu's arm was rapidly engulfed by a layer of red and white coral-like armor, which then fragmented inch by inch under the intense vibration. Yakura was thrown back by the counterforce, crashing heavily onto the distant lake surface. Truly a perfect Jinchuriki. Sanmi teased lightly as the damaged Susanu swelled once more. The skeletal frame swiftly repaired itself, expanding and growing full muscles, transforming into a towering black giant of upper torso only. White bone armor covered it majestically, exuding an imposing aura. Hyuga Sanmi. Yakura rose from the lake surface, his voice in the 3 tails form like a beast's roar. Today is your death day. He suddenly opened his blood-red maw, rapidly condensing a pitch-black energy sphere inside. He merely lay still, yet the surrounding lake water boiled violently, rippling outward in expanding waves, one after another. Tailed beast ball, huh? This is indeed troublesome. If that's the case. Susanu suddenly clasped his hands together, then pulled them apart. A string of black Magatama beads shimmered into existence in his palm, each bead the size of a person linked together. At the same time, a vast 8 trigrams array faintly illuminated on the lake surface beneath Sanmi's feet. 8 trigrams realm grasping heaven and earth, dividing yin and yang. 8 trigrams Yasaka Magatama. With a casual wave of his hand, Susanu grabbed 2 Magatama beads with one hand, raised them before his body, and gently blew. The 2 black Magatama spun rapidly without wind, merging into a singular 8 trigrams shape. Go! The black giant swung its arm, hurling the 2 Magatama. The black energy sphere in Yakura's mouth expanded continuously, gradually solidifying into a massive orb.
Hyuga Sanmi.
Before the words could fade, whish, the Magatama grazed past the tailed beast ball without actual contact. Yet the destructive black energy sphere seemed to falter as if sinking into quicksand, halting its condensation. The second Magatama swiftly followed, piercing directly into the tailed beast ball, which began to tremble violently. Then came the third and fourth.
Impossible.
Despair flooded Yakura's beastly eyes as a scene unfolded before him like time rewinding. After absorbing the incoming Magatama, the tailed beast ball, capable of annihilating an entire mountain, resisted momentarily before shattering like a bubble, dissolving into countless black specks that vanished without trace. Kankitsu Yakura remained with his mouth agape, momentarily dumbfounded. Humans cannot fathom what they have never witnessed, just as Yakura himself had witnessed the tailed beast ball disintegrate before his very eyes. Sanmi smiled and said, "The tailed beast ball is formed by mixing yin and yang chakra in a 2-to-8 ratio, compressing the chakra S form to the extreme. Under normal circumstances, this power is indeed formidable, but you wield it too crudely." He clasped his hands together again. "In other words, all I need to do is break the chakra balance you fused within it before it explodes." Yakura could no longer contain his rising emotions. Condensing a tailed beast ball requires time, its sole weakness. Yet Sanmi's speed in launching the Yasaka Magatama far outpaced his own. Before Sanmi, Yakura's greatest trump card was rendered utterly useless. The roar of the Three Tails Isabu exploded in Yakura's mind. Fully unleash your tailed beast form, or else. Before the Three Tails warning could finish, Susanu's massive palm struck repeatedly. The furious 8 trigrams empty palms tore through the air, followed by several Yasaka Magatama flying swiftly toward Yakura. Only now thinking of fully transforming, Sanmi's laughter rang clearly amidst the raging wind. Too late. Boom! The Magatama and palm winds merged into a destructive torrent, instantly erupting a 100-meter-high water curtain on the lake surface, with shockwaves spreading kilometers away. In the distant forest, birds scattered in fright, beasts trembled and cowered. Water country border. Captain, Captain. The young mist ninja's teeth chattered as he pointed toward the soaring spray of water. Should we go there? Before he finished, a harsh slap landed on the back of his head. Are you looking to die? The captain's temple veins bulged, his voice trembling barely perceptibly. What good would it do us to get involved in a battle of that scale? He grabbed his subordinate's collar fiercely and shouted, Stop hesitating. Immediately send a message to the village. Tell them his Atom's apple moved. Suspected border invasion. Notify Lord Mizukage at once. Several ninja responded and hurried away. The captain remained standing, fearfully watching the ever-rising lake water in the distance, muttering to himself, I remember Lord Shiro was also in that direction.
Moments later.
Above the lake, the battle had evidently drawn to a close. Kankuro Yagura had already dispelled the tailed beast transformation, sinking slowly beneath the lake's surface. Blood seeped from his torn muscles, dispersing into streaks of red within the water. Just as he was about to vanish beneath the waves, a hand grasped his collar, lifting him up like a mere doll. Simi scrutinized Yagura's face, silently assessing his strength. The Three Tails' power was not among the strongest of the tailed beasts. Yet Kankuro Yagura's uniqueness lay in his ability to communicate with the beast, a perfect Jinchuriki. This alone far surpassed other Jinchuriki who were merely treated as vessels. Even under the influence of Obito's Jinjutsu, he had still managed to fully unleash the tailed beast's true form. It was likely that Obito's technique had controlled the Three Tails alongside him. In complete tailed beast mode, he was inferior to the 8 Tails and could not match Naruto Uzumaki's 9 Tails mode, but he was already far stronger than other unconscious tailed beasts. Simi hoisted Kankuro Yagura onto his shoulder. Then, let us depart. The time has come. Just as Simi lifted the unconscious Yagura and prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Beneath his feet, the lake's waters had, unbeknownst to him, turned into an abyssal black. With a thunderous roar, a shadow over 100 meters in diameter surged skyward from the lakebed, unleashing waves that shattered the surrounding shores. It was a toad of mountain-like proportions, his bumpy skin oozing viscous liquid. The emerging shadow was its gaping maw. The toad's cheek suddenly bulged, its cavernous mouth opening like an abyss as it leapt from the water. A terrifying suction vortex formed instantly, swallowing the lake's water, shattered stones, and both Simi and Yagura. Glug, glug. The closing jaws of the toad thundered like a muted storm, the lake's surface fracturing, waves churning relentlessly. The colossal toad broke through the water, cleaving the lake's surface aside like a giant blade. Atop its head stood a towering figure. His white hair stood erect like needles, clad in a red and green shinobi outfit, wooden clogs beneath his feet. The forehead protector bore no village insignia, but instead displayed a large oil symbol. His features were rugged, with intricate red shadows circling his eyes, a slightly pronounced nose bridge, and pupils resembling those of a toad. Capture successful. Jiraiya grinned broadly. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Perched on Jiraiya's shoulders were 2 diminutive toads, Fukasaku and Shima, the revered toad sages from Mount Myaboku. Fukasaku whispered, young Jiraiya, swift and decisive. Jiraiya responded with a nod, biting his finger without hesitation and swiftly forming hand seals. Then summoning jutsu. Suddenly, his movements froze, pupils contracting sharply as he stared incredulously toward the shore. Simi was already standing there nonchalantly, holding the unconscious Yagura in one hand, a playful smile curling at his lips, as if he had long anticipated this moment. I've been waiting for you. Simi's voice drifted lightly. So, the one sent to deal with me was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Jiraiya's forehead as his heart trembled. For this ambush, he had spent considerable time lurking, deliberately waiting until Simi defeated Yagura before making his move, to ensure absolute certainty. Elsewhere, a trap was already set for Simi, provided he could be taken away through summoning jutsu. But now none of that mattered. Only one thought consumed Jiraiya's mind. Impossible. He had concealed himself beneath the lake, completely masking his chakra, evading the Byakugan's surveillance by utilizing obstacles. How could Simi have detected him? The giant toad beneath his feet emitted a muffled roar. Jiraiya, do your best, after all. I'm not skilled in combat. Before the words faded, the colossal toad sank back down, and the lake's waters thunderously rushed in, reclaiming its space. Guess how I found you? Simi asked softly, his left eye shimmering as it once again transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Jiraiya's face paled abruptly, a dreadful thought flashing through his mind. Could it be? My Mangekyo Sharingan ability is omniscient. Simi slowly lifted his hand, his fingertip gently touching himself as he smiled. As long as you are within a certain radius around me, everything that transpires will be sensed by this eye, nothing can escape. Though it was his first time using it, it was enough. What? Fukasaku gasped in shock. How could such an ability exist? Simi chuckled lightly. I deliberately saved chakra for you. Before he finished speaking, his hands snapped together, and an overwhelming surge of natural energy flooded into his body. Instantly, white shadows appeared around the corners of Simi's eyes, and his entire aura shifted dramatically, both chilling and natural, as if he had become one with heaven and earth. Without witnessing it firsthand, one might not even perceive his presence. He has Sage Mode too, Shima exclaimed in horror from Jiraiya's other shoulder. His condensation speed is astonishing. Swish! Simi vanished from where he stood and suddenly appeared before Jiraiya. Looking up, Jiraiya met a pair of crimson eyes. Not good. Jiraiya felt his body freeze. His thoughts abruptly halted. Smack! Fukasaku and Shima, standing on his shoulders, simultaneously struck him. External energy surged in, instantly dispelling the genjutsu. The moment Jiraiya regained consciousness, he instinctively turned his head aside and retreated rapidly, his form streaking backward like lightning. Yet Simi did not pursue. He remained where he was, a smile playing at his lips, hands raised forming a figure-8 shape, his index finger pointing toward Jiraiya. The distance is just right.
Bang, bang, Simi mumuk sopti.
Whoosh! 2 bone-white bullets shot forth from Simi's index finger, tearing through the air at a speed nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Sage art. Twin-finger bone bullets. Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply as an unprecedented sense of danger swept his entire being. Without a moment's hesitation, his silver hair billowed outward, transforming into a wall of hardened needles shielding him. Ninja art. Needle Jizo. The next instant, Jiraiya's expression changed drastically as he realized his reaction was too slow. He could only lean sideways based on instinct, striving to avoid the vital points. The bone bullets traveled far faster than he had anticipated. Too fast. Almost simultaneous with sound, despair flickered across Jiraiya's face. Had he not been delayed even briefly by the genjutsu in a flash, the 2 bone bullets whistled past on either side of him. Missed. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned before feeling a warm sensation on his face. Blood droplets splattered across it. Turning his head, he saw little Jiraiya, a small blood hole appeared atop Fukasaku and Shima's heads, and they slumped lifelessly from his shoulders. Jiraiya's eyes blazed with rage and cold dread, as he stared in disbelief at the fading forms of Fukasaku and Shima disappearing into the water. From the very beginning, Simi's target had never been him. Simi's words echoed like a haunting demon within his mind. Omniscient, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipotent. You have no time to worry about others now. Simi's voice exploded beside his ear. In the blink of an eye, he had strode across the lake, closing in on Jiraiya's front. Sage art. 1,000 needle barrage. Jiraiya roared, unleashing his fastest technique without hesitation. His silvery hair transformed into countless silver needles that shot forth violently. Ding, ding, ding. Simi did not dodge nor evade. His skin gleamed metallically as his steel release-hardened body deflected every needle. Seeing Simi break through the needle storm, Jiraiya's fury peaked, and he ceased retreating. Frog squad hand. He threw a punch. Before his hand reached Simi's body, an invisible force exploded midair, striking Simi. A dull thud resounded, not against flesh, but as if against a steel plate. Such a conspicuous chakra flow could not escape the Byakugan's scrutiny. Jiraiya offered no reply, merely throwing himself forward with abandon. At that moment, his mind was utterly vacant, his eyes fixed solely upon Sanmi before him. Bang! Another straight punch landed. Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply as he stared in astonishment at Sanmi effortlessly blocking his fist. Is this how the frog style is employed? Sanmi casually unleashed a palm strike. Although still half a body length away, Jiraiya's hair stood on end, and instinctively he withdrew, sidestepping to evade. With a sharp tearing sound, a large hole was torn in the fabric across Jiraiya's chest, revealing a crimson expanse beneath. The principle was akin to the 8 trigrams empty palm. Yet due to the nature of natural energy, it could not be precisely controlled, only influencing the area around the body. Sanmi sensed this carefully. With a mere thought, he understood and smiled. Again. His face was alight with joy, yet to Jiraiya, that very expression was terrifying beyond measure. Bang! 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 A series of muffled explosions erupted across the lake's surface, relentless and unceasing. Fist and foot combined, the two exchanged more than 10 blows in the blink of an eye. Realizing that the frog style could no longer be concealed before Sanmi, Jiraiya abandoned all pretense, adopting a posture of trading injury for injury. In the space of a mere moment, multiple bloodied wounds appeared where bone spikes erupted from Sanmi's body. Yet Jiraiya paid them no heed, pressing forward relentlessly, forcing Sanmi onto the defensive. Having endured years of battlefield carnage, Jiraiya's taijutsu was already perfected to an extraordinary degree. Bolstered by Sage Mode, for a brief span, Jiraiya managed to avoid falling behind. Yet it was only a matter of not losing ground. Observing the ease with which Sanmi bore a relaxed expression, a growing weight pressed upon Jiraiya's heart. He had exerted his utmost to slay Sanmi, yet close-quarters combat with him was akin to wrestling with the boundless lake beneath their feet. Unfathomable, inscrutable. Any exertion was swallowed whole, rendering strength impotent. In the ebb and flow of offense and defense, Jiraiya felt as though Sanmi was the one perpetually pushing him along. Whether attacking or defending, all was under Sanmi's control, leaving Jiraiya no room for initiative. Jiraiya knew Sanmi was holding back, and it was precisely this realization that filled him with profound sorrow. Master Sarutobi, is this truly the opponent you faced? He pondered inwardly. Such composure and grace were nothing short of astonishing. Even in a life-or-death struggle, he could not help but marvel. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya blocked Sanmi's sweeping leg with his arm. Yet in their clash of strength, he felt himself faltering. With a roar, he summoned every ounce of power, swinging a heavy backhanded punch that forced Sanmi to retreat. Needle Jizo thrust. Suddenly changing tactics, Jiraiya's swelling hair jutted forth like spears, radiating a formidable aura. Sanmi leaned back to evade, lightly stepping backward, carving 2 slender water trails across the lake's surface. Whoosh! During his retreat, 2 bone bullets erupted explosively from Sanmi's hands. The Shikotsumyaku's ability to launch finger bones, enhanced by sage techniques, had greatly increased their speed and penetration, though the time required to reconstitute the bones was longer. Jiraiya had no choice but to alter his attack, sweeping his expanded hair sideways to barely deflect the 2 bone bullets. Interesting. Sanmi steadied himself, amusement deepening in his eyes. Well then, how will you respond to this? With a gentle swipe of his right hand before his chest, Sanmi pressed on an acupoint. The 3rd gate of the 8 gates, the gate of life, opened. Boom! Chakra-infused steam erupted skyward as Sanmi's skin flushed a deep red. Before Jiraiya could react, the figure in his sight blurred. Vanished. A chilling sense of danger swept over him, a coldness crawling up the back of his neck. No, it was his visual prowess failing to track Sanmi's speed. Relying on years of combat instinct, Jiraiya spun and delivered a back kick, only to shatter a mere afterimage. The true Sanmi had already appeared to his left side, his palm slashing like a blade toward Jiraiya's waist. Cough! A mouthful of blood burst forth as Jiraiya was sent hurtling like a kite with its string cut, crashing onto the lake's surface, tumbling more than 10 times before barely coming to rest. The heavy blow disrupted the flow of chakra within him, leaving Jiraiya feeling utterly wretched. The frog-like features upon his face deepened instantly. His nose swollen, dotted with countless tiny red spots. Gentle fist technique. Damn it, the acupoint was struck. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, already aware that his strength was insufficient. Alone, he could not maintain the balance of natural energy within. His sage mode was never perfect. It depended on the assistance of the 2-toed sages, Fukasaku and Shima, to sustain the influx of natural energy during battle. Without them, he could not even properly refine sage chakra, and a single misstep could lead to failure. The duration of sage mode was drastically reduced. Enduring the excruciating pain, Jiraiya slapped the water surface and leapt from the lake, forming hand seals as several shadow clones popped into existence before him, charging fiercely at Sanmi from multiple directions. Whoosh! 2 of the clones were destroyed instantly by bone bullets casually fired by Sanmi. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Jiraiya's chest swelled dramatically as he forcefully expelled a torrent of oil-like flames. The scorching waves of fire mingled with the hot oil, erupting on the lake's surface, vaporizing into a vast sea of white mist. The water itself boiled and churned. Sanmi's figure became a mere afterimage as he astonishingly skirted the edge of the flames, closing in on Jiraiya in the blink of an eye. Too slow. Despair flickered across Jiraiya's face. Yet he clenched his teeth and swung a punch at Sanmi. Sammy casually struck out with an 8 trigrams empty palm, dispersing Jiraiya before him, then glanced downwards. At such close range, relying on shadow clones to shield the true body could not escape Sammy's perceptive senses. Crash! Almost simultaneously, the lake's surface beneath Sammy erupted violently. The true Jiraiya burst forth from the water, his right hand raised high, clutching a fiercely spinning chakra sphere as he roared, aiming it at Sammy's abdomen. Rasengan. Sammy neither dodged nor evaded, his 5 fingers forming claws as he met the attack head-on. The grating sound of friction exploded as the Rasengan collided fiercely with the bone claws, splintering fragments of bone from Sammy's hand, scattering in all directions. Yet despite this, the Rasengan pressed forward with unstoppable force. Jiraiya's eyes bloodshot as he roared, pouring every ounce of strength into the attack. Break through! At the very moment the Rasengan was about to tear Sammy's palm to shreds, Sammy calmly spread his hand wide open. Dark release. Absorption acupoint. Buzz. A tremendous suction force pulled the Rasengan in, instantly swallowing more than half of it, shrinking it to the size of a ping-pong ball. Now, Jiraiya's fury turned to delight as he inhaled deeply, his face swelling dramatically. If you want to suck, then suck to your heart's content. Better yet, take all the natural energy too. Yet his expression froze immediately thereafter. It was as if Sammy had long anticipated this move, halting the dark release just a moment before Jiraiya could input natural energy. Bang! A heavy straight punch slammed brutally into Jiraiya's face. Blood and shattered teeth splattered as Jiraiya was flung backward like a ragdoll, tumbling clumsily across the water's surface, sending up a cascade of massive splashes. Splash! The next instant, the lake's surface ruptured once more, and a massive, slime-covered maw suddenly burst from the depths, swallowing the airborne Jiraiya with blinding speed. Then, with a pop, it dissolved into white smoke, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, the lake's surface calmed again, the once pristine body of water now sparse and shattered, as if ravaged by a hurricane. The reverse summoning technique truly befits the legendary Sannin. Each possesses a trump card for survival. Sammy did not prevent Jiraiya's fate, instead smiling ambiguously. I thought he wouldn't be able to carry the intelligence back. Sammy lifted the orange bow from the shore, slinging it over his shoulder, no longer lingering, and turned away. Within the Myaboku Mountains beside the Sage Lake, the tranquil lake surface erupted with a deafening roar, monstrous waves surging skyward, countless bubbles bursting like the chorus of thousands of frogs croaking in unison. Glub glub. At the heart of the lake, a colossal whirlpool emerged, sending sprays of water soaring into the air, from which a massive toad burst forth. The toad opened its enormous maw, and a figure was expelled along with blood and mucus, crashing onto the shore. Jiraiya lay battered and torn from head to toe. The lines on his face were twisted and distorted, and his skin bore eerie amphibian features, tinged with an almost severe shade of teal green. His eyes had become round and bulging. Jiraiya struggled to prop himself up, but suddenly collapsed sideways, his left arm unbearably heavy. Turning his head, he saw that from the forearm down, due to the influence of natural energy, it had completely turned to stone. Without hesitation, Jiraiya withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and drove it into the area below his elbow joint, slicing in a circular motion. Blood spurted forth as his left forearm was severed cleanly. Jiraiya pressed his right palm against the wound, covering it with chakra to staunch the bleeding temporarily. Then, trembling, he formed hand seals with one hand, sat cross-legged, forcing himself to calm down, and began meditative breathing. The natural energy rampaged within his body. If not suppressed promptly, he would soon be entirely transformed into a toad, stone through and through. Time passed in suffocating silence. At last, after a long while, Jiraiya managed to quell the natural energy inside him, spat out a mouthful of black blood, and collapsed forward like a marionette with severed strings. Surrounding him were the toads of Mount Myaboku in full assembly. Jiraiya, the toad Bunta, whose size resembled a large house, lifted Jiraiya with his broad hands. He sheathed his short blade, crouched down, and hoarsely inquired, "Where are the others, old man?" Jiraiya's body trembled violently. They sacrificed themselves. What? A commotion erupted among the toads. A young toad stepped back in disbelief, knocking over companions behind him, while others slumped to the ground, wailing in grief. Who did this? Someone demanded. Jiraiya's voice quavered. I'm sorry, the enemy possessed abilities never mentioned in prior intelligence. They knew in advance we would come. Bunta exhaled heavily, anger flashing in his eyes. Why didn't you summon me? Jiraiya replied, it would have been useless. He knew everything. He has a perception akin to precognition. I must notify the others swiftly. A toad of similar size approached. It was Bunta's brother, Gamma. How could this be? Isn't that the same as the great toad sage? Jiraiya lowered his head in dejection. Amid the rising fury, a clear, melodious croak resounded from afar. The sound seemed imbued with some magic. All the toads immediately fell silent and parted to form a path. A small toad, entirely jade green, hopped over to Jiraiya's side. The great toad sage requests your immediate presence. Jiraiya barely managed to support himself, struggling to stand with Bunta's assistance. The remaining toads exchanged glances. Even the wind seemed to cease flowing, with only a few leaves silently drifting onto the still lake surface. Inside the Hokage's office in the hidden leaf village. From the window, the once majestic Hokage rock now lay in desolate ruins. After the Hokage rock was destroyed by Saint Mi during wartime, no one dared suggest rebuilding it immediately, fearing bad luck. Thus, the iconic symbol of Konoha became the barren spectacle it was now. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, biting on a pipe, the wrinkles on his face appearing deeper than the day before. He listened quietly to a report from an Umbu ninja, sighed deeply, and gestured for his subordinate to leave. Amidst the swirling smoke, he slightly leaned forward toward the white-clad figure opposite him. Did the operation fail? The man wore a white kimono embroidered with the Hyuga clan's crest and spoke in a low voice. Hiruzen coughed violently. When he finally regained his breath, his eyes were bloodshot. Yes, the allotted time was long exceeded. I never imagined even Jiraiya would be helpless. The man opposite said, please rest assured. Lord Jiraiya's strength is extraordinary. No news does not necessarily mean bad news. The hidden leaf still relies on you, Lord Hokage, and Lord Jiraiya to hold firm. Hiruzen smiled bitterly and waved his hand, then assumed a serious tone. Enough of this. The front line still depends on you. The Uchiha clan is stationed in the village, and the barrier has been re-established. Security should not be an issue. With repeated losses at the front, Konoha desperately needs new strength. Your return is timely. Hearing this, the man rose, a glint of brilliance flashing in his pure white eyes. Leave everything to me, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded the new head of the Hyuga clan steadily, the wrinkles on his face relaxing slightly. He nodded approvingly. The most important people in the village have never been the Hokage or any particular individual, but you all. Konoha without the Hyuga is like a body without an arm. It is a blessing to see the Hyuga return. Sunlight poured through the window, casting a golden rim around Hyuga Hizashi's features, as if reborn. On the border battlefield between Konoha and Awakens, smoke and gunpowder filled the air. Explosions and the sharp clang of metal rang out from the distant woods. Every scream marked another ninja's demise. Konoha and Iwagakure had been locked in battle here for a long time. On the battlefield, a shinobi of the Akimichi clan employed the partial multi-size technique, his form swelling over 10 meters tall, swinging arms as thick as tree trunks. Boom! His fist crashed down, tearing a gap in the encirclement of Iwagakure shinobi. Follow me! The Akimichi's roar thundered across the field. Yet, before he advanced far, he became the focus of a barrage. Several Iwagakure shinobi simultaneously formed hand seals, stepping before him. A torrent of shuriken and explosive tags rained down upon his colossal frame, splattering blood everywhere. Assorted ninjutsu attacks followed. Amid the fragmented explosions, the Akimichi stumbled forward 3 steps, then collapsed like a crumbling mountain. At the forefront of the Iwagakure forces, Kendo waved his hand calmly. Press forward. We must seize the Konoha main camp today. From this position, they could clearly see the flag of Konoha in the distance. That was the last line of defense. Over the past month, Konoha had been steadily pushed back along the border, now driven to the brink of the precipice. Kill! The Iwagakure shinobi surged forward like a tide. Kendo narrowed his eyes, cautious yet unable to suppress a slight smile. As the son of the third Tsuchikage, he understood better than anyone the strategic significance of this battle. Once this defense was broken, the fertile heartland of the Land of Fire would be fully exposed, allowing a deep incursion into its borders. Konoha would then be within reach. Boom! The battle cries of Iwagakure shinobi flooded the scorched earth as they advanced swiftly. Akimichi Choza watched helplessly as another clanmate fell into a pool of blood, letting out a resentful roar. Shika! Nara Shikaku appeared in perfect sync behind Choza, forming hand seals before his chest. The shadows beneath his feet suddenly split into a dozen tendrils, instantly ensnaring the foremost IWA ninja. The trapped shinobi recoiled in terror as their bodies became uncontrollably immobilized. Partial multi-size technique. Choza's body suddenly inflated, curling into a ball, then barreled forward like a mountain of flesh. The brittle cracks of bones echoed continuously. The IWA shinobi caught in the shadow's grasp had nowhere to flee, and their screams quickly turned into a grotesque mass of bloodied flesh. Right side. Choza! Shikaku shouted sharply. Another squad of IWA shinobi had formed a formation and rushed from the right, a clear repetition of the prior tactic focusing fire on the Akimichi clan. Shikaku's shadows shifted direction, tightly binding Choza's wheel-like form as he surged forward. The enormous chakra expenditure drained the color from Choza's face. Now, Shikaku strained as he shouted toward the rear. Several figures leapt forth from behind him. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The blazing sphere hurtled into the enemy ranks, wreaking havoc among the Awakens shinobi, leaving them scattered and disoriented. Retreat. Amidst the chaos, a voice called out. Shikaku gritted his teeth and waved again behind him. Several squads burst through the defensive line, pursuing the retreating Awakens shinobi, alongside a few jonin who had just unleashed their ninjutsu. After dispelling the multiplication technique, Choza Akimichi staggered back to the defensive line, his frame exhausted and his face as pale as paper. How many attacks had this been? Shikaku rasped the 18th. His fingers trembled slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed unwaveringly on the enemy regrouping in the distance. Through the charred shadows of the trees, Shikaku discerned a figure rallying the Awakens shinobi to withdraw. Kuratsuchi. Whenever he appeared on the battlefield, Shikaku and Choza were forced into relentless exertion. Yet, as one of Iwagekyure's foremost warriors, Kuratsuchi rarely intervened. Choza sat on the ground, gasping for breath, and asked, "Is he testing our limits?" Shikaku gave a bitter smile. "Even you noticed." Over this prolonged period, countless skirmishes like this had unfolded repeatedly, with both Konoha and Iwagakure leaving numerous corpses in their wake. On a battlefield of this magnitude, human life was but a resource manifesting in another form. Genin were ubiquitous, chunin commonplace, and only jonin held appreciable value. As the enemy retreated, Konoha shinobi began methodically repairing the damaged fortifications, their eyes nearly devoid of spirit, driven solely by instinctive compulsion. Within the trench, a young medical ninja slumped, clutching the lifeless torso of a comrade, stunned and unresponsive, his fingers unconsciously tracing the chest of the fallen. Shikaku approached, seized the despairing medic by the collar, and slapped his face several times. "You're already dead. Go save those who still have a chance." The medic covered his face, nodded weakly at Shikaku, and staggered away. Shikaku shouted to the surrounding shinobi, "Reinforce the fortifications. Stay vigilant. Do not let your guard down." Affirmative responses came in sparse and listless tones, sounding numb. Shikaku bore no ill will toward them, he was the same. Within the central tent of Konoha's main camp, Inoichi Yamanaka knelt on the ground, a specialized metal apparatus used by sensory ninjas perched upon his head, faintly glowing. From the northwest, a report came in. The 3rd Camp's western defensive line had fallen, casualties exceeding half, requesting reinforcements. With each word, his face paled further. Shikaku glanced at the 2 remaining jonin in the tent. "Yamanaka, Saito, your squads will aid the 3rd Camp. If no survivors remain, withdraw immediately." Understood. The 2 jonin exited the tent, summoning their squad members. "What? Another of the newly assigned died yesterday? I don't even know his name." A muffled voice came from outside. Shikaku waved to Yamanaka. "If there are further calls for aid, apart from the positions I have strictly ordered to hold, let them assess the battlefield and decide whether to retreat." "Understood," Yamanaka replied hoarsely. "If I spot Kuratsuchi, I will notify you. Currently, only you 2 can stop him." Choza demanded angrily, "Shikaku, can we use our previous tactic again? Lure the enemy deeper and ambush them." Shikaku's voice was chillingly calm. "The shinobi of Iwagakure are not so foolish as to fall for the same trap twice. Their commander is Kuratsuchi, cautious by nature. If they leverage their numerical advantage to attack along the entire line, we 1T have the opportunity to set an ambush." Choza's eyes burned red. "So we just stand by and watch?" Shikaku sighed deeply. "The principle of battle, meeting strength with strength and winning through surprise, is immutable. Individual valor and strategy may yield miracles tactically, but in a war between nations, personal ability is severely limited. Konoha now faces both Iwagakure and Kumogakure simultaneously. To guard against threats from Kumogakure on the other front, the number of shinobi under my command was already sparse. That we have held this long is remarkable. The main force here was the Ino-Shikacho trio led by Shikaku, commanding one of Konoha's principal armies, totaling around 3,000. That, of course, was before deployment. After days of fierce combat, even Shikaku himself was uncertain how much strength remained. "Spotted Kuratsuchi." Yamanaka's voice suddenly shattered the silence, rousing everyone. "Position. Directly north of the main camp." Choza rose from his seat, his face dark and fierce. "The bastard 1T, leave us alone." Shikaku stood as well, inhaled deeply, and resolutely declared, "Choza, you stay. You're too badly wounded. I will try to hold Kuratsuchi back. After I leave, organize a breakout and prioritize escorting the wounded who can still move." Choza's expression changed. Having grown up together, He understood Shikaku's meaning. He whispered, "Is there still hope?"
Shikaku calmly replied, "No.
"We have already lost the initiative. Once one line breaks, all fall. Our only option now is to preserve as many as possible, so they do not die in vain." Choza fell silent. As one of the frontline commanders, he was keenly aware of their dire situation and the truth in Shikaku's words, only unwilling to accept it. Yamanaka's voice continued, "Camp 9 has fallen. Camp 13 has lost contact." Choza gritted his teeth. "Let me lead one more charge. Maybe Iwagakure can't hold out much longer either." Shikaku shook his head decisively. "Save your strength. You and Yamanaka retreat with the wounded. I will cover the rear." "No," Choza protested, adamantly refusing to let his commander remain behind. Shikaku's anger flared. "Since you know I am the commander, obey orders." At that moment, an eruption of cheers outside burst forth like a mountainous roar, striking them like a hammer to their chests, awakening them from despair. "Reinforcements! Reinforcements! Iwagakure is retreating." The waves of voices surged higher and higher, like a volcano long suppressed finally erupting. Yamanaka stood stunned for a moment, as if disbelieving, then abruptly removed the apparatus from his head and urgently told the two, "Support has arrived. Iwagakure is retreating." Shikaku's pupils contracted sharply. He exchanged a glance with Choza, and both rushed out of the tent. In the distance, the Iwagakure forces receded like a tide, while Konoha shinobi erupted into wild jubilation. The fading light of the sunset pierced through the smoke, illuminating a group of figures who had just arrived on the battlefield. "What is this? It seems I am not too late." A clear voice came from behind. Hyuga Hisashi stepped before them, with more Hyuga clan shinobi passing by. "Hisashi?" Shikaku and Choza looked upon him with surprise and joy. Without orders, the Hyuga clan shinobi had already joined the retreating Konoha forces and were charging back to the front lines. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Hisashi said, turning to face them. "Now it's our turn to counterattack." Inside Konoha's main camp, the mingled scent of blood and medicinal herbs pervaded the air. Inside and outside the tents lay wounded wrapped in blood-stained bandages, their low moans rising and falling. Yet, in stark contrast to this grim scene, Konoha shinobi's eyes shone with a vigor unseen for many days. "The Hyuga clan has arrived. We're saved." A Chunin lying motionless on a stretcher exclaimed excitedly to a nearby comrade, his cracked lips trembling with emotion. "Yes, please lie still," the attending medic said impatiently, glancing sideways at Hisashi surrounded by Shikaku and others as they entered the camp's tent. "That's wonderful," a medic named Sachi murmured softly, his cheek swollen and reddened. The wounded Chunin did not catch the words. "What did you say?" "Nothing. I just said it's good you're still alive. You didn't say that a moment ago." The reinforcements led by Hisashi had arrived just in the nick of time. The Iwagakure forces launched a massive assault, leaving their rear vulnerable. Hisashi led his men in a wide flanking maneuver from the outside, infiltrating the Iwagakure ninja defenses from the side and rear, catching them completely off guard. Under the command of Atsuchi, the Iwagakure shinobi used earth release techniques to alter the terrain, thus avoiding being attacked from both front and rear. Despite this, they suffered a grievous toll. Hisashi regrouped with Shikaku and others, reorganized their forces, and launched another fierce counterattack. As a result, Iwagakure was left with over 100 corpses and countless wounded. This marked the single greatest loss the village had endured in one day since the war began. Seeing this, Atsuchi decisively issued the order to retreat once more. In his judgment, Konoha would certainly falter before Iwagakure, and there was no need to engage in a desperate battle here. Hisashi's breakthrough was unexpected. On paper, Iwagakure still held the advantage in troop strength. Shikaku and his group were merely clinging to survival. In the central command tent, Hisashi Hyuga was surrounded by comrades, seated in the place of honor. Shikaku Nara rose first, respectfully bowing and saying, "Hisashi, thanks to your timely arrival, we would have all perished here otherwise." Seeing the Hyuga clan join the battle finally eased the heavy burden he had been carrying. With the Hyuga's support, whether choosing to retreat or fight to the death, Konoha now possessed the initiative. There are many things in this world that people only learn to cherish after losing them. On the battlefield, Konoha's shinobi had grown accustomed to having the Byakugan by their side. Now, suddenly deprived of its assistance, their movements were akin to those of the blind. Their successive defeats by Iwagakure were not without reason. In terms of battlefield perception, Konoha relied too heavily on the Hyuga. Shikaku said, "Thanks to you, Hisashi, you deserve the greatest credit for this battle." Choza Akimichi added, "The Akimichi clan will remember this debt." "Please don't speak so," Hisashi Hyuga humbly replied. "The crisis is far from over." Shikaku nodded. "Indeed. As for rewards and honors, that can wait until we return to the village." "Kaichi, what is the situation?" Yamashiro Kaichi closed his eyes in concentration, still wearing his sensory device atop his head. If the Hyuga were Konoha's eyes, then the Yamashiro clan were its ears. As captain of the sensory team, Kaichi had scarcely a moment of respite on the battlefield. The 3rd camp on the western side, the 7th outpost to the north, and more than 10 other locations had been completely overrun. Though the reinforcements brought by Hizashi had held several points, the overall situation remained dire. Shikaku asked, which specific locations have fallen? Kaichi removed his sensory device and called over several sensory team members. Together, they consolidated the intelligence just reported. Moments later, the situation was clear. They were now positioned at the northwestern protrusion of the Land of Fire, bordering the Land of Grass. The left flank, acting as the vanguard, had been utterly shattered. The right flank was barely holding, but collapse was inevitable. If Iwagakure moved swiftly enough, they could encircle them completely by passing through the Land of Grass. In other words, their position was untenable. Shikaku calmly took up the conversation. His finger traced the battle map, finally stopping to press heavily on a gap in the flank. Once Iwagakure breaks through here, we will be isolated. Prepare to withdraw. If we do not retreat now, everyone will perish here. Hizashi's expression shifted slightly. Has the situation really deteriorated to such an extent? Shikaku said, with just our unit, we cannot defend such an extensive border. Iwagakure shattered our southwestern left flank. The Kumogakure forces reached the Land of Fields yesterday, and they have likely already circumvented to our east. If they join forces, they can sever our connection to the homeland. Shikaku inhaled deeply and declared, retreat. This is our last chance. Just afraid? Choza instinctively asked. Afraid it is already too late, Shikaku replied, gazing out of the tent with brows knit in uncertainty. The sky was dim, the night wind biting cold, and even the moonlight piercing through the canopy seemed tinged with a certain deadly intent. Kirigakure village. At the gate, dense fog pressed down upon the sky like a tangible substance, rolling freely back and forth. Much like this blood-shrouded nation, the perpetual, sunless fog was Kirigakure's most distinctive feature. Voices came from ahead. Several guarding shinobi suddenly stiffened. Who goes there? From within the mist, a figure gradually took shape. It is I. Upon recognizing the visitor, the shinobi simultaneously exhaled in relief, only to tense again immediately. It was Lord Shirai, leader of the Umbu. Huh? On his shoulder, he is carrying someone. Who is that? When they discerned the face of the person he bore, the shinobi were struck dumb with astonishment. The Mizukage? Swish. Just as Seiji appeared, several figures flew in from unknown directions and respectfully landed before him. A shinobi handed over a report, which Seiji skimmed before smiling. The operation in Konoha is proceeding exceptionally well. How so? Seiji inquired. Kisame smiled. As expected of you, Mr. Seiji. The Hozuki clan has accepted our proposal. Seiji nodded. And Mei, Zabuza, standing behind with twin swords strapped to his back, replied respectfully, before the 4th Mizukage took action. Lady Mei had already evacuated at the earliest opportunity. Following your orders, none of our men were harmed. Excellent. Proceed as planned. Have Mei come to see me. At Seiji's command, Kisame, Zabuza, and the others responded in unison before dispersing once more, vanishing without a trace. Throughout the entire process, they did not spare a single glance for the gate guards. Is Elder Modokage in the village? Seiji asked as he approached the guards after they departed. Why yes, Lord. One shinobi stammered, cold sweat beading his forehead. The others had already bowed their heads so deeply they might have wished to bury their faces in the earth. Seiji patted the answering shinobi's shoulder with such force the man staggered. Do your best. He chuckled softly, stepping forward, his slender frame gently swaying with each stride. Only when Seiji's figure disappeared at the street's end did the Kirigakure shinobi dare to raise their heads, exchanging glances filled with dread. None dared ask why the Mizukage was being carried on someone's shoulder like cargo. Before long, all of Kirigakure's upper echelons had assembled in the Mizukage's tower. The atmosphere was unusually tense. What on earth is happening? Why has the Mizukage summoned us all so suddenly? Except for a select few, most did not understand why the Mizukage had suddenly sounded the highest alert and gathered the village's leadership. Upon arrival, they discovered that Mizukage Yagura had completely lost consciousness. The one in charge now was Umbu Assassination Squad Captain Shirai, but he wore no mask. Seeing Seiji appear before them in his true identity, many immediately sensed grave trouble. Although Seiji's identity had been an open secret in Kirigakure for nearly 2 years, it was still officially concealed. He rarely showed his true face in public. Behind him, a folding screen carved with flowing water patterns divided the meeting room in two. Behind the screen, medical ninjas busied themselves around the unconscious Yagura. Whispers and faint glimmers of ninjutsu spilling through the screen's cracks, glimpses of Yagura's pale face visible. I have gathered you here to announce something, Seiji said. Earlier, the Mizukage was grievously wounded by an assailant. He has fallen into a coma and is barely clinging to life. What? How could this happen? Where is the Mizukage's direct guard squad? Seiji's words sent an uproar through the assembly. An elder stepped forward, declaring, "This is a provocation against Kirigakure. Who could have done this? Do they think Kirigakure is defenseless?" Saint-Mi smiled and said, "It is I." "So it is you." The elder, seething with rage, staggered back, staring at Saint-Mi in disbelief. Saint-Mi nodded and repeated, "It is I." The once noisy meeting room fell into sudden silence. The elder who had spoken earlier flushed red and was about to step forward to reprimand. But as he took a step, he sensed something amiss and forced himself to glance sideways. Master Yuan lowered his eyelids, sitting in his seat as if utterly indifferent to the ongoing conversation. The head of the Hozuki clan, Hozuki Suigetsu, likewise sat expressionless in the corner. Sensing the silence of these two, the elder's forehead began to glisten with cold sweat. He said nothing and retreated to his original place. Saint-Mi smiled, observing the elder's subtle gesture without revealing anything, and said, "Elder Haishu, perhaps I was not clear before. What I meant was that I am the one who struck Lord Mizukage so severely, but I was compelled to retaliate." Haishu, now filled with regret, could only grit his teeth and respond, "What exactly happened, Lord Bai?" Saint-Mi replied, "That question should be directed to Lord Mizukage himself. Some time ago I was tasked with a diplomatic mission to Konoha. Upon my return, I was ambushed by a group of unidentified ninja. After defeating them, I was shocked to discover that the attackers were none other than Lord Mizukage. What surprised me most was not this fact, but that I found out our Mizukage has long been under the influence of an illusion, his will manipulated by another, no longer himself." These words exploded like a bomb in the meeting room, shattering everyone's minds. Master Yuan, who had remained silent all along, finally lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Saint-Mi, asking, "Are you telling the truth?" Unmoved, Saint-Mi gently turned aside and nodded towards Terumi Mei standing nearby. Terumi Mei stepped forward and distributed a thick stack of scrolls and paper documents to each senior official present. As the materials were unfurled, the meeting room erupted in exclamations, rising and falling like crashing waves. Haishu trembled as he flipped through the documents, his voice shaking. "These policies were all personally signed by Lord Mizukage?" Saint-Mi said, "What you see now is the truth. The orders for the unwarranted slaughter of various bloodline clans all originated from Lord Mizukage's hand. However, the root cause lies in his being under the sway of an illusion, which is also the source of the village's turmoil. I believe over these years, many of you have sensed that something was amiss." As Saint-Mi's words fell, the room was engulfed in an eerie silence. Haishu and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock, suspicion, and a trace of incredulity. Kumogakure-s Mizukage, a top-tier shinobi of the ninja world, had been ensnared by an illusion? Even more unbelievable was that these claims came from Saint-Mi, a man who had acted as the Mizukage's trusted confidant for years, scarcely ever questioned by anyone. Haishu pondered for a long moment before summoning the courage to speak. "Lord Bai, these are merely your personal assertions. Do you have any proof to support these claims?" Saint-Mi slowly turned his head, his pure white eyes locking onto Haishu. "Elder Haishu, with these Byakugan eyes, I can see the flow of chakra and discern the hearts of men. On what grounds do you deny that my words serve as evidence?" The air in the meeting room seemed to freeze. Beads of sweat the size of peas trickled down Haishu's furrowed brow. His lips quivered as he said, "I do not doubt Lord Bai's intentions, but this is a matter of grave importance. If, as you say, Lord Mizukage has been manipulated for years, this should be reported to the daimyo for judgment." Saint-Mi remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly. Suddenly, Haishu noticed that Master Yuan and Hozuki Suigetsu were both staring at him, followed by the others in the room. Countless gazes bore down on him as if tangible, making his spine crack under the pressure. His breathing grew rapid, as if countless ants were crawling across his back. He felt trapped, neither able to sit nor stand. Just as Haishu was about to lose composure, Saint-Mi suddenly broke into a smile, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. "Elder Haishu speaks rightly. Such a serious matter cannot rest on my sole testimony." Saint-Mi inquired, "Elder Yuan, I heard that under your command, there is a ninja who, like me, possesses the Byakugan. Might I ask if he could come forward and verify whether Lord Mizukage is under an illusion?" Master Yuan nodded slowly. "Naturally. This is also part of our duty." He turned to those behind him. "Ao, it is time for you to serve the village." All eyes followed Master Yuan's direction, revealing a ninja standing behind him wearing a single eye patch. Ao stiffened, never expecting the spotlight to fall upon him. What does this mean? Byakugan? He no longer has his Byakugan. Indeed, beneath the bandage over his right eye was an ordinary eye, replaced long ago at Master Yuan's behest, though Ao continued to wear the eye patch. That Byakugan had been gouged out by Saint Mi himself 2 years prior. Yet now Saint Mi was voluntarily suggesting that Ao verify the Mizuki's abnormal condition. Master Yuan. Ao's Adamus apple bobbed nervously as he faced Saint Mi's enigmatic gaze, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. He understood everything. Master Yuan had known all along. Having Ao come forward was merely a formality. I shall obey. Saint Mi pulled aside a folding screen, signaling the medical team surrounding Mizuki Yagura to step back and clear the space. Ao mechanically approached Yagura's bedside, pretending to form hand seals. Pain faintly throbbed in the eye socket beneath the patch, and cold sweat had long since soaked his back. After the examination, Ao's hoarse voice declared, Lord Mizuki is indeed under an illusion. Having uttered the final word, Ao nearly collapsed, as if he had expended all his strength. Saint Mi waved his hand, and the screen was drawn closed once more. Ao silently returned behind Master Yuan, not daring to glance at Saint Mi again. Haishu stared at the scene in shock. As Master Yuan's subordinate, Ao's possession of the Byakugan was no secret within the village. If even Ao said this, did it not prove that Mizuki Yagura had truly been manipulated for years? During this time, not a single person in Kirigakure had seen through it. For a ninja village, this was the ultimate disgrace. When exactly had this happened? Apart from Haishu, everyone in the meeting room wore expressions of horror. Among those present were the head of the traditional Hozuki clan, retired advisors who had served under successive Mizuki, and elders like Haishu and Master Yuan, both from prominent families. Unlike in Konoha, advisors in Kirigakure held mostly honorary titles. Unless one, like Master Yuan, had established a personal faction and earned great trust, elders and advisors wielded no real power, only the authority to offer counsel. They had long served the village but had never realized that Mizuki Yagura's strange behavior was due to manipulation. Haishu clenched his teeth and fists tightly, staring at the folding screen that hid Yagura behind it. His gaze seemed to pierce through it, envisioning Yagura's pale face. No wonder the Mizuki had become increasingly extreme over these years, utterly disregarding the elders' advice. This had also led to the growing tension between the Mizuki and the village's senior leadership. No wonder. Saint Mi nodded to Terumi Mei, who immediately understood and silently withdrew from the meeting room. As everyone exchanged glances, footsteps approached from afar, and several ninja clad in the Mizuki's direct umbu uniforms were brought in, their weapons confiscated and hands bound behind their backs. Before Saint Mi's return to Kirigakure, they had already been subdued by Zabuza and others. Speak, Saint Mi asked. Has Lord Mizuki exhibited any unusual behavior recently? What caused you to lose track of him? The umbu ninja at the forefront knelt on one knee and responded. Reporting to you, esteemed lords, it is indeed true that Lord Mizuki's recent behavior has been highly unusual. Over the past 2 weeks, he has issued us contradictory orders multiple times. Commands given in the early morning are completely overturned by evening, and his attitude towards Lord Bai has also become notably strained. Simi abruptly inquired, do you believe, then, that Lord Mizuki has been subjected to an illusion?
Absolutely impossible.
The umbu snapped his head up sharply, his pupils contracting fiercely. How could anyone have cast an illusion on Lord Mizuki under our protection? But we have already confirmed it. Simi's voice suddenly turned cold. Lord Mizuki is indeed being controlled by an illusion. The umbu ninja visibly trembled. Just as he was about to rise and defend himself, the gaunt palm of the elder Yuan Shi slammed heavily onto the table. Scoundrels! He bellowed. You, as his personal guards, have allowed such a vile fate to befall Lord Mizuki. Before the umbu could utter a word, Simi waved his hand again. From the shadows, several ninjas immediately emerged, firmly restraining the guards. Take them away. Wait, Hozuki Suigetsu suddenly interjected, baring his sharp teeth with a grin. These men are important prisoners. If Lord Bai has no objection, the Hozuki clan will take charge of their custody. We are equally outraged by what has happened to Lord Mizuki. Simi smiled. It is indeed a blessing for Kirigakure to have the Hozuki clan. Suigetsu then turned toward the figure behind him. Mangetsu, present. A young silver-haired ninja stepped forward, carrying a large scroll on his waist. Bring these men back to the clan and detain them, Suigetsu instructed. Make sure to ascertain exactly how they protected Lord Mizuki. After Mangetsu nodded in acknowledgement to Suigetsu and Simi, he led several Hozuki clan ninjas as they escorted the prisoners away. As they passed by Simi, the lead umbu suddenly raised his head and cast a piercing glance at him. Everyone felt the penetrating gaze sharp as a blade. Was it you? He started to speak, but suddenly felt a chill as a water sphere inexplicably crawled up to his throat. Mangetsu withdrew his arm, smiling. We can discuss that once we arrive at the place. Think of your families. Surely they long to see you soon. The Umbu fell silent immediately and were led away in silence. It seems the truth has been laid bare.
Saimi remarked.
Our Lord Mizuki's has unwittingly become a mere plaything in someone else's hands. After Simi's maneuver, there was no longer any dissent within the conference room. Even Kurosumike and the other elders wore increasingly grim expressions, not due to Yagura's predicament, but because of Simi's words and the reactions of Suigetsu and Yuan Sure. That Suigetsu of the Hozuki clan would proactively involve himself in this matter was telling. At this point, it was impossible not to realize that the Hozuki clan had, at some unknown time, completely sided with Simi. Not long ago, Mangetsu Hozuki, a prodigy recently selected as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, was also present. It was likely that the entire Hozuki clan's ninjas had already surrounded the Mizuki's tower. Those who survive in Kirigakure, known as the village hidden in the mist, often possess keen minds, even within the blood-soaked fog. Kurosumike and the others quickly pieced together the implications, a chill running through their bodies. He finally understood why Simi had summoned them all here. As the strongest shadow in Kirigakure, Yagura being defeated by Simi was startling, despite Simi's renowned reputation. Yagura was no ordinary powerhouse. He was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, a strategic weapon of Kirigakure. To have been overcome by Simi spoke volumes about Simi's strength. One thing was certain. In the current Kirigakure, no one remained who could threaten Simi. No one could fault Simi for his actions. Whoever was manipulating Yagura had given Simi ample reason to expose the truth. The shadow of a village being controlled. Intercepting the Umbu assassination squad captain, one of the village's upper echelons. At the border, Simi's position was morally and logically unassailable. This outcome filled Kurosumike with dread. According to Kirigakure's regulations, should the Mizuki become incapacitated, the Elder Council must assume his duties. Yet now, both Suigetsu and Yuan Sure had shown signs of supporting Simi's leadership. The second Mizuki hailed from the Hozuki clan. Even during the most brutal periods of the Bloody Mist policy, the Hozuki clan had remained Kirigakure's steadfast supporters, never wavering. They were, without question, the village's preeminent clan. Meanwhile, Yuan Shure's attitude was inscrutable. Whenever Simi spoke, he fell silent immediately, never voicing opposition. The two seemed to perform in perfect harmony. It was clear that they had communicated beforehand. If not, Yuan Shure had tacitly accepted the situation. Yuan Shure had long opposed the village's excessively closed policies and was against the system of ninja selection. He might not support Simi, but he certainly opposed Yagura. Since the era of the second Mizuki Hozuki Genjutsu, Yuan Shure had served as an elder and advisor within the village. His experience and influence were profound. Several of the elders present were even his disciples, and it was said he maintained close ties with the daimyo of the Land of Water. With these two standing behind Simi, Kurosumike envisioned an even more terrifying possibility. Today's meeting was not merely a notification, it was a coup d'état. Simi drew back the screen, revealing the pale face of Kankuro Yagura. All right, Simi said, it is time to lift the illusion from our beloved Mizuki. The head of the medical team stepped forward to report, My lord, Lord Mizuki's external wounds have been treated, but his chakra flow remains chaotic. Considering the three tails sealed within him, we dare not act rashly. A thorough consultation will be necessary to precisely determine the cause of his coma. You have done well. You may step down, Simi said. Turning to face the assembly, he smiled. Esteemed elders, please proceed with removing the illusion from Lord Mizuki. Having fought Lord Mizuki earlier, it would be improper for me to act personally, lest misunderstandings arise, Simi added. Yuan Shure remarked, Lord Bai, there is no need to demur. In terms of strength, none here can match even half of your prowess. You are the most suitable candidate to dispel Lord Mizuki's illusion. Simi waved off the suggestion. I think it best to leave it to Elder Kurosumi. I have heard that Kurosumi was a master of genjutsu in his youth. Yuan Shure appeared to recall something, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I had forgotten Elder Kurosumi's genjutsu skills. During the Second Great Ninja War, he was a considerable headache for Iwagakure. He and Simi then turned to Kurosumike. Instinctively, Kurosumi stepped back half a pace. No, I cannot. Oh, Simi smiled. Elder Kurosumi means to say that when the village needs you, you refuse to serve? At this, Kurosumi was immediately cornered, regretting having stepped forward so boldly earlier. He forced himself to say, Then I shall try. But the illusion controlling Lord Mizuki must be exceedingly intricate. I cannot guarantee success. Suigetsu said, Elder Kurosumi, please give it your all. Even if you fail, no one will hold it against you. Reluctantly, Kurosumi stepped forward, forming a hand seal with one hand while placing the other on Yagura's body. Release. Chakra emerged from his hand and was drawn into Yagura's body. To his surprise, at the very moment the chakra was absorbed, Yagura's body suddenly convulsed as if electrified. Ah! Yagura's body arched backward into an impossible curve. His eyeballs instantly engulfed in pitch-black darkness. A sudden surge of intense chakra erupted from within his body, conjuring a whirlwind that sent the documents in the conference room swirling chaotically through the air. Boom! The abrupt commotion startled everyone present. Yet only Sanmi lifted his head slightly, a hint of surprised amusement flickering in his eyes. Let go immediately. Amid the raging tempest, Kuratsuchi Keiji was horrified to find his palm seared onto Yakura's forehead, as if welded by a red-hot iron, immovable no matter how hard he tried. A roar unlike any human burst forth from Yakura's mouth, and then his entire body began to levitate slowly, limbs twitching like a marionette strings, his spine emitting a sickening series of cracks. The ordeal was brief. With one final heart-wrenching scream, Yakura's body crashed heavily back onto the bed, utterly lifeless. Silence descended, profound and absolute. Hiss! Black smoke billowed from Yakura's form, as though the fiery tide within him had been entirely drained. Nothing remained after the explosive release. Moments later, a voice trembled with fear. What happened to Lord Mizukichi? Sammy stepped over the now limp Kuratsuchi Keiji, his fingertips gently grazing Yakura's brow. Dead. An abyssal stillness enveloped the vast conference room, the air seeming to solidify into a tangible force that pressed down on everyone's chests, making it hard to breathe. No one could have imagined that, under the watchful eyes of all, the esteemed Mizukichi would perish so abruptly, so humiliatingly, within his own village and before the entire upper echelon. Kuratsuchi Keiji collapsed to the floor, staring in disbelief at Yakura's corpse. As the one responsible for dispelling the genjutsu on Yakura, his face had turned as pale as paper. He suddenly lifted his head, locking eyes with Sanmi's unervingly calm gaze. In that instant, a chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. No, it's not me, not me, Kuratsuchi Keiji yowled, his voice piercing enough to shatter eardrums. I swear, I only intended to dispel the genjutsu on Lord Mizukichi. How could I dare? Without a word from Sanmi, two Umbu shinobi emerged from the shadows, their blades flashing coldly as they crossed two kunai against Kuratsuchi Keiji's neck. The murderous aura was so overwhelming that Kuratsuchi Keiji's protests abruptly ceased. Kuratsuchi Keiji. Another drew his blade, pressing it against the back of Kuratsuchi's neck. It was Hozuki Suigetsu, his voice sharp and furious. How dare you attempt to assassinate Lord Mizukichi, right before all of us? I did not. I truly did not. Kuratsuchi's eyes bloodshot as he screamed frantically. Lord Mizukichi, he did it himself. Within the conference room, the elders' reactions varied greatly. Some were gripped by terror, instinctively stepping back to distance themselves from the turmoil. Others, like Hozuki Suigetsu, glared angrily at Kuratsuchi, rebuking him sharply. Yet most wore expressions of bewilderment and helplessness. Even Genji stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Kuratsuchi. The shadow of the village, gone so easily before their very eyes? The sky over Kirigakure was truly changing. Everyone stay where you are. A clear, authoritative female voice rang from the doorway. Heads turned as Terumi strode briskly inside. Behind her, several shinobi flooded in like wolves and tigers, sealing off every exit of the conference room. Lord Mizukichi was attacked. No one is to leave the premises. The scene is locked down. Terumi's crisp command made the gravity of the situation unmistakably clear. Among those who accompanied her was a tall, imposing figure bearing a large sword across his shoulder, drawing particular attention. Kisame Hashigaki wore a cold smile, his eyes sweeping the room with an icy gaze. The invisible pressure he exuded caused two advisors who were moving toward the exit to freeze instantly. Gentlemen, I strongly advise against rash actions, Kisame said with a smile. Otherwise, my shark skin won't recognize any of you. In the vast conference room, only Kuratsuchi Keiji's desperate, hoarse pleas pierced the silence, sounding painfully discordant. I truly did not mean it, he repeated in vain. Seeing Sammy's unyielding indifference, his despair deepened. He frantically cast a pleading glance at Genji. Master Genji, please say something for me. You know I would never harm Lord Mizukichi, right? Genji slowly turned his head, gazing at the broken man like a lost dog. His voice was hoarse. The facts are plain to see, Kuratsuchi Keiji. What else do you have to say? Genji's words were the final straw, utterly crushing Kuratsuchi Keiji. His face drained of all color, he collapsed completely, his eyes vacant. He lacked even the strength to continue his defense. At that moment, Sammy suddenly chuckled softly, a trace of amusement beneath his calm demeanor. Everyone seems a bit too tense, he said. In my opinion, Elder Kuratsuchi is not the true culprit behind Lord Mizukichi's death. This statement rekindled a spark in Kuratsuchi's eyes. He gasped for breath as if surfacing from underwater. Sammy continued deliberately. Even the most foolish elder would never choose to strike so clumsily in front of all of us. The tragedy before us likely stems from the fact that Lord Mizukage had the three tails Isabu sealed within him. Tailed beast? Genji inquired. Indeed. Sanmi nodded. Ordinary genjutsu is ineffective against a jinchuriki who can communicate with their tailed beast. However, the genjutsu cast on Lord Mizukage this time was exceptionally sophisticated, so much so that it trapped the three tails within the illusion as well. When Elder Kuratsuchi attempted to dispel the genjutsu on Lord Mizukage, he inadvertently disrupted the seal on the three tails too. The sudden release caused the tailed beast's chakra to violently backfire. Given Lord Mizukage's prior grave injuries and impaired consciousness, he was unable to suppress it. The collision of forces led to his unfortunate demise. Genji's furrowed brow eased slightly as he pondered. Oh, is that so? In that case, it seems we were mistaken to blame Elder Kuratsuchi. Sweating profusely, the man who had escaped death now pleaded incessantly. That's right. Exactly. Please, everyone, believe me. I never intended any harm upon Lord Mizukage. He understood all too well that his fate rested entirely in Sanmi's hands. A single word from him could spell life or death. Yet in the next moment, the faint, enigmatic smile at Sanmi's lips deepened, his tone shifting sharply, imbued with an unsettling chill. But Kuratsuchi's heart leapt into his throat, his eyes wide with terror, even showing a glimmer of supplication. Let us be straightforward about this, it's far too tormenting otherwise. Sanmi spoke leisurely. Elder Kuratsuchi, when it comes down to it, you are not without blame, are you? Were you perhaps too hasty in dispelling the genjutsu on Lord Mizukage? Yes. Lord Mei is right. Kuratsuchi dared not utter a word of protest. I was too reckless. But my loyalty to the village is unwavering. Sanmi chuckled ambiguously, a sound that to Kuratsuchi was far more terrifying than a demon's whisper. The truth will be uncovered in due course, Sanmi said calmly. After today's meeting concludes, Elder Kuratsuchi, you will report to the Umbu to accept your punishment. After all, Lord Mizukage died before your eyes. There must be an explanation for this incident. Kuratsuchi nodded anxiously, drenched in cold sweat. Although everyone present had witnessed that his hand seals were solely intended to dispel the genjutsu, this blame was unavoidable. On the contrary, he was even somewhat relieved that Sanmi intended for him to shoulder the responsibility. As long as he lived, there was still hope, an opportunity to turn things around. But if one died, that was the end. Yakura died by his hand. Had Sanmi chosen to be more severe, he could have been executed on the spot without anyone raising objection.
Sanmi nodded gently.
The two Umbu shinobi, who had pinned Kuratsuchi Keiji's neck, exchanged a glance. Their blades instantly sheathed as they vanished silently into the shadows, as if they had never been there. Hozuki Suigetsu's lips curled into a mocking smirk. He too sheathed his sword and returned to his place. Kuratsuchi Keiji felt a profound sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Running a hand over his back, he found it drenched in sweat. Apart from him, the remaining elders present exchanged uneasy looks, all perceiving the shock reflected in one another's eyes. In just a few words, Sanmi had toyed with Kuratsuchi Keiji, a scion of a great clan and a respected elder within the village, reducing him to the brink of collapse. Such mastery left everyone deeply unsettled. Yet, they were powerless to resist. How was this to be endured? Sanmi turned to Genji and inquired, Lord Genji, with the unfortunate demise of the Mizukage, what is the customary course of action now? Genji's voice was grave as he replied, with the passing of the fourth Mizukage and the current deployment of the hidden cloud at the border, the utmost priority must be to swiftly select the fifth Mizukage. Indeed, this was an urgent matter not to be delayed. Sanmi nodded and asked again, do any among you have suitable candidates? No sooner had he spoken than Hozuki Suigetsu's expression shifted abruptly. Clapping his hands, he declared, naturally, there is a candidate. I propose Lord Shiro for the position of fifth Mizukage. Suigetsu's voice rang out clearly. Though Lord Shiro's tenure is still brief, having served only 2 years in the Umbu, his achievements are undeniable. The village's internal stability over these years owes much to his efforts. In my estimation, Lord Shiro is the best choice to assume the mantle of Mizukage. In an instant, every gaze in the chamber, as if by silent accord, converged upon Lord Genji. In the hidden mist village, next only to the Mizukage himself, Genji's prestige was paramount. His word alone could shift the course of many affairs. After a long pause, Genji nodded slightly and said, this old man has no objection. However, Lord Hozuki must not forget that the final authority to appoint the Mizukage rests with the daimyo. The assassination of the fourth Mizukage cannot be concealed. Afterwards, we must report to the daimyo, who will make the final decision. Of course, Suigetsu replied with a smile. Genji's words jolted the previously hesitant elders into sudden clarity. I second that. Lord Shiro's prowess is unmatched. He is fully capable of bearing the responsibilities of Mizukage. Indeed, in these perilous times for the village, it is precisely someone of Lord Shiro's caliber who must take command. Voices of agreement rose relentlessly as the elders scrambled to express their support, seemingly fearful of being left behind. Kuratsuchi Keiji was the first to struggle to his feet, his voice hoarse but resolute. Lord Shiro, please do not refuse. The position of 5th Mizukage belongs to no one else but you. I am deeply grateful for the elders' trust and favor, Seimi said with a smile, refusing to evade the responsibility. However, I must confess that my time among the upper echelons of the Hidden Mist is still short. I lack sufficient experience and prestige to suddenly shoulder such a heavy burden. I fear I may fall short of the village's and your expectations. What Lord Genji says is just, he continued, but now the village needs a leader. Since you all have not forsaken me, I am willing to serve as acting Mizukage temporarily, managing the village's urgent affairs. The formal appointment of Mizukage will await my personal report to the daimyo, after which the final verdict will be rendered. Present, the village faces numerous challenges and complex matters. Many decisions still rely on Lord Genji and the united efforts of all elders to overcome these difficulties. What say you? In the shinobi world, there was no tradition of polite refusals or formal declinations. Seimi had not contrived anyone to play that role. He knew there was no cause for concern. Even if he were unwilling, someone like Hozuki Suigetsu would have taken the initiative to raise the matter. This was because Genji and the others were intelligent men. Intelligent men were often easy to deal with. They understood what Seimi desired and knew the consequences if he failed to obtain it. To survive on this blood-stained land shrouded in mist, the skills of reading subtle cues and assessing the moment were indispensable. Seimi's words were impeccably crafted, honoring Genji's dignity while adhering to protocol, subtly allowing the elders to breathe a sigh of relief. All were dignified men. None wished to engage in a fight to the death unless utterly compelled. Before anyone could respond, a sudden shift in Seimi's aura caused a chill to ripple through the assembly. The village's finances are strained. There will be no ceremonial inauguration. Everything will be kept simple, he declared. Now, in my capacity as acting Mizukage, I issue the first order. The 4th Mizukage, Kuratsuchi Yakura, has tragically perished. According to the pattern of tailed beast reincarnation, the 3 tails sealed within him will soon reconstitute somewhere within the land of water. Immediately, all members of the sealing squad and sensing squad are to be assembled and tasked with monitoring chakra fluctuations across the entire territory at the highest priority, without interruption, to pinpoint the approximate location of the 3 tails rebirth. Once its chakra stabilizes, a resealing operation shall be conducted. Resealing, another elder exclaimed in alarm. This is no trivial matter. Should this information leak or the sealing fail, it could attract the covetous eyes of other nations. The new Jinchuriki must also be prepared promptly. No cause for concern, Seimi interrupted calmly, dismissing the worry with ease. There is no need to deliberately conceal this information. Our hidden mist village will handle its own tailed beast. We owe no deference to others. Even if the 3 tails attempts to flee, I will recapture it. None in the chamber dared contradict these words. Probably only Seimi possessed such unwavering confidence. If there are no further objections, this meeting is adjourned. The Mizukage succession and related matters will be transmitted immediately via the highest level classified order to all shinobi of the village. Additionally, all Jonin squad leaders and department heads shall report to the Mizukage's office. All shinobi are hereby suspended from leave and placed on level 1 alert. Seimi's gaze finally rested on Kuratsuchi Keiji. As for the funeral arrangements of the 4th Mizukage, Lord Yakura, Elder Kuratsuchi, you are entrusted with full responsibility. Remember, keep everything simple, no extravagance. The matter of the 4th Mizukage having been manipulated by Genjutsu shall be classified as S-rank top secret. No leaks are permitted, lest it incite speculation from those with ill intent. Yes, understood. Kuratsuchi Keiji's fear of Seimi had now completely eclipsed his gratitude.
Seimi nodded slightly,
averted his gaze, and strode toward the meeting room's entrance. As he passed Kisame Hashigaki and Mei Terumi, his pace faltered slightly. He nodded at them and softened his tone. Thank you both for your efforts during this time. Mei Terumi lifted her chin slightly and emitted a barely audible HM, her eyes fixed on Seimi with a smile that spoke volumes. Kisame Hashigaki lowered his head, his voice steady yet tinged with barely restrained excitement.
Mizukage-sama.
Clatter. Before Kisame's words had fully faded, a dozen hidden mist shinobi accompanying the two dropped to one knee in unison, their voices shaking the rafters. Mizukage-sama. This sudden, thunderous acclamation, as if threatening to tear off the roof, struck the elders, who had only just relaxed their nerves, with a shock like a splash of ice water, sending a shudder through them and draining the color from their faces. Only then did they awaken as if struck by lightning. Seimi was now the undisputed Mizukage, poised to reign supreme over the entire hidden mist village, wielding absolute authority over life and death. The scraping and clattering of chairs against the floor echoed incessantly. No one dared remain seated with composure. Even Genji and Hozuki Suigetsu rose to their feet. Within the chamber, the trembling, fervent shouts of welcome surged like a tidal wave. Mizukage-sama, whatever their private thoughts, the elders bowed their once lofty heads, their demeanors humbled to the utmost. Faced with this overwhelming outpouring of reverence, Seimi did not once turn his head. He casually raised a hand and waved it behind him before vanishing swiftly into the shadows at the corridor's end. Extra. The Umbu operative known as the White Ninja had officially assumed the mantle of the fifth Mizukage. The news, as if granted wings, swept through every corner of Kirigakure within a single day. From the tallest towers to the darkest, dampest slums. No one was left unaware, no soul uninformed. The very sky above Kirigakure seemed to shift its hue abruptly. In the civilian quarters, where those toiling ceaselessly for their livelihood had long since grown numb under the weight of oppression, the reaction was unexpectedly subdued, indeed bordering on indifference. Beneath the dim glow of flickering oil lamps, several families huddled beneath cramped eaves, as rainwater dripped from tattered thatch, splattering into small puddles upon the muddy ground. Have you heard? The Mizukage has changed. His name is White. A gaunt man, pale and thin, murmured this as he pressed a moldy rice ball into a childish hand. His voice was low and devoid of any discernible emotion. The woman opposite him, clutching a child, gave no reply, as though she had not heard her husband's words. Instead, her vacant gaze drifted toward the rain-shrouded window. When would this rain finally cease? Silence fell once more, suffocating and absolute. To them, it mattered little who bore the title of Mizukage. It would not alter their fate of subjugation. Life was like a bottomless, desolate well. Nothing but despair awaited within. The Mizukage was but a fleeting cloud passing over the well's mouth, casting shadows here and there, ultimately inconsequential. On the opposite side of Kirigakure, among a cluster of resplendent mansions, an entirely different scene unfolded. Fragrant breezes wafted subtly, silken strings and bamboo flutes produced melodious tunes, and amid the clinking of glasses flowed a torrent of sharp, glinting gazes. Gentlemen, this newly appointed Mizukage is said to hail from the Umbu, ruthless in method yet remarkably young. A corpulent merchant, cradling a gold-inlaid goblet, squinted his eyes as he spoke. I've never heard that name before. I wonder how his ascension will affect our enterprises. Another scoffed. Sir, there's no need for concern. Whoever sits atop the Mizukage's throne will still depend on us in the end. Without our channels connecting the outside world, how would the people of this country survive? Indeed, our exclusive rights were granted personally by the daimyo. Even the fourth Mizukage dared not openly oppose the daimyo. There is no cause for worry. The first speaker forced a smile but soon wore a worried expression. I just find the fourth Mizukage's resignation somewhat suspicious. This fifth, might he make things worse? A sharp laugh shattered the tension. Ha! Worse than it is now? This bloody fog has lingered for so many years. It can hardly get any worse. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into suppressed laughter. In a courtyard nearby, two youthful figures grappled together in training. Take this. Kagaya Kimamaro's face was strikingly handsome, bearing a coldness unbefitting his age. Each punch he delivered was precise, forcing his opponent steadily backward. His mastery of pure taijutsu already surpassed that of his peers by a terrifying margin. His sparring partner was younger, her delicate features resembling a porcelain doll's, her small face flushed crimson as she struggled against Kimamaro's relentless onslaught. Bang! Kimamaro seized a fleeting opening during her breath exchange, his eyes narrowing sharply as he drove his elbow into her chest with unerring accuracy. White emitted a muffled grunt and was flung backward, his small frame crashing heavily onto the ground. Coughing violently, White felt a searing pain in his chest as darkness encroached upon his vision. Kimamaro slowly withdrew his stance, looking down at White who was struggling to rise. That's enough for today. You're still no match for me. White knew Kimamaro spoke the truth. This boy, not much older than himself, had yet to unleash the bloodline limit of the Shikotsumyaku. Yet, relying solely on taijutsu, he had utterly crushed White. Kimamaro dusted off his non-existent dirt and turned to leave. Wait! White gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to stagger to his feet, his stubborn face etched with unwillingness. One more time, Kimamaro halted, slowly turning around. A faint trace of surprise flickered in his hollow eyes. He frowned and asked, "Why are you pushing yourself so hard? You haven't even begun formal training yet. Have you?" The question momentarily stunned White. Indeed, why? At that instant, an image involuntarily surfaced in his small mind, the face always adorned with a gentle smile. the one who had pulled him from hell. White recalled the day he first met Seiya and Kimimaro. He wanted to chase after their retreating figures, just like that day. I want to grow strong quickly. White clenched his fists. I want to help Lord Seiya. You should call him Mizuki-sama now, Kimimaro corrected in a flat tone. Oh yes. White's cheeks reddened slightly as he hastily amended himself. I want to mature quickly and serve Mizuki-sama. Kimimaro glanced at him. You're still far from that. Mizuki-sama has no place for the weak. First, focus on passing the Ninja Academy graduation test and becoming a true genin. White murmured to himself. Then, as if recalling something, looked at Kimimaro with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. Kimimaro, are you already a ninja? Kimimaro responded casually, then added, not officially graduated yet, but soon. White's voice dropped unconsciously. I heard that to graduate from the Ninja Academy, one must kill at least one comrade. Is that true? Kimimaro's expression remained impassive as he looked at him. Haven't we both killed people? He paused before continuing, this world is one of survival of the fittest. The weak have no right to live. But those were comrades. White's face paled somewhat. At that moment a mischievous, youthful voice unexpectedly rang out from atop the courtyard wall. Yes, right. In this village, the weak simply cannot survive. White and Kimimaro simultaneously turned their heads. There, perched leisurely on the wall, was a child roughly their age, hair shimmering with white and blue hues, a mouth filled with sharp shark-like teeth, arms crossed. He wore a devil-may-care smirk as he surveyed them with keen interest. Who are you? White frowned, irritated by the boy's flippant attitude. The child clapped his hands and grinned broadly, revealing rows of pointed teeth.
I am Suigetsu Hozuki.
Remember that. I'm going to be a man who serves the Mizukage one day. Mizukage? White's delicate brows furrowed even deeper. You strange creature. Stop spouting nonsense. Lord Seiya is the Mizukage. Oh, Seiya? Suigetsu stroked his chin. So the fifth's real name is that? Interesting, tisk tsk. Someone who became Mizukage but doesn't dare reveal his true name openly. I don't think much of him. At those words, White and Kimimaro's expressions shifted simultaneously. White's round eyes widened fiercely, a hint of murderous intent flashing within. Centered on him, the ambient temperature plummeted abruptly, wisps of white frost materializing out of thin air, forming delicate ice crystals in the air. You will not insult Mizukage-sama. Several thousand gleaming ice needles, as if alive, tore through the air with piercing whistles, hurtling toward Suigetsu Hozuki. Almost simultaneously, the ever-silent Kimimaro spoke sharply. Beneath the skin of his right arm, his bones emitted a sickening grinding sound. A gleaming, pale white bone blade burst forth from his forearm, slicing through flesh. He gripped it tightly in his hand. With a sudden, forceful stomp, he surged forward, wielding a fierce and unparalleled murderous aura, charging straight at Hozuki Suigetsu. Wow! 2 against 1. How shameless! Suigetsu was clearly unprepared for such ruthless aggression from the two adversaries and was instantly taken aback. What the hell is going on? I came here to make friends. Suigetsu let out a startled cry, lost his footing, and clumsily slipped backward, tumbling off the wall. Kimimaro and White showed no sign of hesitation. With a single bound, they leapt over the courtyard wall. Suigetsu scrambled to his feet, rolling and crawling as he fled wildly into the distance, continuously shouting over his shoulder. If you've got the guts, one-on-one. Just you wait. I will come back for you. His speed was astonishing. Within a few bounds, he plunged with a splash into a nearby lake and vanished without a trace, leaving only ripples spreading across the water's surface. White's face flushed crimson with anger as he huffed. That guy. Don't let me see him again next time. Kimimaro silently retracted his bone blade, which seemed to possess a life of its own as it withdrew into his arm, the skin healing seamlessly without a single mark. He turned his head slightly and asked abruptly, was that your Kekkei Genkai just now? White was momentarily stunned and instinctively glanced down at his hands. In the heat of the moment, he had not given it much thought. Those ice needles had been released almost instinctively, as if an extension of his very being. Now that Kimimaro had pointed it out, a sudden wave of unease washed over him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, White lowered his head and murmured in a faint, almost whispering voice, I was too angry just now and lost control. Came out subconsciously. Kimimaro, could you keep it a secret? Why? Kimimaro retorted. White hesitated before replying. My mother once told me that this ability is ominous, that it brings disaster and misfortune to those around me. I don't want Lord Mizukage to dislike me. Kimimaro snorted coldly, cutting him off. Foolishness. Person only has meaning when needed. Power itself is neither right nor wrong. What matters is how you wield it. If you choose to bury your strength for such trivial reasons, then tell me, What value do you think you hold for Lord Mizukichi? White was stunned once more. He had never considered the matter from this perspective. After a long pause, he answered somewhat blankly, I don't know. I've never thought about it like that before. Now you do, and this truth was also taught to me by Lord Mizukichi, Kimimaro said as he turned and walked away. Hurry up and grow stronger. I serve Lord Mizukichi and one tea stand still waiting for you. You're too weak at the moment. Wait. White's heart surged with an inexplicable courage as he called out urgently, watching Kimimaro's retreating figure. Can we continue the training from before? Kimimaro's footsteps halted, but he did not look back. White's heart tightened, disappointment creeping in as he let out a soft "oh," thinking he had been rejected. If you want to come, keep up. Kimimaro left behind a single sentence before striding away. White's face lit up with excitement as he lifted his head and hurried to follow. Yes. Late at night, the lights in the Mizukichi's office still burned brightly. Having just dealt with a group of upper echelon members during the day, Sanami was now buried beneath a towering stack of documents, the tip of his pen scratching hurriedly across the pages. Just as he signed off on yet another lengthy report, a gentle knock broke the silence. The door opened, and Mei Terumi entered, carrying a hefty pile of pristine new files that nearly obscured her chin. Sanami's hand paused imperceptibly. Just how much of a mess did Yagura leave me? Mei carefully placed the documents on the nearly overflowing corner of the desk, then considered before saying, after handling these, I estimate there's still half a room left. Sanami froze at that remark. Half a room? The sheer volume left him momentarily speechless. He took a deep breath and leaned back exaggeratedly in his chair. Had I known the Mizukichi's workload was this heavy, I wouldn't have taken the position. A gentle smile bloomed on Mei's face. Lord Mizukichi, that's hardly fair. No one forced you to do this. Sanami smiled back at her. I suppose it's time to find a secretary. Mei's smile instantly froze, and she blurted, Eh? The familiarity between them had long since faded. Yet from Sanami's eyes, she understood the implication perfectly. Who else could be secretary but herself? Yet when she imagined the future, spending every day with Sanami but buried under a mountain of paperwork, she shuddered and resolutely refused. No, I'd rather die. Sanami chuckled and shook his head, not pressing further. How's the village's response? Sanami shifted the topic, allowing Mei to breathe a sigh of relief, though she wasn't sure whether it was from happiness or regret. She pulled a sheet from the pile, scanning it briefly before reporting with a serious tone. The village has formally sent a letter to the daimyo requesting confirmation. There has been no response from the daimyo yet. Also, Elder Gen has not remained in the village. He slipped out at night heading towards the capital. Following your orders, no one intercepted him. Are you sure that's all right? Sanami smiled calmly. Let him go. A flicker of hesitation passed over Mei's face. Having grown up in Kirigakure, she was well aware of Elder Gen's significance. Men like him were troublesome like the daimyo. They wielded little military power but represented fundamental pillars of the world's order. Killing them was not difficult, but finding successors to fill their roles was no trivial matter. Building a team, establishing prestige, these things required time. The reason the ninja villages depended on the country's support was precisely because they could not be self-sufficient. Even the most powerful Konoha needed funding from the daimyo. In this world, ordinary people who could not use ninjutsu remained the overwhelming majority. Kirigakure's reconstruction required resources, not internal strife. Don't worry about it, Sanami said. Let him go wherever he wants. I'm not chakra. Not everyone has to like me. We must leave them an escape route. Mei tilted her head slightly, not quite understanding. There's a kind of spider, Sanami continued, that weaves its web and hangs fireflies in it to lure prey. At night, without fireflies lighting the way, some people never dare show themselves. I want them to see a clear goal so they're willing to follow the fireflies forward. So let them go. It's not yet time to close the net. Mei nodded softly and continued her report. Families like Nuri and Ringo, who maintain good relations with the Hozuki clan, likely received prior notice from the Hozuki clan head and have sent substantial congratulatory gifts to celebrate your appointment. However, a few families have behaved abnormally. Among them, the Tsukusa clan's reaction was the strongest. They have formally requested that the dull blade Kubikiri Hongon from the previous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, formerly wielded by Tsukusa Ebiru, be classified as private property of the Tsukusa clan. Sanami listened without looking up and said, Tell them that's impossible. The 7 ninja swords are village property. If they want them, they can come to my office. Mei responded with a nod. The Umbu has resumed operations. Hozuki Mangetsu has been appointed captain of the Jonin squad. Kisame commands the Umbu, and Zabuza serves as the new head of the assassination team, primarily responsible for external tracking and reconnaissance. She flipped to the next page of documents. The intelligence department has compiled recent developments. There is currently little opposition among the upper ranks to your decisions, but several ninjas have lost contact and are suspected of defecting. Sanami looked up and asked, "Who are they?" Mei drew out a list and handed it over. Sammy cast but a single glance at the foremost name on the list. A subtle yet profound smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Tenzo Biwa? Huh? The defection of the 7 ninja swordsmen has indeed become a tradition in Kirigakure. He set the roster aside and pondered for a moment before finally declaring, "We need not concern ourselves with him for now. Pursuing these rogue shinobi is not our immediate priority. There remain too many internal issues within the village demanding our attention. Stabilizing the village order must come first." A sigh escaped Sanmi's heart. Only after assuming leadership of Kirigakure did he truly comprehend the sentiments of the former Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The sheer prowess of individual ninja was overwhelming. Dispatching pursuit squads was a delicate affair. Too few meant certain defeat. Too many strained the village's resources beyond capacity. When manpower is scarce, facing the defection of the village's strongest is a torment of impotence. Such helplessness can only be understood by one who sits in this very seat. The Kirigakure Sanmi inherited was a far worse mess than Konoha ever was. Under the influence of Obito Uchiha and during Yakura's tenure, personnel affairs had been utterly neglected. Aside from issuing orders to suppress the village's own shinobi and commanding forced military expansion through intimidation of the great clans, coercing them into the umbu without regard for civilian welfare or the economy, the hallmark was reckless exploitation. Were it not for Kirigakure's encirclement by the sea, abundant fish stocks, and a sufficiently robust foundation, the village would have surely fallen apart under Yakura's water shadowship. Sammy harbored grave suspicions that, according to the original narrative, Yakura's discovery of being under Genjutsu was merely a pretext. Even if he had not been ensnared, the people of Kirigakure would have inevitably ousted him. The village's financial state had deteriorated to an alarming degree, to the point where they could barely afford to sustain their own shinobi. Supporting the umbu and the wider ninja ranks required remuneration. The village had to provide compensation. Umbu operations were clandestine, unable to undertake missions for pay as ordinary ninja might. Ordinarily, this funding was heavily reliant on the daimyo's patronage. Yet, owing to Yakura's mismanagement, relations between Kirigakure and the capital had soured severely. Given the water country's current isolationist stance, even if missions were assigned to Kirigakure, the spoils were meager and fiercely contested, leaving little for the village itself. Compared to a ninja village like Konoha, overwhelmed with endless missions, Kirigakure's plight was pitiable indeed. Flipping through the dossier meticulously compiled by Mei Terumi, Sanmi found himself almost laughing in frustration. Though he had braced himself, he had never anticipated matters to be this dire. No wonder Obito was willing to relinquish Kirigakure in the first place. Sammy inquired, "How long can the village's finances hold out? 1 month? 2? At most. Half a year," Mei Terumi replied. Sammy chuckled softly before asking, "How is the ninja assembly progressing? How much longer before the army sets out?" "Kisame and the Hozuki clan have already departed with the vanguard, but the main forces still require time to muster," Mei responded. "What supplies are we currently lacking?" Mei sighed helplessly. "You know as well as I do, we lack nearly everything. The most basic provisions, ninja tools, shurikens, medical supplies, even decent sensory equipment are in scant supply." Sammy considered briefly and said, "Contact the wealthy merchants still reachable within the village. I know they have overseas smuggling networks. Use the village's name to procure what is necessary to equip the army for deployment." Mei frowned slightly. "That might be possible, but where would we find the funds?" Sammy smiled gently. "The village's coffers may indeed be empty, but in times of crisis, there are always those willing to open their purses, such as Elder Kuratsuchi." Mei's face first registered surprise, then swiftly comprehension of Sanmi's intent. "Generous donations? I fear those who see you at the door might be frightened to death." She pondered a moment, then, stifling a laugh, withdrew a list from her bosom, marking out several names with a pen before setting it before Sanmi. "Here's the list, but tread carefully, especially those I've crossed out. They were once close to the former Mizukage. You can move against them, but don't go overboard." Sanmi accepted the list, his fingers lightly tracing the edges of the paper. He did not immediately peruse the names but instead lifted his gaze, fixing Mei with a long, contemplative look. His eyes no longer held the earlier calm but were tinged with a playful glint. Mei asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?"
Sanmi smiled. "Mei.
"You truly are capable. Without you I'd be lost." Mei was momentarily taken aback before realizing the meaning behind his words. "Mizukage-sama, are you planning to promote me, or monopolize all my time?" Sammy inquired with interest. "Is there any difference?" "I'm not the type of woman to be locked away," Mei replied, her face devoid of any reluctance. She stepped forward, closing the distance between them, lowering her voice, her beautiful eyes narrowing with a smile as she stared intently at Sanmi. "However, since Mizukage-sama says so, I cannot shirk from sharing your burdens. But tell me, what is it you wish me to do? Handle paperwork? Surely that alone doesn't require me. Her tone was frank, embodying her characteristic unyielding wildness, even tinged with a hint of challenge. Sammy could not help but chuckle softly. This woman always knew precisely how to provoke his nerves. It had been a long time since he had seen her like this, and in that moment he felt a certain nostalgia. He admired this trait of hers, unreserved and unhidden. He reached out, gently brushing away a speck of dust from her shoulder. Don't read too much into it. From the moment I first saw you, I knew I needed you. While I am away, you will have full charge of village affairs until my return. May sighed inwardly but felt no disappointment. Instead, his candid refusal brought her a measure of reassurance. At least she understood his heart. Sammy valued the village's future above all personal matters, and she admired him for it. A renewed air of competence and nonchalance returned to May's expression. It seems the Mizuki's heart is harder than stone, she remarked as she took a step back to organize the papers scattered by the desk. She was not the sort to cling desperately. Now that Sammy had made his stance clear, she would devote herself to her duties. In an instant, the wildness of moments before vanished. May composed herself, as if it had never existed, reverting to the decisive jonin of Kirigakure. Sammy rose, gathering the list and tucking it away. I shall take my leave. Safe travels. May responded softly. As their paths crossed, Sammy suddenly halted. Before May could react, he turned and leaned in, pressing a brief, delicate kiss upon her lips. The kiss was unexpected, light as a dragonfly's touch, fleeting, ending almost before she could feel it. Having done so, Sammy afforded May no time to respond nor any lingering affection. He merely smiled and left her with a single phrase, wait for my return. With that, he strode out of the Mizuki's office without looking back. Within the office, a deathly silence settled. May's hand remained on the desk, yet she was utterly stunned. The warmth and softness still lingered on her lips, impossibly real. Only when Sammy's figure vanished completely down the corridor and the door clicked softly shut, isolating her from the outside world, did May awaken from her reverie. She first stood there, dazed, touching her cheek, where it felt as if a flickering flame still burned. Like a fire's hue, the color spread from her neck, rushing upward to the tip of her nose, as though it might ignite at any moment. The overwhelming sensation nearly made her stagger. Clutching her face with both hands, her voice faltered, trembling with a thrill poised to break through the heavens. Suddenly, she sprang up on the spot, emitting a stifled, almost animal-like whimper of excitement. The corners of her mouth stretched all the way to her ears, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not close them. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Tommy May gripped her collar and spun around several times before pressing her pounding heart with her hand, utterly unsure how to regain composure. Ultimately, she forced herself to sit down in the very seat St. Me had occupied moments before. The supple leather enveloped her entirely, as if the master had yet to depart. The thunderous heartbeat dissolved into a flowing current, saturating her limbs, and the bliss etched across her face blossomed fully. Tommy May slumped back into the chair, laughter bubbling forth involuntarily. After laughing for a while, she suddenly rose alertly, glancing around before exhaling in slight relief. This seemed a little too foolish. Thankfully, no one had witnessed it. Yet, Tommy May awkwardly lifted her chin, sweeping her bangs behind her ear as if concealing something, then cautiously sat down again. This time, she no longer masked her feelings, closing her eyes and drawing a deep breath, as if to inhale every lingering trace into her very soul. The following day, the army set forth. Countless supplies filled dozens of horse-drawn carriages, departing alongside the ninja. Not long before, the frontlines had already relayed battle reports. The Cloud-hidden village had launched a massive invasion without declaration of war. The Cloud ninja pressing the border split into two forces, one advancing into the land of fire, the other heading straight toward the land of water. The Third Great Ninja War had only recently concluded, and even during wartime, such a large-scale surprise attack was exceedingly rare. There was but one reason for the Cloud-hidden village's actions. Prior to this, the Cloud Village had demanded that the Mist-hidden village surrender St. Me, who had once slain their envoy in Konoha, citing harboring a rogue ninja as justification. However, neither the daimyo of the Land of Water nor the Mist Village responded to their demands. The Cloud's pretext was merely that, an excuse. Thus, gleefully, they mustered their forces and brazenly crossed the border. War had become inevitable. Within the Mist-hidden village, the recently appointed 5th Mizuki, though her identity was little known before, the populace still semi-voluntarily formed ranks, watching the ninja depart for the front with a mixture of emotions. Elder Kuratsuchi and several others stood at the forefront, their aged faces creased in complex expressions, neither clearly tears nor smiles. Saint Mi approached with a smile, remarking, "Elders, the village will never forget your contributions. This expedition is thanks to all of you." Kuratsuchi's smile was more pained than joyful. "Mizukichi-sama, your words are too kind. When the village is in peril, how could we stand idly by?" Just last night, Saint Mi and her Umbu subordinates had paid an unexpected visit, frightening Kuratsuchi half to death. He had just discreetly handled the aftermath of Kagurashi Yakura's passing, keeping it secret due to unavoidable circumstances. Kuratsuchi feared that Saint Mi had gone back on her word and come to send him along on his final journey. The good news was that upon hearing Saint Mi's intentions, Kuratsuchi realized she bore no such deadly plan. Yet, after listening to her request, he felt it might have been simpler to grant her a swift end. Saint Mi presented a list of names, families chosen because they held undeniable leverage. Either clans like Kuratsuchi's, whose very lives rested on Saint Mi's word, or staunch supporters of the late Kagurashi Yakura. Their common traits were clear: short-sightedness and wealth. The land of water had long remained closed off, refraining from external contact, leaving its economy impoverished, but only for the ordinary lower classes. For those capable of trampling laws, the isolationist policy served as a shield for unchecked plunder. Sometimes, the reason a problem remains unsolved is simply this: those who could resolve it are precisely those who create it. When Saint Mi accurately named the smuggling channels the Kuratsuchi clan supported within the village, Kuratsuchi dared not hesitate further and reluctantly surrendered everything. With Saint Mi's personal intervention, several families were compelled to disgorge the profits they had amassed over the years. These were then exchanged for load after load of supplies, dispatched to the front lines. Saint Mi clasped Kuratsuchi's hand, smiling. "It is truly a blessing to have an elder like you as the village's pillar." Kuratsuchi could only smile wryly in response. "With Mizukichi-sama here, that is the true fortune of the mist-hidden village." At the land of water's border front lines, the sea breeze carried a salty dampness, howling across the desolate island. Kisame, accompanied by a contingent of Umbu ninja and the Hozuki clan, had already established a rudimentary camp. Under normal circumstances, Umbu ninja, as the Mizuki's direct forces, would not be deployed to such frontline battlefields. Yet, given the internal instability within the Mist Village, upon receiving urgent intelligence of the Cloud Village's massive encroachment, Saint Mi unhesitatingly chose her most trusted individuals to arrive first at the border, forming the initial line of defense against the Cloud advance. At the height of this tension, new figures appeared on the horizon. Saint Mi herself, leading the main force. The taut expressions of Hozuki Suigetsu and Kisame finally softened somewhat. Their vanguard of over 500 men had been ordered to travel light, striking the border like a dagger, bringing scarcely any supplies. If the Cloud truly committed all to a desperate assault, their modest numbers would likely be insufficient to hold back the Cloud's full main army. The camp was situated on an island within the northwestern archipelago of the Land of Water. From this center, their reconnaissance and defense extended to cover the entire northern border. To the west lay the Land of Hot and the Land of Waves, while northward stretched the boundless sea. Before Saint Mi's arrival, Hozuki Suigetsu and Kisame had already enhanced border defenses and scouting coverage to the utmost with their limited forces. Upon seeing Saint Mi step into the camp, Hozuki Suigetsu and Kisame immediately advanced. "Mizukichi-sama." Saint Mi nodded slightly and, guided by the two, entered the central main tent. Inside, a gathering of ninja stationed here awaited. As Saint Mi drew back the tent's flap and appeared before them, astonished gazes surged forth. For the vast majority, this was their first encounter with the new 5th Mizukichi, and their impressions were strikingly unanimous. Too young. Before Saint Mi, the 4th Mizukichi Yakura had outwardly resembled a child, yet that was merely appearance. He already had children of his own. Saint Mi, in both visage and bearing, exuded an undeniable, genuine youth. Silence fell over the tent. Many fixed their eyes on the young Mizukichi, awaiting his words. Saint Mi cast a sweeping glance, taking in every expression. He saw astonishment, confusion, and unabashed scrutiny and distrust. All of this was anticipated. During his years in the mist-hidden village, his activities had mainly been confined to the Umbu and upper echelons. His name carried absolute authority and power within the Umbu, but among ordinary village ninja, it was far less renowned. Many had heard only his name. Few had seen his true face. Moreover, Saint Mi's youthfulness drew extra attention, especially because of the distinctive white eye in his gaze. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Ultimately, it was Kisame who first broke the silence. Bearing the Hozuki Suigetsu and accompanied by all the shinobi within the tent, he bowed in unison toward Sanmi. "Lord Mizukichi, no need for formalities." Sanmi waved his hand dismissively. He paid no heed to the doubtful glances cast his way and instead approached the sand table at the center of the tent to report on the current situation. Kisame stepped forward and conveyed the intelligence. In recent days, reconnaissance squads from the Hidden Cloud Village have intermittently appeared in the nearby seas and islands. Both sides have engaged in exchanges, probing each other's information, and there have been minor skirmishes. However, as of now, we have yet to pinpoint the exact location of the Hidden Cloud's main encampment. He paused briefly, his tone growing grave. According to intercepted intelligence, the enemy forces we face number at least 3,000, possibly more. Sammy nodded calmly. That force is twice ours. For this expedition, Kisame and Hozuki Suigetsu initially led a mixed unit of over 500 to establish defensive lines. Subsequently, Sammy arrived with the main force of more than 1,000, bringing the total to less than half the size of the Hidden Cloud's army. Yet this represented the majority of the Hidden Mist's currently deployable mobile troops. The remaining shinobi, though not fewer in number, were dispersed throughout the village and various garrisons, making redeployment impossible. This was partly due to the unstable situation within the Hidden Mist village, which required internal suppression. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Hidden Mist suffered significant blows, and compounded by the effects of the Yagura policy, it has yet to fully recover. In contrast, the Hidden Cloud's strength remains relatively intact, which emboldens them to station forces freely along the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. After hearing the report, Sammy refrained from immediate comment, instead scanning the sand table and surveying the somber atmosphere within the tent. After a moment, he raised his head slightly and said, Zabuza. Zabuza stepped forward at once, kneeling on one knee. You will lead your direct assassination squad to spread out and conduct reconnaissance along the Northern Sea. Sammy continued, the number of personnel need not be large. Ensure that no disturbance on the sea goes unnoticed. Yes. Having finished speaking, Sammy's gaze shifted toward Kisame, Hozuki Suigetsu, and all those present. The rest of you prepare to move out immediately. Move out. Hozuki Suigetsu exclaimed in surprise. Sammy nodded slightly, pointing to the western side of the sand table toward the Land of Hot Water, his voice resolute. We will take the initiative and strike first. Sammy's declaration stirred an uproar within the tent. Hozuki Suigetsu found it hard to believe. Strike first? Lord Mizukage, our forces are already at a decisive disadvantage. To take the initiative now would mean exposing our position and strength. Moreover, how can we be certain the enemy will appear in the direction of the Land of Hot Water? His question echoed the doubts of every shinobi present. They could not comprehend the logic of this young Mizukage. To attack proactively under such a force disparity seemed tantamount to a death sentence. Sammy's voice was low but carried a penetrating clarity. Precisely because we are at a disadvantage must we strike first. The Hidden Cloud can afford to wait. They have ample time to wear us down, but we cannot wait. They have long stationed troops at the border yet have refrained from large-scale combat, likely probing our limits. This mindset reveals their lack of confidence in a decisive battle. If this drags into a protracted war, given our current state, we risk being worn down to death. Sammy approached the sand table and continued. If the Hidden Cloud intends to launch an offensive, there are only two main routes. The first is across the Northern Sea through our northern border. The second traverses the eastern border of the Land of Fire, passes through the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Waves, and finally flanks us from the west. His gaze swept over everyone present as he asked, Now tell me, if you were the Hidden Cloud's general, knowing this information, which route would you choose? While Hozuki Suigetsu frowned in thought, Kisame's deep, hoarse voice answered without hesitation. The second route. The first route requires crossing the sea and is only suitable for limited raids, not a large-scale advance. Whether for us or them, the attacking side must expend considerable chakra and stamina with no cover. I would avoid that unless absolutely necessary. The second, though longer, offers supply points and complex terrain favorable for large troop concealment and movement. Well said. Sammy smiled and nodded, pointing at the border between the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Waves. Exactly. Therefore, I am certain the Hidden Cloud's main force will appear from the direction of the Land of Hot Water. Do not forget, besides confronting us, the Hidden Cloud must also monitor Konoha's direction. The Land of Hot Water lies precisely between our three nations. What we need is a decisive battle, one that swiftly reverses the tide. To seek such a battle, we must locate their main force and strike decisively. Our only advantage is speed. Passive defense here may seem safe, but it is merely waiting to be slaughtered. Only by taking the fight to them, advancing the battlefield forward, and seizing the initiative do we stand a chance of victory. Hozuki Suigetsu's eyes widened. Understood. The other shinobi exchanged glances, seeming to grasp why this young Umbu commander had been unanimously chosen as the fifth Mizukage despite his youth. The Hidden Mist's already modest encampment transformed once more, contracting to a smaller scale. Under Sammy's orders, the sealing squad began erecting barriers to conceal the entire camp. Only a minimal garrison remained to support Zabuza and others' eventual return, along with the crucial communication squad responsible for battlefield transmissions. Aside from these, all available forces readied themselves to accompany Sanmi westward. The abundant supplies brought along were distributed as needed to each accompanying shinobi. Since this was an offensive deep into foreign territory, cumbersome equipment was unnecessary. Each pack was streamlined to retain only essential provisions and indispensable ninja tools. Such arrangements unsettled many. Judging by their supplies, if they failed to defeat the hidden cloud within 5 days, they would be forced to retreat. 5 days was an extremely tight deadline. Given the obedience of Hozuki Suigetsu, Kisame, and others to Sanmi, the lower-ranking shinobi's discontent did not erupt immediately, but began to simmer beneath the surface. Before long, Kisame's tall figure appeared at the main tent's entrance. Lord Mizukichi, the entire army is prepared and ready to depart at your command. Sanmi nodded gently. Let us proceed. Hozuki Suigetsu stood aside, a faint, almost imperceptible hesitation flickering in his eyes. He stepped forward and whispered, Lord Mizukichi, the strategic preparations are sound, but is it too hasty to advance the entire army into foreign territory without fully ascertaining the enemy's main force whereabouts? Unspoken was the truth that this was a gamble of immense stakes. Between Yagura and Sanmi, the Hozuki clan had chosen to align with Sanmi, leaving no other options. Yet, when faced with a decision that could alter a clan's fate, caution naturally prevails. Hozuki Suigetsu could not help but mutter within. Had choosing to bind his entire family's fate to Sanmi truly been the right call? Was this decision perhaps too rash? Sanmi glanced at Hozuki Suigetsu and smiled calmly. Rest assured, I will find them, just as I promised. Though his voice was soft, it thundered like a storm in Suigetsu's ears. Startled, Hozuki Suigetsu hastened to reply yes. He knew that this young Mizukichi possessed insight and decisiveness far beyond ordinary men. He dared not continue speaking, only exchanging a somewhat uncertain glance with Kisame beside him. Yet, he found in Kisame's eyes nothing but an almost blind trust in Sanmi and an eager anticipation for the impending battle. Hozuki Suigetsu gently shook his head, stifling the last lingering doubts within his heart. The army moved out silently and swiftly, advancing toward the western border of the Land of Water. Once they crossed the coastline and officially entered the Land of Hot Water, the entire force immediately split into 2 units under Sanmi's command. The main body, led by Hozuki Suigetsu, maintained a relatively intact formation at the rear, serving as the core strength to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The vanguard, however, was directly commanded by Sanmi himself, accompanied only by Kisame and the Umbu shinobi under his command. As the Kage of Kirigakure and the overall commander of this campaign, Sanmi astonishingly placed himself at the spearhead on the front line. This decision met with strong opposition from many, including Hozuki Suigetsu, but Sanmi remained resolute. For the entire Kirigakure, this was a decisive battle to accomplish everything in one fell swoop. For him, how could it be any different? The Land of Hot Water, nestled between the great powers of the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Water, this small nation was renowned for its hot springs. Within its borders, although not surrounded by sea on all sides like the Land of Water, the mist and the scent of sulfur perpetually lingered among the encircling mountains. Wild hot springs gushed steam everywhere, shrouding the entire country in a veil of haze. Sanmi's small vanguard unit, upon entering the Land of Hot Water, did not proceed along the obvious roads but swiftly plunged into the dense forests. After crossing the border, Sanmi made a decision that seemed recklessly audacious to others. He ordered his Kirigakure shinobi to split up, disperse, conceal their identities, and spread out in different directions within the Land of Hot Water to conduct searches. Despite being overwhelmingly outnumbered, Sanmi did not concentrate his forces but instead further fragmented the already scant vanguard. At this moment, only Kisame and a 10-man squad followed Sanmi closely. Not long after entering the Land of Hot Water, a dispersed shinobi reported promptly, Lord Mizukichi, the 7th squad on the eastern side has encountered the enemy and engaged in battle. The numbers are few, only a small enemy detachment. Hearing this, Sanmi halted abruptly. Kisame and the accompanying Umbu squad immediately stopped as well, silently falling back behind Sanmi. It seems our suspicions were correct, Sanmi smiled. Unigakure intended to get a step ahead by entering the Land of Hot Water first, then circumvent the flank to probe and infiltrate the Land of Water. They never expected us to arrive so swiftly. Sanmi paused briefly, brushing aside the left sleeve of his robe. Beneath the mottled moonlight and shadows of the trees, a silver-white pattern twisted sinuously across the back of his hand, silently emerging. This was a new type of cursed seal Sanmi developed by combining research materials he had exchanged with Orochimaru and his own understanding. Having already mastered Sage Mode, Sanmi was naturally familiar with the manipulation of natural energy. Although it took considerable time, fortunately, he completed it before the battle commenced. After fully deciphering the essence of the cursed seal, Sammy could not help but marvel at Orochimaru's genius in biological modification and forbidden technique research. In Orochimaru's conception, the cursed seal acted as a passive interface. Whenever the user attempted to condense chakra or was stimulated, the seal would activate passively, absorbing natural energy to begin modifying the body, adapting it more perfectly to the sage cells injected through the seal by Hyuga, ultimately achieving an incomplete sage mode. This concept coincided with Sammy's initial attempt to absorb natural energy and directly master sage chakra. The difference lay in Sammy's final choice to rely on his own physical functions to forcibly digest and absorb natural energy, a method that was not replicable by others. Orochimaru's cursed seal, on the other hand, used Hyuga's sage cells as a medium, capable of bestowing power upon anyone, albeit with a high mortality rate and usable by only a rare few. Sammy discarded the harmful side effects within the cursed seal, preserving and enhancing only its core function, the passive absorption of natural energy. To distinguish it from Orochimaru's heaven and earth cursed seals, he named it the Cursed Seal of Man. With a gentle swipe across the back of his hand, Sammy activated the Cursed Seal of Man. A surging torrent of natural energy was drawn by invisible forces, converging upon Sammy's left hand. Silver-white runes instantly swelled and spread like living creatures along his skin, emanating a cold radiance before settling on his shoulder. With a clap of both hands, Sammy entered sage mode. White shadows appeared around the contours of his eyes, and his aura shifted profoundly. Kisame and the surrounding Umbu shinobi watched in astonishment as Sammy's transformation unfolded before them. In the blink of an eye, their Mizukage became an entirely different being, seemingly merging with the natural environment around him. Sammy slowly raised his head. It is time. Let us find them. The aura emanating from Sammy sent shivers of excitement through Kisame. Yes, Lord Mizukage. He led the surrounding Umbu shinobi as they dispersed, melding into the dense forest like a pack of sharks hunting prey. As they scattered, Sammy himself became a nearly invisible afterimage, darting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Under the upward gazes of Kisame and the Umbu shinobi, Sammy's figure streaked like a meteor, swiftly vanishing into the thick mist and depths of the land of hot water-s forest. Alone, he dashed rapidly toward the reconnaissance unit of Unigakure. Unigakure, the forward camp of the land of hot water. Night was as dark as ink, and a cold wind howled mournfully through the camp. Within the central command tent, bright lights illuminated a massive military map on the wall. Unigakure's commander, Tsuchishiro, stood before it, his finger moving between various strongholds, his expression focused as he occasionally issued orders to the shinobi around him. Order the 3rd Battalion to advance secretly 5 li along the eastern side of the valley, establishing a forward warning line. Report any anomalies immediately. Notify the logistics units that all contact with towns in the eastern land of hot water must be completed before dawn tomorrow to ensure timely delivery of the first batch of supplies. Dispatch a message. The feint attack across the sea on Kirigakure's northern shore shall proceed as planned, but the offensive must be intensified to draw Kirigakure's attention to the utmost. One command after another issued clearly from Tsuchishiro's lips. Shinobi accepted the orders, disappearing like the wind into the night. A scout responsible for reconnaissance hurried into the tent and reported, Lord Tsuchishiro, our vanguard reconnaissance squad in the eastern hilly region of the land of hot water has encountered Kirigakure's vanguard reconnaissance unit, resulting in a minor skirmish. The enemy numbers were few and retreated immediately upon contact. Tsuchishiro's expression darkened like still water, and he nodded slightly. Continue to investigate and expand the search area. Do not act rashly. These are merely Kirigakure's probes. Their main force is still within the land of water. They cannot arrive this swiftly. Turning, Tsuchishiro looked toward a dark-skinned girl beside him, her demeanor calm and composed. She appeared to be in her early teens, with delicate features and short gray-white hair, a few bangs hanging over one eye. Mabui, Tsuchishiro said, contact the rear and report our current position and deployment progress to Lord Raikage. Also, inquire about the specific situation of the main assault forces. Yes, Mabui responded promptly. Her fair fingers operated the communication device with clarity and order, categorizing, recording, and transmitting Tsuchishiro's instructions and intelligence efficiently and methodically. Everything proceeded smoothly and systematically, driving this massive war machine composed of thousands of Unigakure shinobi to crush toward Kirigakure's direction. Just as Tsuchishiro continued issuing commands, the tent's curtain was abruptly pulled aside. A tall and slender young maiden strode in with determined steps. Her dazzling golden hair was braided and casually draped over her shoulder. She wore a form-fitting short-sleeved top in alternating shades of black and purple, paired with black trousers. White bandages were wrapped around her arms and legs, exuding an untamed wildness about her. Sukadai nodded in acknowledgement toward her. The hidden cloud village possessed the secret art of communicating with the tailed beasts. The two Yamakunin, prodigious Jinchuriki capable of controlling the two tails and three tails respectively, were the greatest assets daring enough to lead the main force beyond the border, deep into the heartland of the land of hot water, launching an offensive against the hidden mist village. Lord Tsukadai, one of the Yamakunin, crossed her arms and frowned. Is it really necessary to be so cautious against a mere hidden mist village? I've heard their forces are less than half of ours, and their village has long been infiltrated by our planted agents like a sieve. Once our army advances, there's no way their feeble strength can withstand our assault. Tsukadai's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke gravely. Do not underestimate them, Yamakunin. The fourth Mizukage of the hidden mist, Kochiku Yakura, abruptly resigned for unknown reasons. We know nothing of the new fifth Mizukage's background, nor the extent of his capabilities. Intelligence indicates he is ruthless and not to be taken lightly. Pointing to a location on the map, he continued, our ultimate objective is to secure the flank of Lord Raikage's main forces while probing the true strength of the hidden mist. Once Lord Raikage achieves a decisive breakthrough on the front lines, we may need to pivot immediately to coordinate a full-scale assault on the hidden leaf. Every step must be executed with utmost caution. The two Yamakunin turned away upon hearing this, their expressions tinged with impatience as one of them curled her lips disdainfully. Yes, I understand cover duty. How utterly dull. She raised her hands high, stretched with a languid yawn, her silhouette revealing every curve, then turned toward the tennis exit, muttering under her breath, this kind of mission is beyond boring. If only I could fight alongside Lord Raikage on the front lines, that would be exhilarating. Tsukadai felt a measure of helplessness toward Yamakunin's somewhat lax attitude. As the village's prodigy, she had always held herself in high regard, and rightfully so. He rubbed his forehead and sighed softly to Mabui, who was quietly taking notes beside him. Thankfully, the hidden mist currently commands only one-tailed beast capable of forming a fighting force, the Three Tails. Otherwise, I would not dare to penetrate so boldly into enemy territory. Before his words faded, a deafening explosion suddenly thundered from ahead. The earth quaked violently, and towering plumes of smoke ripped through the pitch-black night, casting a murky glow across half the sky. A gust of wind swept past, causing the central command tent to flap wildly. What is happening? Tsukadai's face paled as he dashed out of the tent with Mabui. The scene before them caused his pupils to contract sharply. In the distance, a forward encampment responsible for frontline vigilance was now pierced by a faint red glow. Explosions, shouts, and piercing screams intertwined as they echoed from afar. The entire central camp was thrown into alarm. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Hidden mist. The hidden mist shinobi have struck. Tsukadai trembled from head to toe, his eyes filled with incredulous horror. How is this possible? How did the hidden mist arrive so swiftly? How did they infiltrate us without a sound? Not far from the Cloud Village's assaulted encampment, within a nearby forest, the surrounding Umbu operatives wore faces of shock as they gazed upon a lone figure standing resolutely beneath the moonlight. Return to heaven, reform. Kisame couldn't help but recall the first time he met Sannin, who had once used this very technique. But judging by its power, the two were incomparable. Sannin was quite pleased. Essentially, the 8 trigrams palm and a series of secret techniques release chakra through internal pressure points. Combined with the frog squad techniques learned from Jiraiya, he now possessed a renewed understanding of the 8 trigrams palm's principles. By fusing natural energy into chakra and releasing it through the 8 trigrams palm form, the power could be greatly amplified. This newly refined sage art, Return to Heaven reform, exemplified this perfectly. Although its charging time was greatly extended, making it nearly impossible to use in dynamic combat, its destructive force had been significantly enhanced. Of course, there were drawbacks. The user had to enter Sage mode and then activate a cursed seal state to perform it, consuming tremendous energy. Yet the results were exceedingly gratifying. The dense forest before them had been ruthlessly gouged into a terrifying trench over 10 meters wide. From hundreds of meters away, it struck the cloud encampment with deadly precision. Everything along the trench's path, towering trees and solid rocks alike, had been pulverized to dust. The cloud encampment was now a scene of utter devastation, with fleeing and panicked shinobi barely visible amidst the chaos. At this moment, only 5 squads of hidden mist Umbu, roughly 30 men, accompanied Sannin. Empowered by Sage Mode and the Byakugan's extraordinary insight, Sannin had accurately tracked the Cloud Force's marching formation. To maximize speed and stealth, thousands of troops had stretched into a long serpentine formation exceeding 10 miles, winding along the land of hot water's border. As night fell, the Cloud Shinobi halted according to prearranged orders to rest and camp in place. Feeding and tending to thousands was no trivial matter. To avoid mass gatherings, they had divided into dozens of small camps scattered about. For the sake of swift marching the next day, these temporary camps lacked even the most basic fortifications. Sannin had chosen to strike precisely at a camp located near the front middle section of the Cloud S marching column, exactly the weakest point in the Long Serpent S defense. Within the attacked Cloud Shinobi camp, chaos reigned as enemies scrambled and shouted, many having already detected their presence. Kisame drew his giant sword, Samahata, from his back and positioned himself in front of Sannin, his voice grave. Lord Mizukage, the enemy numbers are great. Please withdraw for now, we will cover the rear. Retreat. Sannin gently pushed Kisame's shoulder aside and countered. Speed is paramount. The cloud formation is disorganized. This is the perfect moment to launch a surprise attack and expand our gains. Send the order. Yes. Kisame straightened instinctively and saluted. Sannin commanded, immediately send a signal with our current coordinates to the following units. Let them advance at full speed and launch full-scale attacks on all cloud camps along the way. We will strike directly into the enemy's heart. Sannin's words sent a shudder through every hidden mist umbu present. They were but 30 men facing hundreds or even thousands of foes. After a successful ambush, rather than retreat, they intended to launch a desperate offensive? Unabashed, Sannin smiled and declared, comrades, who among you will follow me into battle? Before his words faded, Sannin's form shot forward like a released arrow, without hesitation charging straight ahead. Kisame roared in exhilaration, hoisted Samahata onto his shoulder, and followed closely behind, shouting, after Lord Mizukage, never retreat until death. Under the night sky along the land of hot water's border, the cloud encampment had been transformed into a living hell. Amidst the relentless, thunderous explosions, flames and thick smoke soared skyward, illuminating the dark camp as if it were broad daylight. The shock waves from the blasts ravaged the area, tearing and igniting tattered tents that were flung about. Occasionally, water-style ninjutsu extinguished the flames, condensing the smoke into a nauseating stench. Fewer than 300 hidden mist shinobi were stationed in this small camp. They had never dreamed that within their heavily guarded controlled territory, they would suffer such a precise and devastating surprise attack. What plunged them into even deeper despair was that, prior to this moment, the layers of reconnaissance units deployed at the front line had failed to relay even the faintest hint of warning. Yet, this could hardly be blamed on them. Under the augmentation of Sage Mode, Sangi's Byakugan extended its detection range far beyond the ordinary bounds of vigilance. Sangi, inherently a sensory ninja, had clearly perceived every one of the myriad alert barriers, traps, and covert sentries that the cloud-hidden village had cunningly arranged in the shadows along their path. The few squads trailing behind him represented the maximum number of personnel he could assemble without alerting the cloud ninjas. Prepared to strike the unprepared, an elite force against scattered soldiers. Although the disparity in troop strength remained vast, the assault orchestrated by Sangi plunged the cloud-hidden village's garrison into large-scale chaos after only a brief, symbolic resistance. They lost unified command. Their formations were shattered, and within the darkness of the camp, they scurried about like headless flies. Water release, water turbulence wave, wind release, great breakthrough. Kisame took the lead, commanding the mist-hidden ninjas behind him to unleash a barrage of massive water and wind release techniques, sweeping over the cloud camp, now reduced to ruin. The surging waves and raging winds intertwined, further intensifying the disarray among the cloud ninjas. In their panic, their counterattacks were scattered and feeble. They could scarcely distinguish which jutsu were enemy assaults and which were friendly fire amidst the chaos. Occasionally, one or two beams of light streaked across the night sky toward Kisame and his comrades, but these were quickly detected and neutralized, posing no real threat. The true core of slaughter, however, was Sangi himself, who had already penetrated deep into the cloud camp. In the darkness, his speed reached the utmost extreme, rendering his movements utterly imperceptible to ordinary ninjas. More than 10 cloud-hidden ninjas, just recovering from the shock of explosions, had barely grasped the situation before a sharp aura of killing intent bore down upon them. A slender bone sword extended from Sangi's hand, weaving seamlessly among the cloud ninjas. With a swift motion, the bone sword struck. Swoosh! In just a few strokes, several cloud ninjas simultaneously erupted in sprays of blood, collapsing instantaneously like stalks of wheat cut down by a scythe. Sangi's footsteps never faltered as he pressed onward toward the next group of cloud ninjas. He had already exited Sage Mode, releasing the seal. The outcome of tonight was still uncertain. Conserving chakra whenever possible was paramount. If physical prowess could suffice, there was no need to resort to ninjutsu. Though his chakra reserves far exceeded those of others, he lacked the external boon of a Ninetales within. Relying on the Byakugan's observational prowess, the darkness held no sway over him. His movements were pared down to the bare essentials, and his strikes were merciless. He resembled a precision machine, executing efficient slaughter in the most energy-saving manner possible. Occasionally, cloud ninjas who managed to react unleashed ninjutsu at him. Sangi feigned a strike with his left hand, palm revealing a dark, profound vortex. The howling jutsu, upon contact with his palm, was wholly absorbed by dark release, vanishing without a trace. Immediately thereafter, the absorbed chakra was violently unleashed in an even more ferocious form. Ah! Blue chakra flames flickered, and in the blink of an eye, another Cloud Ninja squad attempting to rally was sprawled lifeless at Sangye's feet. This spectacle left the mist-hidden ninjas trailing closely behind him utterly mesmerized. Many among them had only heard of Sangye's fearsome reputation before. This was their first time stepping onto the battlefield alongside him. Under Sangye's leadership, they moved as if unchallenged. Nearly no opponent attempting resistance could endure more than 10 seconds against their coordinated assault. Boom! From the opposite side of the camp, a burly Cloud Upper Ninja suddenly charged forth. Forming hand seals, he roared at Sangye directly ahead. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, rolling with scorching waves, hurtled swiftly toward Sangye. Yet Sangye did not even raise an eyelid. His form remained unyielding. Instead, he pushed off the ground and charged toward a Cloud Ninja squad behind the attacker, who was attempting to organize a retreat. Stepping forward to draw attention and cover comrades' withdrawal? That depended on whether you were worth it. Bastard! How dare you underestimate me so? The Cloud Upper Ninja, infuriated, drew kunai from his pouch and hurled them at Sangye's back. The next moment, from the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a towering tidal wave rising out of thin air between himself and Sangye. The surging water, charged with immense force, swallowed his great fireball technique and kunai utterly, then struck him with unrelenting power. The Cloud Upper Ninja felt an irresistible force crash into him. Blood gushed from his mouth as he was ruthlessly hurled backward by the unstoppable wave. Dizzy and disoriented, his mind reeled. To summon such a vast water release so far from any water source, before he could recover from his shock, a shadow steeped in the scent of blood lunged before him. Kisame trod on the water's surface, his grimacing smile magnified in the ninja's eyes as his giant blade, Samahata, savagely slashed across the man's shoulder. Blood spurted forth. The Cloud Upper Ninja's terror grew as he realized his chakra was spilling uncontrollably, leaving him weak and limp. No good, he muttered in despair, only to witness two kunai whistling through the air, piercing his chest from behind with fatal precision. Darkness engulfed him, his world plunging into eternal silence. Kisame hoisted the excitedly humming Samahata back onto his shoulder. Trash, don't get in our way. Turning his head, Kisame saw that Sangye had concluded the battle on the other side. The Cloud Ninja squad attempting to retreat had also fallen, sprawled in a pool of blood. Around the camp's perimeter, the faint sounds of Cloud Ninjas' wailing and fearful cries for retreat could be heard amidst the chaos. Sangye walked over slowly, casting a glance at the body of the Cloud Upper Ninja blasted by the water release and muttered somewhat dryly. Next time, don't waste your chakra so recklessly. Just a mere great fireball and you used the waterfall technique? Do you have unlimited chakra? Kisame chuckled and replied he would be more careful next time. In truth, his chakra reserves were indeed vast, and Samahata could replenish him at will. But he dared not contradict Sangye. Whatever Sangye said was law. The surrounding mist-hidden umbu swiftly gathered around. Their gazes toward Sangye had transformed completely from before the battle. A complex mixture of reverence, worship, fanaticism, and even a trace of fear. With merely 30 soldiers, decisively launching an assault against an enemy force 10 times their size. Not only avoiding defeat but shattering them utterly. Such resolute decision-making combined with terrifying personal prowess far exceeded their prior comprehension. Kisame said, Lord Mizukage, the remaining foes have scattered, and the signal has been sent. Shall we press the attack toward the Hozuki clan's direction and prepare to rendezvous with the main force? Sangye turned his head, gazing toward the Cloud Ninja's retreat path. No, that would waste too much time. Change into their clothing, use transformation jutsu to assume their appearance, and follow the fleeing soldiers. We advance to the next camp. I am far from finished. Boom! Another fierce explosion erupted, accompanied by towering flames, resounding from the depths of the nearby forest. Shaking the ground faintly, two wood-clone figures racing through the woods abruptly halted, turning with surprise toward the source of the blast. What's happening over there? A cloud sensory ninja trailing behind immediately closed his eyes, swiftly forming hand seals to perform a sensory jutsu. Moments later, he snapped open his eyes, his face pale as he answered, It's the direction of the third camp. The third camp is under attack as well. What? The pupils of the two Yuki clan members constricted abruptly. Just from which cursed direction had the enemy infiltrated? Only moments before, upon receiving the news of the assault on Camp 5, the two Yuki had sensed something was amiss. How could an attack occur so suddenly deep within the heart of their heavily fortified forces? Without hesitation, she volunteered to Tsukadai, requesting to lead the rescue mission to the besieged camp. Though Tsukadai harbored concerns about her youthful impetuosity and rashness, the urgency of the situation left him no choice but to consent and immediately dispatch a seasoned squad to closely accompany her as a precaution. Along the way, numerous spontaneously arriving ninjas from the Cloud Village joined their ranks, ultimately coalescing into an ad hoc support force that sped forward at full throttle. Yet, they could never have anticipated that only halfway there, yet another camp would fall in swift succession. Where is the main force of the Mist Village? The two Yuki demanded sharply, urgently contacting headquarters. What is the scale of their numbers? From which direction did they come? The sensory ninja closed his eyes once more, probing deeply for a long moment, cold sweat beading on his brow before he incredulously reported. There is no sign of the Mist's main army. What did you say? The two Yuki were both shocked and enraged. You mean to say the attackers were merely a small squad, silently infiltrating without detection, and after succeeding, instead of retreating immediately, they relentlessly assaulted Camp 3 as well? The sensory ninja stammered under her questioning, unable to utter a coherent response for a long while. According to his sensory feedback, the situation was indeed bizarre beyond belief. But how could this be? A mere small squad moving freely among thousands of troops, toppling two camps in succession? Even he found it hard to accept such a conclusion. Irritated, the two Yuki spun around, their speed suddenly surging to its utmost as they raced full throttle toward the source of the recent explosion. Keep up with Lord Yuki. The Cloud Village ninjas behind them gritted their teeth and doggedly followed her silhouette, plunging into the vast darkness of the night. Camp 3 of the Cloud Village had already been reduced to a sea of flames. Towering infernos raged unchecked, bathing the camp in hellish light. A massive fire-style jutsu exploded violently amidst the densest clusters of people, instantly engulfing dozens of cloud ninjas caught off guard, leveling nearly half the camp to the ground. The blast's shockwave and scorching heat swept in all directions. In the ensuing chaos, many cloud ninjas failed even to comprehend what had transpired before their lives were abruptly ended by the impact. Camp 3 was originally the nearest support point to Camp 5. When the first explosion was heard at Camp 5, everyone within Camp 3 had already been roused and rapidly assembled. Yet before they could organize an effective rescue force and set out, they witnessed numerous ragged, wounded comrades fleeing from the direction of Camp 5 like lost dogs. Upon brief inquiry, the intelligence they received was chaotic and contradictory. Some insisted that the Mist's main army had arrived, while others maintained that the attackers were merely a small but elite squad. In the pitch-black night, amid the chaotic battlefield and shaken retreating soldiers, the commander of Camp 3 found himself unable to derive an accurate assessment from these conflicting reports. Helplessly, the Cloud Village commander ordered all returning fugitives to be taken into the camp and heighten vigilance before deciding on the next course of action. The assault by the Mist was undeniably swift and fierce, this much was certain. Their primary objective must have been to stabilize the front lines. Yet what they never anticipated was that as they welcomed these comrades back into the camp, an overwhelming, devastating fire-style jutsu erupted suddenly and without warning from among the very ranks of those retreating soldiers. Great Fireball Jutsu, majestic fire extinguishing. Shomi did not hold back his chakra. The instant he neared the core area of the camp, he unleashed the majestic fire extinguishing technique without hesitation. A torrent of flames surged forth from his mouth like a tsunami, swelling wildly against the wind and instantly creating a vast sea of fire with astonishing coverage and destructive power far beyond the ordinary. With no shadow-level warriors stationed within Camp 5 to counter, the fire was fanned by the wind, intensifying its ferocity. Shomi's fire-style jutsu acted as a signal. Following closely behind him, Kisame and others unleashed their prepared ninjutsu as well, earth-style, wind-style. Over a dozen elite ninjas initiated an internal raid, swiftly engulfing the several hundred-strong camp. In the blink of an eye, Camp 3 met the same fate as Camp 5, descending into utter chaos. Ah! Help! Save me! We're under attack! Counterattack! Quickly, counterattack! Where are the enemies? Lightning style. Amid the darkness, screams and explosions intertwined and echoed in waves. Shomi and the Mist ninjas blended seamlessly into the turmoil, efficiently reaping the lives of the Cloud ninjas. Lord Mizukichi, Kisame and the Mist ninjas gazed upon the horrifying scene, akin to a divine miracle, before turning their eyes to Shomi's figure standing proudly before the inferno, resembling a god, infiltrating among the retreating soldiers to ignite chaos deep within enemy lines, then seizing the momentum to launch a fierce assault. Such a simple yet brutal tactic was previously unimaginable to any of them. Yet, under Shomi's leadership, the impossible had become reality. Conservatively estimated, from the initial assault on Camp 5 until now, this group of just over 30 had inflicted casualties on the Cloud Village at least 10 times their own number. No one could have foreseen that what appeared to be a suicide mission would proceed with such astonishing success. Shomi's battle raged on, like a tiger among sheep, darting swiftly through the chaotic inferno. Facing multiple fierce lightning-style beams launched from various directions, Shomi feigned his left hand, using his dark-style jutsu to absorb all the lightning attacks. Then, several thicker streams of chakra flames were reflected back at several cloud ninjas who had just finished casting their jutsu, striking them with deadly precision. Do not use ninjutsu. Do not use ninjutsu. Die, you bastards of the mist. Kill them all. Avenge your comrades. In the distance, many cloud ninjas had by now reacted, countless shuriken blotting out the sky, with several charging recklessly at Shomi. A flash of blood. Shomi met them alone, casually conjuring several ice needles that shot forth in a thousand-fold barrage, painting the air with droplets of blood before charging through like a wolf among sheep. The screams of the cloud ninjas never ceased. To maximize lethality, Shomi primarily employed the bone-style and ice-style techniques. Kisame, Shomi called without looking back. Oh, Kisame, long unable to restrain himself, let out a sinister laugh before unleashing his water-style. Exploding water shockwave, a violent surge of water materialized from nowhere in this waterless terrain, even larger than before. The raging torrent swept through several cloud ninja squads attempting to regroup, utterly scattering them. Kill. Behind the two, the mist ninjas, already in tacit coordination, seized the moment when the cloud ninja formations were shattered and surged forth without hesitation. Exploiting their temporary numerical superiority, they engaged in close-quarters combat with the disorganized cloud ninjas. Blades flashed, blood splattered. Despite their efforts to regroup, the cloud ninjas' ranks collapsed once more under the fierce assault. The coordination of Shomi and his comrades grew ever more polished. Kisame's giant sword, Samahata, could absorb the chakra of opponents, while Shomi's dark-style jutsu could directly absorb ninjutsu attacks. When wielded skillfully, their chakra reserves could be replenished with ease. Especially on this chaotic battlefield, where they were vastly outnumbered, the conditions were ideal. Every opponent attempting to cast ninjutsu against the two was caught completely off guard and suffered grievous losses. By the time they sensed something amiss, they had already been utterly surrounded and annihilated by the swarming Kirigakure shinobi. Naturally, those who managed to keep pace with the two amid the chaotic melee were no ordinary warriors. They were elite operatives of Kirigakure's Umbu division. Through seamless coordination, the vast majority of Kimogakure shinobi scarcely had the chance to unleash a second jutsu. As Sumi's squad relentlessly pressed forward, the screams of the Kimogakure shinobi grew ever more frequent. Their resistance lasted but a fleeting moment before vanishing without a trace. What replaced it was an escalating chaos that rose into the night. Who was foe and who was ally? None could discern. So, flee swiftly. Escape as far as you possibly can. Within the central command tent of Kimogakure's main base, a relentless stream of urgent battle reports was relayed to Tsukadai, whose face had turned ashen. Camp 5 has lost contact. The last transmission reported an overwhelming assault beyond resistance. Requesting immediate reinforcements. Report. Camp 3 is also out of contact. Before communications ceased, they confirmed a large-scale fire release attack with devastating losses. Camp 10 is under assault. The enemy identified as one of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swordsmen, led by Kisame Hashigaki's elite squad. Cold sweat dripped down Tsukadai's brow as he slammed his fist onto the map with a dull thud. What kind of enemy is attacking us? Which unit in Kirigakure possesses such terrifying infiltration and strike capabilities? How many of them are there? Mabui, poring over the continuously updating intelligence, bore an equally horrified expression. Lord Tsukadai, judging from the latest transmissions from the first attacked camps 5 and 3, the assailants appear to be the main force of Kirigakure, but the Jonin guarding Camp 10 before falling clearly reported that the attackers were a small but highly formidable elite squad led by Kisame Hashigaki. Mabui's words faltered mid-sentence as she noticed a newly decrypted, highest-level encrypted message flashing on the communication device's screen. Her pupils constricted sharply. A chill ran down Tsukadai's spine, an ominous premonition rising within him. He urgently demanded, "Speak quickly." Mabui lifted her gaze to meet Tsukadai's. It has been confirmed that the unit initiating this assault and personally leading the charge on the front lines is commanded by the newly appointed 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure, Byakugan himself. What? Tsukadai felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. The 5th Mizukage himself? How dare he? Tsukadai's extensive battlefield experience instantly revealed the gravity of the situation. The 5th Mizukage's direct presence, carving through their lines as if unopposed, signified far more than a mere raid. There must be a grander scheme behind this. And the wooden man is still outside, suddenly awakened to the peril. Tsukadai immediately ordered Mabui, use the highest-level encrypted communication to command the 2 wooden men to halt their advance and return to headquarters immediately. Quickly. Mabui nodded briskly, her fingers flying across the device. Tsukadai wasted no time, flinging open the tent flap and storming outside to address the assembled personal guard. He bellowed, "All units, listen up. Retract the defensive lines at once. Center the fortifications around this command tent and establish the highest-level defensive formation. Kirigukure's main force. No, their Mizukichi himself, has reached our front lines. Prepare to engage." Sumi stood amid the ravaged camp, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of Kumogakure shinobi. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burnt flesh. The sounds of combat and explosions still echoed. Yet, compared to the initial overwhelming onslaught, the resistance within the Kumogakure positions had noticeably become more organized. The surviving Kumogakure shinobi, having endured the initial chaos and panic, had finally regained their composure. They began to mount effective resistance and even attempted to establish defensive lines. The tactic of employing transformation jutsu to infiltrate the retreating soldiers and sow internal discord had lost its element of surprise. When attacking the fourth camp, Sumi unleashed a combined fire and earth release jutsu, forcibly breaching the hastily erected outer defenses. He charged the front line to draw attention while Kisame and the others executed a flanking assault. Ultimately, it was through the synchronized jutsu of the two and the Umbu's desperate fighting that the camp's defenses were shattered. Nevertheless, what had begun as a swift strike inevitably devolved into a chaotic melee. Night raids depended on speed and the enemy's internal confusion to tear through defenses. Once engaged in protracted combat, their small squad's overwhelming numerical inferiority became glaringly apparent. Even the sharpest blade has its limit. As the battle briefly subsided, Sumi glanced behind him. Among the Kirigakure shinobi who had charged alongside him, including Kisame, only 7 remained standing. Each was gasping heavily, wounded, and severely drained of chakra. Nearly at their limit, Sumi thought silently. The relentless fighting had exacted a heavy toll. "How do you feel?" Sumi asked. "Can you continue?" Kisame sneered in reply, "Of course."
Mizukage-sama.
The Kirigakure shinobi behind him echoed the sentiment, vowing to fight on and follow their Mizukichi to the death. Yet Sumi did not immediately issue orders. Instead, he turned to gaze eastward, the direction they had come from. "This commotion has gone on long enough." Kisame and several Kirigakure shinobi froze, a mixture of relief and emptiness flooding their minds. Sumi's words briefly snapped them from the death-shrouded atmosphere. At that moment, a golden silhouette suddenly burst into their line of sight, like an arrow loosed from a bow, dashing fiercely from the dense forest on their flank. "Bastard! Finally found you!" came a sharp shout as the figure closed in on Sumi. The 2 wooden men cloaked their hands in a shimmering blue chakra aura, their fingernails elongating into sharp claws as they viciously swiped at Sumi's throat. Clang! The clash of claws against arm emitted a metallic ring, sparks flying. A tremendous force surged through, forcing both parties to stagger back several paces. Sumi steadied himself, eyes locking on the furious golden-haired girl before him, a knowing smile curling his lips. "I thought I recognized you. It's the Two-Tails Jinchuriki of Kumogakure."
Mizukage-sama.
The others finally reacted. "Water release, water shark bullet technique," Kisame bellowed, already forming the hand signs. "Kisame." At the final moment before his jutsu's completion, Sumi's voice rang out. "Ignore me, take the others and break through. I'll cover the rear." Kisame hesitated, retorting, "I cannot obey such an order." Sumi had anticipated this reply. "It's a command. If you stay, you'll only hinder me." A flicker of hesitation crossed Kisame's face, but he ultimately gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Understood." Without delay, he rallied the few remaining Kirigakure shinobi and turned to break through the designated route. "Where do you think you're going?" The 2 wooden men roared, lowering their bodies and launching forward like leopards with astonishing speed, pursuing Kisame and his group. A sharp sense of danger caused her fur to bristle. She abruptly halted her advance, relying on beast-like instincts to stop. An invisible chakra shockwave struck precisely where she had just stood. The earth exploded violently, leaving a massive crater. The brief delay was enough for Kisame's group to vanish deep into the forest. Maintaining his poised stance, Sumi smiled and said, "You heard it, your opponent is me, Lord Wooden Man." The Kirigakure shinobi following the 2 wooden men arrived belatedly. The speed of the 2 wooden men was simply overwhelming. Upon sensing Sumi's presence, they had dashed forth like wild horses unbridled. Despite their utmost efforts, the others could barely keep pace, utterly unable to impede them. The 2 Yuki clan members paid no heed to their companions behind them, their gazes fixed unwaveringly upon Sanmi. "So, you are the newly appointed 5th Mizukichi of Kirigakure?" Sanmi nodded. "Yes, that is correct." Boom! The moment the confirmation was received, the chakra within the 2 Yuki clan members erupted explosively. A layer of eerie chakra flames surged forth from their bodies as if tangible, instantly enveloping their entire forms and manifesting into a fearsome tailed beast cloak. Two blazing tails whipped wildly behind them. A violent chakra shockwave burst outward from their centers, forming a visible ring of impact that sent the nearby Kumo shinobi, who had just caught up, staggering in all directions. It's the chakra cloak of the two tails. Lord Yuki is getting serious. Fall back. Get away from here, or you'll be caught in the crossfire. The Kumo shinobi shouted in alarm, cautiously keeping their guard against Sanmi, while swiftly retreating to clear space for the imminent battle. The two Yuki clan members were shrouded in seething chakra, their eyes now fully replaced by a spectral blue hue. Their voices had grown low and hoarse, dripping with profound hatred. So, all my comrades, those Kumo shinobi who perished in the camp, they all died because of you. You killed them, didn't you? Before the words could fully leave their mouths, their half-tailed beast form vanished once again from sight. Their claws slashed fiercely. Sanmi flicked his right hand, and a slender bone sword reappeared, blocking the Yuki's claw strike with pinpoint precision. Clang! In a fit of rage, the two Yuki clan members found themselves unable to advance even a single step. Sanmi looked at them and said, "There are two things you seem to have misunderstood. First, this is war. Since you Kumo dared to invade first, you should be prepared to face death. Second, I stayed behind not because I value their lives over my own, but because of you." Suddenly releasing his grip, Sanmi stepped back and switched from fist to palm. Bagua empty palm mountain breaking strike. The Yuki clan members felt an overwhelming force collide against their chests. They let out a pained grunt as if struck directly by a battering ram, sent flying backward along their original path. The thunderous sounds of crashing trees rang out incessantly as their bodies smashed through a row of massive tree trunks, falling to the ground in a sorry state. A roar. The searing pain fully awakened the ferocity within the Yuki clan members. Throwing their heads back, they unleashed a beast-like howl as the chakra flames burned even more fiercely around them. In an instant, they transformed into a blue streak of light and charged at Sanmi once more. Boom! The ground where they had stood exploded violently. The Yuki clan members unleashed their speed to the utmost, dodging Sanmi's palm strike and leaping to his side to swipe their claws. Yet, all they struck was a mere afterimage. Sanmi's speed was scarcely slower. The two figures darted rapidly through the broken camp and forest, colliding repeatedly. Each impact unleashed deafening roars and dazzling sparks. As the prolonged fight dragged on without progress, the two Yuki clan members grew increasingly anxious. Their once prized speed advantage was utterly negated by Sanmi's seamless combination of offense and defense through taijutsu and bloodline limit. They even sensed subtle signs of being suppressed. They had never encountered an opponent like Sanmi before. Previously, the Yuki had absolute confidence in their speed. But in combat with Sanmi, every movement seemed to be watched, completely unable to shake his gaze. Damn it! What kind of monster is this guy? Realizing close combat was futile, they leapt backward, deliberately creating distance. If taijutsu fails, then try this. Fire release. Fire mouseball. A massive blue flame erupted from their mouths. Instead of targeting Sanmi directly, the fireball suddenly exploded midair, scattering into dozens of fist-sized tracking fireballs burning with eerie blue flames. The fireballs rained down like a celestial flower shower, surrounding Sanmi and sealing off all his evasion routes. Unfazed, Sanmi merely stood his ground and extended his left hand. Dark release. Absorb acupoint. Whoosh! At the moment the fireballs touched him, they were drawn in like moths to a flame, all absorbed by Sanmi without a trace. Thank you for your chakra. Sanmi formed hand seals and struck the ground. Earth release. Netherworld swamp. The earth trembled, and within a radius of several hundred meters around him, the ground instantly turned into a muddy quagmire, a terrifying swamp of bottomless depth. What? The Yuki clan members were shocked and quickly leapt upward, hopping between tree trunks. Boil release. Skillful mist technique. A dense acidic mist spewed from Sanmi's mouth, enveloping them. Upon contact with their skin, the acid hissed and corroded. Even the two-tailed Yuki clad in the tailed beast cloak winced in agonizing pain upon exposure to the highly concentrated acidic mist. Signs of dissolution began appearing on the surface of the chakra cloak. Boom! A torrent of mud and stones surged upward, engulfing them and the tree trunks beneath. The Yuki clan members roared furiously, forcibly breaking free, leaping once more with explosive power into the air. A continuous barrage of blue fireballs, harboring terrifying heat, bombarded Sanmi below like meteorites. Boom! 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 As the high-temperature fireballs met the pervasive acidic mist, they triggered a series of even fiercer explosions, ringing out one after another. Shockwaves and heatwaves spread in all directions. The entire forest's temperature soared abruptly, becoming unbearably scorching, as if immersed in a furnace. They dared not touch the acidic mist exhaled by Sanmi, landing instead on the branches of a relatively intact tree on the outskirts. Is it over? Dark release. Evil self-destruction. Puff, puff, puff. After only a few seconds of stillness, the steaming mist suddenly burst open. Countless fireballs, larger and more potent than those previously launched, ignited with the same blue flames, shot out from within. Their quantity and strength far exceeded before. A sky filled with fireballs descended, enveloping the two-tailed Yuki and the terrain behind them. Howl! The Yuki clan members had no choice but to expand their tailed beast cloak to the limit, lowering their limbs and darting through the forest, seeking footholds. Fortunately, the two tails possessed an exceptionally high resistance to fire. Even so, they were severely scorched. However, the Kumo shinobi behind them were far less fortunate. Ah! Piercing screams echoed through the night sky. The blue fireball Sammy had launched bypassed the two-tailed Yuki and engulfed an area hundreds of meters behind them, consuming all the Kumo shinobi who had not yet fully retreated. The chakra of the tailed beast was indeed extraordinary. This strike rivaled a small-tailed beast bomb in power, killing at least hundreds of Kumo shinobi. Testing my chakra absorption limits? Not a bad idea. Sammy's voice echoed into the ears of the two-tailed Yuki. But you are far too weak. I shall kill you. With a surge of wrath, the tailed beast cloak on their bodies suddenly expanded violently, their forms swelling and distorting again. They no longer restrained the chakra within but let it overflow unchecked. Within mere moments, a colossal beast of immense size, engulfed entirely in blue flames and bearing two thick tails, took the place of the original form on the battlefield. The two tails Yuki, fully transformed into a tailed beast bomb. At that instant, the two-tailed Yuki ceased all restraint and opened their mouths wide, condensing a massive energy sphere within. Their enormous presence caused even the distant surviving Kumo shinobi to feel suffocated. It's Lord Yuki, the two tails, fully transformed into the tailed beast. The adversary had managed to corner the two tails Yakumo to such an extent, yet they possessed no Jinchuriki. This battle, therefore, was ours to claim. The cloud shinobi could not help but exclaim. However, before their words could fully escape, their expressions froze in place. A white figure, at the very instant when the two tails Yakumo had just completed its full-tailed beast transformation, appeared silently and seemingly instantaneously right before the burning, flame-engulfed, grotesque head. Its speed was so astonishing that even the fully transformed two tails Yakumo was momentarily stunned. She had not sensed at all when the opponent had rushed forward. Around Sammy's eyes, faint white, eyeshadow-like markings emerged. You collapse after just a couple of words? Not only weak but not very bright either. Yet, you finally transformed into a tailed beast, which spares me some effort. Hovering midair, Sammy raised her right hand and slowly thrust it forward. Bang! One palm strike knocked the still-forming tailed beast orb from the two tails' mouth directly into its belly. From ultimate motion to absolute stillness, then to explosive force. Sammy's palm had not yet touched the two tails Yakumo's face, still some distance away, but a vast, condensed shockwave had already erupted. The air trembled violently, twisting and warping. With a crisp slap, Sammy's palm struck the two tails' body, carrying an intensely chilling sensation that evaporated the flames enveloping the beast. The Sage Art 8 Trigram Palm, enhanced by the water-natured chakra transformation, having integrated the Frog Clan's techniques of manipulating natural energy. Sammy's 8 Trigram Palm had evolved to an entirely new plane. The Palm's characteristics of utmost hardness and softness were unleashed without reservation in Sage mode. The massive face of the two tails Yakumo, composed of high-density chakra, visibly collapsed downward. Before she could recover from the sudden agony and shock, Sammy's second palm followed swiftly. Boom! Another dull, drum-like roar resounded. The two tails Yakumo's face distorted again, emitting a pained roar from deep within its throat. But it watched in terror as Sanmi, poised above its head, showed no sign of ceasing her assault. What followed was a relentless barrage of palm strikes, like a tempestuous storm. Bang! 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 Sanmi seemed like a persistent parasite, leaping directly onto the enormous face of the two tails Yakumo. Her hands transformed into countless afterimages, unleashing a frenzied, ceaseless flurry of strikes upon the colossal tailed beast beneath, striking faster and faster. Within these palm techniques lurked a certain momentum utterly beyond the comprehension of the two tails Yakumo. Seemingly smooth and as gentle as water, yet immensely heavy, imbued with an exquisitely mysterious rhythm. Each strike carried unparalleled penetrative power, subtly suppressing the two tails Yakumo's chakra. Immobile, neither the tailed beast itself nor the Yuki shinobi controlling it could move. Their chakra felt as if shackled. It was ice, water, a deep and weighty abyss, completely irresistible. All attempts at counterattack, every thought and movement, were utterly shattered and disintegrated. Each thunderous palm strike inflicted unprecedented agony upon the two tails Yakumo. It sought to break free, to marshal its inner strength. Yet its body was as if mired in quicksand, utterly immobile, forced to endure passively. Boom! with Sanmi's final palm strike. Wielding the might to split mountains and shatter stones, she struck fiercely upon the two-tails Yakumo's brow. The air was compressed and condensed to the extreme, finally erupting into a visible white shockwave. Like an invisible colossal hammer, it crashed directly against the two-tails' face. A woo! The two-tails Yakumo uttered a cry of excruciating pain. Its vast body, having lost all support, collapsed with a thunderous crash. The enormous form, forged from blue chakra flames, gradually dissolved, eventually dispersing into countless blue specks that vanished into the sky. The cloud shinobi at a distance gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. Their village's pride and one of their strongest forces, the fully realized two-tails, was ravaged like a childish puppet in the hands of an adversary, utterly powerless to resist. One cloud shinobi could not suppress the trembling in his throat as he uttered in a voice laden with boundless fear, "This can't be real." Suddenly, they understood why the enemy dared to brazenly penetrate the heart of their force of thousands with a mere squad of fewer than 30, and why they had successively breached several of their encampments. Just as all the cloud shinobi were dazed and stunned, the sound of battle cries surged from afar, rousing them from their stupor. A roaring tidal wave of water erupted skyward once more, like a tsunami sweeping through, demolishing yet another cloud encampment nearby. Countless figures clad in mist village uniforms surged forth from the forest like a tide. Leading them was Kisame, who had earlier been ordered to break through and retreat. Beside him followed a group of mist shinobi. At their forefront stood Hozuki Mangetsu, wielder of one of the 7 ninja swords, the twin swords flounder, a prodigy of the Hozuki clan and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The mist village reinforcements had arrived. Kill them all. Tech. Follow the Mizukage-sama. The deafening battle cries reverberated across the battlefield. Having lost the greatest trump card of the two-tails Jinchuriki and witnessed Sanmi's godlike, terrifying power, the cloud shinobi's final psychological defenses utterly collapsed. They could no longer conceive even the slightest notion of resistance, instead erupting in panic screams and turning to flee. Retreat. Fall back to the main camp. The mist shinobi pursued them relentlessly along their retreat path. Kisame and Hozuki Mangetsu arrived beside Sanmi. The two exchanged a brief look of surprise toward the fallen two-tails Yakumo. Immediately, Hozuki Mangetsu composed himself, dropping to one knee before Sanmi with utmost reverence. "Mizukage-sama, your orders have been fulfilled without disgrace. Elder Mangetsu has led all forces out, and is now fiercely assaulting the Cloud Shinobi's primary defense line. Fearing for your safety, I have been tasked with leading the vanguard to provide support." Sanmi nodded gently, her gaze drifting toward the Cloud Shinobi scrambling in panic under the night sky, and softly uttered a single word: "Kill." The battle was decided. As a result, the Cloud Village retreated over 100 kilometers overnight within the land of hot water. The illustrious fame of the 5th Mizukage would henceforth be forever etched in the annals of the shinobi world alongside this devastating defeat of the Cloud Village. 2 days later, at dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds. Within the temporary encampment hastily established by the Mist Village, an irrepressible spirit of elation and confidence prevailed. A resounding victory, perhaps the grandest triumph Mist Village had witnessed in nearly a decade. Under Sanmi's leadership, they had seized nearly half the territory of the land of hot water, forcing the Cloud Village into retreat. Nearly 10 encampments had fallen in a single night. Countless military supplies originally belonging to the Cloud Village were piled mountain high, being meticulously sorted and transported. After preliminary tallying, these spoils would be gradually shipped back to the rear of the land of water. The bounty from this great victory far exceeded expectations. "Ha ha ha, Mangetsu, you fine lad. Truly the prodigy of our Hozuki clan. Once in a century, your raid on the Cloud Village has earned great merit." Hozuki Mangetsu's face glowed red with laughter as he slapped Hozuki Mangetsu heavily on the shoulder and strode together toward the campus center. Hozuki Mangetsu humbly replied, "All credit belongs to Mizukage-sama. His brilliant strategy and surprise assault shattered the cloud defenses and secured this great victory." Of course. At the mention of Sanmi, Hozuki Mangetsu's smile vanished instantly, replaced by heartfelt emotion. "It has been a long time since I've fought such a thoroughly exhilarating and triumphant battle. To overcome the strong with the weak, the many with the few. Before the battle commenced, no one could have foreseen such an outcome. The casualties suffered by the hidden mist were but a mere 100 souls, while the hidden cloud left nearly 1,000 corpses strewn across the battlefield. This astonishing triumph, coupled with the formidable power displayed by Yujito Ni, had long since shattered the last fragment of hesitation lingering in his heart. As the two conversed, a contingent of hidden mist shinobi escorted a line of prisoners past them. These captives were mostly clad in tattered garments, bearing wounds upon their bodies, their expressions vacant and numb. Among them, 2 figures drew particular attention. The first was Yujito Ni, her eyes hollow, still reeling from the devastating blow of defeat. Beside her stood a female shinobi with dusky skin, whose delicate features remained striking even amid the defeated ranks. Only when Yujito ni noticed Mabui, equally bound beside her, did she faintly stir. "Mabui, how come you're here as well?" she murmured. Mabui bit her lower lip tightly and replied softly, "Lord Tsuchikage was worried about you. He ordered me to find you at all costs and attempted to use the heavenly transmission technique to teleport you back to the rear headquarters." The tailed beasts represented the village's most critical strategic deterrents. As the Jinchuriki capable of controlling the tailed beasts, Yujito ni's value was beyond measure. She had unilaterally left the main force to pursue the enemy, plunging herself into peril, and naturally, Lord Tsuchikage could never have permitted her to be abandoned. Yet, the rescue mission ultimately ended in failure. Hearing this, Yujito ni trembled slightly, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. Her proud nature had always prepared her for the possibility of death upon the battlefield. However, the one thing she could not bear was the thought of her comrades being endangered because of her. Witnessing her friend trapped deep within enemy lines in a bid to rescue her, Yujito ni was overwhelmed with guilt. Had she not obstinately insisted on the rescue against all counsel, perhaps she would not have fallen into such dire straits. Before they could exchange more words, the hidden mist shinobi responsible for escorting them abruptly advanced, barking harshly, "Move along. No whispering. Behave yourselves. Wait." Suigetsu Hozuki raised his hand to halt the shinobi who was about to act roughly. "Isn't this the renowned Two-Tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud? I heard she was quite formidable on the battlefield." Hozuki Mangetsu added at the right moment, "By the Mizukage's orders, we have employed a specially crafted sealing technique to temporarily suppress the tailed beast's activity within her. These prisoners are of special significance and will be uniformly escorted back to the village for the Mizukage's personal disposition." Yujito ni lifted her head and glared fiercely at the two men before her. "If you want to kill me, then do it. Spare me these empty words meant to humiliate." "Kill you?" Suigetsu scoffed, shaking his head. "That would be far too kind. After killing you, would the Hidden Cloud's people then expend all their efforts to find another suitable vessel and try to reseal the Two-Tails? No, that would be utterly dull." His smile grew increasingly sardonic. "You lot will be sent back to the Hidden Mist Village intact and unscathed. That is the Mizukage's command." "What?" At this pronouncement, both Yujito ni and Mabui's expressions changed drastically. Now defeated and captured shinobi, they were to be escorted to the infamous Bloody Mist Prison, a place renowned worldwide for its cruelty and bloodshed. What fate awaited them there? They dared not imagine any further. Suigetsu watched with satisfaction the terror etched upon their faces. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the escorting shinobi to take them away, denying them any further opportunity to speak. "Elder Suigetsu," a weary voice called from behind. The newcomer was Kisame Hashigaki, accompanied by a bloodied Momochi Zabuza. Zabuza's appearance was rather disheveled. Though the Hidden Mist had secured a decisive victory on the main battlefield, in the northern waters of the Land of Water, they had fought with exceptional difficulty. The Hidden Cloud had dispatched a force to raid the surface of the sea, ostensibly a feint, yet in truth poised to transform into a main assault at any moment. Only the absence of orders from Lord Tsuchikage had delayed their advance, ultimately forcing a retreat. Zabuza led his Umbu underlings, who, despite being vastly outnumbered, sustained the fight through sheer bloodied valor. Had it not been for the terrain favoring their mastery of water release and the timely reinforcement by others, the northern defensive line would have been breached by the Hidden Cloud. Kisame nodded solemnly to Suigetsu and Mangetsu before intoning, "The Mizukage has decreed that Elder Suigetsu henceforth assume command of the front line in the Land of Hot Water, responsible for consolidating existing forces and establishing a firm defensive line utilizing favorable terrain. Further operations may follow." Both Suigetsu and Mangetsu were momentarily taken aback. "Where is the Mizukage? Where has he gone?" they inquired. Kisame cast them a meaningful glance but offered no direct reply. Suigetsu swiftly recovered, masking his confusion, and responded gravely, "Understood. We shall not fail in our duty." Mangetsu voiced her lingering concerns. "Though we seized some of the Hidden Cloud's supplies, I fear we cannot hold out long against a potential counterattack or prolonged standoff." "Have faith in the Mizukage," Kisame assured them. "Since he has made these arrangements, there must be a reason." "Yes." Suigetsu nodded heavily, his gaze fixed on the distance. "We must trust the Mizukage." At the Hidden Cloud's temporary encampment, Tsuchikage surveyed the ravaged scene before him, his expression deeply conflicted. Rather than a camp, it resembled a vast field hospital for the wounded. Wherever his eyes fell, injured soldiers groaned in agony, and bodies lay haphazardly covered by white cloths. He could not fathom how the Hidden Cloud, despite its overwhelming numerical superiority, had degenerated into such a catastrophic state. The battle 2 days prior had, after initial chaos, swiftly devolved into a one-sided rout. When the main force of the Hidden Mist arrived, the Hidden Cloud's defensive line was utterly shattered. As a trusted aide of the Raikage, Tsuchikage was no novice. He had exerted every effort to control the situation. Yet, with the cover of night, surprise attacks, and unclear intelligence, he found himself unable to effectively command the frontline troops. Panicked Hidden Cloud shinobi scattered in all directions, and tragically, there were even incidents of friendly fire due to the inability to distinguish friend from foe. Ultimately, it was Tsuchikage's impromptu assembly of Earth-style specialists that forcibly altered the terrain and barely stemmed the Hidden Mist's onslaught. Thereafter, he quietly gathered the remnants and sought to bolster morale. Under the cloak of darkness, the Hidden Cloud forces retreated in disarray from what had become a nightmare battlefield. Fragmentary reports from the chaotic front trickled in, each more disheartening than the last. Tsuchikage's mood plummeted to its nadir as he absorbed the casualty figures. The first camps to be attacked were nearly annihilated. Nearly half of his main forces had perished. Countless others were missing, their fates unknown. After this battle, the Hidden Cloud's once overwhelming numerical advantage over the Hidden Mist had vanished. On paper, their troop numbers were now leveled once more. Tsuchikage's face darkened to the point of seeming to drip shadows. Any news of Ujito ni? He demanded. Beside him, a jonin responsible for intelligence compilation shook his head. The battlefield was too chaotic last night. Some survivors claimed to have witnessed a fight between Ujito ni and the 5th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist. But no one knows the details or the outcome. Tsuchikage chewed over the name, then wearily waved his hand. At this point, send word to the rear for reinforcements from the Raikage. Yet, before he finished speaking, the Hidden Cloud shinobi in charge of communications stiffened suddenly, his face paling. He widened his eyes, staring at the screen of the communication device before him in utter disbelief. After a few moments, he abruptly turned his head and, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, exclaimed, "Lord Tsuchigumo, the General Headquarters has just transmitted the highest directive from Lord Raikage. Lord Raikage commands the entire army to withdraw immediately." "What did you say?" Earlier, within the side chamber of the daimyo's mansion in the Water Country's capital, fragrant incense curled through the air. In the vast space, only 2 individuals were seated. The master's gaunt visage now bore none of his usual composure. Opposite him, occupying the seat of honor, sat the daimyo of the Water Country, his face etched with incredulity. Lord Fujiwara. According to the latest battle reports from the front lines and confirmed intelligence from multiple sources, I'm afraid the Hidden Cloud's large-scale invasion has been repelled. The Water Country's daimyo, Lord Fujiwara, rose from his seat, his face filled with incredulity. How can this be? The Hidden Cloud village mustered 4,000 shinobi, and was even bolstered by the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. How could they be defeated? And so swiftly, too? Could it be that Hyuga Seiya truly possesses such unfathomable power? The master was at a loss for how to answer this question. Indeed, how could they be routed so quickly? No one could comprehend it. For a moment, the chamber was engulfed in a suffocating silence. Ever since Seiya was appointed as the acting 5th Mizukage, a continuous stream of news regarding him had been reaching the daimyo's ears. Ordinarily, the appointment of a village's kage required the daimyo's prior approval. However, the situation in the Hidden Mist village was exceptional. Ever since the time of Yakura, relations between the village and the daimyo had been extremely strained. The looming threat of the Hidden Cloud army provided a rare injection of vitality into this stagnant situation. A shinobi village exists for the sake of war. It was unthinkable for Seiya, as Mizukage, not to dispatch troops. In the master's estimation, to secure the necessary war materials, Seiya would inevitably humble himself, reach out to the daimyo, and seek support. At that time, the daimyo could reassert control over the Hidden Mist. The daimyo's delay in formally issuing appointment documents to recognize Seiya's status was a calculated strategy, to hold out for better terms and compel this young Mizukage to bow and pledge fealty. Yet, neither of them had anticipated that, confronted with the Hidden Cloud's overwhelming forces and lacking any substantive supplies or financial backing, Seiya would actually repel the aggressive Hidden Cloud army, and with a resounding, decisive victory at that. This reality left the daimyo not only shocked but also gripped by a faint, profound dread. An uncontrollable shadow wielding such terrifying power and means was a dire prospect for any daimyo. "Master," the voice of the Water Country's daimyo faltered. "What shall we do now? If this man, emboldened by his great victory, emulates Yakura's arrogance." A complex and inscrutable expression flickered across the master's face. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, a faint sound of footsteps interrupted him. A maid dressed in simple kimono, barefoot and moving with light steps, entered from outside the chamber. She knelt respectfully before Lord Fujiwara, bowing her head as she reported, "Your Grace, a shinobi awaits outside, claiming to be the fifth Mizukage of the hidden mist village. Both the daimyo and the Master S faces changed drastically. Seiya has come directly here. The daimyo was momentarily stunned, then suddenly waved his hand and barked sharply. Stop him, insolent wretch. How dare he come unannounced to pay respects to the daimyo without prior authorization? Such impropriety. Lord Fujiwara, please do not panic. The master, seasoned and astute, quickly regained his composure and urged calmly, you are the sovereign of this nation. Your status is exalted. Until he receives your official commission, he is not truly the fifth Mizukage. Simply respond as usual. There is no need to lose your composure. Hearing the master's words, the daimyo steadied himself and murmured, Indeed, master is right. I am the daimyo of the water country. Even if he repelled the hidden cloud, he would not dare harm me. Nominally, the kages of each shinobi village must obey the daimyo's governance, accepting their appointment and jurisdiction. This has been an unbreakable tenet since the conclusion of the Warring States period and the establishment of the one country, one village system. Even the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, revered as the god of shinobi, never dared openly defy this order or disrupt the established customs. Suppressing his unease, the daimyo spoke in a low voice. Do not admit him. Go and reply that the daimyo is currently attending urgent court affairs and has no time for an audience. Tell him to return another day with the proper documents and follow the formal procedures. Yet before the last syllable of his command had faded within the chamber, a clear and measured footstep drifted lightly from the doorway. Devoid of any mundane warmth, it fell upon them like a hammer blow, striking their hearts with weight. The expressions on the daimyo's and master's faces froze instantly, as if they had beheld a specter, their eyes wide and stunned as they turned sharply toward the door. A young man clad in a simple white robe walked slowly into the chamber. What should have been pristine white fabric was now stained in large patches of dried dark crimson blood, like death's blossom blooming upon snow, exuding an intense aura that made one's heart shudder. His long, black, silky hair was casually draped behind his head. His exquisitely handsome face was serene and indifferent, betraying not the slightest emotion. His eyes were heterochromatic, one white, one red, mirroring the stark contrast of his garments and the bloodstains, distinct yet eerily fused into one. Behind him, in the courtyard beyond the chamber's entrance, the shinobi charged with protecting the daimyo had all silently collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene of a veritable Asura descending upon them, the three inside the chamber simultaneously gasped, chilled to the bone, their breaths momentarily arrested. Hyuga Seiya, daimyo, you appeared well just now. What urgent matter requires your attention? Seiya spoke, locking eyes with them. An icy, bone-piercing chill surged up from the soles of their feet to their crowns. Among them, the first to react was the kneeling maid. With a swift push of her pale, delicate bare feet against the floor, she sprang up. Her once submissive expression shifted instantly as she drew a kunai from her bosom and, like a venomous serpent striking its prey, lunged fiercely toward Seiya's unguarded back. She is a shinobi as well. Before she could reach him, uffed, without even turning his head, Seiya extended a slender, sharp white bone spike from his palm with no warning. Swift and precise, it pierced through the maid's heart before her strike could land. The maid's tranquil face contorted in agony, twisted by pain. She stared in disbelief at her chest, struggling briefly as blood spilled from her lips before she collapsed lifelessly to the floor, just like the invisible yet tangible authority of a ruler. Seiya lightly flicked the bloodstains from his hand as the bone spike silently retracted into his palm. He continued walking toward the daimyo, saying, the battle ahead is urgent. I was unable to notify you in advance. Forgive my tardiness, your grace. Hyuga Seiya, what exactly do you intend to do? The master, forcing down his terror and shock, shouted angrily. Before he could finish, a white shadow flickered before his eyes. Without time for any reaction, a long, powerful hand clamped down like an iron vice, gripping his neck tightly. He was hoisted off the ground, feet dangling midair. Ugh, the master's face flushed crimson, then turned a dark purple. His hands clawed desperately at Seiya's arms, struggling in vain. The suffocating grip overwhelmed him like a rising tide. He struggled to force a few words from his throat. Why? It was not a question demanding to know why Sanmi intended to kill him. At this juncture, he fully comprehended that there was no room left for reconciliation between himself and the young man before him. What perplexed him was why Sanmi chose this delicate moment to so decisively and ruthlessly sever all ties. Sanmi had already ascended to the position of Mizukage. He wielded the actual power over Kirigakure village and had obtained what he sought. Yet, if he were to overthrow the daimyo of the Land of Water as well, Sanmi would inevitably become the common enemy of the entire shinobi world. The daimyo of the other 4 great nations would never stand idly by and allow him to supplant the rule of the water country's daimyo through military dictatorship. Without the support and recognition of the daimyo, this Mizukage's legitimacy would always be in question. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Genshiro's mind. Past schemes and calculations whirled before his eyes like a revolving lantern. He had believed that after elevating Sanmi to the Mizukage's seat, a subtle understanding had been forged between them. Both parties had agreed to engage in this game of power within established rules. But why? Why did Sanmi choose precisely this moment to take such an extreme stance and place himself in opposition to everyone? Sanmi clearly needed him, because Sanmi gazed softly at the dying Genshiro in his grasp and spoke quietly, "I gave you a chance." At those words, the last flicker of light in Genshiro's eyes was extinguished completely. He struggled to speak, his voice fragmented. "Spare my life. I can help you with one. One puppet will inevitably be exposed." A faint smile curved Sanmi's lips as he replied calmly, "No longer necessary. Your final utility is minimal. The puppets are sufficient." Crack. In the next moment, Sanmi's palm exerted sudden force, snapping Genshiro's neck with brutal finality. Genshiro's body stiffened sharply before collapsing limply like wet clay, the last spark in his eyes utterly fading away. Sanmi casually tossed the corpse to the ground without a second glance and proceeded forward step by step toward the daimyo of the Land of Water, who was already trembling in abject terror. The daimyo, pale as death, emitted incoherent whimpering sounds and crawled clumsily across the polished floor, attempting to distance himself from the approaching white figure that resembled the very Grim Reaper. Sanmi followed at a measured pace like a cat toying with a mouse. 1 step back, then 2 steps forward. Thud. The daimyo's back slammed heavily against the cold, unyielding wall. Sanmi halted and looked down from above at the crumpled, shivering sovereign. The daimyo shakily raised his head, his voice trembling beyond recognition. "If you kill me, you will not hold the Mizukage's position securely. The other nations will never forgive you." Sanmi laughed and retorted, "Oh, is that so?" He slowly crouched to meet the daimyo's gaze and spoke deliberately. Genshiro was ambitious. He fled Kirigakure under cover of night and secretly infiltrated your side, attempting to seize you hostage, incite rebellion, and overthrow the water country's regime. You, daimyo, must have been influenced by some clever genjutsu to utter such nonsense and blame me for Genshiro's treason. The daimyo stared at Sanmi in disbelief. He opened his mouth to protest, to curse, yet found his throat parched and not a single word came out. Sanmi smiled indifferently and continued, "Very well, let us proceed to the matter at hand. Simply put, there are 3 things I must report to you, daimyo. First, the spoils and treasures seized from the fierce battle that shattered Kirigakure are currently en route to the capital and will arrive shortly. It is precisely because of your strategic guidance and unwavering support behind the lines that the frontline soldiers could give their all and decisively repel the invading Kirigakure forces. This is an unparalleled achievement of yours, daimyo, and the people of the Land of Water will forever cherish your grace. Second, recent investigations have uncovered that some elders in Kirigakure, blinded by greed, have flagrantly disregarded national policy to exploit the situation. They secretly colluded with foreign powers to smuggle contraband and line their pockets. As per protocol, all illicit gains have been confiscated and will be sent to the capital to be fully incorporated into the national treasury. Third, Sanmi's smile grew increasingly enigmatic. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, Lord Minamoto, and the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, both entrusted me before departure to convey their sincerest regards and respect to you, Lord Fujiwara. By the time Sanmi uttered these words, the daimyo of the Land of Water was gradually regaining composure. Sanmi had not killed him but instead began negotiating terms. When he heard the name Konoha, his expression instantly became profoundly animated. Konoha? His eyes brimmed with disbelief. Why you and Konoha? Sanmi chuckled softly and rose to his feet. Daimyo, you have surely learned of my origin through various channels. Do you think it possible for one man alone to survive unharmed in the heavily guarded Kirigakure village and, within such a short span, conceal himself from all eyes and climb to this position? Daimyo, you are a wise man. Surely you grasp my meaning without my needing to say more. In the eyes of Lord Fujiwara, the daimyo of the Land of Water, Sanmi's image underwent a seismic transformation in a brief moment. From the formidable rogue ninja and ruthless murderer to the forceful usurper and merciless acting Mizukage, and now this. He understood. He understood everything. Sanmi's audacity to act so recklessly and threaten the daimyo with such a world-shaking affront stemmed from the fact that behind him stood the entire Konoha and the Land of Fire. The daimyo's body trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, all the doubts that had plagued him were instantly resolved. Sanmi had once been a rootless, unsupported Konoha rogue ninja. After fleeing to Kirigakure, he should have been like a rat scurrying for survival in the cracks. How could he possibly have amassed such terrifying power and influence in so short a time to ascend to the Mizukage's seat? Unless someone was deliberately supporting him. Gensher, as the key pawn placed in Kirigakure years ago to balance various factions, how much crucial intelligence had Gensher concealed from him over the years? Had he long known of Sanmi's ties to Konoha? The daimyo's expression twisted grotesquely as he pondered further. Sanmi glanced at Gensher's corpse on the ground and murmured, "It seems, daimyo, that you have fully understood. My efforts to purge traitors and restore order to the land of water are truly a blessing." Having spoken, Sanmi turned his gaze toward a shadow beyond the hall. "Come forth." A figure emerged silently, clad in Kirigakure uniform and bearing a stern expression. His right eye covered by an eye patch, it was none other than Ao, Gensher's former bodyguard. Ao approached Sanmi with utmost reverence, kneeling on one knee and responding in a deep voice, "Mizukage-sama." Witnessing Ao's respectful and obedient demeanor toward Sanmi, the daimyo trembled with fury, nearly coughing up a mouthful of old blood. Ao was Gensher's trusted confidant. He knew all too well. Indeed, Gensher had been deceiving him and scheming against him from the very beginning. Sanmi nodded at Ao. "From now on, you will remain by the daimyo's side, ensuring his safety and assisting him with daily affairs." "Yes, Mizukage-sama," Ao replied respectfully, forming hand seals and performing a transformation jutsu. As a wisp of white smoke dissipated, Ching's figure and visage, in the blink of an eye, had transformed to become indistinguishable from the recently deceased Master Yuan. The newly transformed Master Yuan bowed respectfully to the daimyo. "My lord, I apologize for startling you." The daimyo glared at the two before him, his anger barely contained, yet powerless to act. Through clenched teeth he managed to utter a cold snort. "You adapt remarkably quickly." Ching's face remained expressionless as he replied, "I have merely done so for the sake of the land of water and the survival of Kirigakure village." The daimyo sneered, "If memory serves me right, your Byakugan was taken by him, wasn't he it? Do you truly harbor no resentment?" Ching bowed his head and answered, "I have sacrificed one eye, yet Kirigakure village has gained illumination because of it. It is only reasonable for the Mizukage to reclaim my Byakugan." These words rendered the daimyo speechless, unsure how to respond. After a long pause he slowly rose from the ground. The aura of a sovereign ruler seemed to return to him. Straightening his somewhat disheveled robes, he inquired, "Speak then. What is it that you desire?" Saint Meyer revealed a faint, satisfied smile. "Please, on behalf of the land of water, formally contact the daimyo of the land of lightning and advise them to immediately cease all military operations within the land of hot water, to withdraw their forces entirely, or else bear the consequences. Then, redirect their assault towards the lands of fire and grass." At the cusp of night and dawn, a thin mist wove through the rugged mountains and forests. A squad of over 100 Leaf Village shinobi, each bearing wounds, struggled through a narrow ravine. Some faltered from exhaustion but were promptly supported by their comrades. Swish, swish, several gleaming shurikens streaked from the dense woods behind. A rear-guard Leaf shinobi leapt, his arms instantly covered with a rock-like crust, blocking most of the incoming weapons. Blood spurted from his body, yet he grimly endured without a sound, as comrades immediately moved to shield him.
Multiplication technique.
The shinobi of the Akimichi clan roared, his right arm swelling many times its size, transforming into an impenetrable wall of flesh, swatting away the remaining shuriken. Shadow binding technique. A black shadow rapidly extended from beneath Nara Shikaku's feet, precisely forcing back several Iwagakure shinobi who had just burst from the dust. Seeing their capacity for counterattack, the IWA shinobi behind calmly retreated. They maintained a slight distance, clinging like maggots to the bones, persistently harassing the Leaf team with long-range ninjutsu and concealed weapons, draining their stamina and chakra. This could not continue. Their enemy's numbers were seemingly endless. Nara Shikaku surveyed his surroundings. The shinobi still beside him were far fewer and in far worse condition than at the battle's outset. Without hesitation, he commanded, according to the original plan, "Retreat to the next defensive line." Yes. The surrounding Leaf shinobi responded in unison. Under Shikaku's direction, the Leaf forces had been split in two. Nasaka, Choza, and Kai led the central army, along with the Hyuga clan and all the wounded, breaking through from the rear. Shikaku led a portion of the shinobi in the opposite direction, infiltrating the land of grass to divert attention from the main force. This strategy was born of necessity. On the battlefield, leading a large force burdened with severely injured comrades to orderly breakthrough was akin to scaling the heavens. Should they be pursued relentlessly, morale would plummet and chaos would erupt in an instant. Retreat would degenerate into a rout, and once discipline collapsed, even shinobi would be no more formidable than swine under siege. Within the land of grass, mountains rose in overlapping ridges, dense forests abounded. Between the strategic bridges, Tenchi Bridge and Kaminabi Bridge, there were virtually no wide, flat roads suitable for a large army's passage. The ambush site Shikaku chose lay between these two bridges. The IWA forces had not anticipated the Leaf's decisiveness to divide their troops, willingly sacrificing one unit to secure the survival of the main force. In their initial oversight, they were genuinely stalled by Shikaku's small contingent, which, fueled by sheer will, held them back for several days. Shikaku's team repeatedly repelled IWA's assaults, yet their casualties mounted steadily. A coarse, mocking laughter echoed clearly from the distant woods. Leaf Shinobi, do you intend to continue this futile resistance? Why not stop and talk? Shikaku and his comrades cursed inwardly. Kido, the opponent had launched raids before, sometimes gaining, sometimes losing, but at the first sign of a prolonged battle, they turned and fled without hesitation. Occasionally, they merely cast a few jutsu from afar, gambling on luck. Now it was clear they preferred to use a soft blade to strangle rather than force a decisive battle. Rather than driving Shikaku's group into a desperate last stand, they relished watching the Leaf collapse from within. They knew Leaf Shinobi would never abandon their comrades. One injured meant another had to care for him. For a lone unit like Shikaku's, plainly put, the wounded were burdens. This was the strategy that minimized IWA's casualties. Shikaku's group did not falter, alternating cover and steadily retreating. You will not run far. Kido's voice came again, measured and calm. I admit, as adversaries, your courage is admirable. But is such sacrifice truly meaningful? Your comrades surely can hardly hold on themselves at this moment. Shikaku retorted. The will of fire, passed down through generations in Konoha, is something you could never comprehend. We remain willingly because we entrust all our hopes to those comrades who bear the future of Konoha. Kido sneered. Such stirring words. You have indeed delayed us. But to what end? He shifted tone. Do you truly have enough forces left to hold off Kirigakure on the Eastern Front? Shikaku's face darkened abruptly. What did he mean by this? From afar, Kido declared. Let me be frank. Just 2 days ago, the 4th Raikage of Kirigakure personally led his army to breach the eastern border of the Land of Fire. Now, our IWA village has formally allied with Kirigakure. This battle will be the total annihilation of your Konoha. Shikaku and his comrades' expressions hardened. Should the Eastern Front fall, Kimogakure's forces would pour in, forming a pincer with IWA's forces from the west. Konoha would then truly be in dire peril. Konoha could not endure the pressure of fighting on 2 fronts simultaneously. Bastards! Nara Shikaku's eyes glowed crimson. All units, obey orders. Break through at all costs. Yes. The Leaf Shinobi around him snapped out of their initial shock and responded. IWA's forces showed no intention of desperate interception. Kido's voice drifted from behind. Run. Run as far as you can. It's merely prolonging the inevitable. Let us see where you can escape to. At the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice, the Leaf Shinobi on the Eastern Front had already been embroiled in a far more brutal bloodbath days earlier. Konoha's current predicament stemmed from their lack of top-tier combat strength. During wartime, this weakness was laid bare without reservation. Roar! The massive Eight-Tails, the Ox Demon King, revealed its true form, rampaging across the battlefield. Facing Kimogakure's strategic weapon, despair etched the faces of the Leaf Shinobi. Already outnumbered, they now confronted a tailed beast. How could they possibly fight? The Eight-Tails opened its terrifying maw, releasing one terrifyingly destructive tailed beast bomb after another, as if they were limitless. Relentless bombardments continued to assail the already precarious front lines of the Konoha Shinobi. Boom! Each explosion of the tailed beast bomb was accompanied by a cataclysmic roar and the demise of countless Konoha ninja. The earth was torn asunder, forests leveled, and the entire battlefield reduced to scorched wasteland. The Konoha Shinobi could only flee in disarray, their ranks collapsing into chaos. Behold, the ominous dark sphere, a fatal strike. Within the Eight-Tails, Killer Bee jubilantly chanted his offbeat lines. He was the perfect Jinchuriki of Kimogakure, capable of freely unleashing the Eight-Tails and communicating with it. Within Konoha, the sole threat to him at present was the Nine-Tails. As long as the Nine-Tails remained absent, no one could stand in his way. The Senbon clenched between Shiranui Genmai's lips had long since fallen somewhere unknown. In the distance, the rampaging form of the Eight-Tails was clearly visible. The surrounding Konoha Shinobi were already shouting for retreat. Why did Kimogakure's reinforcements arrive so swiftly? Why had their numbers suddenly surged so dramatically? Genma, watch out! A shout came from behind. Shiranui Genma was startled and hastily turned around. He saw a burly Kimogakure ninja, who had somehow broken through the defenses, brandishing kunai with a feral grin as he charged toward him. Got you! At the critical moment, the Kimogakure Shinobi's eyes suddenly clouded with confusion. his forward momentum faltering for an instant. Then, a swift, silver blade flashed past his side like lightning. The dance of the crescent moon. The pale and somewhat frail figure of Kekkei Genkai appeared behind the Kirigakure ninja, sheath quietly slipping onto his long sword. With the thunderous collapse of the Kirigakure shinobi, Sharingan finally regained his composure. He glanced at the fallen corpse with lingering fear, then looked behind him at the two who had saved him with genjutsu, Yuhi Kurenai and Kekkei Genkai. Thanks, Kurenai, Hayate. Yuhi Kurenai's face was pale at this moment. Her chakra reserves were already limited, and precisely deploying genjutsu on such a chaotic battlefield was even more draining. Kekkei Genkai coughed a few times. Damn Kirigakure. Unable to defeat Kirigakure, they just team up with Iwagakure to besiege Konoha. Stop dazing off. Follow orders. We must retreat immediately. Yuhi Kurenai barked sharply at the two. The three stared at the surging Kirigakure forces ahead and the Eight Tails, a moving calamity. Helplessly, they could only join the fleeing masses, retreating toward the rear. Konoha, Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi hunched over in his seat, the pipe in his hand glowing faintly. Wisps of azure smoke curled around him but could not dispel the profound worry etched deeply between his brows. Urgent battle reports from the front lines had already piled up on his desk. The Eastern Front was nearing total collapse. The 4th Rampage personally led Kimogakure's main force to decisively crush the Konoha defense units that had held out for months. At this moment, the Kimogakure army was rapidly advancing westward deep into the Land of Fire. Judging by their route, they intended to rendezvous with Iwagakure's forces on the Western Front to annihilate another Konoha main force, led by Shikoku Nara. If Shikoku and his comrades on the Western Front fell again, Konoha would truly be left without any usable troops. For now, Konoha's last strategic option was singular: to release the tailed beast sealed within the village, the Nine Tails. Yet, the very thought of the Nine Tails now sealed inside a child named Naruto Uzumaki, and the catastrophic consequences its release might bring, made Hiruzen Sarutobi utterly unable to make a resolute decision. Creak. The door to the Hokage's office was pushed open from outside. Danzo Shimura entered with 2 Konoha advisory elders, Mito Amijirai and Tenzin Koharu. Mito Amijirai spoke first. Sarutobi, we have just gathered all the jonin still available in the village to discuss every possible countermeasure. The front lines are calling for reinforcements, but Kimogakure and Iwagakure's offensives are overwhelming, their forces far superior to ours. Tenzin Koharu added, now, the only option is to send all remaining ninja in the village to the front and do our utmost. Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, are there any available combatants left in the village? I mean ninja besides the Umbu. If there are still members of the Hyuga clan remaining in the village, let them go. Sarutobi nodded in agreement. Reinforcements must be sent. In the face of the village's survival, previous resentments with the Hyuga clan had to be set aside. Danzo approached Sarutobi, looking down at him imperiously. Issue the order, Sarutobi. Release the Nine Tails. A flicker of hesitation crossed Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, but he quickly suppressed it. No, the Nine Tails is not stable. Danzo's voice was cold as ice. Without releasing the Nine Tails, Konoha will collapse now. With its release, Konoha will at least have a glimmer of hope. And then what? Naruto is so young. Releasing the Nine Tails inside him will kill him, Sarutobi shouted in anger. So what? Wasn't he the 4th Hokage's child born for this very moment? Danzo retorted icily. He is still a child. Not even a ninja yet. Which matters more, the village or the life of a mere child? Danzo's words silenced the other 3 present. After a long pause, Hiruzen Sarutobi trembled as he placed the pipe back to his lips, muttering as if to himself, at the very least, we must control the Uchiha, ensuring the Nine Tails can be resealed afterward. Ridiculous, Danzo sneered. Uchiha? You're not still harboring illusions, are you? You choose to trust the Hyuga, that's your decision, but the Uchiha are not the Hyuga. When everyone at the front has perished, what meaning will an empty Konoha hold? Sarutobi's expression darkened further. Though harsh, Danzo's words were not entirely without merit. If all the ninja at the front truly died, Konoha's continued existence would be pointless. Seeing the two about to clash, Tenzin Koharu intervened to mediate. Danzo makes a valid point. The Uchiha are untrustworthy now, and we lack the means to control the Nine Tails. But on the other hand, with the Nine Tails present, Iwagakure and Kimogakure will at least hesitate. Without the Nine Tails, Konoha will truly reach its end. Neither Sarutobi nor Danzo responded. Only Mito Amijirai glanced sideways at her. Tenzin Koharu averted her gaze awkwardly. Over the years as advisors, they had grown accustomed to mediating between these two, accustomed to walking the tightrope. These words had slipped out without a second thought. Danzo uttered a contemptuous snort. This is the consequence of you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stubbornly refusing to relinquish the Hokage post. Since you refuse to release the Nine Tails, the only option now is to immediately contact the daimyo and ask him to intervene. This remark inflamed Sarutobi's fury yet left him powerless to retort. After all the circling arguments, Danzo had ultimately invoked the daimyo's authority. Between the two, Hiruzen Sarutobi was undoubtedly the one more trusted by the Land of Fire's daimyo. Yet now that trust had turned into a target of criticism. The worse Konoha's situation became at the front, the more conspicuous Sarutobi's name appeared. Iwagakure and Kumogakure shinobi had already penetrated the Land of Fire's borders. In recent days, the daimyo's letters of rebuke had been no fewer than the battle reports. In previous wars, no matter how dire Konoha's circumstances, the Land of Fire had seldom been breached so deeply. As the nation's supreme ruler, the daimyo cared little for the lives of Konoha's shinobi. What concerned him were the foundations of his rule, the support of nobility and citizens, the economy and taxation, and international political influence. If the ninja all perished, they could always be replaced. As long as Konoha's name endured, there would always be ninja seeking to pledge allegiance. But if the Land of Fire itself were imperiled, it would be a direct affront to the daimyo's authority. The relationship between the ninja villages and the daimyo was akin to the east wind and the west wind, both cooperative and adversarial, sometimes striving to overpower one another, yet occasionally uniting against a common external enemy. Hiruzen Sarutobi understood clearly that if it were not for the weight of his own venerable reputation and the complications arising from changing the Hokage during wartime, the position of Hokage would have long since been transferred to another. He drew a deep breath and said, "As for the daimyo, I shall bear the responsibility on that front, but first, we must resolve the predicament at the front line and request reinforcements." Request reinforcements? Danzo seemed to have heard the greatest jest of all. Do not tell me you still expect aid from the Sand Village. Just as the atmosphere thickened into a deadlock, Yamanaka Ino seemed to recall something and hurriedly spoke up. "Wait, the Sand Village may not dispatch troops, but we can seek assistance from the Mist Village. Their Mizukage has changed. The newly appointed 5th Mizukage is said to possess unfathomable strength and a style of governance starkly different from his predecessors." She paused, somewhat uncertain, before continuing, "Although relations between the Mist Village and us have never been harmonious due to past wars, now, faced with a joint assault by two great ninja villages, perhaps we might attempt to inquire after the Mist Village's stance. Even if they only create disturbances along the border to divert some of the forces of the Cloud and Rock villages, it would enable us to rescue troops at the front line." Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes flickered with surprise at these words. Mist Village? Of course, I had forgotten the Mist Village. The Cloud Village has stationed troops in the Land of Rice and, besides pressuring Konoha, has also launched attacks against the Mist Village. Now, Konoha and the Mist Village ought to be united against a common enemy. Truly, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Sarutobi nodded emphatically. At this juncture, there is no other choice. Immediately contact the daimyo of the Land of Water and request their aid for Konoha. The military expenses for dispatching troops shall be borne entirely by Konoha. Beyond that, we can draft treaties and offer financial compensation. Whatever they ask for, I shall provide. The Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds, training arena. Two young prodigies of the Uchiha clan were engaged in an intense sparring match. Both Itachi and Izumi's eyes glowed with the crimson Sharingan. Though still quite young, their every move was executed with remarkable precision and structure. Swift as a hare and fierce as a falcon, they exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye, each alternately attacking and defending. After a brief moment, they simultaneously leapt backward, creating a gap of several meters between them. Uchiha Shuriken technique. Almost simultaneously, they drew several shuriken from their ninja tool pouches, hurling them at each other from various cunning angles. The crisp clangs of metal striking metal rang out continuously. After a stalemate, realizing that shuriken alone would not best their opponent, Itachi was the first to cease his shuriken assault. He sprang aside, forming hand seals rapidly. At the same time, Izumi mirrored the motion almost identically. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Blazing spheres of roaring flames erupted from both their mouths almost simultaneously. Boom! Flames scattered in all directions. Ultimately, Itachi's great fireball surpassed Izumi's in scale and power, gradually engulfing her fireball. However, after consuming the opponent's fireball, Itachi's own flames faltered, dissipating into the air several meters from Izumi. Both Itachi and Izumi's foreheads glistened with fine beads of sweat. "Brother is amazing. Sister Izumi is amazing too." A tender childish voice came from the steps beside the training arena. Little Sasuke clapped his hands, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at the two on the field, filled with awe. Itachi smiled and beckoned to Sasuke, who immediately ran over and threw himself into his embrace. "Brother, when will you teach me the great fireball technique?" Izumi came over and ruffled Sasuke's hair. You're still a long way from mastering it. Sasuke frowned. You said the same thing last time. Itachi lifted Sasuke into his arms, gently tapping his forehead. Wait until you're old enough to enter the ninja academy. Sasuke. The teachers there are far more skilled than I am. Sasuke protested. I don't believe that brother and sister Izumi are the strongest. A gentle voice sounded nearby, tinged with a smile of praise. I think Sasuke is right. I never imagined you two would grow this strong. Shursui. Itachi and Izumi turned their heads simultaneously, surprised, looking toward the source of the voice. Shursui approached with a smile. His right eye already concealed beneath a black eye patch. After losing one Sharingan to Danzo, he had chosen not to transplant another SI, preferring this constant reminder. Shursui stepped forward and earnestly pointed out some shortcomings in Itachi and Izumi's earlier sparring. Izumi's chakra reserves were more abundant than Itachi's, but Itachi excelled in chakra control precision and efficiency. This was why his great fireball technique had the upper hand in their duel. Izumi pouted in reluctant acceptance but took Shursui's advice to heart. She seemed to ponder something and asked with some confusion, Shursui, most of the village's ninjas are already on the battlefield, aren't they? Why do we still remain in the village performing guard duties? We are already qualified ninjas, aren't we? Shursui's smile faltered slightly. He opened his mouth but found himself momentarily at a loss for how to answer. He could not simply tell these two children that due to the aftermath of the Ninetales incident and deliberate suppression by the village's leadership, the Uchiha clan was now under strict surveillance. No one trusted the Uchiha to be deployed on the battlefield. Itachi tugged at Izumi's sleeve. Izumi, don't speak recklessly. The Hokage and the village elders must have their considerations. We are Konoha's ninjas. Obeying orders is our duty. Izumi countered, but what if the orders themselves are incorrect or unjust? Must we blindly obey? This remark caused both Itachi and Shursui's expressions to darken simultaneously. At that moment, a voice came from the courtyard entrance. Shursui. Startled, Shursui quickly composed himself, turning respectfully toward the newcomer. Lord Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku stood beneath the porch, subtly nodding at the three children in the yard. Itachi and Izumi understood and, holding the still somewhat bewildered Sasuke, obediently withdrew to the side. After they had moved away, Fugaku finally spoke slowly. What was Danzo's response? Shursui answered with some difficulty. Lord Danzo has still not agreed. He says the Uchiha clan's duty is to maintain peace within the village and should not be rashly involved elsewhere. A faintly scornful smile crossed Fugaku's face. I suppose the Hokage said the same thing? He paused, his gaze growing complex and inscrutable. You should understand fully now, Shursui. We Uchiha are not like the Hyuga. In their eyes we are a thorn, a festering wound, a constant threat to be watched. They hate us to their core. They will not even grant us a chance to prove our loyalty and worth on the battlefield. Shursui looked at Fugaku in disbelief, his voice trembling. Has it truly come to such an irreconcilable state, Lord Fugaku? Fugaku did not answer directly but instead looked at Shursui and asked, What do you think? With that, Fugaku said no more and slowly turned to leave the courtyard, leaving Shursui standing alone, lost and desolate in the empty yard. A single cold raindrop suddenly fell upon his forehead. Shursui raised his head in bewilderment and gazed up at the sky. At some indeterminate moment, the once clear sky had become entirely shrouded by dense and somber clouds, oppressively heavy to the point of suffocation. It had begun to rain. The icy curtain of rain fell incessantly from the leaden heavens above like beads severed from a broken string. On the muddied battlefield, blood and rainwater mingled, converging into dark crimson rivulets that emitted a nauseating stench of decay. Beyond the western border lay the Kekkei Mountains, where three nearly decimated Konoha units, having paid a grievous toll, had at last painfully converged at a single point. The first to arrive were the main forces of the Western Front, led by Nasashi and others. They were the most numerous, having broken through the encirclement under the cover of Shikaku and his comrades, and were the first to establish a defensive line here. Closely following were Shikaku's contingent, having rejoined the main force, along with remnants of the border defense troops retreating from the Yuki village battlefield on the Eastern Front. Within the dense forest, formations were chaotic and friend from foe indistinguishable. At their initial meeting, the two sides nearly clashed swords due to a grave misjudgment. Only by relying on the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan were they ultimately able to confirm one another's identities. The surviving Konoha shinobi, once certain of their comrades' identities, allowed their tightly wound nerves to slacken somewhat. Many simply collapsed into the mud, weeping aloud, especially those who had narrowly escaped from the Eastern Front. Under the assault of the Eight Tails, they had scarcely any means to fight back and were utterly unable to stem the advance of Yuki village. After a brief respite, The high-ranking commanders of Konoha gathered within a makeshift tent. As cold, hard figures were reported one by one from the various unit leaders and compiled, all their hearts sank to the depths. Except for the Hyuga clan, whose formation remained relatively intact, all other units had suffered devastating losses. In total, the entire fighting force Konoha could muster at this moment amounted to fewer than 4,000 souls, most of them wounded. Before the outbreak of war, this number was at least twice as large. This was all the strength Konoha could now rely upon. To send this weary host to confront the vastly superior and triumphant allied forces of Iwa and Yuki villages, Shikaku could not suppress a bitter sigh. Proud Konoha, the largest ninja village in the shinobi world, had declined to such a state within a mere few months. He lifted his gaze beyond the tent. Through the misty rain, the famed Kikyo Mountains within the Land of Fire could be seen in the distance. Several years ago, during the Third Great Ninja War, the battle that cemented the illustrious renown of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had erupted there. Though Konoha had won that battle at great cost, they had successfully halted the advance of Iwa's forces along the Kikyo mountain line. Yet now they had retreated even further back than during that very battle. It was an undeniable irony. The combined main forces of Iwa and Yuki villages numbered no fewer than 8,000. Among their ranks was the Eight-Tails, Gyuki. Against such overwhelming disparity in strength, even the most exquisite tactics seemed futile. Shikaku wished to say something to rally morale, but looking at the faces around him, all were thick with grief and fury that could not be dispelled. He himself did not know what to say. Suddenly, the tent flap was abruptly thrown open. A breathless shinobi of the Inuzuka clan staggered in with his ninken. Lord Hokage! Lord Hokage! Orders from the Hokage! He produced a scroll tightly wrapped in oiled cloth from his bosom and handed it to Shikaku. Shikaku's heart jolted. He hastily accepted the scroll and unfurled it. Upon recognizing the familiar handwriting and the seal of the Hokage, his eyes burst forth with astonishing radiance. Excellent. Shikaku raised his head and proclaimed loudly, "The Hokage has secured reinforcements for us. They are already en route and will arrive shortly." His words awakened the crowd within the tent. Reinforcements? Yamanaka-sai exclaimed breathlessly. Is it true? From where are these reinforcements? Sanagakure? Or another allied village? Shikaku shook his head. The secret order contains no explicit details regarding the origin or number of the reinforcements. The Hokage commands us to hold this position at all costs, utilizing the terrain of the Kikyo Mountains to construct a defensive line and steadfastly await aid. Allowing the enemy to penetrate the Land of Fire's borders is a grievous shame for us as Konoha shinobi and a betrayal of the trust bestowed upon us by the Hokage and the daimyo. From this point forward, we must not retreat another step. Yes, came the fierce chorus from all present. Nasashi spoke grimly. The Hyuga clan remains the most intact formation with many elite members. We shall take charge of the main front line. Shikaku immediately shook his head in refusal. No, the Byakugan is irreplaceable, but we absolutely cannot place all our eggs in one basket. The Hyuga will be dispersed to support various fronts, undertaking rear guard and reconnaissance duties, primarily battlefield assistance. The main front line will still be entrusted to us. Any objections? No. The others responded unanimously once again. Very well. Shikaku took a deep breath and said gravely, "Then let us proceed to meticulously organize the defensive lines for each sector." Before he could finish, a sudden urgent shout came from outside the tent. A bloodied Konoha shinobi responsible for outer patrol burst in. The Iwa forces have launched a full-scale assault. Shikaku's expression darkened. Is it that wretched Tsuchi again? How could they move so swiftly? The shinobi's face was etched with terror. The one commanding is the third Tsuchikage. Amid the torrential downpour, on the front lines of the Kikyo Mountain defense, every Konoha ninja looked up in horrified awe at the diminutive, aged figure in the sky. The third Tsuchikage, the mighty Inoki of the two scales. He had personally descended upon the battlefield. Inoki clasped his hands behind his back, levitating above, looking down on the Konoha shinobi below. He shook his head and emitted an enigmatic sigh. Hehehe, that kid Tsuchi really did well, driving you Konoha stragglers into this dead end. Konoha, you only get worse with time. I have never before seen Konoha fallen to such a pitiful state. Inoki then cracked a grin. But from now on, perhaps the name Konoha will no longer exist in this world. Ha ha ha. A transparent cube radiating an aura of annihilation rapidly materialized in his palm. The dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Boom! After a few moments of concentration, a massive pillar of blinding white light shot forth from his hand. Like divine retribution descending from the heavens, it struck the fragile defensive line the Konoha shinobi had just erected with devastating force. The moment the pillar touched the earth, it expanded swiftly. Everything struck by the white beam, rocks, trees, even the flesh and blood of Konoha shinobi, was disintegrated, reduced utterly to their most primordial atomic state, vanishing without a trace. The Konoha line was instantly blasted open, leaving a harrowing breach. Kill! The IWA shinobi surged forth en masse. The earth churned wildly as countless earth release techniques were unleashed, forming a continuous wave driving toward the Konoha line. On the other side of the battlefield, as IWA's offensive resumed, the Yuki village shinobi launched their attack as agreed. Lightning release, thunderous onslaught. The fourth rampage swept his arm through the air, enveloped in intense lightning release chakra, cleaving a Konoha shinobi in two from behind. The speed was so swift that the shinobi did not even have time to react. Still wielding the kunai in his hand, he shouted fiercely to slay the enemy. Only when his upper body lost balance and he collapsed to the ground did he realize what had transpired. AI's palm pierced through his back, instantly extinguishing his life. Attack! Full-scale assault. AI bellowed. Behind him, Killer Bee led a contingent of cloud shinobi, charging into the Konoha stronghold. The fierce battle erupted instantaneously. From the sky, the battlefield extended for dozens of kilometers, where Konoha ninjas intermingled with those from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages. Occasionally, dazzling bursts of ninjutsu illuminated the field, dividing the battleground into countless fragmented zones. Deprived of strategic advantage and the element of surprise, Konoha's shinobi found themselves in a relentless retreat almost the moment they engaged. Gazing at the Konoha ninjas turning their backs and fleeing before him, AI's emotions churned in complexity. Only days prior, he had received orders from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to withdraw the Cloud Shinobi from the Land of Hot Water's borders. Leading the remaining forces alongside the Hidden Stone, he was to launch an assault against Konoha. He had anticipated a grand war, yet he never expected Konoha to be so feeble. Such an opponent failed utterly to ignite his fighting spirit. By contrast, he yearned for a confrontation with the newly appointed 5th Mizukage. The battle in the Land of Hot Water had been devastating for the Cloud, with casualties numbering in the thousands. A grievous blow. The enmity between the two sides had deepened into a blood feud. Had it not been for the prospect of capturing Konoha so effortlessly before him, AI would have refused the Hidden Stone's proposal to jointly encircle Konoha. Stop. Don't unleash the Eight Tails yet. That old man Inoki is here as well. I don't trust him, AI said to Killer Bee, warning him to stay close. Killer Bee halted somewhat reluctantly. A true man does not choose his opponent. Killer Bee of the Land of Lightning extends his tentacles. Secret technique. Insect Jade. Opposite them, several Konoha shinobi leapt forth, summoning a swarm of black insects that surged toward them. Without the Tsuchikage, I shall crush the insect shadow. Killer Bee's excitement rekindled upon witnessing this. Charge. The Raikage AI roared, rushing alongside Killer Bee toward several shinobi of the Abiram clan. Under the direct assault led by Tsuchikage Inoki, Konoha's frontline defenses rapidly disintegrated. All fortifications proved utterly vulnerable before the dust release. Shoot him down. The Konoha ninjas bellowed, hurling shuriken skyward, hoping to bring down Inoki soaring above. Inoki, airborne, effortlessly dodged each incoming shuriken with a graceful spin. Without the Uchiha's Sharingan and shuriken techniques, such attacks pose no threat to my ultralight heavy rock style. He floated above, drawing away the Konoha ninjas' focus. On the ground, the Hidden Stone shinobi, led by Kuratsuchi, seized the opportunity to launch a ferocious assault on Konoha. The frontline Konoha shinobi soon buckled under the three-dimensional combat tactics unique to the Hidden Stone village. Fire release, fireball, fire release, dragon flame technique. In a critical moment, an overwhelming tide of fire-style ninjutsu erupted from behind the already faltering defenses. The scalding wave swept across the battlefield, distorting the air with heat, and the muddy ground instantly steamed with pungent white mist. The collision of fire and earth release momentarily stalled the advance, rescuing many Konoha ninjas retreating from the front line. It's Lord Shikaku and the others. And Lord Hizashi. Reinforcements have arrived. Nara Shikaku and his squad swiftly advanced from the central army to support the front line. Shikaku shouted, "No retreat. Behind us lies the land of fire." Following him, Dingza and others echoed his command loudly. This rallying cry rekindled the dwindling spirit of the Konoha ninjas, pulling them back from the brink of collapse. Attention, all units. 30 degrees to the left front. Ninjutsu coverage. Right front. Simultaneous shuriken volley. Hyuga Hizashi led a small squad of Hyuga clan members, issuing orders. Shuriken from the Hidden Stone ninjas flew toward the recently stabilized Konoha lines. Return to heaven. Hizashi spun rapidly in place, chakra surging from his body's pressure points, forming an impenetrable azure chakra sphere. Every shuriken that struck the spinning chakra barrier was repelled, clattering harmlessly to the ground. Kill. No retreat. Their arrival salvaged an otherwise inevitable defeat. The realization that behind us lies the land of fire spurred many Konoha ninjas who had contemplated flight to shout anew, reforming their formations and charging forward. Hizashi, the cloud side is counting on you, Shikaku called out across the battle lines. Hizashi nodded. Hyuga clan, follow me. Along the way, more Hyuga clan members joined Hizashi's pace. Follow the clan leader. The Konoha defensive position here was split into two sectors, simultaneously besieged by the Cloud and Stone forces. Without timely reinforcements, the Cloud-S battlefield would inevitably collapse. Persistent as ever, Nara Shikaku, Kuratsuchi observed from afar, watching Shikaku's movements with respect and a hint of rivalry. After months of continuous warfare, as the Central Army's commander for his side, he had been locked in a tactical duel with Shikaku. Despite being adversaries, Kuratsuchi could not help but admire Shikaku. The Nara clan of Konoha was renowned for their intellect. Despite being outnumbered, Shikaku had led the main force out of encirclement and rallied troops on another front, reviving morale. Such feats were not within everyone's grasp. Shikaku, as Konoha's upper-level ninja squad leader and advisor to the Hokage, had earned his reputation. However, in the face of absolute power, Kuratsuchi wondered what use such cunning truly was. He looked up toward the third Tsuchikage, who also happened to be his father, flying above, and whispered softly. A white light began to coalesce once more in Inoki's hands. In the next instant, a gaping void reappeared in Konoha's frontline. Multiplication technique. Shadow binding technique. Akimichi Choza's body swelled rapidly like a balloon, transforming into a colossal flesh mountain towering several meters high. A jet-black shadow extended from beneath Nara Shikaku's feet, connecting to Choza. 70 meters to the left front, hidden stone squad assembly point. 95 meters to the right front, formation weak spot. Behind the two, Yamanaka Inoichi's sensory abilities instantly covered the surrounding area, providing Shikaku with precise intel on enemy deployment ahead. All right, move out, Shikaku shouted. Under the command of the Shadow-S activation, Choza, now a massive flesh giant, coiled into a sphere and, guided by Shikaku, launched fiercely forward. The enormous form barreled through the dense hidden stone lines ahead. The earth trembled, dust billowed. At least dozens of hidden stone shinobi caught unawares were crushed into pulp beneath Choza's charge. Well done, Choza. Shikaku and Inoichi simultaneously felt their spirits surge. So it's the Ino Shikacho trio, they realized. Above, Inoki noticed the commotion and altered his course toward this location. Cover. Inoichi signaled behind him, prompting several shinobi to rush forward. Boom! Smoke bombs detonated simultaneously, blanketing the entire line in thick white smoke. The hidden stone ninjas immediately employed wind release to disperse the smoke. Several Konoha ninjas tasked with cover leapt out, fearlessly employing various ninjutsu to disrupt Inoki, creating openings for others' attacks. At such a distance, how could it be effective? Inoki muttered, his gaze falling upon Shikaku and the others below. As he prepared to unleash dust release, he was startled to discover another pair of Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi on the opposite side of the battlefield. I see. Trying to confuse my vision, huh, Inoki murmured to himself. The Yamanaka clan of Konoha, masters of secret techniques, excel in mind control. When combined with transformation jutsu, they often prove extraordinarily effective amid chaotic battles. As the dust release descended, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Saichi, who were closest to Inoki, vanished without a trace. Yet, on Konoha's side, there was no sign of turmoil. Reflecting on this, Inoki ceased risking his chakra and descended from the sky. Since they could not locate them for the time being, he resolved to wait for the Akimichi clan to reveal themselves. Having endured the Warring States period as a shinobi, Inoki understood all too well that he himself was the key to Iwagakure's victory. So long as his dust release was employed, Konoha would be helpless. No matter how much they struggled, it was all in vain. The outcome could not be altered. Very well then, once more. As Inoki's figure disappeared into the heavens, Shikaku and Saichi exhaled in relief. The third Tsuchikage was a renowned powerhouse, and indeed, they had no effective countermeasures against dust release. Their only option was to evade to the best of their ability and buy time. By this point, they had already shifted their position. Employing their familiar tactics, Saichi sensed enemy locations, Shikaku manipulated the battlefield, and Akimichi Choza acted as a human battering ram, maximizing damage against the IWA shinobi. Boom! In an instant, they shattered the combined formation of several IWA shinobi squads once again. Without dust release, how do you expect to stop us? Don't get too cocky. Before the words had even finished, a figure leapt out from among the IWA shinobi. Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi clapped her hands forcefully against the ground. Tsuchi no Jutsu, mountain earth technique. Suddenly, the terrain on both sides of the battlefield surged violently. Two immense, solid earthen walls, like giant converging palms, rose from the ground. With thunderous force, they crashed mercilessly toward Akimichi Choza, who was wreaking havoc in the center, from both flanks. Kuratsuchi, bring Choza back, Saichi shouted urgently. Shikaku hastened to command Choza's withdrawal, but it was too late. The two colossal earthen walls collided with tremendous impact, completely sealing off Akimichi Choza, transformed into a human battering ram, along with the space spanning several dozen meters around him. Now is the time, Kuratsuchi bellowed fiercely. Behind her, the IWA shinobi, long poised and ready, surged forward en masse. Countless ninjutsu shimmering with myriad colors poured frantically through the narrow gap between the earthen walls. Ugh! Within the merged mountain earth, Akimichi Choza's harrowing screams echoed. His massive form, battered by successive ninjutsu, finally gave way. His momentum was forcibly broken. Don't underestimate me. Summoning the last shred of his strength, Choza curled his body once more and thunderously shattered Kuratsuchi's mountain earth technique. His body deflated like a punctured balloon. Stones and debris scattered wildly, toppling several IWA shinobi. As the dust settled, Akimichi Choza lay sprawled in the cold mud, drenched in blood. With bloodshot eyes, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the sky, his voice hoarse as he weakly called out, "Reinforcements. Where are the reinforcements?" Choza! Witnessing this scene, Shikaku and Saichi's eyes reddened with rage and grief. Kuratsuchi laughed aloud. You have no time to worry about others' lives now. With that, she led a contingent of IWA elite charging fiercely toward Shikaku's position. She intended to exploit their opponent's mental disarray to utterly annihilate Konoha's command system in one decisive strike. The Konoha shinobi who had just witnessed Choza's death sank into despair once again. Even the Inoshikacho trio seemed unable to prevail. Can we really survive this? Suddenly, an immense shadow descended from the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield in gloom. Kuratsuchi and her comrades instinctively looked upward. Their expressions instantly froze. 3 gargantuan toads, each the size of a small mountain and differing in form, plummeted from the heavens like celestial meteors. Boom! 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 Their colossal bodies crashed heavily onto the battlefield. The earth trembled violently. Many IWA shinobi nearby were flung away by the terrifying shockwave. Atop one red toad, burdened with a massive scroll and clutching a smoking pipe, stood a figure unmistakably familiar to all Konoha shinobi. His iconic wild mane of white hair and the forehead protector inscribed solely with the kanji for oil marked him unmistakably. Yet his left arm was now but an empty sleeve, fluttering helplessly in the wind. It was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Lord Jiraiya has returned. We are saved. The Konoha shinobi erupted into thunderous cheers. Jiraiya, seeing Akimichi Choza fall in battle, Anoki, who had previously refrained from intervening, once again soared from the ranks. Long time no see. I never imagined you'd fall so low, losing even an arm. You can't even compare to this old man. Jiraiya raised his head to meet Anoki's gaze. Don't be so quick to rejoice. Konoha may one day be defeated, but not today, and certainly never by the hands of opportunistic rats like you. The will of fire in Konoha cannot be extinguished by cold, lifeless stones like you. Not far from the main battlefield, within a shadowed forest, several figures flitted about, engaged in fierce and brutal close-quarters combat amid the mire. Falling Sakura illusion. Akimichi Akane formed hand seals as an illusory jutsu instantly enveloped a Yuki shinobi attempting to strike Shiranui Genma from behind. The Yuki shinobi's eyes faltered. Entranced in the illusion, his movements stiffened. The tactic they frequently employed was now well practiced. Shiranui Genma swiftly countered, driving a kunai into his opponent's throat. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a piercing scream rose from the other side. Akane and Genma tensed and turned their heads. Tsukikage Hayate was being flanked by 2 Yuki shinobi wielding sharp blades. With his swordsmanship, he barely parried several strikes. Yet, exhausted and unable to evade further, one Yuki shinobi seized an opening and delivered a brutal slash across his waist. Blood blossomed like a crimson lotus, instantly tearing through his vest. Tsukikage Hayate's body was severed in 2, his katana dropping into the mud. Hayate, without hesitation, Shiranui Genma charged at the 2 Yuki shinobi to avenge his comrade. But as he momentarily lost focus, several shuriken emerged from the dense forest behind him, pinning him to the ground. From the woods behind, 2 more Yuki shinobi emerged slowly. We finally caught you, Konoha brats. We've been chasing you for ages. Shiranui Genma struggled to rise but found himself utterly powerless. After days of continuous fighting, he had reached his limit. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he shouted hoarsely to Akane. Run, Akane. Leave me behind. Akane did not move. Instead, she gripped her kunai tighter. Her chakra had long since been depleted from the relentless battles. Run? Where could we possibly escape to? The battlefield had long been completely sealed off by the enemy. A bitter smile touched her lips as she slowly closed her eyes. In her mind, an image involuntarily surfaced, a familiar yet distant silhouette. It was a white figure, once the goal she had tirelessly pursued. Seimi. She never imagined that, at the moment of death, she still would not see him once more. What a pity. Kome. The next moment, Akane suddenly opened her eyes wide, prepared to embrace death alongside her foes. Yet, the end she anticipated did not come. Akane looked at the scene before her, stunned and blank. The silhouette that had just materialized in her mind, had it truly appeared before her eyes? For Cloud Shinobi, advancing step by step, now lay silently sprawled upon the ground. Each bore a tiny perforation at the center of their foreheads. Blood trickled gently from their wounds. The indistinct figure in Yuhi Kurinaya's mind began to merge with the reality before her, blending seamlessly. Seiji? Seiji slowly turned his head, a faint, elusive smile of gentle warmth curling upon his lips as he spoke. What a coincidence, Kurinai. To think I would encounter you even in a place like this. Kurinai stared at him in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. He seemed to have grown taller somehow. She abruptly shook her head, banishing the initial thought that had sprung unbidden into her mind. Several shinobi clad in the Mist Village's standard umbu attire descended quietly, appearing like phantoms at Seiji's side. Further back, within the dense forest, more mist shinobi surged forward like a tidal wave, pressing rapidly toward the heart of the battlefield. Yuhi Kurinai and the fallen Shiranui Genma gaped in disbelief at this surreal scene. How could the mist shinobi be here? Kisame approached Seiji's side. Lord Mizukage, the main battlefield is not far from here. At the sound of this title, both Kurinai and Genma were taken aback. Mizukage? Had he truly become the Mizukage of the Mist Village? Seiji stepped before Yuhi Kurinai, gently removing the kunai that was almost embedded in her palm, and softly said, "Come with me, Kurinai." Defiance still lingered stubbornly on her face. Only her eyes, like rubies, widened with surprise. Bloodstains smeared her profile, resembling a dust-covered crimson orb that began to emit an incredulous, alluring glow from within. Her gaze seemed magnetically drawn, unable to shift away from Seiji from the moment he appeared. Involuntarily, her voice trembled with a subtle quiver she herself had not noticed as she responded. "All right. What shall we do with this one, Lord Mizukage?" Kisame cast another glance at the barely conscious Shiranui Genma on the ground. Seiji's tone was calm. "Take him with us. Provide some emergency treatment, don't let him die." He paused, then turned his gaze toward the distant main battlefield at Mount Kikyo, smiling as he said, "After all, we are here to save Konoha now." Behind Mount Kikyo's rear defensive line, the torrential rain showed no sign of abating, cascading like a celestial river, washing over this land already soaked with blood and fire. Jiraiya's current state was pitiful to the extreme. His chakra was nearly depleted. His white hair clung to his forehead in strands, matted by rain and blood. He gasped for breath with great effort. Facing him, Onoiki was equally breathless, yet his condition was undoubtedly far better than Jiraiya's. Their battle had such a vast scope that the other shinobi on both sides had retreated, leaving this core battlefield solely to the two of them. Onoiki dared not be careless in facing Jiraiya. His disdainful words did not imply ignorance of Jiraiya's strength. At this moment, aside from the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya was one of the few formidable warriors Konoha could truly rely upon. "Jiraiya, you're truly obstinate," Onoiki sneered, hovering amid the rain, looking down upon his opponent. "What's the point in persisting for a village that's already destined to perish?" Jiraiya wiped the rain and blood from his face, forcing a bitter smile. "Some things are beyond the understanding of an old man like you who has spent his whole life confined to the stone village." Yet inwardly he lamented. The toads summoned had already returned to Mount Mayaboku as their summoning time expired. Facing Onoiki, who could freely fly and wield dust release, Jiraiya knew full well that his chances of victory were slim. His stubborn endurance was more a matter of exhausting all effort and leaving the rest to fate. A heavy gloom weighed upon Jiraiya's heart as he recalled his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Old man, this time, you've truly gotten me into trouble." It seemed the tale of Jiraiya the Gallant was about to reach its conclusion here. What should the title of the final volume be? The Scroll of the Wandering Dragon's Return to the Sea, perhaps. Obstinate. Onoiki scoffed and rose higher, his gaze passing over Jiraiya toward a more distant battlefield. He did not see the Eight Tails manifest in that direction. The entire Cloud Village sector was unusually quiet. Onoiki pondered with some confusion. What were those simple-minded Cloud shinobi up to? Had they started slacking off upon seeing Konoha's imminent defeat? He curled his lips in disdain. Well, it didn't really matter. Even if they were holding back after this battle, Konoha would become history. Without hesitation, Onoiki slowly raised his hands, palms facing Jiraiya. A terrifying aura of destruction began to coalesce between his palms. A transparent chakra cube radiated a dangerous glow as it took shape. Farewell, Konoha S3 legendary shinobi, Onoiki muttered, looking down. I shall use this final dust release to completely annihilate you. He met Jiraiya's gaze with a cold sneer. Unexpectedly, he saw no trace of despair on Jiraiya's face. Instead, Jiraiya stared behind Onoiki in shock. A sudden panic surged through Onoiki's mind. Could it be another shadow clone? That cunning old fox was trying to deceive him with such a cheap trick again. But then he realized. Jiraiya had neither the opportunity nor the courage to use a shadow clone now. If Jiraiya left the battlefield, Onoiki could attack other Konoha shinobi. The dust release on this battlefield was an unbearable burden for Konoha. So if it was the real Jiraiya, why did he stand still, not dodging or evading? Had he utterly given up resisting and was awaiting death? Countless thoughts flashed through Onoiki's mind like lightning, finally crystallizing into a cold, malicious grin. Humph. Whatever schemes you're plotting, just obediently die. Dust release. Original world severance technique. Just as he was about to unleash the white cube in his hands, a fierce gale, swift and unexpected, sliced past him from behind. Whoosh! An intense sense of danger, like a cold venomous serpent, instantly gripped Onoiki's heart. It was the long-missed battlefield instinct forged through countless life and death struggles. No good. Onoiki barely had time to think before his body responded instinctively. He abandoned the dust release he was about to complete and attempted to flee at full speed. Then came the unmistakable sound of a palm striking through the air from behind. Bang! An indescribable, searing pain erupted suddenly at his waist, as though thousands of steel needles had pierced simultaneously. The agonizing pain caused Onoiki to arch his back violently, his entire skeleton groaning in torment. Ugh! It's over. Too fast. A chilling coldness surged through Onoiki's heart. He had been ambushed in his most proud domain of air superiority. Moreover, his chakra flow was blocked with a precise pressure point strike. Who was the assailant? Struggling, he turned his head to identify the audacious attacker. Then he beheld a face far too youthful and strikingly handsome. The expression was calm and indifferent, devoid of any hint of murderous intent. Around the attacker's eyes lay a layer of strange, white, eyeshadow-like markings. The skin flushed faintly, stirred by the chakra coursing within, while faint wisps of white steam subtly emanated from the surface, continuously rising. Byakugan? When did the Hyuga clan produce such a formidable warrior, capable of concealing his presence amid the battle between him and Jiraiya, only to launch a sudden ambush from behind? As his gaze caught the three slowly rotating black tomo in the other's eye, a name abruptly surged to the forefront of his mind. Hyuga Seiya, the rogue ninja of Konoha. Onoiki's pupils contracted to their utmost limit. He parted his lips, attempting to speak. In the next instant, his world began to dissolve. The air trembled inexplicably. Damn it, an illusion technique. Wait, if only I could unleash dust release. Sage art. 10 fingers piercing bullets. Puffed, 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 puffed. 10 ominous bone bullets, like discharged projectiles, pierced the air with sharp whistles, instantly firing forth. They struck Onoiki's vital points with unerring precision. Seiya granted Onoiki no chance. The diminutive figure barely managed to emit a mournful, reluctant wail, akin to a worn-out bellows. Then, the light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. Bang! Suspended midair, Seiya struck once more, his palm covering Onoiki's lifeless head. Onoiki's head shattered like glass frozen in extreme cold, instantly fracturing into countless tiny ice crystals gleaming with a chilling radiance. Clatter. Shattered utterly. Kill confirmed. Bloodline elimination acquired. Dust release unlocked. The aged body, severed from its head, fell helplessly like a puppet with its strings cut. 2 light thuds sounded as Seiya and Onoiki fell one after the other, landing before Jiraiya, who had witnessed the entire scene and was petrified on the spot. Observing Jiraiya's stupefied expression, as if he had seen a ghost, Seiya smiled and said, "Ah, SNT this Lord Jiraiya? Your luck is truly something. I was initially worried that the Tsuchikage would flee when the situation turned sour, so I came ahead to deal with him first. Little did I expect to save you as well." Jiraiya instinctively stepped back. "How did you?" Seiya laughed. Sage mode combined with the 8 gates technique. There was no way he could escape. His casual tone, as if chatting with an old friend, sent a chill down Jiraiya's spine. Too fast. Far too fast. From Seiya's appearance to Onoiki's demise, not even 3 seconds had passed. With a single leap, the 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Onoiki, was reduced to a corpse. Why hasn't he killed me? Only this thought echoed wildly in Jiraiya's mind. He even forgot the question he truly wanted to ask. Why was Seiya here? And why did he strike Onoiki? Did Sarutobi-sensei know about this? On the battlefield, Jiraiya was not alone in his bewilderment. When the Awakens ninja sensed the disappearance of Inoki's chakra, they initially had no idea what had transpired. Then their eyes fell upon the headless corpse on the ground, and upon Soya, conversing amiably with Jiraiya. Everyone froze. Their Tsuchikage was dead? Father, Lord Tsuchikage. They could no longer attend to anything else. Led by Kodo, they charged recklessly toward the direction of Soya and Jiraiya, abandoning even their confrontation with the Konoha shinobi. Earth release. Earth flow great river. Soya was well prepared. Boom! In an instant, the battlefield within 100 meters radius of him trembled and collapsed. A surging mudslide, like a breached flood, materialized before him out of thin air. It instantly formed a roaring, turbulent muddy river rushing forward. Trees, stones, and corpses of both sides warriors. Everything before Soya was swallowed by the raging muddy torrent. At least dozens of IWA ninja who failed to evade were swept away by the viscous, overwhelming force upon contact. Piercing screams and desperate cries for help rose and fell within the mud river, soon drowned out by thunderous roars. The sudden large-scale earth release forced Kodo and the others to exert their utmost to employ their respective earth release techniques, resolidifying the ground and stabilizing their formation. They strove to rescue comrades trapped within the mud river. Hyuga Seiya. Kodo's eyes reddened with rage, longing to rush to Soya's side immediately. Yet he could not. The steam rising from Soya's body and the white eyeshadows around his sockets faded swiftly. He turned his head, revealing a toothy smile to the still-stunned Jiraiya. The rest of this mess is yours to clean up. I have other matters, time is pressing. I must take my leave. Soya's body lifted lightly, wobbling as he took flight, mimicking Inoki's manner. So the earth release, ultralight heavy rock technique requires understanding dust release to use effectively. No wonder I couldn't master it before. Soya accelerated through the air, soon vanishing into the distance. Jiraiya stared blankly at Inoki's headless corpse, then glanced toward the direction where Soya disappeared. The muddy torrent still roared and churned nearby, surrounded by agonized cries. He felt as if trapped in a surreal nightmare, everything utterly unreal. On the battlefield between Kirigakure and Konoha, the terrain had long since transformed into a quagmire, not due to incessant rain but because of the large-scale water release unleashed by Kisame and Mangetsu Hozuki. The fourth Raikage, A, was locked in combat with Kisame's speed was extraordinary, his entire body suffused with lightning-release chakra, each strike heavy beyond measure. Kisame was somewhat slower but wielded his living sword, Samahata, which undulated like a creature, steadfastly blocking A's attacks. Every contact with A's lightning release armor allowed Samahata to forcibly sever part of A's chakra, rendering him constrained. S' naturally irascible temperament was further strained by Kisame's stamina-focused fighting style. Meanwhile, Killer Bee faced Mangetsu Hozuki, who wielded twin Hiramakari swords. 7 ninja swords seemed to cling to Bia's body, dancing with his every movement. Coupled with his bizarre, unnatural footwork, he executed a dazzlingly strange taijutsu style. Against other shinobi, this technique was nearly unstoppable. Yet he faced Mangetsu. Mangetsu specialized in the Hozuki clan's unique hydration technique. In an environment saturated with water, physical slashes were almost ineffective against him. Like A and Kisame, their battle reached an impasse. You damned bastards! Where the hell did you come from? A roared. They were on the verge of breaking through Konoha's defenses when, at the last moment, these cursed Kirigakure shinobi suddenly emerged, standing alongside Konoha. This was a scenario no pre-battle plan had ever anticipated. After the defeat of Tsukadai and others in the land of hot water, A had come to loathe Kirigakure deeply. Despite the dire situation, he had forced himself to suppress his emotions and redirected his efforts to the land of fire, coordinating with Awakens to assault Konoha. They were on the cusp of obliterating their nemesis from the ninja world, only to be thwarted once again by the damned Kirigakure. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He abruptly punched Kisame back and shouted, "What exactly do you Kirigakure want? Are you trying to ignite a full-scale war across the ninja world again?" Kisame grinned broadly and said, "That statement is rather misguided. Raikage, we are merely carrying out the orders of Lord Mizukage. Now, we stand firmly on the side of Konoha. Have you never heard the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend?" This remark almost sent A to his demise on the spot in sheer frustration. Nonsense about the enemy of my enemy being a friend. As if the relationship between Kirigakure and Konoha is that amicable. Strictly speaking, among the 5 great shinobi villages, any 2 paired together have blood feuds. None of us bear clean hands. In the last great ninja war, Konoha's principal adversary was Kirigakure. How could Kirigakure ever voluntarily come to Konoha's aid? If that weren't the case, why would I choose to exert pressure on both Konoha and Kirigakure simultaneously? A ruthless gleam flickered in A's eyes as his lightning-style chakra erupted to its utmost intensity. Then die, he roared, transforming into a streak of blue lightning that instantly forced back Kisame, who had attempted to entangle him once more. Without a backward glance, he shouted toward the distance at Killer B. B. Message received. Big brother. Killer B immediately responded loudly at the sound of A's call. Between the two, there was no superfluous exchange of words. They abandoned their respective opponents outright, rising like arrows loosed from a bow simultaneously. Kisame's expression suddenly darkened as he shouted urgently, Mangetsu. In the following moment, A and Killer B simultaneously transformed into two swift and unparalleled bolts of lightning. From the left and right they charged toward Mangetsu Hozuki, who was caught directly in the path of their pincer attack. Too late. Taste our brotherly combined technique. The Thunderplow Heat Blade. A and Killer B pushed their chakra to the limit, raising their thick elbows armored in lightning-style chakra like two comets hurtling toward each other, bearing a destructive force capable of leveling the heavens and earth. They passed through Mangetsu, who occupied the center position, in an instant. Smack! Mangetsu Hozuki's head flew high into the air like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer. Brothers united. Their strength can sever metal. Preemptive strike. Knocked your head clean off. Yo! Killer B exclaimed excitedly after his successful blow. However, the next moment he uttered a surprised huh? Mangetsu's headless body, upon hitting the ground, splashed into a pool of crystal-clear water and swiftly seeped into the muddy earth below, vanishing without a trace. Beside Kisame, a puddle of water stirred gently as Mangetsu's form emerged, reconstituting itself. His face was unusually pale, with fine blue arcs of electricity flickering across his body, and his features twitched uncontrollably from numbness. Phew, that was a close call. I almost really died, Mangetsu said, steadying himself with palpable unease. Kisame remarked, that opponent is the famed AB duo from Kirigakure. Naturally, they are not so easily defeated. But, well, he paused, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Our mission can be considered successfully accomplished. Mangetsu immediately revealed a knowing smile in return. Both men simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze upward toward the sky above the battlefield. Amid the gloomy curtain of rain and rolling smoke, a white figure had silently and unnoticeably hovered midair. The pristine white robes fluttered wildly in the fierce wind, flowing like water without shape. Kisame and Mangetsu's reactions alone confirmed the newcomer's identity. A barely forced the words out through clenched teeth, enunciating each one. The fifth Mizukage. Simi's figure slowly descended from the sky, landing before A and Killer B. Stared intently at Simi. You can fly too? Is that old man Inoki's Jurin light and heavy rock technique? A faint smile appeared on Simi's face. Just a beginner's attempt. Quite embarrassing, I'm not very skilled yet. This statement sent a sharp jolt through his heart. Earlier, Simi seemed to have come from another battlefield, the direction under Iwagakure's jurisdiction. He asked in a low voice, how is that old man Inoki doing? Simi's smile remained unchanged. He is dead. What? Inoki? The third Tsuchikage, the very man who ushered in Iwagakure's golden age and plagued Konoha and Kirigakure for decades, was dead just like that? A and Killer B's faces both flickered with surprise. Even if Simi had abandoned his Kirigakure shinobi to ambush and assassinate Inoki, it would have taken some time, right? Yet, from the moment Kisame and the others appeared until now, how much time had passed? Looking at Simi's perpetually smiling face, A and Killer B found themselves unable to discern whether his words were truth or mere mystification. A spoke in a grave tone. It seems your Kirigakure has resolved to wage all-out war against us Kirigakure and Iwagakure? Simi shook his head. Reikage-sama, that is not so. Unlike you, we entered the battlefield at the invitation of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Since we received payment, we must fulfill our duties. I have a proposal. How about we both withdraw our forces here? That way, no blood need be spilled, and Kirigakure can take this opportunity to pursue its own interests within the Land of Fire. It would benefit everyone. Withdraw. A sneered with furious contempt. You damn scum have slaughtered so many Kirigakure shinobi, and you dare speak to me of withdrawal? Before he finished speaking, he and Killer B flashed forward toward Simi's face, twisted with extreme rage, was filled with brutal murderous intent. Don't indulge in delusions here, you brat. D. A deafening explosion erupted at the center of the battlefield. The terrifying shockwave lifted a layer of earth all around. Mizukage-sama. Mangetsu Hozuki involuntarily tried to rush forward but was restrained by Kisame. Watch closely, Mangetsu. You have yet to witness the true power of the Mizukage, Kisame said. As the dust gradually settled, A and Killer B both wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Simi remained perfectly composed, standing where he was. He raised his arms, which became coated in a layer of ink-black metallic hue, forming a shield directly in front of A and Killer B. Both A and Killer B exerted themselves, pushing their chakra to the utmost. Yet, no matter how forcefully they tried, their elbows could not advance even the slightest fraction. Their thunderplow heat blade was blocked in such a straightforward manner for the very first time. Since Lord Raikage refuses my goodwill, then. Simi suddenly shook his arms. An overwhelming, unmatched force surged from his limbs. A and Killer B were simultaneously thrown backward, crashing to the ground. Simi twisted his body, his hands becoming countless afterimages as he launched an offensive against the two. Be careful. This guy is no easy opponent. The next moment, Simi's figure appeared before Killer B. Instinctively, Killer B drew his blade and slashed without hesitation. The edge was already imbued with lightning-style chakra. Gentle fist 8 trigrams palm. Simi struck the spine of Killer B's blade with a palm. Clang. Killer B's arm shuddered violently, nearly dropping his sword, his momentum faltering. Too slow, Simi murmured. With a flash, he appeared behind Killer B. Without turning his head, Killer B grasped his sword with his other hand and fiercely stabbed backward, attempting to bring Simi down with him. Waya! Simultaneously, attacked from the side, lightning blazing from his hands. Simi shifted his angle, catching Killer B's blade with one hand and redirecting it toward A with the other. 8 trigrams empty palm. A roared, the glow of his lightning armor surging wildly as he endured the blow head-on. Then, incredulously, A watched himself uncontrollably fly backward. Simi's speed was truly on par with his lightning-style chakra mode. After knocking A away with a single strike, Simi followed up with a downward palm strike. Killer B clutched his kunai between his legs, performing moves reminiscent of street dance. Head down, legs up, propelling himself upward to intercept Sami's palm. Immediately, another kunai lunged towards Sami. Snap! Sami skillfully seized Killer B's legs, sweeping one leg to topple him. Killer B's supporting hand missed its mark, and he lost his balance. Damn! Killer B's expression shifted abruptly. Bang! Sami flung Killer B's legs upward, creating an opening, and struck him with an elbow while he was airborne. Ugh! Killer B's body tumbled across the ground several times, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The voice of the Eight Tails echoed within Killer B's mind. This guy is incredibly formidable. Rage flow. Meanwhile, AI roared and charged again. His right elbow was enveloped in raging lightning-style chakra. With a forceful step, he thrust his elbow forward, transforming it into a streak of lightning that tore through the air, aimed straight at Sami's face. Facing AI's furious strike, Sami neither dodged nor flinched, raising his hand to deliver another palm strike. Two equally overwhelming forces collided with a thunderous impact midair. Using the recoil, Sami floated backward, instantly creating distance between himself and AI. Here, bastard! Supersonic thunder lightning blade. Killer B seized the opportunity, slipping out from Sami's blind spot. His kunai emitted a piercing hum, also wrapped in high-frequency vibrating lightning chakra, slashing fiercely at the back of Sami's neck. Without turning his head, Sami uttered a low command. Return to heaven. A towering surge of chakra burst forth from Sami's body, gathering into a storm of chakra at his location. AI and Killer B had no time to react and were flung aside like tattered rags. AI struggled to rise from the muddy water, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with sand. AI said to Killer B, "Don't hold back anymore. Unleash everything." Killer B shouted in alarm. "No more holding back against Konoha's people?" AI shook his head decisively, his face solemn. "We can't afford to be cautious anymore. We must end them here and now, once and for all." He glanced at Kisame and Mangetsu beside him. Since Sami's arrival, they had remained quietly on the sidelines, showing no intention of intervening. Having just fought, AI knew these two were no less formidable. Damn Kirigakure, silently producing so many prodigies, all so young. If we don't deal with them here, it will be a disaster later. Oh! Killer B's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He struck his chest hard and exclaimed, "Let us go, it's time." The chakra within him surged at a terrifying rate, flowing out as though tangible, swiftly enveloping his entire body. Within moments, a colossal, mountain-sized creature with 8 thick, writhing tentacle-like tails, its appearance fierce and dreadful, a gigantic 8-tailed beast, replaced Killer B's original form, fully transformed into the 8-tails Gyuki. Let us go. The radiant glow of AI's lightning armor flared dramatically once more. Then, alone, he charged fiercely at Sanmi again. The 8-tails Gyuki opened its grotesque maw, furiously concentrating high-density chakra. Judging from AI's resolute posture, he intended to single-handedly hold Sami back, buying time for the 8-tails behind him to gather and unleash the tailed beast bomb. Sanmi's eyes revealed 3 swirling, pitch-black tomo, forming a smooth triangular shape, with 3 additional black dots along the edges, the Mangekyo Sharingan. An invisible yet overwhelming ocular power instantly locked onto the Eight Tails Gyuki's consciousness. A vast tide of spiritual energy surged into the Eight Tails' mind. Although Killer Bee was a perfect Jinchuriki, with the Eight Tails inside him aiding in dispelling most Jinjutsu, facing an ocular technique of Mangekyo Sharingan-esque caliber, even a mighty beast like the Eight Tails could not avoid a momentary hesitation. The Eight Tails' movements abruptly faltered. The tailed beast bomb rapidly forming in its mouth became unstable due to the interruption of chakra supply, dissipating before completion. Sammy formed hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. A colossal torrent, like a celestial river rushing down from the heavens, surged unexpectedly from beneath the ground. The raging waters spread, instantly forming a vast and turbulent ocean. Taken completely off guard, AI, who had already charged to Sammy's front, was struck by the massive wave and violently pushed back. Behind him, the Eight Tails followed. B. You never told me he could use water release. The Eight Tails roared, struggling to maintain balance. Despite its fearlessness of water, the massive body was relentlessly driven backward by the tsunami-like force. Damn it, it's my first time facing him too, Killer Bee shouted. Kisame and Mangetsu, watching nearby, revealed expressions of unmistakable awe. Kisame said, Senior Kisame, I once thought your water release techniques were the strongest ID ever seen. Unexpectedly, Lord Mizuki's mastery of water release surpasses yours by far. Kisame grinned broadly. Watch carefully. The Mizuki's strength isn't limited to just water release. The surging waves spread wildly across the battlefield. Though AI was also battered and disheveled, a triumphant smile suddenly appeared in his eyes. Just as I hoped. He thrust his hands, armored in lightning chakra, deep into the rushing water beneath his feet. Instantly, his lightning chakra erupted without restraint. Lightning release, ground walk. The furious lightning surged rapidly through the water, spreading swiftly towards Sanmi nearby. However, the devastating scene AI anticipated did not unfold. Sanmi's body was enveloped in a delicate layer of blue lightning. The lightning chakra conducted through the water was absorbed wholly by the lightning aura on Sanmi's body the moment it made contact. Like a stone sinking silently into the sea. A faint smile appeared on Sanmi's face. Though seldom used, I can also wield lightning release. Don't you people of Uni gather intel before fighting? Before his words finished, Sammy formed hand seals again, opening his palms and stretching them forward. Ice release. Extreme cold eternal frost prison. A fierce wind howled rapidly, sweeping through the battlefield's misty air. In the sky, the continuous raindrops instantly crystallized into countless tiny, sharp ice crystals the moment they encountered the extreme cold. Then, the ice crystals mingled with hail, descending like a torrential storm toward the Eight Tails Gyuki trapped within the water flow. Within moments, the entire battlefield was covered by a layer of crystal-clear, pristine snow. The temperature plummeted sharply, nearly obscuring vision. The massive body of the Eight Tails was instantly enveloped by ice and frost, along with the water covering it, rapidly freezing solid. It struggled wildly but could not halt the gradual stiffening of its limbs. Tentacles, body, and finally head. Layer upon layer of frost condensed at an unimaginable speed, imprisoning most of the Eight Tails' body in place. A roar echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, the Eight Tails had become a colossal ice sculpture, able only to move its head with great difficulty. Bang! The glow of AI's lightning armor surged again, shattering the frost encasing his body. Its color shifted from deep blue to a dazzling bright white, an expression of his lightning chakra mode pushed to the extreme. The strongest lightning release armor. He transformed instantly into a streak of white lightning, tearing through the snowy veil, breaking through the yet unfrozen waves, charging forward with unyielding resolve. The speed and power of this strike had long surpassed the realm of ordinary human perception. The grating clash of metal echoed sharply. Under AI's incredulous gaze, a colossal skeleton, entirely blackened, erupted suddenly and without warning from within Seiji's body. His hand blade finally landed heavily upon the skeleton. Though it shattered the outer layer, it failed to fully penetrate the defenses beneath. Seiji stood amidst it all, a smile gracing his lips as he calmly observed him. Bastard! 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 AI, as if driven mad, transformed his fists into countless afterimages, raining down relentlessly upon the ebony Susanoo skeleton. The blackened frame shattered continuously. The broken bones, however, swiftly began to regenerate at an accelerating pace. As the skeleton revived layer upon layer, chakra resembling muscle rapidly spread across its surface. Flesh, limbs, skin. A towering black giant expanded before his eyes. Immediately thereafter, a layer of white bone armor, as sturdy as a suit of plate mail, sprouted from the flesh, gradually enveloping the entire dark colossus. In mere moments, the Susanoo, once nothing more than a skeletal form, had completely transformed into an upright giant clad in white bone armor, like a demon god descending upon the world. AI watched the scene before him in despair. Seiji stood right in front of him, once eye level, now elevated to a presence he had to look up to. Had enough? A voice emanated from the giant's skull. The giant raised its right foot, stomping downward. AI immediately leapt backward to evade. Before he could regain his footing, he saw the giant, moving with unimaginable speed, thrust a palm forward toward his location from a distance. Boom! An invisible shockwave surged forth, and AI was sent hurtling through the air, spurting a jet of blood as he crashed violently backward. Roar! Elsewhere, the immense form of the Eight Tails suddenly exerted itself. Witnessing this, fury welled up within it, finally breaking free from the frost binding it. It leapt into the air, blotting out the sky, charging toward Susanoo. The black giant caught the Eight Tails' descending fist, grasping its arms with both palms and forcefully shoving it away. The Eight Tails lost its balance, tumbling onto the battlefield as the earth trembled violently, rolling thunderously. Seiji manipulated Susanoo, drawing a massive bone whip from the spine protruding from its back. He swung it headlong at the Eight Tails. The bone whip sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Bang! The strike landed upon the Eight Tails' body, composed of densely packed chakra, leaving a horrific whip mark deep enough to reveal bone. The Eight Tails' pained cries echoed across the battlefield. Seiji's hand never ceased, mercilessly lashing whip after whip. The bone whip stirred countless mists, tearing the Eight Tails' flesh and skin apart. Bastard! Counterattack! You cow demon! Within the Eight Tails, Killer Bee urged anxiously. Fool! You think I don't want to? The Eight Tails retorted without restraint. Throughout the battle, the Eight Tails repeatedly attempted to open its mouth and condense the tailed beast ball. Yet, whenever such a thought arose, a gigantic palm clad in menacing bone armor appeared, slapping its face like a fly swatter. Smack! The Eight Tails' face would immediately turn pale, and its entire body would be blasted backward. Howl! Amid the ceaseless whipping, the Eight Tails' momentum visibly dwindled, growing weaker and more pitiful by the moment. The duel of these two titans silenced the entire battlefield. Amidst the rain, ninjas from both sides involuntarily ceased their actions, staring in stunned silence towards Seiji and the Eight Tails. The combat before them had long transcended their comprehension. Wasn't ninja combat supposed to be decided by kunai, taijutsu, and various ninjutsu? How could one man alone contend with a tailed beast? The Eight Tails, which had claimed countless Konoha ninja lives each time it manifested, was now at Seiji's mercy, seemingly subjected to his every whim. That was the night. Among the Konoha ninja, some who had participated in the battle on the night Orochimaru defected recognized Seiji's Susanoo. On the front lines, even the commander, Rokuhisa, looked on in disbelief. The battlefield shifted rapidly, and although he had not directly witnessed Seiji slaying Inoki, the attitude of the opposing Awakens ninja left no room for doubt. After Seiji's arrival, they had all gone mad. Is this the reinforcements Lord Hokage summoned? Hyuga Seiya, once an enemy, now transformed into their savior. Rokuhisa and Ichi supported each other as they saw Jiraiya emerging from the opposite woods. They exchanged a glance, their faces pale. Kirigakure and Konoha stood united. For Konoha, was this blessing or curse? Boom! The Eight Tails was blasted entirely away, crashing heavily to the ground. Its appearance was now utterly pitiful, covered in savage whip marks and palm imprints. 3 of its originally robust tentacles were cruelly severed. It lay helplessly on the ground, emitting anguished moans. Enough, Eight Tails. Seiji's voice echoed from within Susanoo. As the black giant approached, both the Eight Tails and Killer B's hearts sank. Damn it! The black giant's whip-wielding arm raised but suddenly paused, turning its gaze aside. HM? Here's a chance for you. While others remained puzzled, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from the battleless edge. Lava release. Protective membrane. A massive rubber-like protective shield surged forth from beneath the black giant's feet. As if alive, it rapidly expanded, enveloping Susanoo's entire form from head to toe in a tight cocoon. Tsuchishiro shouted hoarsely at several Kumogakure ninja behind him. Now, hurry! Use the heavenly sending technique to evacuate Lord Killer B from here. The Kumogakure ninja responded with a shout, charging recklessly toward the fallen Eight Tails. Lord Killer B. Tsuchishiro opened his mouth again, spitting forth copious amounts of viscous, scalding gel. Like a spider's web, layer upon layer covered Susanoo's surface. Now you can't move, right? Seiji chuckled lightly. Is that so? The black giant opened its mouth, bowing its head to exhale a dense mist. Boil release. Skillful mist technique. The nauseating hiss of corrosion filled the air. The once nearly indestructible rubber shield instantly began dissolving and corroding at a visible rate upon contact with the high-concentration acidic fog. Tsuchishiro's face twisted in disbelief. Impossible? My lava release. The next moment, he witnessed the giant, now freed from its bonds, fiercely swinging its whip. Like a white streak of light, it slashed the earth, cleaving it precisely beside the Eight Tails. Boom! The Kumogakure ninja charging toward the Eight Tails were instantly obliterated into a cloud of blood mist, merging with the fractured earth. Seiji's face showed disappointment. You prepared all that, and this is the best you could do. A surge of crisis overtook Tsuchishiro. Without hesitation, he unleashed all his chakra reserves. Lava release, protective membrane sphere. A massive sphere of high-density rubber instantly encased his body tightly, burrowing into the earth. The mission had failed. Such power was beyond human capability. Escape quickly. The black giant's palms slowly converged, revealing a white cube between them, which gradually expanded. Dust release, original world stripping technique. A blinding white light flashed, centered on Tsuchishiro himself. All surrounding objects were utterly shattered by this strike. Ahem! An immense crater spanning dozens of meters appeared on the battlefield. Confirmed kill. Acquired Kekkei Genkai, lava release. There was a certain dignity in that. The colossal figure stepped forward, grasping the Eight Tails' head and hoisting it directly from the ground. Bastard! The Eight Tails glared at Sanmyo, utterly devoid of any will to resist. Until now, only the Nine Tails had ever imposed such immense pressure upon him. No, considering an even more terrifying possibility, the Eight Tails shuddered all over. Even if the Nine Tails were here, he wouldn't stand a chance against Sanmyo. Would he? Observing the terror flickering in the Eight Tails' eyes, Sanmyo smiled and said, Rest assured, you won't perish just yet. Your worth is far from trivial. Retaining one Eight Tails should suffice for the Cloud Village as well. Sanmyo released Susanoo and gently descended to the ground. The Eight Tails, Kairabi, now freed from his tailed beast transformation, had already fallen unconscious, collapsing to one side. Kisame and Hozuki Mangetsu were the first to approach Sanmyo. Accompanying them was another individual, the fourth Raikage, who had been previously flung aside by Sanmyo. Sanmyo glanced at the unconscious A, then at Kisame and Mangetsu. Kisame grinned and said, Lord Mizukage, you never mentioned that we too wouldn't be allowed to intervene in this battle. Sanmyo nodded with a smile. Well done. Our principle is to never engage in one-on-one fights when we can gang up. What? How does 1 against 2 count as ganging up? That's the Kirigakure standard of measurement. Only Mangetsu, curious, asked, when did we ever have such a principle? I don't recall. Since we didn't have it before, we do now. Sanmyo turned and said, Let us tidy up the battlefield. We still have to meet our new allies. That's something to look forward to. Seems like it won't be so troublesome after all. Kisame lifted his gaze toward the distance. The Cloud Village's front line, which had been stubbornly resisting, finally collapsed completely after losing the Raikage, Kairabi, and Tsuchikage, its 3 main pillars. Countless Cloud Shinobi scattered like headless flies, unable to organize any effective resistance. The Kirigakure Shinobi, under Hozuki Mangetsu's leadership, advanced relentlessly, eliminating foes as they went. After the initial shock and stupor, the Leaf Shinobi finally regained their senses. Though they did not understand why Kirigakure's shinobi had suddenly appeared here, this did not prevent them from seizing the rare opportunity to launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Iwagakure's side also chose to retreat. Their top-tier warrior, Tsuchikage Inoki, was the sole arrival. After Inoki was instantly slain by Sanmyo, the outcome of the battle was sealed for IWA. We have won, Mangetsu whispered softly. After the battle, the rain continued to fall. The cost to Konoha had been devastating. More than half their forces were casualties, with countless missing. The deaths of Akimichi Choza and others only added to the already grievous exhaustion from continuous battles. Konoha had utterly lost the capacity to launch large-scale offensives. The remaining shinobi were all wounded, their expressions numb. Inside the central command tent, Jiraiya sat alone, slumped. His sole remaining right arm rested casually on his knee, his eyes vacant as they stared at the ground, lost in thought. Outside, the sounds of rain, wind, and the groans of the injured blended together, deepening the somber atmosphere. Nara Shikaku lifted the heavy tent flap and entered. The Kirigakure people have arrived. Jiraiya's body trembled slightly, as if awakening from a nightmare. He slowly raised his head, nodded, and stood up to step outside. The scene beyond the tent instantly furrowed his brow. In a relatively open area near the camp's center, several Konoha shinobi and Kirigakure shinobi stood distinctly separated on opposite sides. Neither side wore friendly expressions, especially the Konoha shinobi, many of whom bore faces brimming with barely suppressed rage. Upon seeing Jiraiya appear, Hozuki Mangetsu, standing at the forefront of the Kirigakure ranks, let out a derisive laugh and taunted. Lord Jiraiya finally deigns to show himself. I had feared that Konoha's attitude towards their life-saving benefactors would be to leave us out here in the mud, exposed to the wind and rain. Jiraiya asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Mangetsu replied, "We sought a place to rest temporarily. Yet your village's shinobi repeatedly delayed and refused to yield. Is this how Konoha treats its guests?" A Konoha shinobi guarding the camp immediately flushed with anger at these words. "You're talking nonsense. This is our temporary medical station, filled with critically injured patients. It's not a place to be handed over casually." "Silence." Mangetsu cut him off sharply, not allowing any explanation. "Medical station? Humph. I see that Konoha despises us Kirigakure to the core and refuses to stand alongside us. Had we known Konoha's true nature, why would we have traveled thousands of miles, risking simultaneous war with the cloud and stone villages, to come to your aid? Elder Hozuki, you jest." Jiraiya stepped forward briskly, forcing a smile. "Konoha is deeply grateful for your village's long journey to support us. How could we possibly be so petty as to slight our allies?" He turned to the Konoha shinobi who had tried to argue and gestured. "Immediately clear the tents and arrange for the Kirigakure comrades to rest inside. This must be done as quickly as possible." Several nearby Konoha shinobi instantly reddened with embarrassment but, seeing Jiraiya's expression, could only bow their heads in reluctant agreement and respond, "Yes, sir." Lord Jiraiya truly is one of the legendary three ninja of the shinobi world, wise and understanding, Mangetsu observed with a slow smile. "Since that is the case, we shall not be formal with your village." With that, he produced from his bosom a densely written list and handed it directly to Jiraiya. Mangetsu's smile was more grimace than genuine as he said, "Lord Jiraiya, this is a list of all the supplies urgently required by Kirigakure for this support operation. As you know, after such a great battle, Kirigakure has suffered grievous losses. We hope Konoha will prioritize our supply needs in consideration of our alliance." Jiraiya glanced over the list briefly, and his expression changed abruptly. "This?" He handed the list to Nara Shikaku standing beside him. Shikaku examined it carefully, his face darkening immensely. The variety and quantity of materials enumerated were staggering. Standard ninja tools like kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, precious sealing scrolls, specially made ration pills, various healing herbs and medical instruments. Everything imaginable. It was as if they intended to completely deplete their entire inventory. "Is Konoha facing some kind of difficulty?" Mangetsu inquired casually. Shikaku's hand trembled slightly as he held the list. "Elder Hozuki, I senti this list a bit excessive? I'm afraid." Mangetsu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone suddenly grew cold. "Do you mean to say that after we traveled thousands of miles to help you Konoha repel the formidable forces of IWA and Kumo, now even these trivial supplies are being met with endless excuses?" Shikaku and Jiraiya exchanged a glance, seeing profound helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. "Of course not. Of course not." Jiraiya hurriedly laughed awkwardly, forcing a smile. "Elder Hozuki, you jest. It's just that the quantity is indeed large and will take time to inventory. Please wait a moment. I will immediately arrange for preparations." Before long, every item listed on Mangetsu's inventory was fully prepared, counted, and delivered by the Konoha shinobi to the Kirigakure contingent. Observing the Kirigakure shinobi unabashedly carting away their own belongings, the Konoha ninja present felt their hearts bleed silently, yet dared neither voice their anger nor protest. However, the ordeal was far from over. After receiving all the supplies listed on the inventory, Hozuki Suigetsu seemed to be counting on Konoha's reluctance to confront him, brazenly putting forth a multitude of new demands. He unceremoniously requisitioned food, drinking water, and additional provisions from Konoha. He even specifically requested more than a dozen rare medicinal herbs unique to Konoha. In his presence, Shika and the others dared not utter a direct insult. Yet when they turned away, their thoughts were strikingly unanimous. They longed to trample Hozuki Suigetsu's aging face into the ground, rubbing it back and forth 100 times over. Suigetsu's demeanor was utterly arrogant and overreaching, that of a brazen scoundrel. Nara Shika forcibly suppressed the fury within his heart and, with no other recourse, gritted his teeth and agreed to the demands. Many of the supplies had to be rushed back to Konoha overnight for redistribution. They could not be prepared immediately. Later, Nara Shika finally found an opportunity to escape from Suigetsu's torment. He encountered Jiraiya sitting alone outside a tent in the camp. Unable to restrain himself, Shika asked, "Lord Jiraiya, Kirigakure is deliberately provoking us. Has the Hokage responded yet?" Jiraiya sighed and shook his head. "Shika, for the sake of the greater good, the daimyos of the two countries have already reached an agreement. What choice does Konoha have but to comply with Kirigakure's demands? Even Sarutobi-sensei, the Hokage, is in a difficult position. His tone was laden with a profound sense of helplessness as he continued. Konoha cannot afford any unexpected setbacks now. We can only hope that these sacrifices will buy the village a brief respite. Shika silently nodded, then inquired, and what of the fifth Mizukage? Though a simple question, it concealed multiple layers of interpretation. Now that Konoha and Kirigakure had become allies, the Mizukage, Sanmi, for some reason no longer stood as an enemy of Konoha. Yet before ascending to the position of Mizukage, he had been a rogue ninja from Konoha. A mere missing nin becoming the leader of another village was unprecedented in the shinobi world. Shika himself was uncertain how Konoha should regard Sanmi. Although Sanmi always presented himself under the name Shiro, he never sought to conceal his true identity on the battlefield. Konoha's deliberate ignorance was merely self-deception. Does the Hokage know that Hyuga Sanmi has become Mizukage? And how does he plan to respond? Shika asked. Jiraiya smiled wryly, glancing at his left arm's empty sleeve. He is the strongest ninja I have ever encountered. I even believe he surpasses Minato. Shika's expression changed dramatically. Surpasses the fourth Hokage? Jiraiya nodded slightly. Do not underestimate him because of his age, Shika. His absence and allowing Hozuki Suigetsu to act arrogantly is a deliberate tactic to probe our limits. Suddenly, Jiraiya's expression shifted abruptly as if recalling something. This is bad. He swiftly scanned his surroundings with wide eyes. Something is wrong. It has been more than half a day since we retreated from Iwagakure and Kimogakure. Yet why have we not seen a single Hyuga clan member? Grabbing Narashika's shoulder urgently, he demanded, where is Hyuga Hisashi? Where is the Hyuga clan? Where are they now? Shika's face likewise changed sharply upon hearing this. He immediately understood what Jiraiya meant. The Hyuga clan, numerous in population, constituted the strongest force at Konoha's frontline. Their formations had remained most intact during prior battles. Since dispatching Hisashi to support the battle against Kimogakure, none of the Hyuga clan had been seen since. Moreover, the Kirigakure shinobi had been the first reinforcements to arrive there. A chilling, bone-deep coldness surged from their hearts, coursing through every limb and joint. Move quickly, Jiraiya exclaimed, panic-stricken, and dashed outside. Before departing, Jiraiya insisted that Narashika remain behind. If I perish, you must at least bring the remaining people back to Konoha. Within the camp, anxious calls rose one after another. Observing this scene, Hozuki Mangetsu whispered softly to Hozuki Suigetsu beside him. It seems they have realized what is happening. Suigetsu replied leisurely, it does not matter. Let them come. Even if they discover the truth, what can they do? Our objective has already been accomplished. The atmosphere within Kirigakure's camp was starkly different from the gloomy despair on Konoha's side. It was orderly and disciplined, even exuding a solemn aura. The Kirigakure shinobi guarding the gate had received advance notice. When Jiraiya arrived, they pretended not to see him and allowed him entry. Jiraiya soon found his target. The sight before him caused his heart to sink heavily. On the open ground of Kirigakure's camp, hundreds of Hyuga clan members wearing Konoha vests stood solemnly arranged in 2 rows. Their distinctive pure white eyes fixed intently on the 2 figures standing at the center. Emotions complex and tangled, confusion, unease, but above all, a faint yet palpable hope. At the far end stood 2 silhouettes, Sanmi and Hyuga Hisashi.